the antenna ball on the top of his car, and that's about as far as he's gotten.
Oh
So
man,
this global warming's a bitch, man. I don't know if we can take it much longer. Just getting too hot.
that's a panic attack for a lot of Californians just dealing with snow at all, right? Well, I guess if you live in the mountains, it's not so much. But
Well, I got an all-wheel drive car, so but I'd prefer to stay down here in the flatlands where I don't have to deal with that freezing temperatures.
yeah, good idea.
And notice I said here in the flatlands.
Yeah, whatever this is, it seems to be like a generally level, like horizontal plane of existence. I don't know. That just made a lot of people think it's a curved ball, but nobody's shown us that. So,
Well,
anyway,
I don't know, but recently I've been running into more and more awoken people, and I just find it to be a relief. Find out that I'm not the only crazy person out there that doesn't believe everything that the news tells them, everything that schools taught me.
yeah, generally speaking, I mean, Kentucky's a pretty conservative area or whatever, but there seems to be a general feeling of people at least cracking open that questioning mind a little bit about some of this stuff. Will most of them ever get there? Who knows? I don't know. But at least it seems like it's trending that way. You keep looking at the glass half full, right?
Well, I don't know, but I'd like to recruit the help of anybody that can hear this right now, including anybody that is spinning on a ball. My Mother Earth is looking for her curve. We've been looking all over for it. We've looked high, we've looked low, and she just can't find her curve. Can anybody help me find it for her?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like it allegedly, at least 500 years ago, like guys like Galileo and Copernicus or whoever, they declared factually that we live on a ball, but nobody's ever measured the ball. That's an issue. But the globe believers kind of jump right past the step one there and just assume we're on a ball. So why can't people see that's a problem? I don't know. Maybe I'm just a dumb Kentucky boy and I just don't get it.
Anyway, I heard you doing a roll call out there. I just wanted to check in and say hello and let you know that I'm going to be dead air wave for a little bit here. I got some studying to do, but I'll be listening.
Thanks for piping up. I'll be here for a few more minutes as long as my Discord keeps working. I keep getting dropped for some reason. I don't know. Just being paranoid.
Well, maybe you fell off the edge of the earth.
Possibly. My Kentucky satellite may be going offline or something. Maybe Bill Gates is blocking out the sun. Who knows?
I think he's busy just buying up all the farmland, so there's no place for anybody to plant their crops anymore. But this isn't Sunday yet, so I'll keep those comments to myself for another 24 hours.
Yeah, we're 24 hours from Speculation Sunday, but thanks for chiming in, Grant. You have a great day out there in California.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Wide open airwaves. Anyone else wants to pipe up? See if anybody new here joins so I can pick on them. Quetzalcoatl exists on the exterior of a spinning space ball, 70% covered in water, zipping around through nothing in several different directions and vectors. Is that correct, Quetzalcoatl? Or am I mistaken? Or you are away from your mic? These and other questions may never be answered. Anybody else? How about I try? You want to talk? That's your mic open.
Nah, not really.
Okay. I'm just curious, what do you try about? Just anything? You don't want to talk about that.
You wanna know the name? Well, I don't know. It's a random name. It's I don't know. I try. I try to find the name. I guess I try to be a good person on Discord. I try not to be toxic, stuff like that. I don't know.
Well,
I try to learn.
do you try to live on a spinning ball, but you can't? Or do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Well, in a way, I'm living on a spinning ball because society is tailored around this big lie. So I am living on a big ball, I guess, but I'm not a baller.
Okay, so using that logic, because everybody thinks it is, it makes it reality. I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's the consequences of living this lie. That's what I mean.
Consensus reality is what we all have to deal with, right? Everybody else thinks it's real, so it must be real.
And one thing I'd like to interject real quick, if I may. I just
Yep.
posted a link for the meetup that we're having 1 week from today. So we've invited Mark Sargent to show up. He's going to be flying down for it. Flat Earth Dude is going to be there. Sunny should be there. Some of the regulars on this channel. So hopefully we'll get some new people that want to come and take a look over the Pacific Ocean and watch ships disappear and bring back with a P900 or a P1000. And we're guaranteed to have a good time for all. So if anybody wants to show up, I personally would love to meet you there. Okay, back to you, Dave.
All right, good promo. Whoever wants in that area can make that meet up. Feel free to join them. Sounds like a good time. And I'll go ahead and predict that Mark Sargent's plane that he'll be riding on when he flies to California, the pilot will not have to adjust for any kind of curvature or spin of his airplane. He's just going to fly straight and land at that airport. But anyway.
Yeah, now that is going to be almost a straight north to south flight. So when he takes off from Washington and heads towards Los Angeles, coming straight down, I don't think that plane's going to have to keep on curving to the east just to keep up with its path. And as it's landing on the landing strip, I don't think the runway is going to disappear out from under them as the world spins around, unless they got some magic planes that automatically fly to the side.
Yeah, and just to play devil's advocate and represent the globe as it is, we have the magic of the Velcro atmosphere and gravity that adjusts for all the issues there, so don't worry about it. It's all good. It can take a motionless plane of existence and make you think it's in motion even though it's not, somehow. And can also make you think it's curving even though it's not, somehow. If that's the magic of the Velcro atmosphere and gravity and relativity and refraction and all that other shit. There's the Glover argument. Just want to be fair to both sides here. Anyway, I think we've had enough of Dead Air Dave. Somebody else pipe up here. Or don't. That's another option. You could stay quiet. You all have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? We shall find out.
Thanks, Dave. Love what you do, by the way.
Hello, who said that?
Big Root.
What's going on, Big Rig? Thanks for saying hello. What's on your mind today, you think?
No, just come in to listen. I'm with the family today.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd like to say to Big Root, I heard your music for the first time yesterday. Thank you very much for putting that out there.
Really? I didn't know you're a musician, Big Rig. Drop us a link. I'll check it out.
Thank you, Rob Mixer. No, I'm not really an artist. I just like to make some music about truth and flat Earth and stuff like that.
Feel free to drop a link. I'll check you out.
Yeah, I think Spake put one of my tracks in the playlist. So sometimes it's on the radio, I think, now. But yeah, I'll share a link now.
Cool. Thanks. It's always good to meet people with musical inspirations and aspirations. I envy those people because I have zero musical ability myself.
But you do have a good radio voice.
Yep, I've got a face for radio. I've always been told that.
Hey, don't be stealing my lines now.
Yeah, that's one thing I do have, the deep monotone radio voice. You're listening to the sultry tones of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Where we are in search of the curvature of the claimed Earth ball that we all exist upon, allegedly. Will the curvature be found? Stay tuned. Or don't. That's all I got.
Well, maybe we need to have the top 10, the middle 20, and the bottom 30 hits from the Music Bot.
Yeah, I'll give it a few minutes here. I'll throw something on the bot unless somebody wants to pipe up. Everyone continue having a positive existence and make something happen good in somebody's life today if you can. Even if that's your own life. Anyway.
Well, I'd like to one-up that and say do that every day and do that to everyone that you meet. You know,
Yep. Conceivably, it would be a better world if everybody focused on things like that, wouldn't it?
once upon a time, there used to be this little band called the Beatles. They did an album called Abbey Road, and the very last song was called The End. And it just says, and in the end, the love you make is equal to the love you take. So, you know, I'm hoping in the end that I'm going to find lots of love there.
Well said, Grant. Grant, that's one of their poignant lyrics for sure. Even if the Beatles were Tavistock controlled or whatever they were, they still put out some interesting tunes. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. But nobody wants to know him because they all know he's just a fool. Something like that. I'm sure I butchered those lyrics.
You know, I find it kind of interesting since I've woken up and started noticing a lot of things around me. It's how many different song lyrics that you can hear that have a little bit of truth in there. You know, there's the Chili Peppers with Space May Be the Final Frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Looking at movies like, I can't think of them right now. Jim Carrey, The Dome. What's that name of that movie? Help.
Truman Show. The Truman
Yeah,
Show.
The Truman Show. The Truman Show. The True Man Show. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, I'll be listening to a song, you know, when I'm driving along, and I just hear something in the lyrics, and it's kind of like, well, are they trying to drop a clue here? and I see so many truths in different movies that are fictional movies, sometimes science fiction. And I know all about the psyops and that kind of stuff, but I just wonder, is that a psyop or is that going to be just somebody just trying to let out a little information like, hey, here's some truth, here's some reality. But then
Yeah.
again, that's a subject for tomorrow.
Well, I just thinking back to I was a big Pink Floyd fan when I was growing up. And
Me too.
listening to all that music, they've got so many lyrics. Top one that pops top of mind, of course, is "We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control."
Hey, teacher, leave those kids
them
alone.
kids alone.
You betcha. Everybody talks about Sid Barrett and what a genius he was as a musical influence for Pink Floyd. And you listen to the song Hush, and that's okay for like a top 40 hit, but I don't think it was until after Sid Barrett left that Pink Floyd really came out with some great material. Dark Side of the Moon probably being my favorite, but those guys they were totally right on cue.
Yep, even in that song Time, they've got a lyric in there I'll probably butcher, but you run and you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking, racing around to come up behind you again. Telling you right there the sun's moving, But anyway. There's lots of clues been dropped over the years by a lot of different bands for whatever reason.
All right, so I need to keep my mouth shut and get back to the studying I'm doing here. I'm trying to learn how to do some fine tuning on my Nikon P1000. So instead of just depending on the autofocus, I want to go ahead and be able to do some nice clear bringing in using the tools. One of the things I found, it's kind of hard to go ahead and rotate the lens or rotate the focus on the lens when you're shooting out real far. So I bought a little remote control, and I'm learning now how to program it and how to do the different settings and stuff on this. So I'm going to be ready to rock next week. Okay, let me try this again. I'm going to shut up now on Dead Air Wave.
All right. Enjoy your Nikon P900 schooling. We'll leave you to it. We've been joined by Mayhem. Maybe he's got something to say. He usually stays pretty quiet, though. Just kidding, Miggy.
What's up, Dave?
What's going on, Miggy? Beautiful day.
Not much.
A little chilly, but other than that, just trying to start something up in here. What are you doing?
It's snowing over here in the Midwest, but just dropping by, see what's going on. It was like maybe, yeah, it's snowing over here. Midwest. Iowa.
Hope it's not headed my way. It probably is, though.
Well, yeah.
We're almost to the spring equinox. The snow stuff's supposed to be over with, right? Who knows?
Yeah. I was in here last night and listening to Helio and E.T. and all of them talking about like this dumb stuff. I couldn't jump in because I was laying down and my wife was next to me, so I couldn't open my mic. But I was just rolling my eyes listening to the conversation.
I can imagine if E.T. was in one.
Yeah, Faust Stanos was in here, and he's a dug-in Glover, and yeah, they were just wanting to talk about the moon.
Oh my God!
Why is the moon so important? Well, does it look like it's spherical, right? Like, who cares, man? Like, we can see the moon and maybe just speculate on what it is, and so what? It looks like a rock floating in the sky. So what?
That's
what is that? Right? What is that? I mean, and
Yep, they just highlight the globe believers want to stay on stuff in the sky. They never want to talk about what's actually real and down here. Just anything they can do to distract people and stay in the sky and speculate about the sky. That's better for them, right? to maintain their globe belief.
It's with everything. It's like they want to continuously talk about, like, well, what do you guys think it is? Like, I don't care
Yeah.
what I think it is. It's not the point.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is. And they were, ET was having a real big issue with people saying that you guys always say that you don't know what it is. And like, well, isn't that the truth?
Yeah. Like, what's wrong with saying the truth? That's the bottom line truth. None of us know what the moon is. So what? Why is that such a big deal? We don't have access to the things in the sky to totally figure them out. Why is that shocking to people? I don't know.
But they were
Nobody
getting upset
can-
because
Go ahead.
of the answer saying that we don't know. They were
Yeah.
like, you guys always say that you don't know, and we don't know. Like, and he was getting real upset about it. And I'm like, what? So what? Like, we don't know, do we? Because if we do know, then let me know.
Yeah, that's the whole
I'll-
crux of a lot of this stuff. I mean, that's the honest answer to most of the stuff, or all the stuff in the sky, pretty much. And people don't accept that, do they? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, rather saying that than lying,
Yeah. Making up a story usually gets us to where we're at right now. People made up stories about all this stuff, and people believed it. And here we are, right?
That's been the issue. I don't know. It's just if I was in the chat, I would have probably handled it differently. But I just rolled my eyes and probably disconnected afterwards because nothing else you can do. I couldn't say anything.
Yes.
But they were having a tug of war about like whether they should have a conversation about the moon or not, and why is it important or why it's not important. I don't know.
I hear you.
I handle things differently, so.
I hear your passion. I mean, if we could take your attitude and spread it across the whole 24 hours, that would be great. You can't always.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
We can't. You can't. You're just one man, though. You're a great church soldier, but you know what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah, I know. I just don't want the degradation of the chat to be something like it's the norm in here. Like it has to be upheld where we're not gonna let these guys keep talking about things that are not important. Hang on.
I know. They always want to gish gallop away and go to the sky and talk about stuff we can't verify. I mean, all that's pointless. I mean, it may be intriguing conversation for people and it keeps them engaged, but at the end of the day, what are you figuring out? What are you doing? What are you helping? Are you helping a listener? If a listener listened to y'all talk about the moon for 30 minutes, have they gained any knowledge? No. On the other hand, if somebody comes in here and actually can learn how to critically think and think about their reality and what they can actually prove and measure for themselves, that's valuable, right? And that's what I hope to achieve in here, the little time I have to share with everybody. Anyway, sorry for the rant. Just trying to accept reality as it presents itself and as we can verify it. What's wrong with that? And all the stuff in the sky, just say, I don't know. What is that? Like right now, I'm standing in my backyard. I'm looking at the sun. I have no idea what the hell it is, but I'm glad it's there. Whatever it is, it seems to be the source of our creation. But I'm not going to tell you what it is or what it's doing or anything like that. Because I don't know. But it's definitely up there and it's definitely moving across my sky as far as I can tell. Who else is here? Anybody got anything to say? I can be on there a few more minutes.
It's just me, I think, Dave.
Yeah. Looks like a panel full of globe deniers as far as I can tell right now. I don't recognize Cocoy bailing it if we talk to them. Check his roles.
He's a moderator.
Oh, he's a moderator. Never mind. Let's change his name or I don't remember. My bad. You gotta keep it moderated. But I agree with your essential message there. And I know we stray off topic a lot of times, especially if there's a global even here trying to lead the conversation. But especially what we've achieved here over the years, we're trying to shed all the bullshit and the speculation. We want to know what really is. And a lot of people don't like that. So that's whatever. But what's wrong with that?
Hey, Dave, what's your age?
I am 60, sir.
Oh, I had 60. Yeah. And so, remember when we had the conversation about our health like months ago? Like, was that been beneficial for you, like in everyday life? Could you see the difference?
Yes, I've got to give you the brief history. Like this time last year, I was in the hospital with inflammation and heart issues, and the heart doctor was telling me to take like 5 or 6 different medicines. And for the last 4 months, I've been eating right, basically like the keto carnivore kind of thing. I still mix in some fruits and vegetables, but not as much. And I basically just eat less and make my body do less work. And I've been getting out in the backyard, getting the sunshine, literally sitting on the ground barefoot, absorbing the energy. And I haven't taken any pharmaceuticals since last November. And I'm feeling great.
That's awesome. That's great,
like,
yeah.
I'm letting my body heal itself. I mean, I trust God's immune system that He gave me, right? So however long I'm going to be here, I'm going to let God take the direction as opposed to the heart doctor and his pharmaceuticals, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I came into the knowledge about my health kind of late in the game, and my old man had the type 2 diabetes, and he passed like the other day, which like 2 days ago.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but he didn't have the knowledge like that we have, like we share in here, and plus he was already, I mean, he had two limbs gone, and so he was in a bad way with his health. So he was already down the the bad health route. So, and he was already on pharmaceuticals, and he was already in, like, I guess you could say, like 24/7 care.
Yeah.
And it gets to me because it's like the information for his health and for him how to live. People don't have that information, and I was thinking, like, that's detrimental to all of our existence. Like, we have the lifespan that we have is 100 good years. 100 good years. We can do as much as we can, and we can live well and die well. Like the way we're supposed to. Because death isn't supposed to be a natural process. It's not supposed to be something that rips you away from life. Like, and you have severe illness or something like that, and it takes you. No, it's not supposed to be that way. That's the way it looks now, because there is no, like, health. I guess you could say, like, people are so uneducated about how to eat. So everything in the store that's available, that's all processed stuff, we don't know how bad it is, and that it's like never the cause of our serious ailments. But they're usually all these habits are the reasons why.
Yep.
That we're in a bad way with our health. But it doesn't like on the onset. It doesn't seem that way, because it seems like, well, how could that be? Like eating, let's say, Doritos or like Twinkies, and like how is that gonna harm me in the long run? Like, people don't realize that.
Yeah, it's everything is so convoluted and confusing now, and people have kind of lost touch with the natural and basic things that the good Lord put here for us to heal ourselves with. And I've experienced that personally. Like, it's since November. When I got out of the hospital last year, I weighed a little over 230, and right now I'm right at 200 and going down. I've just been eating less and just letting my body heal itself, and it seems to be working. I mean, I trust the God, right? I trust the Creator. I don't want to get religious here, but it's what it is. And just people have gotten, like you were saying there, where you always harp on mind, body, and soul. If people just focus on those things and try to get back to the basics, generally speaking, we'd have a lot better off world. I'll quit ranting. I'm 60 years old. I've never felt better in my life. I wish I'd really gotten back to basics a long time ago. I wouldn't have.
Talk to you guys in a minute. I'll be back later.
All right, Mickey, thanks. Good to talk to you, man. Anybody else on here got something to say? Or don't? Totally up to you.
Hey, what's going on, Dave? Good morning.
What's up, Flat Lloyd?
Not much. Just enjoying the life. Another day. Another beautiful one.
Sitting in my backyard with my cats. It's a sunny day. It's a little cool, but just sitting here barefoot, soaking up the energy around me.
Man, great minds think alike. We were doing the same thing. Except I got my 8-month-old daughter strapped to me.
Cool. 8 months old.
It's amazing. But yeah, you're absolutely right about the mind, body, and soul. And it's it can always be unfortunate, especially the people that we know and love don't get access to this knowledge, at an early stage of life. Kind of like you were saying, like, oh man, I wish I would have known about this a little bit earlier too. Yeah. That's why I'm always trying to talk to my dad about stuff like this too, but
yeah,
he can be hard-headed, just like any
personal experience with. Damn, I'm cutting out.
Yeah, cutting out a little bit.
Shit. How about
I heard that. You sound good.
I've got a personal experience that I look back on it with regret, but what could I do? But my wife of 26 years, she passed away in November 2021 after a long illness, COPD, and she was on oxygen, and she never ate right. She didn't get outside and get any exercise.
I'm sorry to hear that, Dave.
There's a lot of regrets there, but it is what it is, and I feel like I haven't discovered any secrets. I've just kind of got back to basics, and I just trust the body that I was given to take care of itself as much as it can. I don't need all these pharmaceuticals and shit that doctors want to give me. You know?
No, I hear you. I've never been one to start. I mean, the only thing I've probably ever taken is like some Advil and some Tylenol, but even those aren't good for you in the long run. But again, no medical advice, to say the least.
Yeah. Even looking back on it, the few months that I did take the whatever they gave me, I guess it was like blood thinners or whatever, because my heart wasn't working right because I was so swollen from inflammation. But now that I've lost weight, my body seems to be more in tune with itself, and I don't need to introduce foreign chemicals that are man-made into my blood. You know, I don't feel the need to do that. So I'm just giving my testimony. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just saying what's wrong with whatever this creation is. It was obviously created by something that's way above our intelligence. So why not get back to the basics of nature and try to be more in tune with that instead of what men have made up, you know? But I know just sitting here feeling that sun, just absorbing the energy, it's just helping my body heal itself. And I'm probably sounding stupid at this point.
No, you can really feel it over time, though. Especially the grounding. Man. It's like your muscles start to feel relaxed.
It's hard to put into words, but, you know, just for example, like if
I've got joints,
if I got a leg cramp or something, if I just put that leg on the ground for just like 10, 15 minutes, it goes away. It's amazing. You know?
It really is.
This isn't medical advice. This is just, you know, I'm sharing my experience with people. Hopefully it'll help somebody.
Of course.
Just think about your body and your immune system, that whatever you believe, somebody gave you an immune system that works. And a lot of times these man-made chemicals are going to interfere with your body trying to heal itself. That's all I'm saying, you know.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things you can do yourself too, and try it out, test it, verify it. Right, that's kind of what we're about here. So again, It's just another one of those things that you can even verify for yourself. And what can I say? The design is incredible.
Yep.
No wonder they told us we were nothing, spinning out of nowhere. Sorry.
Whatever this is way above our comprehension of how it works and how it was made, but it all works, you know. Somehow nature works in its own way.
It really does.
There's too many people trying to interfere with nature or block nature or go against nature, and that's not going to be a good result for anybody actually actively trying to do that, in my opinion. You know? Is anyone new joined? I got a few more minutes I can stay on here. I don't see anybody.
Yeah. Quiet Saturday. Maybe everybody had a nice Friday night. I stayed up pretty late just listening in, and man, ladies' night was great yesterday. You know, just Globey after Globey, just not getting it. And I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, I can't even remember what they were saying exactly. One guy was like, yeah, we got samples of the sun, and then we don't have samples of the sun. And it was just, God, I was laughing so hard.
Sun samples, that's great.
Sun samples. I thought he said sun scoop at one point, too, and I was just like, what? Oh, because that's what it was. He was talking about how with Mimas, right? I think Karma was saying that honorary lady, right, for the night. But Mimas was taking down this guy who was just, he kept saying, oh, we looked at it and all of a sudden we knew nuclear fission. Oh, man.
Not a leap of logic at all. There is.
No, not at all. Just you could have easily been like, "Oh, there's a gigantic firefly way over there."
Wait a second.
I mean, you could say anything, right?
I'm looking at the sun right now, and he's right there. I see nuclear fission. Oh my God!
Would you look at that?
Look at that sun. We're on a spinning ball in space. It's obvious, right? Come on, man.
And you can tell it's going really fast because it looks so slow.
Yeah. Just one revolution per day, so you wouldn't expect to feel that.
Man, I couldn't believe that Matthew Learn's argument this week with the ants again.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, come on, dude. It's like, oh, I'm just relating two different things. It's like, no, you're being twisted. You're obfuscating, right? The argument to make it sound like this, and then you tell us in here that you were trying to explain two different things. Is just, gosh, it's so fallacious.
Yeah, whether he's doing it on purpose or not, I won't presume. I mean, Matthew seems like a nice guy, but it's like any other globe defender. Their whole thing is ambiguity and try to create confusion. They never want to get down to the basic bones of what they actually claim, right?
Exactly, and he's a great example of a Globie around here. He's well educated, right? At least in terms of academia. A mathematician, right? So it's just like the cliche globe anti-flat earther, but he's always been cordial. I've only seen him actually yell maybe 3 times at the most, but yeah, we like Matthew around here because we need those examples too. Because if the whole point is to kind of help people remove this brainwashing that was given to all of us, what better way sometimes? There's a lot of people, especially in YouTube, that they'll listen to, say, like these debates and go, "Wow, I have no idea what was said." But those guys sound really weak, and for some reason, the flat earthers sound like they know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And it happens every time.
I think that happens a lot. I mean, hopefully that somebody, maybe they just started critically thinking about stuff, and then they hear somebody like Matthew try to defend the globe, and they're like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right, And then they actually start looking into it. Let's hope that's happened several times and continues to happen. But I know what you're saying. Somebody that's just going to spout off the official story and try to defend it. Anybody that's critically thinking and hears that is going to at least see a red flag go up, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the basic line is somebody thinking about, well, if it's really a globe, why can't they just show the damn globe? Why can't they just show the curvature? Why can't they demonstrate any of this stuff? This is what we've been asking for 8+ years now. Still no good answers.
Still no good answers.
We've got lots of excuses of why we don't experience any of this stuff, but no answers as to why this globe actually exists in reality. I mean, maybe that's just me, though. I don't know. Am I crazy?
You're not crazy, Dave. Not crazy at all.
It's like that one song says, does that make me crazy?
Oh, yeah.
I'm crazy.
I remember when I lost my mind.
There was something so peaceful about that day.
Something about an echo. He was actually talking about the moment they told him about Flat Earth.
So who Who do you think you are? Bless your soul. I don't remember the words, and I definitely can't sing. So
That'd make a good Flat Earth parody, I think. It'd be kind of hard one to make.
yeah.
It'd be almost the same words, but
Now's the time for someone else to join the conversation here. There's only got a few more minutes, if anyone cares.
absolutely. If you're waking up right now, from that Friday night party and you're a little hungover, and don't worry, me and Dave, we're not yellers, right? We got smooth, jazz-like voices, and we'll help you figure out this globe. In the meantime, I suggest some menudo, right? Not a medical advice, but it's possibly the best Mexican stew, for the hangover.
What's
Just all that broth.
What's the
really
menudo? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's pork, but I don't quote me on it. I just know there's a lot of stuff I'm never supposed to ask what's in it. But it's so good. I don't actually drink anymore, but back in the days of hangovers, oof.
Words of Wisdom live from Flat Lloyd Wright, live 24/7.
So you're saying it was good nourishment for the hair of the dog issues, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had a few of those back in my day myself. But I haven't drank in a long time. As I got to the point my body kind of rejected it, which is a good thing.
Yeah, me too. Like, I never had a problem or anything. It wasn't like, I was losing myself. It was just came to a point where I was like, I just don't want it anymore.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Same with cigarettes.
I gotta be honest, I haven't got off cigarettes yet, but I've slowed way down on them. But I'm
still on a little bit of nicotine, like some of the vape carts. It's like this juice that you actually get yourself, so there's only 2 ingredients. I don't like those disposable, buy it from cigarette companies, but it do what it do.
I have to try something more basic like that, because I tried one of those other vapes, and it literally made me physically sick.
Oof, yeah. Especially those disposables. I hear there's quite a few chemicals in them, but it's just not worth the money either. Yeah.
My body just outright rejected it. So I almost had to go to the hospital. I got so sick, so it was not good. That was a couple years ago.
I mean, glycol propylene isn't exactly good for you either, but it's not going to be anywhere near any of the carcinogens of, like, say, cigarette smoke, for instance, to your lungs. But again, I do think it is all diet, because I've met some really old smokers too that are like, they just eat their eggs and bacon every day. They really do. They work in the yard and keep going.
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
So I started smoking cigarettes when I was 12 years old. I smoked the Cowboy Killers, the red Marlboro, hardback box. That's what was popular. Roll them up in your sleeve or have them in your front shirt pocket or whatever, but had to be the Marlboro red box. I got up to 2 packs a day. When was about 2000 around 1990, around 95, I think, maybe around in there. It's been about 30 years ago. I quit smoking, and I did that with the help of hypnosis.
Oh, wow.
I took 2 hypnosis sessions and 1 week of listening to a tape that I'd put on when I go to sleep. And so I'd fall asleep listening to this tape, and I'd wake up in the morning, flip the tape over, and listen to it. So it started off, I went to the first hypnosis therapy session on a Saturday. I picked up the tape, or I went under, hypnosis. I picked up the tape. I listened to it all week. I went back the next Saturday, and when I left, I didn't have a cigarette. I smoked my last cigarette on the way into that therapy session. And one of the things that I used was to associate the movie Beetlejuice with a lady that would have the cigarette that she'd smoke out of her throat. That was one of the most disgusting things I could ever think of anybody could do. And so I had that subliminal suggestion anytime I had an urge to think about her. And between the hypnotherapy, between the subconscious reprogramming, and the association with an image, that worked for me. And I haven't had a cigarette in about 30 years. I feel much better. I got a bunch of other conditions. I'm overweight. I've got diabetes, type 2. But that's one thing I quit. I did it a long time ago. And if anybody is really serious about wanting to quit smoking, it can be done. For me, I had to wanna. You gotta wanna. If you want to, you can do it. There are ways. If you don't want to, that's okay too. Smoke and enjoy. But anyway, that's it. End of rant.
No, I mean, it's a good story, man. Because I don't know, for me, it got really gross. It was just like a gross habit. I couldn't ride my bike that much any better than I, could. But yeah, that's crazy to hear that it was sort of through a hypnosis thing. For myself, it's always just kind of a cold turkey thing. But
so I never realized, the negative aspects of smoking aside from what it was doing to my health. But it wasn't until I quit smoking that, I'll notice that when I'm driving in my car and there's stopped at a stoplight in the car next to me, the person's got their cigarette and they're holding out the window because they don't want to stink up the car with the cigarette smoke, and it's blowing into my car. And that kind of stuff annoys me now. When I see somebody just go ahead and flip their cigarette butt out on the ground, and then it'll bounce up and it'll hit my car if my window's down. I don't know if you got a low enough car, maybe it would hit you, or they'll flick it up in the air, not even down to the ground. It'll hit my windshield. And I'm thinking, man, you know what? I think I used to do this kind of stuff. And now I see it, and it appalls me. But there's this one guy that I work with, and he's the only cigarette smoker in the office. And I work with him. We got our own little cubicles, it's slightly bigger than an LA County jail cell. And it's, all glass and closed because we, do tech support over the phone. So, but it's in kind of an enclosed cubicle, but there's a whole bunch of them there. There's about 20 or 25, something like that, of us all in that little room. And this one guy, he smelled like cigarettes. He smelled like an ashtray. And if you want to smoke, that's fine. I don't care. Smoke all you want to, but I don't want to have to be subject to, smelling the smoke or the aroma that's on you, because it's a body odor. It's an odor that sticks to your body when you walk around. It can be smelled, and it may not be coming from your armpits, but it's still not a pleasant smell. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody that's still smoking. I'm just saying this as somebody that used to smoke. That's stuff that I never noticed before. And once I quit smoking, I now noticed. And I kind of look and say, Grant, how the hell could you have done that? My father died from emphysema. He had one lung that they had to scrape, and it didn't work, so they removed it. And he just had one lung, and that lung they had to scrape. And he ended up living about maybe 4 months after we first found out about it. And that wasn't enough to get me to stop. My mom also had emphysema and COPD. She actually ended up dying of stomach cancer, not from lung cancer. And that wasn't enough to get me to stop. But finally, it just got to the point, I realized I didn't want to have to do this anymore. And that's when they were still less than $1 a pack. I remember I used to be able to buy a carton for like $10. So now I guess they're like $10 for just one pack. It's been so long since I bought them. I don't know. But man, Dave, I don't know if you're still quiet. I'm not looking on here to see if you're up there, but if you really want to quit, you can do it, bro. And it's only as hard as you want to make it. If you say I can't quit, you won't. You can't. But it's not until you realize to yourself that you are in control of your life. The only thing that I can control right now is my life for this minute. I can't control what happened 10 minutes ago. I can't control what happened 10 years ago. I can try to control where I'm going and which direction. And it's like, there's a fork in the road for me. And I just said, well, I can keep on going the way I'm going, or I can take this detour here, turn off to the right and stop smoking. And everybody that's out there that's smokers that are going to hear this are probably going to say, shut up, quit picking on me. But, the earth is flat and I don't smoke. I used to think the earth was round. I used to smoke, but I've changed my viewpoints on life, where we live, how we live, or at least how I live. Anyway, end of the Grant rant.
Definitely not a bad rant, though. Your health is important, and even the reason it comes up in this form is because in noticing the flat Earth and the globe lies, right? We've started asking questions just about every other aspect, not only maybe in our own lives, but just what the industries and these markets are really feeding us and showing us. And health is obviously a huge one. Food is obviously a big one and a component of that. And there's some actual objective evidence, I would say, that these food companies and big companies in general are clearly don't have our best interest, right? There's clearly a profit model going on, right? And it makes sense, honestly, for a business perspective. If you want to make more money, okay, well, there's the worst morally ethical way to do that, but there you go. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how it is in many aspects, I think, in America at least. Especially in architecture, we just want these cheap 15-year buildings and destroy it so we can make another one and charge them twice as much next time they build one, rather than having a nice piece of architecture that's made really well and crafted with love and care. That way it actually brings customers to whatever establishment you want. It's almost as if they've tried to degrade us in a way where we don't even want truth. We want all these comfortable lies. And again, still flat Earth being, I think, one of the biggest truths out there. But the globe, I mean, it's amazing that we still have them so staunch.
It's interesting that you bring up architecture. I live in the Los Angeles area, and I end up driving through downtown LA. And there's some buildings there that are like, 100 years old or so. And just looking at the craftsmanship, you take a look at the buildings that are being built today, and they're big, tall buildings. I mean, they go up, I don't know how tall they are, 40,
and they're
50 stories.
Technical, yeah, they're elaborate.
But they just go like straight up and down, and you can see reflections off. You can see the flat Earth reflecting off the windows. But the pride in workmanship, or the pride in the design, or maybe it's just functionality. Yeah, it's cheaper to go ahead and put this up. But some of the old buildings that I see there, and I look at the architecture and the detail on there, it's like, wow, and they did this 100 years ago. And it's I'm looking at things with a new pair of eyes nowadays. I'm noticing things that I hadn't noticed before, and I'm thinking about, just silly little things. I do a lot of driving. I have to drive through the middle of downtown LA near LAX airport to get to work every day. And then, just as far from, anyway, I make a big trip through heavy traffic, and I see so much stuff. And now I look at it, one of the things I look at, I see little homeless encampments. We've got them all over Los Angeles. And it's like, it doesn't have to be this way. Not all of them are drug addicts. Not all of them are crazy. The people that are crazy, and maybe they need some kind of help, not just to be outcast, but it's the whole civilization, the way it's run right now.
Right.
We're all told, it's our fault. but it's not our fault because we're going in the direction for the path that we're put on. They say, okay, here, this is the way it is. You go to school when you're a kid, you learn how to do like, your 9 to 5 type thing or 9 to 3 when you're a kid. You know, you learn to pay attention, you learn to memorize, you need to, learn how to read and write and do math so you'll be able to go out and get a job and make some money and pay taxes. And I never really understood politics and stuff, but understanding about the banks and all the different things, and why would they lie? They will lie because of control. I mean, the flat Earth. Okay, so I understand, that when I was young, I had them as heroes, but then when I realized that NASA might have been faking some of this stuff, and I saw all the glitches in there, and saw the shadows from 2 different angles on the moon with only one light
Hmm.
source. And so I'm thinking, well, you know what? They did that probably just to go ahead and be able to say, hey, look, we're ahead of the Russians, and do it for some kind of a power trip to get them to bluff like you would in a game of poker, to bluff and say, okay, look, here's where we're at. What are you going to do?
Isn't it funny
So,
they even had their plan B, right? Oh yeah, we'll say we're in a space race with Russia.
so and what's funny is, we were both sending, well, and I don't know this for a fact because this was before my time. I wasn't born yet. I didn't see any of it. And all it is information that I've got off the internet. And you obviously can't believe anything that you or see. Well, I guess you can believe stuff. You can believe stuff you see on the internet, but you don't know until you actually test it yourself.
Correct.
So a lot of people believe in different things, but you don't really know until you test it. So
And it's
I got all
okay to
sidetracked.
not know something and to just know something.
Well, oh yeah. So the point I was getting to is, once I realized that these were lies that NASA was saying, and then I looked around at a lot of different other things that was going on, like 9/11, and thought, well, that doesn't look right. How could this look like a controlled demolition that I saw, maybe 30 years ago? I remember seeing when they were rebuilding Las Vegas, and they had a big tower there, and they were talking all about the controlled demolition and how they did it, and they timed the explosion so the whole building would implode in upon itself instead of falling out and scattering everywhere around everybody. And when I saw the 9/11 footage, I knew from the very first time. I said, whoa, that's a controlled demolition. Buildings don't just fall down like that. Um, and then I thought, okay, well, who would have planned this? Okay, well, okay, they're saying, that people from the other side of the world did this. They didn't have a pilot's license. They just did the basic learning on how to do fly a plane, and got the pilot's license, and they took off on this plane and took it over so they could learn. I don't know if they got a pilot's license, but they learned what they said. They learned how to take off, but they never learned how to land. And, that whole thing, um, everything, the story just gets more and more outrageous. But when it gets down to, the point of knowing what this world is, I don't think anybody here knows what it is. I just know what it isn't. And I know that we're not spinning around in a circle. And I know that the North Star is always where it's been for as long as history books tell me. And I don't know how far history books can go, but I can say as long as I've been alive, it's always been in the same spot. And I haven't gone to the point of actually making some kind of a tube or something that I can look through that's permanently pointed right at the North Star. However, I do have a friend named Renee, and he is going to be having an event this weekend. We're having a meet there, and some other of the FEers are going to be there. And he's got one in his backyard, and his backyard happens to be the Pacific Ocean. So right on the beach, he's got this little thing, and it points to the North Star, and it's always there. I haven't done any of the time-lapse photography of the North Star, but there's all kinds of pictures out there. And it's, once I went ahead and I took my P1000 and I took it over to Renee's house in his backyard at the beach. and I zoomed in 10 miles, and I could see just a little tiny passenger boat that had like 4 to 6 people bouncing in and out. That I couldn't even. And they were right next to one of those oil derricks things, oil platforms, 10 miles out to sea. I couldn't even see the oil derrick from where I was with my vision. But just taking my camera and trying to zoom out on the horizon and looking around, I found an oil derrick, and I kept zooming in and zooming in and zooming in. And then I saw this little boat that was, cruising around right by it. And it's like, okay, that's 10 miles away. And I don't know for a fact the math formula, 8 inches per mile square, or 8 inches per mile squared, but that seems to be the going say of what the Earth's curvature is supposed to be. And using that formula, I shouldn't have been able to see that boat or the bottom of the oil derricks. I've got that video up. As a matter of fact, I'll post it in case anybody's happens to be out there right now. I think I just happen to have a link right here. Okay, I took this. This is Renee's backyard, where we're going to be next weekend. Flat Earth Dude, Professor Dude, whatever, is going to be there. I'm believing that Sonny is going to be there. Mark Sargent is coming down. I'm personally bringing in my son-in-law, who's I planted a seed, and it seems to have sprouted. And we're going to have a good time down there. So anybody that happens to be in the California area that's seeing this right now or listening in, there's the RSVP information there, so you can get the address and directions how to get there, and you're all welcome to join. We're going to have a good time. It's going to be a potluck. Sonny is going to be bringing his guitar and playing for us, I believe. Last time we had a couple people playing music there. It wasn't a band or anything like that, but just some talented musicians that enjoy making music and hanging out with fellow people that are open-minded and open-eyed. So that's what's happening next week. This is where this video right here was the turning point in my life, where I went from I believe to I know. And that was like about 6 months ago. I've been, researching stuff for several years, but it was just information that looked very interesting. And looking at it and seeing it says, okay, well, this makes sense, but I can't prove that for myself. This is where I proved it. Now, I've also taken pictures of stars and stuff, but what's up in the sky doesn't have anything to do with where we live right now. It just opened up to my eyes to a lot more things that what else could they be hiding from us? So the first thing I found out is that the math doesn't make sense. So, I don't know what's on the other side of that ocean because I've never been there. I don't know that. All I know is that I can see a lot farther than I'm supposed to with the math that they tell me is the dimensions of where we live. Anyway, end of Grant rant.
It's not a bad thing to know, right? But yeah, you're right. The math doesn't check out, right? The proposed globe dimensions, the assumptions that come from supposedly sticks and shadows, and no other way of measurement. Because there are sort of these modern explanations too, right? They're like, well, if we know the sun is this, and then they start calculating, it's like, okay, well, how did you get the sun as this then? So it's, and they don't know that answer because it wasn't in the book when they were being taught it in the first place in their physics class or their cheesy introduction to astronomy class. I actually took one. It was one of the first classes I took in college. It was this intro into, I think, astrology, actually. It talked about red shifts and blue shifts, and it was at this pivotal moment where, like you were saying, like there was definitely, we just started asking questions, right, and questioning, of course, our reality. Some people don't actually do that; they just stay in subjective land, and they think that whatever they believe, it shapes their reality or something. I don't know, not a big fan. But it's amazing to me, the lore of this heliocentric model, right? Even like the lore, the history of it, right? Because some of these astronomers too will be like, when I was a young little astronomer, I used to pick up little radiation plates from New Mexico and yada, yada, yada. And, it's just like, the way that they logically prove things to themselves is just literally cringeworthy now when I look back at it. But needless to say, all that information goes away. It becomes a lot of I don't knows, right? Especially when it comes to looking at the sky. And that's okay too. I mean, there's definitely things that I do know about the sky too. That it makes clear, perfect rotations around Polaris. That Polaris is in this general north direction of where I've been, and it's always been in the same location. The stars have patterns and shapes that seem to correlate due to the seasons and shift and change, but never parallax between the pattern that they've been placed, right? Anybody who's been out in the middle of anywhere like West Texas or just no cities has definitely seen this great sort of what appears like a sphere, but I would imagine is due to also just to a large distance in the perspective. It's like when people say like, well, that's the horizon over there, and I often tell them, well, no, neither are the train tracks touching the sky, right? There's no train tracks in the sky, right? But it does look like that when we're at the train tracks, but if we got an elevator, it would still look the same. However, we'd be looking at more distance. And that's definitely a point I don't think get a lot of people, because they've been stuck in boxes their whole life. They've been stuck in a car their whole life. They've never just stopped and smelled the flowers or the roses. I mean, definitely when it's a good day, it's nice outside. But then again, people immediately get into their phones and their screens and their everything like that. So it's just, how often do they really even tangibly put themselves in objective reality, let alone actually focus on it? I myself, I think I'm a bit OCD about things. Being in architecture, I like to align things and make things right. I like that you were bringing that up too, Wave Mixer, because it is incredible the amount of care, at least, that we used to put into these buildings, not just an ornament, because don't get me wrong, I think a lot of it is ornament, and especially just, actually relatively simple construction. We kind of use the exact same construction from basically the 1800s. I think Miggy was saying it actually yesterday. Essentially, all the technology has kind of been the same. Like, look at your toothbrush. That thing hasn't been invented in the longest time, and the best I can come up with is like, oh, I'm going to make it vibrate now. The key to your door and doors in general, right? One of the oldest tools in the book is a wedge, a hinge, if you will, ball and socket. It's kind of funny just how much really actually hasn't changed. Yet people think that, oh, we're at the brink of knowledge, right? We're on a spinning globe. We're finding quasars. We're finding black holes. People really, really think that. And why they think that is because they scrolled through their Facebook and they read it and was like, oh, this must be so. I read it in an article. When they didn't even read the article. They read the title, mind you. But they are so oblivious that they go, I read that article. It's laughable, right? So how could they even begin to sort of, like, especially when they stumble in here, right? Some of them, I think, just have general curiosity, and I think that's always welcomed. But sometimes the ones that just seem like they stumble in here, like yesterday, one of the globies just going like, well, this is that, and, well, did you know the Earth is too bright? And, I mean, we were all cracking up, but I kind of felt for the guy a second later, like, oh my gosh, he really believes that. And I think Mimas was getting onto it too. He was even asking him, if he had any spectrum conditions, and I get that too, just because I have that in my family as well, and we're aware of it, and hyper conscious of it. But it was just like, man, this is what we're up against. As flat earthers, we're up against, the gooeyest, stickiest mind virus you've ever seen, right? And it's just a booger. And it's like literally people are stuck in this booger. I mean, I hate to get grotesque, but it's all over them and they don't even see it, right? It's just a mess. Some are getting out, right? So they got a duck like gum on a shoe, right? They like hear the sound, but they're like, I can't quite put it together. What's making that sound? Well, it's the gum sticking to the ground on your shoe, right? My wife is, bless her heart, she's always like this at night. She'll be like, what was that sound? What was that sound? What was that sound? And I've gotten really good at actually guessing exactly what it is. But, maybe that's just why we're there. We're there for our women at night. Protection and all, from all the sounds. But anyway, Wave Mixer, that was my Chris rant for the morning.
All right. So one of the things you were mentioning a little bit ago is how people just go ahead and read something on Facebook and all of a sudden it's instant knowledge. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Medicine nowadays, okay, doctors, my doctor, he's probably, at least 65, 70 years old. I've been coming to him for, over 20 years, maybe close to 30 years. And every time I go there, I see him for like maybe, 5 to 10 minutes, and there's always patients waiting in the room. And he'll go from room to room to room to room to room to room. He'll have somebody take your temperature, somebody do your paperwork information, somebody else make an appointment for the next time, someone else draw the blood, have an assistant or something with him pull your records, and then he'll take the assistant will pull down the notes. And I'm sure he doesn't have much time to do any studying because he's there, making money. And what they do, there's medical bulletins that are put out. And it's, for doctors to keep up with the latest, greatest stuff because they don't all have time to research and find new medicines and do studies themselves. So they rely on these medical journals and they go ahead and provide, the latest up-to-date information for them to follow. And the people that are behind these medical journals are Big Pharma themselves. And so it's kind of like, okay, well, here we're going to be the professors teaching you. And here's our products that we're selling. And the whole thing is, Big Pharma is one of the things that
it's a business model.
It is. And I used to work for a medical device manufacturer, the largest one. Anyway, the product that we made, we were told that as employees there, I was told that we're not in the business to cure this disease. We're in the business to maintain this disease. And this was, this was after, or this was right around 9/11, I think, because I was working there at the time of 9/11. But it's just kind of all these little pieces and all the little things all comes back to the big deception, Excuse me. And why would they lie? I got to get a drink.
Doctors once upon a time had the luxury of being able to smoke their pipe or smoke their cigar or cigarette and contemplate the issue at hand. And not to go all pro tobacco in the face of, people who have ditched the habit, and I applaud people. But I think that goes for society in general. I mean, cigarettes, whether you're smoking something or not, it gives you this the moment to contemplate, to take a break from society, to huddle with other fellow smoke breathers. And also this architecture of the past was done by guys with cigarettes hanging out of their mouths over the drafting table. The craftsmanship was done by guys. The craftsmanship was done by guys who had cigarette breaks waiting them whenever they wanted. So, I mean, I do think it's kind of a weird coincidence that society has gone sideways become addicted to computer screen for their social their friends. And I don't know. I would have to say this, like, you know, I'm not going to speculate because it would be a grand conspiracy, but possibly there's something. Well, anyways, I don't think it's a coincidence that society has just gone astray and aimless after they've taken the most basic way to take a break from society.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, man. I mean, especially on the tobacco conversation, like, if you look at all those additives that are in just natural tobacco, it's kind of like, yeah, there's the problem, right? Because, I mean, I've smoked European cigarettes and I've smoked American cigarettes, and I've been like, holy crap, there's a big difference here. I feel it. You know, just like anybody who's, you know, I think it's something that is natural, comes from the earth and the creator. So it can't be wrong, right? And it's the same argument that happens with cannabis. However, you know, the same thing is happening, the industrialization of it, these additives, these enhancers, these things that are sprayed all over them, you know, do change them. So it's like, and I get sort of like the homegrown notion, you know, or the quote unquote organicness, but it really, to me, it's sort of industrialization or analog, right? You know, I even call it the Amish way sometimes, right? Did you do that without power tools? Right, that's organic. You know? But you know, I mean, you're absolutely right. People used to take a second to like think about it, whereas some people just now they like joltly look at their phone and they don't even know why. They weren't even going to check anything. They're just like, oh. And it's sad because instead of actually having that moment of like, some of them they actually pull out their phone and they actually take a bunch of notes or writing a novel, and I get that too. But and that's good. Honestly, I'm always encouraging my students to take a diary because I kind of have a sketch diary. I do a doodle at least one a day, right? But sometimes I'll remember a dream. I'll look back at my journal, 3 years ago, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember that dream, and it kind of like happened in life. How weird was that? And I'm reading it now, so I don't know. It's good to keep track. Not that it creates a better memory, because I wouldn't say it creates a better memory, but
you've witnessed the phenomena of the Google Earther, and I've had to Google things before. I've used Google for reasons that are legit, but when they go to Google and then just start reciting it as if it's their knowledge, well, in the old days you'd have to go find the book, open the book. While that's happening, you're thinking, you're contemplating. I think they've successfully eliminated the ability just to contemplate things and to think for yourself. I guess that's the crux of this whole server, is thinking for yourself or repeating the thing. So, but yeah, I was just kind of joking, going pro tobacco, but I really do think there is something to that, where they've just created a non-stop flow. Never ends.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's why cars break down now. More than often, you can't get a refrigerator that lasts more than 5 years. It's been mechanized, right? It's been designed to keep going, like you're saying.
Yeah, I was actually watching this car guy this morning. His name's Scotty. I'm sure people have seen him, but he goes, it depends on how long you're getting. If you're one of these people who keep your car forever, I'm talking 10 or 12 years. Well, forever used to mean forever. So yeah, it's interesting. They've it's morphed into people are accepting that you buy a new car, and in 7 years I'll probably need a new one. This one will be ruined. That's crazy. But yeah, and it's the same thing with the architecture. It just pops up overnight. Not all, but these things that just pop up on corners that are cubes. It's like, what gives? To what end?
Oh, and then the funniest part, they go, "This is sustainable."
Yeah. it met a bunch of standards, so therefore sustainable. Yes, funny.
Just like all those Tesla batteries, right? You know, in a landfill somewhere. I even tell my students sometime, like, because I don't openly bash climate change, but I do point out things, because that's another big topic, I think, in academia, where you can't say anything bad about it. Otherwise, you are unfortunately burned at the stake, you know. But I do often bring up note that, do you find it interesting that it went from global warming to climate change, right? No longer warming up, you know, it's no longer the CO2 gas atmosphere. Oh, there's a hole in the ozone. I mean, you name it. They've come up with stories since the 70s, you know, like arguably maybe even what the 60s movement was really about was sort of having a generation to sort of pull or levy that up. I don't know. That's just honestly my speculation, but it's definitely one of those things, right, where you can bring up the facts, right? You can say, like, okay, what about that water level on each side of your manifest destiny, from your sea to shining sea, right? What about that sea level, right? Wouldn't we notice that the water's rising at the Statue of Liberty? You know, yeah. Wouldn't we notice that it's at... Because people have argued with me, too, like, well, Venice is flooding. And I was like, Venice built their city on water for a reason. So it's just like... Because it actually does flood, you know. But
and I've heard the question asked in here, you know, well, what's the temperature supposed to be? What's the climate supposed to be? You know, what's the sea level supposed to be?
How'd you get that, you know?
I don't know. I mean, it seems to work out pretty well. Yeah, all the doom and gloom. Yeah, we were supposed to be Dunsky by now, and now when you bring up the ozone layer to people, they either tell you you're making it up or it repairs itself. You know, so it's like, okay, thank you.
And it's somehow hard enough to hold gas pressure now too.
Don't get us started. But yeah, there you go. Crazy. Yeah, and the filters they attach to cigarettes, that's, you know, yellow fingers or that. I used to read Frank Lloyd. I used to there was that one. It was a book, and it basically had every interview that Frank Lloyd Wright had given on TV and in print. Huge book. And I didn't read the whole thing, but I read through it.
Oh, nice.
One of the things that he seemed to say was the orientation of the house, and you would know better than I, and maybe this isn't his concept, but it seemed to be something he was pretty into, where it shouldn't be parallel to the road or whatever, or to the lot. And I do notice that when I have seen these Frank Lloyds, that they're always, you know, positioned in a way that's not parallel to the road or to the lot. And I saw a building, which is obviously Frank Lloyd Wright inspired, being built around here recently. I don't think it is an actual design, and wouldn't you know, that thing is as square to the lot. And I just kind of shook my head. I was like, what is going on? But yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, he clearly didn't know or understand Frank Lloyd's principle, because what he would do is he'd line up a T-square or a drafting parallel bar, basically east and west, right? And then he would take a 30-60 degree triangle and he'd put it on the south of that bar, and he would basically use that as a sort of template to actually structure the room, right, so that they would get an equal amount of sort of northern light. So, like, of course, in our northern hemisphere or the northern territory of the Earth, we have some pretty radical sun changes. Like in the winter, it comes at a pretty north heading, or sorry, in the summer it comes at a pretty north heading, whereas in the winter it doesn't go too far south like it does, I think, in the southern territories. But anyway, it's basically so that the light is equally distributed between each of the rooms, is what Frank Lloyd Wright would say too. Unfortunately, I do know a lot about him, even though he wasn't necessarily I would say he was a great architect, right? Definitely a great designer. Not a family man, constantly getting with his clients' wives and like, just tearing it up, I guess. But, I stick to the architecture. I stick to the flat earth and the facts, right?
Yeah, Mickey Mantle was a tornado on the road too, so I mean, just happens.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a great way to tell good architecture right from the get-go is orientation to the sun. And
I'm glad, I must have read that in there if he was talking about it. I'm glad you said about the sun and the light. That's kind of simplifies it. That's interesting.
But yeah, it's amazing how many people completely throw that out the window. They're just build to the lot, build most efficiently, cheap as possible, and will make the most money. That's all they care about. But can you imagine if you lived in a building where the sun was designed to always be in a spot when you woke up, right?
Well,
you woke up on the east side of the house.
I've seen the rotating platform buildings, yeah.
Well, not rotating, but just good position.
Okay.
Understanding where the tree line. We have some of these architects too they'll like camp on a site for, some say, even a year. Of course, Frank Lloyd Wright was a huge component of. He had this school in Tallahassee, where basically the first 6 weeks of class you had to build your own shelter out in the middle of nowhere. And figure it out, right? Or just like be cold at night, So people would get sticks and twigs and things, and they would figure out their environment. Because the more that you understood that environment, you understood where the sun was coming up. You start noticing so many more things, and that's honestly why I even came to Flat Earth, because I had a studio in architecture that was like, it was all about violet light. And so we were measuring the sun at the farthest most of our perspective. And all those pictures that I was getting, I was like wondering, how come the sun keeps going back up when I zoom into it? And how come the moon does the exact same thing? Oh yeah, by the way, why is the moon like ginormous at the horizon? So, I mean, those were some of my first early questions for sure. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Good architecture anyway is definitely... I think it comes from the earth, and it's kind of for the creator, if you will, which is why I think they say, like, well, classical architecture, we were actually paying homage to religion and gods and styles, when that's really not true, but they did still have incredible care and craftsmanship. Now, did they have crazy technology?
Now, do you think it's a concerted effort for the new, like these cube buildings? Is it just what's easiest, what's cheapest, what's easiest to meet the standards, or are they? I know I'm a day early on speculating, but is it a concerted effort to go against everything that they've built up and realized? Or I mean, maybe I'm going down the rabbit hole, but I don't know. It just seems so coincidental that everything, not to generalize it, everything new is so wrong. Is it on purpose?
Yeah. I wonder that too. Like, were they trying to get rid of the old really slowly and bring in something that was new and looked nothing like the old and worked nothing like the old? So we had to make up a story and go, well, it's for you. In fact, Le Corbusier in the 1920s even said a new architecture, right? Well, he said it in French, but I forget what it is in French. But basically saying that everything should actually work like a machine. The people should actually work like machines, and we can design humans this way. literally, but figuratively through the spaces that they inhabit. So I definitely think you're onto something, at least in architecture. Sorry, I got to take care of my little one. She's good. But yeah, I mean, look at World War One and World War Two, and when you look at some of the random establishments that they got rid of, are these really old architecture buildings that had nothing to do with, people weren't even using them. Some of them were out in the middle of nowhere. They were blowing up star forts in World War II as well. And arguably, is it like really all of this been actually just a play of just getting rid of the old so that it was much easier to make up the new story? But again, kind of being speculative. Sorry, one sec.
And, I always think of the old adage that they'd say, "Don't take down an old fence until you realized why they put it up in the first place." And it seems like that whole, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. All those things have been kind of tossed, and I think that's got to be because the sayings like that just naturally trickle down, and they do still trickle down to people, but they used to trickle down in mass. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and all these things. So I don't know. It seems like some sort of I don't know, but yeah. And then I'm talking to the guy in the lobby. He's talking about stars. I just asked him, "Is it a possibility? Can you even conceive of the idea that this is all just a narrative that we have and has nothing to do with reality?" And he goes, "Well, I see the stars." So yeah, I think people just. And I'm not perfect, obviously, but I do contemplate a lot, and maybe society needs that. They don't have to stand around and inhale smoke, but they need something needs to happen where there needs to be timeouts every once in a while and reassessments. What say you, Platchet Torbo? You've got your headphones canceled. I don't know if you're still listening, Flatroid, but it's funny you brought up that Astronomy 101 class as one of your first courses in college, and I'm guessing it was a requirement or it filled some sort of requirement. You know how those go. Because I took the exact same class, 101 astronomy, and I was just saying it's funny. I'm glad you brought that up because I had the same experience with the Astronomy 101 course that I took because it fulfilled a requirement. And I actually remember the moment where I stopped. They were talking about Mercury retrograde because it's just a crash course. You know, everything, like you said, the black holes, the clocks going backwards, green, red, retrograde.
Well, what's funny is I got a D in that course. You know, I was just like, sorry, I probably cut out for a second. But yeah, it's one of the first things they try and indoctrinate with you again, right?
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted this time. But yeah, and I asked the guy, I said, well, and this is 20 years before flat Earth stuff. I mean, I was still giving them the chance that maybe they did walk on the moon at this point. And I remember asking him, not as like a gotcha, because I was just confused about what he was saying. I said, well, how do we know? Because Mercury retrograde and all these retrogrades are based on the whole thing. You know, we're spinning and it appears to go backwards because we're moving and it's moving. But I just asked him, I said, well, how do we know? Well, not even how do we know? I said, so what's going on? Is Mercury going in that loop? Or it's not actually going in that loop, is it? You know, I didn't have the way to even ask it. I was just confused. And he just kind of looked at me, not like I was stupid, but I don't know. It was almost as if because this was a guy who taught some really high level courses. He was teaching 101, but he was also in the catalog teaching the 600 courses. But yeah, he gave me a look that was sort of like, I don't know. It was just, I remembered that before. It was just a weird experience where it was like, well, that wasn't a very satisfying answer, you know?
Yeah, and you always remember those moments too, because I definitely had one too with, what was it? I was asking, and it was before I was a flat earther too, I was legitimately asking, how do we see Mercury if it's supposedly the first planet orbiting the sun? You know, and we're the third. You know, how do you see that during the day? You know what I mean? Like, or, you know, even at night, because if it's at night and the ball is not facing the sun, how do you see Mercury? Like,
yeah, I've actually heard this get hashed out in here before, and I forget who was talking about, but it is an interesting thing. And then the globe.
Oh, and they start going, well, it could be refraction and all this.
Yeah, well, you do see it at sunset and sunrise, you know. But yeah, it is. It's just the mental gymnastics of the things where it would
always mental gymnastics.
Yeah, the answer is the exact opposite of the explanation is the exact opposite of what you're witnessing. You know, it's very interesting. It's so far away that it's actually behind you. Oh, okay, thank you.
Circular reasoning most of the time too. The biggest question too, even growing up, was the first time I heard, like, yeah, you're looking into the past. That those stars are in the past, and I was just like,
yeah,
that really doesn't make sense, though. Like, and it still doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the whole
I get it. They had to like make this distance thing feel like real, and don't get me wrong. I guess it does make a weird, like, queasy stomach feeling. Like, oh yeah, it's a really large distance, and light's traveling really fast. But that's not what you see. You know, you just see a light. You know.
Yeah, I remember when those apps started coming out, the Stellar Eye or whatever they were called, the Stellarium and the other Eye one. But they would show, I remember specifically standing outside of a bar around closing time, smoking and had the app out, and I pointed the app at the ground. Well, I'm looking at the stars, and because the app had just come out, and I'm pointing the app at the ground, and there was the ISS. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was on, according to what this thing was telling me, it was underneath me on the other side of the globe. And I said to some guy, I said, hey, look, the ISS is below us right now. This is 20 years ago. And he goes, I don't even want to talk about that. And I'm like, oh, not in a mean way, but he's like, I don't even need to be thinking right now. Thank you, though.
Right. He was actually a flat earther. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, probably is. No, it would I know this guy that would overwhelm him too much. But
Yeah.
but yeah, he was even back then. Yeah, like the looking into the past. They're just things that were thinking. Yeah, I second that. God bless the little ones.
Yeah, she wants to talk.
Well, she's doing it. Good for her. It's a little strange that these things are so fishy to us before this whole thing even started, how those things are just taken as gospel. And that's where it's just, that's what's going on. I mean, in the lobby and these people that come in, like the guy who was explaining to us the other day, well, it's bizarre that they don't even have the awareness that we wouldn't have heard this story before, you know?
That is true. A lot of people act like we're just completely oblivious and have never heard any of these arguments before, even though it's probably the umpteenth time that half the people here have heard things like that.
Yeah, like we lived under a rock or something.
Yeah. So all these flat earthers, they must have just fallen off the turnip truck. Let's update them on all of modern science. Meanwhile, they don't even know their own model. They don't have, because they don't have measurements. Measurements that produce knowledge.
You better watch out. This is the kind of talk that brings one of these globe reifiers in here. Yesterday that we were having a discussion about logical circular reasoning, and that got one stormed in here and then spiraled off. It was, I don't know if you heard that. That was good.
Guys, if the earth is flat, how come I don't fall off the edge?
Yeah, why don't you fall off the edge of the universe?
Right?
Yeah,
when they say that, I'm thinking to myself, buddy, if you're in Australia, you can't even make that comment right now if you believe the earth is a globe. Walking upside down.
And shout out to the antipodals.
Funny thing is that word curve, the etymology of it means to bend or bent. So they're bent earthers. Freaking come in the door bent. Then you tell them the truth and they get bent. Bunch of benders.
Did anyone watch, is it Benjamin Owen or Owen Benjamin, whatever his name is, literally become a flat earther on live stream?
Don't know if I saw that one.
Yeah, I've kind of seen the recaps. I'm not like an Owen Benjamin disciple, but yeah, I've seen the the clips that he has the oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's usually what I end up seeing is kind of random clips. I don't actually watch any of these people's channels usually. Whatever y'all share here. I'm not one to sit around on YouTube on the endless scroll.
Well, we just share memes and gifs here, so you're out of luck.
Yeah.
I mean, YouTube's not
Sometimes
really good for them to scroll anyways anymore. They censor everything.
That's true.
Yeah, I told one of these curved, flat means curved, bent means, straight people the other day. I said, have you ever thought to investing in a physical dictionary? Well, why would I do that? And I said, well, then you would know as the definitions change, you would see, this changed. I wonder why, or they added this. I mean, I understand dictionaries have, they update and print, but it's, the idea of a physical dictionary to a large swath of society now is just nonsensical and just completely unnecessary, they think. So,
yeah,
got to keep it fluid. Yeah, I'm not to toot my own horn, but I mentioned a while back ago that everything's fluid now, except for water, which is adhering to a curve.
Kind of funny.
I think it's possible. There's just I don't want to call it a whole generation, but there's a whole. It's because I think it crosses generations. There's a block of people I think that are just going to. This is just too big of a. It's too much of a subject for them. But anyways, I guess that's why it needs just like a case by case. I guess that's what I even need to remember, because sometimes I just assume that everyone who comes in here needs to be treated like the lobby reifiers, and a lot of them do. But there's a lot of people who are just on this outer space thing, and they're not coming off of it.
It's in all the Hollywood movies, so it's like, oh, Hollywood, it must be real. I mean, the concept of space is interesting.
Funny because
it's just messed up. Like,
yeah.
Did you realize the Apollo? Hey, Cookie, did you realize the whole Apollo thing was a false prior to flat Earth, since flat Earth realization?
oh, prior, definitely prior.
Okay, yeah, that's another thing they don't realize is that before all this stuff, that's what people looked at, when it came to space and things. So it would be difficult, I think, for someone to hold on to the Apollo narrative and even begin to have the flat Earth conversation. So I was just wondering, because some people it is after, but it seems to me that it would almost have to be before, if you're going to, you know what I'm saying? If you can be able to have the conversation.
It's like, why would they fake that? I'm sure they use the narrative, the space race, and they wanted to be first to the moon and all that, bullshit. But if they're faking it, it's because they have to fake it because they can't get there. It's not a physical object that you could go and, whatever it is, who knows what it is, but it's not something that we've ever been to. Then once you start to realize these guys have been faking this, and it's not just NASA, it's now it's the Russians did it, China's doing it now, Elon Musk is doing it. It's like, why? So once you come to the realization that, like, you know, of that concept of it, I guess that's what kind of like drew me into opening up my mind that the Earth could possibly not be the shape that I've been told it is. And then that's when I started just going down the rabbit hole, I guess. And things started to make sense to me, you know, little by little. At first it didn't, because it was like I've been brainwashed to believe something my whole entire life. It's like when you give someone a spoon and tell them it's a fork, ever since they're a child, since the very beginning, since before they even, you know, after they just learn how to walk. And then you tell that person that that fork is a spoon, they'll argue to the death that no, it's, you know, it's not. And so for a lot of people, I find it's hard for them to break out of that barrier, especially in like my friend groups and stuff with people who have known me for a long time. It's like they laugh at me and they don't like to have an intellectual conversation. They just reject it completely without even hearing any of the information. It's because they've been spoon-fed their whole life the same concept since a very young age. It's all they know. It's all they're willing to accept.
Yeah, I knew someone who had convinced their child that crackers were cookies.
Right?
I forget what the end of the story, but they had I think it was at school or something. They realized the crackers were not cookies. You know, so,
that's fucked up.
Yeah, people need to have that cookie cracker moment, but when they give the evidence for Globe as the story, then it's the thing that made you and me like realize that there might be something funny going on. That's still their evidence, you know. So IDK.
Yeah. I mean, if you see a lot of the videos about flat Earth that come from the Globe side of it, where they're trying to debunk, most of the videos are like, it'll be like the titled, "Oh, top 10 stupidest things flat earthers believe," or something like that. You know, they give no experiments or anything to disprove what we believe. It's just like trolling, you know, like it just proves to us that, hey man, you don't even have an open mind to want to think for yourself. You just want to, you know, think for, or let the government think for you, or whoever's, you know, controlling the narrative.
When they have the people doing the damage control, when they're also duped by the narrative, it makes it even more convincing. You know what I'm saying? Because the people that are, I'm not going to, well, what's the guy's name? Vsauce, whatever. I guarantee you that guy thinks we're on a spinning ball. And he's doing the damage control for the spinning ball. It's not like there's some guy who knows that the spinning ball is a myth doing the damage control. That's who hired it out. But they have quite the system, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. If that one dude who's doing the damage control would just open his eyes and think for himself for once, he'd be like, oh shit.
Well, there goes his paycheck.
Exactly, right?
Well, I mean, even if he's not being paid, there goes his YouTube, monetization. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, fair enough.
There goes all his subscribers.
Yeah, and everyone's going to unsubscribe, cancel them. Big cancel culture.
I mean, if Vsauce decides to pull his head out of his, where, I'll go subscribe to him. So there's one that he'll replace. I only know of him because of things that I barely talk to people in IRL in real life about it, because I just know it's too much for most people. But people who I am able to have conversations with, that's how I know about Vsauce. They'll send me a Vsauce video.
Oh, nice.
Vsauce video, Lake Pontchartrain. Vsauce video, Lake Pontchartrain. That's what's in my That's the replies I get from people. Yeah, and I know a bunch of people who, well, of the people I talk to about the flat Earth, well, I would say 3/4 of them know the moon thing is a farce. Where they don't believe it, at least, they know it's all funny business. So it's, hey, I'm probably being redundant, but yeah, the outer space mythology has got its hooks in people. It'd be nice if one of them would show up today and have a nice little conversation about it.
Oh man, just go in the. Are we allowed to say server names here? It's affiliate server in this server, the Tartarian one. And there's like a lot of Globies in there.
Yeah, I was talking to one in the lobby earlier today, so
yeah. But they just send you stupid memes and stuff. Like, they don't even have intellectual conversation. It's like, anything you say to them that doesn't make sense, they send you some stupid meme of why we're stupid. It's like, okay, bud.
What was the first flat Earth thing you remember seeing, Kicker?
Oh man, that's a good one. The first thing, I've been a flat earther for like 10 years now, so
well, yeah, some of those characters from back then, from 7-8 years ago, aren't around, but
yeah, I would say I wouldn't really say that I've seen anything online about flat Earth. Really, I just started to like question my perception of reality at first, and then like certain things like I would see like, I guess the water not curving thing. I think that was like the major thing for me. Like when you're looking at a horizon and then you don't see no curvature at all, and I'd see pictures, and I guess I would see stuff about NASA, like, they're in space and you can see their strings and all that stuff, and so that's what kind of, I started opening up to the idea that, hey, I'm being lied to. And so once I realized I'm being lied to, I guess I just started to dig deeper and deeper until I became a flat earther. It was the inevitable.
Pulled the thread. Speaking of someone who's trying to find that thread to pull, Faustinus, he just muted himself. He was just there. Here, I'll ping him. Faustinus is a good globe reifier. Hold on.
Got some treats. Where Pico?
Yeah, Faustinus was talking about how he started finding out about flat Earth is because of the Paul is Dead Beatles thing. That's thus the Paul McCartney.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was in voice. We had a pretty interesting talk with Faustinus in one of the voice chats today. He said, he can explain it, I'm sure, but that's how he found out about flat Earth, is through his Paul is Dead studies.
Wow, I never ran across that in my Paul is Dead studies.
I studied that a lot.
I'm a huge fan.
I never studied it, but I know about it. I'm a big fan of Paul McCartney in back in the day, and I'm not a fan of Paul McCartney today. And I always thought there was something really different about the two, but I never really got into the whole.
Maybe
I get the Paul McCartney subject. That's it.
Yeah, Faustinus, I was saying that somehow you stumbled into here.
What? Sorry.
Didn't you say your journey into finding this place began with your Paul is Dead?
No, I said my favorite conspiracy theory was the post-death, but I met this Discord server by knowing Donato, who is a flat earther from
Okay.
Brazil.
Oh,
Did you guys know of Donato?
Yeah, I've heard Donato before.
And he talks,
Donato's in here all the time.
but he get in the voice chat or just...
Maybe every blue moon, but yeah, it's mostly in lobby world.
Okay.
Yeah, it's mostly text.
I get overwhelmed when trying to talk to, globe believers in text, especially when you got like 2 or 3 of them. They just bombard you with stupidness.
Have you ever talked to Faustinus, Flat Lloyd?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, you have. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Flat, I don't remember. But if you're saying so, I will believe it.
That's good. No, and then I'm always listening into when I'm at work. I just kind of always have you guys in the background, whether I'm here or sort of YouTube. Been trying to get in a better habit that when I am here to actually speak, and then when I do just want to listen, just be on YouTube.
So you are a flat earther too?
Well, I am a human being, but yes, I know about the Earth being flat and stationary.
This guy. I'm new here.
And he's Batman. Why? I've always seen him in this chat, but he never talks.
Do you expect Batman to talk?
Yeah. At least say I'm Batman.
But yeah, good to meet you too, Cookie. I noticed you were fairly new too, right?
Yeah, I stumbled upon this server a couple days ago, actually, randomly when I was searching Tartaria videos on YouTube, or TikTok.
Nice.
What is that? Sorry, my English sucks. Tartario?
Tartaria?
Yes.
Oh, buddy, it's another rabbit hole.
Oh, I believe you. So it's like hiding lands?
No, so like basically from what I understand so far, that it's a different civilization, and they're hiding it from us, and the civilization had the technology to use free energy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like that kind of Tesla talking, right?
I'm probably the worst person to explain it because I don't know a lot about it. I'm like really, really new to the concept, but it's very interesting to me, and I mean the evidence is definitely there for something.
You mean free energy, right?
Yeah, like they used to harness. Apparently, they used to harness the energy from the atmosphere, from like the ionosphere, whatever we call it, and they would store it in like batteries and stuff that they created in their structures.
Kind of buildings, yeah.
In their buildings, and their buildings are like the old cathedrals, the old government buildings, the ones with all the spikes and the domes on it that are like really intricately designed with these statues and carvings and stuff in it. It's like
channels of water underneath them.
Yeah, channels of water underneath. Like it's insane, man.
The star forts, the alignment of all these cities on the flat realm.
Yeah.
And then it goes even
it is interesting.
Force or something like that, and you can find all of these different structures from looking from a bird's eye view that are like shaped as stars, and like and I don't know, man, it's crazy.
I saw something like that.
But it is highly speculative.
Comparing old Egypt with the central star at the time was Tuban, I think. I'm not misled something. Yes, it's Tuban.
Yeah, I'm not saying like I'm a Tartaria believer or I'm not one. It's something that's definitely sparked my interest that I want to learn more about.
Here in Brazil, we have a kind of rabbit hole like that. We call Ratanabá. It's a hiding land with technology and some kind of society that I don't know what they do, but they make the documentary Convex Earth. You guys know that one?
Yeah, I know about convex Earth.
Right.
I think most flat earthers, like if you're a seasoned flat earther anyways, they know about the different variations of, convex Earth and hollow Earth and all that stuff,
Oh yeah.
Hollow Earth. Can you explain me just a little bit for me to know this term? Hollow.
So hollow Earth is basically the Earth is hollow and there's another Earth inside of the Earth that you can go to.
Oh, okay. Like the book, you mean?
Yeah, exactly like the book. You ever
Nice.
see the movie Treasure? What is it called?
It's with The Rock?
Yeah, I think
Yes, I saw.
where he
It's the
goes
same
into
thing.
that. Sorry?
I think I know this move is with The Rock, the actor, right? He
Yeah,
got
and they go
inside
into the middle of the Earth and whatnot, and there's a whole other different like land and animals and dinosaurs and all that other stuff.
Yes, I saw that one.
Yeah, so that's basically like Hollow Earth theory.
So you guys like fiction also?
Oh, I don't subscribe to Hollow Earth or Convex Earth at all.
No, I mean fiction like movies and books.
Oh, of course.
And Isaac Asimov.
I like
Yeah.
sci-fi.
I think it's even better.
Yeah, I think the concept of space and like, Star Wars and Star Trek and all that is a cool concept. I don't believe that it's real, but I think it's a cool concept.
Can I tell you something cool? Star Trek created the automatic open doors. At that time, they get the idea of the ship who is have a bunch of technology. So there are two people who push and pull the door when someone get closer. So the science was thinking about that and get this idea to make a sensor, a movement, sensor of movement, and make the door. So the creator of the idea of automatic door is from Star Trek.
Oh, that's cool.
That's nice. So
they had two people opening the doors every time someone would walk through.
yes, like R2D2 who has a guy inside, like practical effects, you know.
One of us. One of
Yeah.
us. One of
One of us.
one of us. One of us.
Not gonna lie, I saw it last night and I was like, what?
You guys need to make some kind of ceremony to everybody to get here. They say their name, like, "Oh, my name is Faustanos." Hello, Faustanos. How long have you been talking about the AA meeting? You know?
Oh god. My name is Aethergris, and I'm a flataholic.
Hi, Ether Chris.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have a medal of 2 years in a flat Earth society.
Oh, the Flat Earth Society is like they're like the Dollar General version of what we do here. Or not even. Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree. Yeah.
So let me ask you guys: you are from
Yeah. It's not even Dollar General.
all United States.
East Coast.
So you still think this is the Flat Earth Society?
What?
Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think it's a little bit of his
flat
English,
disk to
too.
space. I think.
Okay, yeah, that's
too.
possible.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay. You know, Faustanos, Arthur C. Clarke, he came up with satellites.
Don't know this guy, Arthur
He's
C.
a
Clarke,
sci-fi writer.
sci-fi writer. Tell me some
2001
of these. Oh,
2001 Space Odyssey is his
no, that's Kubrick.
name. Well, that's the film.
Oh, you're saying the book? Okay, I get it. And what are you saying about him? Sorry.
Well, you
Not that
just
I know
mentioned
the
the sliding doors being reverse engineered from Star Trek. Well, satellites, the invention of satellites came from sci-fi.
Actually,
nice.
a lot of things came from sci-fi before they actually got into the scientific realm. Like
That's true.
space travel itself came from sci-fi. Satellites, as you said, came from sci-fi.
But
Shouldn't
there's
that
a
tell you
difference
something?
between you get the concept and you make the presumption, like something. Let me explain more clearly. Like 2001 in A Space Odyssey, they make this kind of bone becoming the ship, right? That's what you mean. Who make the satellite? Because they don't have the concept of. I'm wrong.
No, I'm saying that a lot of the concepts when we think about modern day space, they actually come from cartoons and other sci-fi books before they even were proposed in the scientific realm.
No, they first appear in fiction. You mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
For
believe
instance,
this.
satellites.
But I don't remember satellites in 2001 Space Odyssey. They just have ships there, you know?
Yeah, that's what he said. It wasn't the movie. It was from the book by C.C. Clarke, right?
Yeah, and it may have been in another book, but
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure. I haven't read it in a long time, but it may be from that one too. But anyways,
What's crazy is that some of these quote unquote scientists even wrote the books.
Yeah, there's a bunch of. If you guys want to know, the Interstellar director consults a scientist, oh my god,
Like Warner
theoretic
von Braun,
physicist.
and predicting or writing about
Hard
Mars and
language,
Elon.
guys.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Lloyd. Werner von Braun, he wrote a book back in the 50s or 60s or something like that, or was it even earlier? I can't remember.
I think it was
About a kid named Elon taking humanity to Mars. And 60, 70 years later, we have Elon Musk taking humanity to Mars, allegedly.
Yeah, I'm gonna search that one. I didn't know this. I like a bunch of Isaac Asimov. You guys know?
I forgot. I
I,
forgot
Robot.
about that one. You should link it, man.
iRobot. Do you know the
Oh,
book,
dude.
the
Yeah.
movie?
Man, it's been a while since I've seen that.
Will Smith. Yeah, he's old. He created the
Definitely in the
concept
realm
of
of
the three
possibility.
laws of robotic. Did you guys remember that? That's those three laws.
I don't remember him, but one of
Yeah.
them was can't harm humans or something like that.
Can hurt humans. Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I think is the first one is the robots always have to protect the human, have to serve or obey, and cannot harm. Even if a human use
they're-
the two first laws in against another human, like to protect another human, like
Yeah.
that.
And they're like allowed to save themselves as long as they don't interfere with the protection of humans.
Yes.
yeah, that's a robot. Asimov.
Yes, Asimov.
I didn't know if you had mentioned it. I was away from the thing, but that movie didn't do it the novel justice. But
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. I agree with you.
They usually
No,
never.
There's the thing. You have a book with a bunch of information. When you condense this to a movie, you lost a bit to be
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, a lot
Oh,
of
yeah, they
movies
left out-
a lot of movies has ruined good books.
and then in the case of Space Odyssey, it takes it to another level, I guess. But I don't know.
I guess a
Lord of
good
the Rings should
director
have been like
can make a
six
good
movies.
a good director can make magic.
Like Stanley Kubrick. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, all the videos I've seen from him is classics. You know.
That is
I'm a
true.
big fan of Stanley Kubrick, actually. I'm biggest fan.
What about the guy who made Dune, the original one? You know, the 6-hour, 3-hour long one. He when you look, when you hear about interviews with him, like he's so dedicated in the process of movie making. and he's a fucking cook, bro. Like,
Are we talking about David Lynch?
exactly, David Lynch. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, yeah, he didn't even have the final say in that. I think that
You were
kind of
saying,
got
like, it's the
taken away from him.
origin.
Yeah, but he was a crazy
Tenet.
genius.
It's Tenet, the last one that he made. That's
Someone say David
Lynch.
Lynch. Oh, okay.
he's the one of the origin, Leonardo DiCaprio, right? Or I'm mistaken something.
What? Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes, from the origin. The origin.
Origin.
The dream. The origin. If I don't teach you Portuguese, I know you gonna.
I don't know if
think it's
that's.
hard
I don't know if that's Lynch. The origin.
think
I've never
it
even
is.
heard of it. Okay, well, I need to see it then.
Oh, the dream that they got inside the dream of the people who the time passed.
Inception. No, that's not David Lynch.
Sorry.
David
Yeah,
Lynch.
Inception.
In Portuguese, it's the origin, so I translate. That's.
Yeah, that's not Lynch. But yeah.
What the name of this guy? I love that movie. Yeah, he made Tenet. Did you guys watch Tenet?
No.
No. Really?
I don't think I have. Tenant? Like, as in, like, I have a tenant living in my apartment?
Tenet.
Tenet.
Yes.
Hey, crypto is bad.
Yo.
Smacking truth.
What up, crypto?
Yeah. Onto my 5th account. I want to see if I can get to 10 by the end of the year. What do you reckon?
Doable, yeah.
Okay, they get inside the dream of some person to incept some idea. That's the concept.
Oh, okay, true. That's crazy.
No, first of all, they just get in the dream of the person to know a secret like that. Then they got this idea of trying to put an idea in a place of take something. And the movie is about that. And they have some kind of Plato cave theory like Matrix, who they cannot know if they are in a dream or not, so they have some kind of thought thing who they use to know if there is reality or is still a dream, that kind of thing.
It would have made a lot more sense if they would have called it The Origin.
Yeah,
We would have given me a chance to. Yeah, I saw that in the theater, and that one I felt like walking out right about 3 minutes before it ended. Yeah, because it seemed to get lost in itself. But yeah, I haven't. There was a bunch of movies like that. The old one, Vanilla Sky, and I can't remember. Well, the original of that was even better than the Tom Cruise one, but I remember those kind of the same concepts. Yeah, anyways, but yeah, sci-fi is just sort of can't get away from it.
Oh, I like Blade Runner that I saw these days. I didn't know the concept. I like it a lot. Did you guys know this new
Blade Runner
that they release? The new one.
Is that where like he's in a maze or something? He's got to.
No, that's a different one. That's
it's a post-apocalyptic words like. Oh man, how can I define Blade Runner? That's a hard one. How can I resume this? This is the history.
It's a beautiful, peaceful future dystopia where you can't tell the real people from the droids.
Man, you're saying like Westworld. It's not Westworld. Okay, but can get close to this. When you're saying like that, sound to me like Westworld. Did you watch Westworld?
Westworld, yeah. I watched the new Westworld also. Not all of it, but yeah. That's the same right? That's the same concept though. You can't tell the replicants from the real people, and the real people don't even know if they're replicants. I need to see Blade Runner again, but yeah. Faustanos, out of all the sci-fi you've seen, where is the best evidence of globe within all that?
I think it's Gravity. Sandra Bullock.
It's the Star Glober.
Faustanos. Oh yes, he's spinning on a ball flying through outer space.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't feel sick? You don't feel like queasy?
Yeah, I'm kind of dizzy right now.
Oh shit!
Haven't you ever stopped to wonder, like, how they're able to replicate the ball Earth in movies so well?
Actually, they don't.
Take a look at this gift, bro.
Yeah, we've yet to see that oblate spheroid on the silver screen.
There is a bunch of things who they get a hard time to simulate, like eyes, skin, the brightness, the reflections. Did you guys know what is the Strange Valley? Strangeness Valley, I don't know how to translate.
Uncanny Valley?
Uncanny Valley, thank you.
No problem.
Did you guys know, right? Okay, I will take this as a yes. What do you guys think about the Uncanny Valley?
Okinawa Valley?
Yep. What is happened there, Crypto? What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yes. What are you doing?
I'm driving. I'm driving on this beautiful flat stationary Earth.
Oh, nice. Be careful.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't need to worry. I'm not spinning at 1.5 miles an hour, so I'm fine.
I bet you can really feel emotion in that car.
Yeah, I can feel the 50 mile that I'm going, but I can't feel any other motions. Weird.
You just can feel the change of movement, right? The acceleration or the brake.
If I stay at 50 miles an hour, I can feel it.
Really?
Yep.
So, can you drink a glass of water inside your car at 16 per hour?
Let me just get a bottle of water. Right, I've got a bottle of water in my hand. Am I going to drink it? Yeah?
Can you?
I'm doing it now. I can confirm that it is refreshing and delicious.
Okay. So the movement don't spill the water from the cup?
Well, I had to keep it steady in my hand or it spilled everywhere. Because I'm going
outside your park zone, Crypto. I mean, the movement of the car will send the water out of the cup. Put it aside your park zone.
I mean, it's not a cup. I don't really know what you're asking.
Oh man, earlier the Helio Septic was drunk as hell. I love him.
He
so funny.
Yeah.
When did he end up going to bed?
Oh god, he stayed up all night, didn't he?
Yeah, I was talking for like hours last night.
Yeah, I saw that he was still awake this morning when I first woke up, and I'm like, dang, Helio's still up.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes he holds down the night shift.
Burning the midnight oil. Can
I ask you guys something? Who is the owner of this channel?
Me, I'm the owner.
No, me.
I
I'm
am
the owner.
Spartacus.
I'm the
No.
owner.
No, I am
Oh, I'm
Spartacus.
the owner too. Everybody owns the server. Okay.
Yeah, we are the communist, communism made manifest.
But who created this channel, this 24/7 channel? Or the
That is a
first
long.
one?
Do you want the long story or the short story?
The short one, please.
Okay, Indio created it at the end.
Oh, okay. Nobody died. Okay. So that's fine. And leave it happy after, right?
Well, there's a long version, but it's like as big as the actual full Lord of the Rings extended edition, and we do not have enough time.
No
for that.
way. No way.
I mean, pretty long version. But ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh, so we are talking about fiction. Did you guys watch the last Thor movie that they show Asgard from like outside the land, and was a flat stationary world? You guys saw that? Without the dome, right? Because the water was falling, so fiction.
Yeah, they like to make fun. Right. It's why we got these people thinking that we think that it's some sort of disk flying in a non-vacuum space. But of course that's not the case.
Yeah, but you guys don't know where it is, right? Where is after the dome?
I know where I
or
am.
under the. Yeah, but you are not in after outside of the dome, not even under the earth, so you don't know what is there, right?
Well, the Earth is the floor of the universe, right?
Is what? Sorry, Crypto.
The Earth is the floor of the universe.
The floor of the universe.
Yeah.
That's a new concept for me. Never heard that one.
Well, what else? I mean, what else has anyone ever observed? No one's ever observed the ground not being beneath anyone's feet. So if you're going by observable reality, the Earth is the floor of the universe.
Yeah, I think there is some kind of union between geocentric and flat Earth. I don't know. I have to think about it. Because geocentric is not flat, right?
Well, geocentric doesn't really make a shape claim. Geocentric just means that the Earth is the center of everything.
Yeah, but it's spherical. Yeah, but it's spherical, right?
I mean, well, not necessarily. Many flat earthers are geocentrist, like most are, I would say. But there are global earthers who are also geocentrists.
Right.
No, you all guys think that the Earth is the center of the universe. That's not new.
Could agree to that.
We also think about the universe or the cosmos in a different way than you're seeing in space movies and what mainstream is telling you.
Yeah.
So what changes? What's the difference?
Well, where to start? Well, first of all, the distances, we cannot confirm any of that. Space travel, we cannot confirm any of that. Most likely ain't possible.
Okay.
Just like the sun and the moon are closer, then I assume that rest of it is also closer.
Okay.
Where exactly it is, I'm not sure. But I would like to go back to like a guy like Tycho Brahe, the last one with real observations, and I would use that as a reference point to things in the sky. Not saying that it's conclusive or the end of all things, but that is what I would do. Because after Tycho Brahe, people started to do math instead of observations.
Oh,
So
God. Who is this guy? Sorry, Tin, I'm not understanding the name. The name.
Yeah, Tycho Brahe is a Danish astronomer back in the 1600s or something like that.
Can you write for me in the chat, just for me to take a look?
1 second. Tycho Brahe spent all of his life and had several servants that was helping him doing these observation of stars and the retrograde of planets, wandering stars. After him, his apprentice Kepler, who was a Copernican, took all his observations. He didn't use them for over 30 years, but he started to make up a lot of math equations to make sense of the universe based on the Copernican idea that the Earth is rotating and the Sun is not it is the center of the solar system and all this kind of stuff. But from Tycho Brahe and onwards, people didn't do the observations. All they did was math. They did a lot of equations until something made sense in the math world based on the presuppositions. So what we have today is a very distorted image of what could have been if people had actually used Tycho Brahe as the baseline.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what is up there. I don't know. I can't make that claim. But what I would do, I would go back to Tycho Brahe and I would work of his sky image as a baseline for the future observations.
Tim, you don't know, but you can affirm it's not what the science said, right?
Well, there is a few issues, like you said, like I said, space travel. Like the thing is, as we said earlier, a lot of the ideas that the mainstream scientific realm is proposing or claiming that space is and space travel can do and distance is, many of these things, they come from science fiction. So already there we have, it's the same with the Tycho Brahe to Kepler, like we have reality and then we have people making stuff up. So they might be right about some things, but still there is so much distortion that we just have to skip it all away and start from an observatory baseline.
Did you heard that art imitates life and life imitates art?
Yeah, I don't think you can use that in this example.
Why not?
First of all, space is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
No, it's not. What are you saying, man?
But it is.
Why?
Why wouldn't it be?
Why do you think it isn't? Why do you think it isn't?
Man, you make a claim like the vacuum of space and the atmosphere are compatible with the second law of thermodynamics. I just want to know why. It's the inversion of the onus of the proof, the burden of the proof. So, don't know, you guys.
Okay,
I need to know why you specify that.
So it's a natural law that things with energy expand into gas expands into a vacuum, right? Or if you boil a kettle, then that air expands, right? So that's the second law of thermodynamics, right? So if you've got an area gas pressure, like a gas ball, around the planet Earth, and on the outside you have no pressure, then it's the natural tendency of that gas to press into that vacuum, right? Yes, no, maybe.
Sorry, Crypto, your mic just cut a little, so I did not hear the end.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so it's the natural tendency of the gas. Can you hear me?
Yes. Say it again from the beginning, please.
Well, I'm just saying, it's the natural tendency. Say you kettle, the water becomes gas and gas expands, right? Or that's because it's got energy. So you've got a gas ball around the Earth. There's a vacuum further out. The gas would expand into the tube. That's just how gas acts when there's no, when it's when there's no resistance to its expansion.
Okay, so the second law of the thermodynamics states that in any isolated system, right, the amount of entropy, a measure of disorder and randomness, will tend to increase over time, right? So my question is Earth a closed system?
It's the difference in a closed and isolated system.
Sorry, Crypto, say it again.
There's a difference between a closed and an isolated system.
Yes, I'm asking if Earth is a closed system.
Well, I mean, you said isolated and then you said closed. So you used isolated in the definition and then you asked me if...
No, Earth is not a closed system. It receives energy from the sun.
So a closed system means that matter can't transfer, but energy can.
Yeah, but when you said it's a closed system, you have no interference from outside.
I didn't say that.
You know?
You putting words in my mouth.
Sorry, Cryptos.
I didn't say it was a closed system.
So Earth, it's not a closed system.
But it's obviously an open because matter can leave and matter can enter.
You said could enter or couldn't enter. Sorry. Language barrier.
So what's the definition of an open system?
Who receive or donates energy from outside. And that's it.
Nope. You're missing something.
What? What did I miss? Matter? What?
Yeah.
Don't get it.
Earth is flat.
Okay, let me read something for you guys, because my English is better reading than just improvising. Earth is not a closed system.
I'm going to be pulled over in a few minutes to discuss it properly then.
Okay, see ya, Crypto. The Earth is not a closed system. It receives energy from the sun into form of sunlight, which into heat and use it to drive various processes on the planet, including formation and circulation.
You've got the definition wrong.
Can I finish? Which is converted into heat and used to drive various processes on the planet, including the formation and circulation of the atmosphere. The presence of an atmosphere helps to regulate the temperature of the planet and distribute heat more evenly, which is necessary for the existence of life. In summary, the presence of an atmosphere on Earth does not violate the second law of thermodynamics, because the Earth is an open system that can receive energy from the sun, and the atmosphere helps to regulate the distribution of energy.
Yeah, so you're not actually defining a closed system properly, which is the first problem. The second problem is that the entire argument is that the Earth is an open system. So if you're agreeing that it's an open system, then you have a problem.
Which problem, Crypto?
The problem is that the gas would fuck off.
What?
Yeah, because if you've got an open system where matter can leave and there's nothing stopping the gas from leaving, aka a vacuum, it would fuck off.
No, you are just justifying the globe system without the gravity, right?
No, because gravity doesn't affect gas.
What?
Well, is all the gas at the surface level, or is it spread out?
Let me ask you one thing. If you get in a mountain, Did you? It's harder to breathe, right?
Yeah, but it's not
On a high
impossible.
mountain.
It's not impossible to breathe.
You know
Why
you
is
can
it
die,
possible
right?
at all?
Yeah, you know you can die
Yeah,
in
but
like Everest, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
without breathing. Yeah,
So
okay.
answering a question I didn't ask isn't answering a question I did ask. Is it possible to breathe?
Yes, but it's harder.
So then the gas. Yes. So what? That doesn't answer what I've said. Everyone knows there's less gas up there, which is what you can actually. I mean, you can. You know, in a closed system, you can replicate that, but in an open system, you can't.
No, you can reproduce the air rarefied in a closed system inside a laboratory. Sorry, you cannot do
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So you're agreeing with me and not realizing why it destroys your globe.
Can you make some kind of flat Earth distributing the air like it is in Earth?
All right. So we're just obfuscating from the argument. Let's just not talk about the thing you just got destroyed on. So we can replicate a gradient in a closed system, which would heavily imply a dome, but we can't replicate a gradient in an open system because the gas would fuck off. And do you think that proves a globe?
What
Like, do you
about
know how
rainbows? You can't replicate a rainbow inside of your house unless you have literally a glass dome above it, like a bowl.
Well, no, you need a mirror or something inside.
Yeah, but then when you go outside, you can replicate a rainbow with nothing, like you just the sun and water.
Yes, that's true.
So how is that possible? If there's not like a dome.
What is impossible to show the rainbow in the humidity of the air? I don't get it. What is impossible on that cookie?
So like you can't, if you go into your house, you can't replicate a rainbow. Like with just like light and water and mist or whatever, you know?
Yes, you can actually. You 1 second. So, did you make some water of the plants using a hose?
Yeah, you could use a hose.
So you never saw that kind of rainbow in the water?
Sorry, say that again?
Did you never saw the rainbow in the water when you're watering a plant with a hose?
Yeah, you can make one outside, like very
Where is the
simply.
glass? Where is the glass?
The dome.
What? You are watering your plants. You can see the rainbow close to you. There is no glass. What are you saying?
Well, the flat Earth perspective, we have a dome above us. There's something above us, like the firmament.
So I'm seeing the rainbow in the water of the hose that I'm water planting because of the dome?
Correct, because of the glass, because glass causes rainbows. The water is just a canvas for the reflection of that light that has been dispersed above through the glass.
So you guys know that there is a dome and he's glass.
Rainbow. Even when you see a double rainbow, it's the colors are always reversed. It's the same exact as when you look into a lake and you can see like your reflection, it's always going to be reversed. Is because the water reverses the reflection. So that's how we know that we have water above us.
Glass ice cream. That's crazy thing. Yeah, I know what you're getting. I just don't know the correlation between the glass in the dome and the rainbow in the hose when I'm watering.
The correlation is the rainbow isn't coming from the water. The rainbow is coming from the light above, dispersed by the glass. Water is the canvas for that light to reflect. But here's the point: if that glass wasn't there, you wouldn't have your rainbow. How about that?
Exactly. There wouldn't be a rainbow.
Can you
And that's
show
why
me
when you
this
go
effect?
inside your house
Not
and you
happening
try to
without the
replicate
glass.
the rainbow with light and a hose, for instance, you can't do it unless you try to do it underneath like a bowl of glass. Then you can do it.
So you guys have a way to show that will not happen without the glass, right? Can
Yes,
you guys show me?
by recreating a rainbow indoors. You can do
Indoors.
it indoors. Yes, you know what it requires: light and glass. Your
Amen.
water isn't required. For example, one can create a rainbow with some flashlights with a specific
Prisms.
glass angle.
Lenses.
Can create a rainbow on paper on a wall. It's a lot of people have a shower glass that has light can hit it and create rainbows. It's not the water creating the rainbow. The water is just a canvas for the light.
Right. However, I just wanted to point out, it is kind of still speculation to say that there is a glass dome, just because, it's kind of hard to verify that. However, there is multiple scripture. And then, of course, like this experiment that you can test yourself, where we can reach this optical phenomenon, right? Of course, with water or lenses or prisms. You've probably seen like Pink Floyd before, right? Where shine a light into it, turns into a rainbow.
Yes.
So we speculate that, well, perhaps this is the exact same phenomena, or like a terrarium, if you will, because it does align with many other aspects. However, do we have verifiable evidence saying that it is, in fact, this glass dome? I'd say no. But because I heard you just kind of going like, whoa, crazy, like as if we knew, but just kind of wanted to point that out.
Yeah, we don't have verifiable evidence, but I mean, it's the same with like when you can.
We do have the antecedent though of gas pressure. You know what I mean? Like there are things.
Did you guys check this message that I get on the chat?
Next time you're outside and you see like rainbows or whatever, try to pay attention for double rainbow, because it's inverted. The colors are inverted on the double rainbow.
I know.
So what would be the cause of that?
The inverted rainbow.
But why is the rainbow inverted? It's like when you look into a lake and you see like a reflection of yourself, your reflection will be inverted. So water is what inverts those colors.
I think you are mistaking retrograde with inverted, right?
No, inverted is like would be like reverse. So like you have your set of colors, and they would be inverted to be like reversed on the other.
That's retrograde.
Sorry, that's what?
Retrograde.
Oh, I don't even know what that word is. So.
Oh, so it's my bad. Reciting 1 second. This I will type in the chat.
Oh, retrograde.
Yes, mirror is retrograde and inverted.
Not quite.
No. Inverted, no, because you have to take your foot and take the place of your head, and your head take the place of the foot to be inverted. Retrograde is your right hand is in the mirror the left hand, and vice versa. You got it.
So, like, for example, for an example of inverted, it would be like, what I mean is like, let's say we'll use colors, like you have red, yellow, and blue. And red, yellow, and blue are facing north. So it would start with red, then go upwards, yellow, and then blue. The invert would be red, yellow, and blue, but then going southwards. See what I'm saying? So it would be inverted.
Okay,
don't know.
we can say inverted.
Yeah,
Can
mirror.
have the same meaning in this thing. Rainbow are sometimes inverted. That's true. With the colors appearing to the opposite order in a typical rainbow, right?
Same order, but just go in the opposite direction. So like it would be a double rainbow. It'd still be the same colors in the same order that it would naturally be, but it's going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's because the angle of which the sunlight is entering the raindrops.
Kinda. Remember how I was saying that it's an optical phenomenon? Well,
Yes.
if you change your position, like say in the sky, like if you're say looking at a rainbow in a plane, sometimes it doesn't look like your classic little arch anymore. In fact, it's actually a perfect circle.
Oh,
right at that
yes, I've
vantage
seen the
point.
circular rainbows.
Right, so it is an optical phenomenon based on the angle of the light hitting that prism. You know, don't get me wrong, you can do this without water too. The water is acting like the prism, right, in this scenario.
So refraction, right?
Yeah. But that's what I mean, like, because there's other optical phenomenon too, like sundogs, supposedly, possibly being the reflections against this quote-unquote dome. Like I said, there's similar properties that we can verify and falsify. However,
Sundog is that one who have like 3 suns.
right.
Okay, I know this.
Then you got like moon halos. You know, there's many phenomenon actually.
I like the sprites. Did you guys know?
Sprites like electricity.
Yes, in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
Oh, it's a wonderful place. It's practically alive.
It's a wonderful word. And what's the other one? The famous Northern Lights.
Oh, Aurora Borealis.
Yes.
Yeah. So
It's close
that one's
to
not
the
so
Portuguese.
much optical. However, I would imagine there is some optics involved just because of how vast they are. You know, they kind of looked curved in most imagery. I haven't been able to see them, but some of my family members got to go up north and see them, and you know, pretty amazing phenomenon.
I would like to see also, but I'm pretty far from where they appear.
Yeah, some of us in the server, you know, Drace and Karma, I think they're in, is it Iceland? They were saying they can see him from the backyard, and I was like, man, how cool would that be?
Who we have in this server who is closest to the Antarctica? You guys?
I'm not sure, but we do have a lot of people across the plane. That's for sure.
Across the plane. I like that one. Across the plane.
That's what it is. Across the face of the earth. There's a lot of dark sayings even about
all around the world.
The earth. Well, you can go all around the neighborhood too, but that doesn't make it a sphere, right?
Okay, let me ask you guys something. Are you guys disappointed with science today?
I wouldn't say I'm disappointed in science because anyone can create science. Science is just like, it's not just like, you know, bound to the elite.
What do you mean elite?
Well, people who control the world or whatever, you know, whoever the shadow government is.
But the science is not bonded to the government.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. So that's why I'm not upset with science, because anyone can do science.
Okay, so you guys are...
That's my perspective. I'm not speaking for everyone else.
Okay, someone got a different opinion?
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to be mad at something that is just really a philosophy, right?
So you guys are disappointed with the system?
There are some disappointing factors, even scientifically, like when it comes to even peer review. I think, because I can talk about that in terms of like academia, but it is what it is.
So Flat,
system
where is your
trying.
bigger disappointed with the system? Where's the biggest one?
I think my biggest disappointment is probably early education. The early indoctrination of a lot of things that have no verifiable evidence. When you get your third grader coming home going, "Dad, is the sun really going to blow up one day?" And you're just like, man, look at the fear that they're putting in and whatnot.
I don't get it. Which fear?
Oh, that the sun is going to blow up, but not in your lifetime, so it's okay. Have you heard that one?
Yes, and doesn't make me afraid of nothing, actually. It's just a life of a star we can observe it in the sky.
No, but I mean, as a kid, right? It's a little fearful for them to be like, what? That thing in the sky is going to blow up one day? When
supernova.
Where's the verifiable evidence for that? Really, that's based off the assumption of the life cycle of a star inside of a heliocentric system, right?
Actually, there was a bunch of different fields in science get the same results, like geologists, astronomers, and
they were making stars, and they were like, "Oh, look at that!"
No, they can see the composition. They have spectrometry to know where is inside what make part of this star. And yes, we can observe some stars dying.
That sounds like something. Hey, Paustanas, that sounds like something that should be handled in a college course, not the primary grades. I don't know.
Why?
To play dumb that doesn't instill a mindset is, I don't know, Paustanas.
But why would you think that's changed for?
Aren't you afraid of some asteroids smashing into the Earth and wiping us out like they did the dinosaurs?
No, I'm not. Should I?
Well, would a child be?
I didn't. So, should I?
Well, okay. Well, you're just impervious to all the scare tactics, then, Paustanas.
I don't think they were trying to scare us, but that's okay.
No, they're trying to instill a narrative which is based on just outer space nothingness. That has, like we said, that they're telling children things in schools that aren't verified.
So this tactics is to turn humanity away from God?
Well, it's definitely to convince people that they're evolved pond scum. And if that doesn't scare, if that doesn't scare you, if that doesn't scare you, well, it just puts you in your place. If you're telling someone without the ability to critically reason and think through the thing, and they're telling them that they're evolved pond scum flying through the outer space nothingness, and they tell them that as gospel, that's no bueno.
You said evolved from
pond scum.
What is that?
Primordial soup and lightning created life. That story.
Okay, so you guys are trying to debunk the creation of life, the evolution.
No, what we did debunk was the geometric Earth, which is at the crux of this entire mythos.
What? The shape of the Earth and the evolution is Like the same lie? That's what you mean?
Same book, different chapters.
They're related. Yeah.
So
They
evolution
support
is a
the
lie
other.
also, right? Evolution is a lie?
Yeah, Darwin
Microevolution?
Observed phenomenon with evolution. Yeah, there's no observed phenomenon with evolution either, other than microevolution, right? Small changes within species, but never, jumped from one species to another. So you're going to have to define evolution. Then you're going to have to, go a long ways to build a case for even the idea of what you're describing. Other than that, yes, they are related, right? Like the idea of some small or non-existent something exploded and made everything, which violates the first law of thermodynamics. So everything about the narrative, the Big Bang cosmology, heliocentrism, and evolution are all based on things that violate the laws of nature that we have today. So to make a case for them would be denying the actual laws that we operate by every day. Does that make sense?
Doesn't make sense when you try to use science to debunk science, like saying this they create something that debunk themselves. Like
excuse me, Faustinus, I'm using science to debunk pseudoscience. Don't mistake
Where's the science now? Where's the science? I did not see no science when you were saying something. Where is the science?
Oh, okay. So what are we talking about specifically? What do you want to talk about? Shape? That's geometry. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Science has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, correct?
We are talking about the correlation. The guy said the vacuum with the atmosphere.
Yeah, so that's not even science. You're still, it's a category error, okay? We're not really even talking about science. We observe the natural law of the second law of thermodynamics every day. High pressure to low pressure, hot goes to cold, those types of things, okay? So that's not science. That's just something that we observe. It happens no matter what you do. We don't know what causes it. It just is. It's never violated.
Predict something with this. So is
okay.
Science.
So you don't know what science is. Just go ahead and admit it. It's okay.
I make science, actually. So
You make science. Oh, this is fantastic. Tell me about what the science is that you make. What is this object that you make? What is science?
I make on my field. You want to know my field?
What's your field? Go ahead, tell me. I'm sure it's bullshit, but go ahead.
Well, I need to know your field, says so.
I don't know. You don't need to know. You're the one that made the claim. Tell me what your field is.
So
don't reverse the burden. You're always reversing the burden. This is the second time I've talked to you, and you always reverse the burden of proof to something ridiculous.
Okay, I can't
so what is your field?
About my field. I can talk about my field, but I need to know your field. Can I know?
Why do you care? What does it matter? If I know more about science than you do, and you're in the science field, that's bad news for you, isn't it?
Do you care for my field?
You told me that you make science. You brought it up.
Yes,
you brought it up.
In my field. And did
What's
not
your
change
field then?
anything to the shape of
You make science. You're not even using the right words. What does that mean, I make science? Tell me about how you make science.
It means that English is not his first language, and you shouldn't judge him for that.
Matthew, shut the hell up. What do you mean by science is your field, you make science? Go ahead and explain it.
Is everyone like this? Sorry, says. I have nothing to talk to you, actually.
Okay, well then don't bring stuff up that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what science is. Matthew definitely doesn't know what science is.
I was talking to Tin, he's a good guy. Old, he's a good guy. Flat Lloyd is a good guy. You are just crazy. Just.
So I have zero tolerance for people who are intellectually dishonest. And that's you and Matthew.
Like yourself, right? Okay.
Great. Yes, I knew you were, but what am I, right? Good comeback.
Projection. Shut up.
Don't bring your feelings into this now. Relax.
Hey, Faustinus, I'm a magician. So what science did you make?
You are an illusionist.
Go on, tell us what science. What does it matter what anyone is? Go on, tell us what science you made.
Yeah, I would like to know. Tell us, please.
I'm crazy to know what kind of science did you guys know, but that's...
Oh, it's always about us, not about you.
I think this is a channel of the Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, but you make claims. We just want to hear what your
So Flat Earth did not make claims. You guys never make
Why
claims,
don't you
right?
want to talk about yourself when you claim stuff and then you reverse it to us after that?
Why you guys keep going?
What kind of
you
tactic
guys
is that?
avoiding. You guys are avoiding
tactic is
anything
that,
you
man?
can
Come
aim
on.
on flat Earth.
Step up and be a man for once. Come on. You
Oh,
see
look who said. Look who
you say
said.
stuff.
Look
Claim
who
you claim
said.
something. Back it up.
Okay.
You need to
Like
back it up.
flat
if you
Earth
say
never
stuff.
done. Like flat Earth never
It's not
done.
about feelings, mate. Hey, it's not about feelings.
No, my
claim
feelings
stuff.
okay.
Back it up. That's
okay.
That's this server is about, man.
Okay. You're salty. No
You're
problem.
talking about beliefs all the time. You never backed up anything. Actually, with actual proof.
I've learned it
A
with
lot of
flat
stuff you believe
earthers.
in.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, what? I mean,
I've
we
learned
record
this.
the whole fucking YouTube live stream, man. We can just pull it up if you want to hear yourself talk about beliefs all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Laugh at it. You're laughing at yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I would say they are and do have great valid points, though, false Thanos. Like, it you know, we all have our different ways of how we introduce this information to each other. But one thing I would say is that it's not about ego, it's not about personality or being nice or
Looks
mean.
like when I'm talking to you, like there's a difference between talking to these quets, code, and says who. They argue like narcissists
Well,
and
you
want
have
me
to
to be
consider
educated
this.
with them. So
You have to consider this. Throughout a month, we get hundreds of people in here.
Hundreds.
So there is literally zero tolerance towards, you know, like making claims that can't be substantiated and all that kind of stuff. The points they brought up. They might come off a bit aggressive, I agree, but there is a reason for that.
Tin, but you know that you guys never make a claim to don't be falsified, never. So how can I talk about the flat earth if you guys are just pointing fingers to the globe all the time?
People are often, it's a misnomer that flat Earth is a claim itself. It's more like a tag. What we all have done in here is that we have taken the globe Earth and we have dissected it. We have been given dimensions and we have tested the claims of those dimensions and found it to not uphold when we are going out and observing stuff. This is why we pretty much it started with poking holes to the given model. That doesn't mean that we have to replace it all with a bunch of new claims. It comes with observations over time.
But you know that it's easier for you guys to don't make a claim and never be debunked, because we never can falsify if you don't have a claim.
Because there is no claim. It is like we are not living on a ball. That is the only claim there is. And that could be backed up with hundreds, if not thousands, of observations where we see way too far, where the ball should be 10 to 30 times bigger than it is to align with those observations. This is not quote unquote flat Earth claim on trial. It's the globe on trial.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. People often are confused about flat Earth because they see the tag flat Earth and they think, oh, that means that this is an entire model and a completely new system, but it's not. It's pretty much just like, I mean, most science is like, you know, you can take something like buoyancy, density. You can take you know, like a lot of things, and they are completely correct, but when we're going up to the big scale of the big claims, like we're living in a ball, flying around in space and stuff like that, we just don't observe these kind of things. What we observe is a stationary Earth, and everything revolves around us. That is the baseline.
So I still can see no science in your claim, Tim.
Well, I just explained to you that it's not a flat Earth claim; it's a globe on trial claim.
Yeah, I know. When you said about buoyancy and density, I can clearly take it that you guys want to debunk gravity, right?
It doesn't matter. You don't have to go there. I can take a ball and I can push it underwater and it will get shut up. So we can. What I'm saying is that most science is right. It's when we come to the bigger claims, like it must be these unverifiable things, then we have an issue. When we are testing these unverifiable things, we see them to not hold water, pun intended.
So water should drop out of the Earth? That's your claim?
No, bro.
Ball is spinning.
That's not what I said.
That's not our claim, right? So how it goes is this.
The question is,
we're both
what's
on the same
claim,
Earth.
Lloyd? What's the claim of the flat Earth? What's your guys' claim?
Bro, you've been here since 2021. You still asking us for our fucking claim? Are you fucking stupid or what?
Who is saying that?
Playing dumb? Are you playing dumb or what?
Okay, let me turn down the
How long have you been here in the server?
Okay. Next one.
You're just playing around like a fucking cunt.
I'm not here to offend anyone and not
You're
be
not offending.
offended. So
You're pissing
it's
people off with your
probably
shit,
better
okay?
to mute you, Quet. Sorry.
Fucking retard.
Sorry.
Coming here wasting time only. Fucking cunt.
So Donato, how are you? He's saying something.
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
Me too. Nice to meet you. How are you today? Nice English, Donato.
I just answered.
Okay, so...
This guy has no fucking life.
What do you want to discuss
What's wrong with him?
about the shape of the Earth, Donato?
You have to prove the globe.
How?
Hi. That's your problem.
It's my problem to prove the...
Yep.
So it's your problem to prove the flat Earth, right?
No.
I just
No?
explained to you what flat Earth
The
is. It's a
No.
tag given to us.
I know, Tim. You guys don't have a model. That's no.
Hey, Faustanos, remember from the other day in the
model.
remember in the voice chat, Faustanos, flat isn't a shape.
Yeah. Flat's not a shape.
Yeah, it's purely descriptive.
And no
So-
one has a model of the Earth. You do not have a scientificus modulus of the Earth. No one does.
Really?
Bro, he's been told this 100
Go
times.
ahead and get, yeah. So you better go ahead and get that cleared up.
I mean,
Yeah, well, I
we
believe
can-
you that he's been told.
Yeah, we can just bring
Attribute
up
it to
the
your
three.
memory this time.
We can just bring up the three-body problem, and you will choke. But we don't even have to go there. We just have to look for the curvature, which is not there.
If you guys say so.
I mean, this would be your opening to show us the curvature, and that would not be unverifiable picture from alleged space or space station.
I've tried him.
Yeah,
I've
let him
really
show us
tried.
his type of science. See if that holds water.
Hey, Faustanos, can I ask you a question?
For sure. Who is talking?
This is
Lloyd.
Flat Lloyd, right?
Okay.
Do we experience the same thing if me and you go to the same beach and go look at the shore?
Yes.
We'll experience the same thing, right?
Yes.
Now, to you, does it appear flat? Right? To me, it appears absolutely flat, just like 360 degrees.
What did you
What
say?
about you?
That for me, it's a pure flat. No, for me, it did not. I can see the ships going and disappearing on the horizon, so it's not
Yeah,
flat.
me too.
So why did you say it's flat?
So, when I am at the beach, right, and I get some binoculars,
Yes.
so I see, me and you, we could both do this too. We can go to the beach and we can see that boat go way off into the distance, right, to where it looks like it disappeared and the bottom went down, or the top goes down last, right? And it looks like that. Really does.
Yes. Okay.
But if I get my binoculars or a telescope or a camera, right, with a nice digital and wonderful zoom, we can zoom back in onto that boat and bring it back into focus, right?
So you are saying that we can... Okay, I passed through that like sometimes here, Lloyd. And the biggest question is, what's the limit in this binocular and what's the limit in our naked eye? So
yeah, we definitely have angular limits, both of the eye naturally.
So
and
even
then
using
what's
binocular,
added.
the ship will disappear in a time, right? In a right distance.
You have to when you're using zoom camera and a binocular, it is not like you're seeing further. You're pretty much just enhancing the picture. So if you don't see it with your eyes, and you take a pair of binoculars and you now see it, that means that it wasn't gone before. You just couldn't resolute it. Is that the right word?
No problem. I get this, Tim. My question is, when I look using a binocular or a telescope camera, doesn't matter. Why the ship still disappear if he's going away?
May I ask you a question? A reverse ask before anybody answers that.
Okay, no problem.
Shouldn't we discuss the actual functionality of the oculus, of the eye, and of how the aperture of both the human eyeball and the cameras that we use to take pictures and visualize imagery function?
That should be a pretty nice start.
Really important, right?
Right.
So there's like specific functionality to how all of this operates. And so there is a circular perspective that's generated from this, whether you have two or one. But that doesn't explain a drop. So people can see that and they can say, "Oh, I think that I see a curve," because they are visualizing something that they perceive as being rounded. It's actually their perspective and then their peripheral spinning around. And then you have that. All right, let me explain it this way, man. Actually, you know what? I got a better idea. If anybody wants to carry on with perspective and other stuff, I'm going to make an image, and then I'm going to share that in a minute, because a picture's worth 1,000 words. I'll be right back.
So I can, using this proportion from grass, I can... You guys know the vestibular system in our body?
Yeah, of course, but could we go back to, our level horizon that we're both looking at the beach?
I just want to talk about the vestibular system to show you guys why we cannot feel the movement of the Earth, but we can...
Right. So that would be the next point, because you and I both experience no movement.
Yes.
Of our Earth, right? So, but doesn't your model say that we have to be spinning at some sort of speed?
Yes.
All right. So you have the burden of proof. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's true. No problem.
So, how do you know it's spinning? Can you prove it? Can you demonstrate it?
Yes, I can.
By all means, please. You have the floor.
Did you... I used the midnight sun in Antarctica to show... Of course, you guys can explain...
Demonstrate.
1 second, right. Okay, you guys can demonstrate this in a flat Earth and how this is possible. Because it's just observation of the reality. And to match this reality, we need to take in account a globe Earth.
And big the question fallacy.
Sorry, Donato, I don't get it.
Beg the question fallacy.
Explain it.
I just posted an image. Sorry.
Right, so it's almost kind of like circular reasoning. Like, well, here's this thing where they say this is impossible, right?
No, I'm just asking for a model, right? I'm never turned out the possibility of a flat Earth. I just need to know what the explanation of the midnight sun in Antarctica in a flat Earth. Just that. If I know that, I can...
I couldn't tell you. I've never been to Antarctica. I've never experienced this, and neither have you. That's my point.
And doesn't make it false. The midnight sun, it's
no,
pretty
I'm saying it's unverifiable.
So
right?
you don't
neither
believe
you or I have gone
sun.
there.
So you don't believe the midnight sun, right?
In Antarctica? No.
So you
I mean, how could I?
You believe in...
That's why my answer is I don't know.
Okay.
This guy.
That's why I'm trying to tell you as well. You don't know. You're just going off of a video you saw. It'd be the equivalent of me going, well, False Thanos, I have this picture and a video of a unicorn. What are you talking about?
Just show me.
It's right there.
Just show me.
You see what I'm saying, though?
Yes, I see what you're saying, Lloyd, but it's extrapolation, right?
Did you say stipulation?
1 second.
He said extrapolation.
Extrapolation. Thank you.
Yes.
Basically, you're coming to false conclusions, right?
That's the same thing that I can tell you about you guys, right?
No, I said I don't know. I said I don't know of any conclusion.
Yes, when you said the Earth is not a globe, it's not spinning, there is no midnight sun, there is a conclusion that what I'm presenting to you is false. It's fake, right? That's the conclusion.
But see how you're talking about the sun when we were talking about the ground, right? We were talking about the laws of perspective. We were talking about, of course, the next thing was spin. But now you're relating it not to the ground spinning, which is what is in question. We want to know if the ground is moving and spinning.
Okay.
But you're going, okay, well, now let's look at the sky and the light in the sky.
Let's try to get some common ground. If I get some...
No pun intended?
No pun intended. if you get to a model of some flat Earth and a model for a globe, I take a camera and I put in this globe and turn him, and the same camera I take, put in the flat Earth, and I don't know, spin, stay stationary, doesn't matter. I will have the same view from the globe, from the point of view of the globe, oh my god.
But that doesn't mean it's the only explanation.
So,
right, because the sky and the ground, they're not connected.
Not connected?
Yeah, can you tell me where the sky and the ground meet?
Meet?
Yes.
On the horizon. And?
Correct. And
so?
What does that horizon look like to you? Remember, we're going back to the beach now.
No, like my question is, if I'm in a flat surface looking up, I will see some kind of movement. If I'm in a globe surface looking up, I will see other kind of movement. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
Just make two models and look for yourself. It's not hard.
Make two models.
Make two models.
This guy.
Yeah,
not one.
A model. Like a
I gotta make at least two models.
Yes, one of the flat and one of the globe.
No.
And use the same camera on both.
We're not talking about a model though. We're talking about Earth. We're talking about our experience, right?
Why do you care about a model so much?
You're on it right now.
Because it's the only way to check if the both will do the same kind of spin of the sky. That's what I'm saying. We can observe the movement in the sky one way. In reality, there is no way to change this reality. Okay? We can agree on that. So if I get a model, small scale, and do a flat Earth, a globe Earth, and make both simulations with a spinning globe and with a stationary plane, I will see that it doesn't matter what you make with this dome, with these stars, you guys cannot get to the same result that we have in a globe Earth. But
the globe Earth model's already falsified just by looking at long distance observations. Like you have a claimed radius value of 3959 miles, and we can see things way further. So your model's already debunked just off of that alone.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because who is saying that? 1 second. CPEX. It's you, CPEX. Sipes. Okay, Sipes. The big question is...
Where's curvature?
Don't take in... Okay, Donato, thank you. So the thing is, you guys don't take in count the right calculation to the size of the Earth, first of all. And second, you guys don't take refraction in count. Never. Oh, okay. You guys take refraction in count in flat Earth, but not in a globe Earth. Never.
Okay, show us the proper way.
That's your fault.
So if we can see something, 40 miles away from only 6 feet off the ground, what are we not taking into account there? Like
1 second.
You can add refraction into the calculation.
Did you know Walter Bislings, right? Metabank, you know?
Yeah.
All of them, right? So you look what they are showing and you don't believe it yet, right?
Give me an example.
He needs to provide something.
Sorry,
He's just talking out of his ass right now.
What did you say?
I said, give me an example.
For Walter Bislings, we are talking about the Bedford level of Wallacey and Rothbottom. Did you know that one?
Yes.
So, that's just prove the curvature of the Earth. That experiment. Bedford level between Wallacey and Rothbottom.
No, you've got that wrong. Bedford level is just another flat Earth proof.
What?
You must have. What?
What?
Hey, weren't you a moment ago saying, "Oh, both sides could be accused of extrapolations," and now you're complaining that the flat earthers aren't extrapolating?
What? Sorry, whoa. Sorry, whoa. Say it again.
It's pretty simple.
Sorry.
Water sinks and finds level. You agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, and then who's the one that goes on saying, well that's because the level is equidistant from the center of a sphere? That's the bogus extrapolation. That's you, not us.
What is extrapolating on that? Oh, please, just show me. What is extrapolating?
You're circularly reifying the whole model.
Ah, so you get some difficulty with English also. It's not just me.
Well, okay, listen, dude. In reality, you agree that water seeks and finds level.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so
and I agree that these terms that you're using are from communicating vessels, right?
Okay, listen. Now, who's going to be the one? Who's the one that's going to go to La La Land to tell us that means that the level water is curved? Me or you?
So, say it again.
Well, you told us yesterday and just now you confirmed that water seeks and finds level.
Yes, it seeks and finds level.
Now, who is going to go to La La Land? Who's going to start making up stories, chanting these reifications? Me or you, about why that water is curved?
Well, you need to know that level in physics, and it's not the same as engineering.
The answer is you, not me.
Let me answer you. I will not answer the way you like it. I will answer what my.
Faust, you are about to prove his point.
Just fine.
Okay,
you
1 second.
It without answering it.
I'm trying. You guys keep interrupting me. I don't know why I'm here still.
Well, here's the thing, Faustanos. The fact that you're going in on this pseudo-scientific communication chant, that answers the question, who's telling stories, me or you?
Oh, I think all flat earthers are in La La Land. That's what you're asking.
But what you just said that water seeks and finds level.
And level, it's not equal flat.
Okay, that's La La Land.
Yeah, now you know his point about making up stuff.
You guys take terms in different areas, like in building and engineering, you have level who is equal flat. But when you're talking about communicating vessels and the level of the water, it's not the same thing as flat. Okay?
Citation, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut. I didn't mean to butt in. You were taking him somewhere I think that he needs to go.
So now it's time for grass, right?
Now Zipes was talking some sense to you, I think.
Who?
Zipes.
Zipes. Okay, Zipes.
Yeah, I'm still confused about how the Bedford level experiment proves curvature. So you might need to educate me on that one because I don't seem to understand it.
Okay, Sips, can I send you a link and we can talk with you looking at the images just to get easier with the analogy?
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
Let him bring it out in the live stream.
Yeah, you put it in the live stream, voice text if you want.
He doesn't want to embarrass himself in the live stream, that's why.
So the water in the Bedford ditch, Faustanos, what's going on with that?
No, 1 second. Oh,
just simple- it's a
cannot
simple
answer
question.
both at the same time. Now I'm talking to Cyphex, okay?
Okay, but
Nothing
it's
against you.
Sipes.
Okay.
It's Sipes. But the water, the
call
water.
whatever you want.
Whoa! Paul is dead, bro.
We know that. We know
Bedford
that.
level, the water in the Bedford level is doing the same thing that water does everywhere.
Yes, he's doing the same thing that he does everywhere. And
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
okay, so next one should be. Did you get in the link, Cypex?
Yeah, you just put it in there. The water.
So if you get in the curvature app, simulation of the globe Earth and flat Earth, the last one
how
will
was the flat Earth
be
model
reset, and before that, Bedford. Click on that one.
What kind of calculator is this?
Okay.
Okay, and down we have a play.
Yeah, it's playing something. Yeah.
Okay, just play it. Here, he's showing the two models in a
Yeah.
flat Earth and in a globe Earth, and how could be compared. So if the Earth was flat, the lens should be at the same height as the post and the bridge in the end. If there is a globe, the lens should be higher than the posts, and the post should be higher than the bridge in the back. Okay? So he take refraction in count. What is happening?
I mean, there's a strawman in the calculator. What flat Earth model? I don't understand.
Cypex, talk to me. Are you still there?
I'm still watching it. Yeah, it's
Okay. So each part is it just it ended.
yeah, it's just ended now. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So it's just compared both models and compare with reality. In that case of the Bedford level, we don't have images to compare because there are no cameras at the time. But if you have the chance, just take the transmitting lines or the causeway, Porch-Rain causeway, the lake. They show images compared to both models in this case. How should be in a flat Earth, and how it is in reality. So that's it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We all experience a flat and non-rotating plane.
Oh my God, Ship, take your mic out of your nose.
Yeah?
You are too close to the mic, probably.
No, your volume's up too high.
No, it's hard to understand what you're saying, Ship. Just take a little further.
Yeah, it's really just.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Well better. Just say it again, Chip. Sorry.
You experience a flat and non-rotating plane. So whatever you think the flat Earth model should be, you can throw that out the window because the Earth just looks and measures flat.
So if it looks and measures flat, Ship, how you guys don't have a model yet?
Well, I mean, what is a model, right?
I think the biggest thing is we use the word flat as opposed to a globe, so we can differentiate between the two. Like, yeah, the Earth is a flat stationary plane, and the horizon is always flat, but there's still valleys and mountains and streams and stuff like that. So there's still structure to the Earth, and but we don't have a model to be able to say like.
I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think what he wants is a God's eye view of everything.
No,
it's a map ship. I just need a map who can be used in reality, like the globe.
Balsamus, do you agree that falsification is independent of replacement? Do you agree that?
Sorry, Sabex, say it again.
Do you agree that falsification is independent of replacement?
Of a replacement?
It's independent of replacement. So what I'm basically saying is, if we manage to falsify your model in any way, we don't have to then...
Okay, I heard that one, but I not agree with this exactly because we need to make predictions with science, and if you falsify something, just let me say you just take out of the board gravity, so we don't have gravity to take in count. Can we do a prediction without gravity who can be more closer to the reality than with gravity? That's the question. So you are saying that we can falsify, like say there is no gravity in the world, just take buoyancy to take his place and do the same predictions, but that's not true. I cannot do the same predictions using just buoyancy. You know what I mean?
Let's say they stuck gravity in the formula for buoyancy, but like, doesn't gravity require a curve? Doesn't it require a ball?
Yes.
So if you have no curve, then your idea of gravity is null and void.
Actually, it's inverted, right, Chip? It's not the gravity that needs the curve. It's the curve that happens because of the gravity, right? Because the science said the nature try to organize it in the way that...
What's the first law of motion?
What is what?
What is the first law of motion?
Don't know.
An object at rest will stay at rest, right?
Okay.
And then the second law is that an object in motion will stay in motion until it's acted upon, right?
Yes, or another force getting count. Okay, no problem.
Right. So until you pick something up, it has no reason to fall. So really? Your idea of gravity is like just a story, man.
Okay, então let me ask you something, Chip. When Newton just saw the apple falling from the tree, the question was... What?
I already know what you're going to ask. What did he observe? Because the apple was
the question, Chip?
To begin with, right?
What? Say it again, sorry.
You're going to say because the apple was already up in the air to begin with, right?
No.
No, okay, go ahead.
Guess wrong. If the apple fall from the tree, why did the sun and the moon do not fall? That's the question that I have for you guys.
How do you know what the sun and the moon are?
The flat earthers don't know what the sun and the moon are.
How do you know what the sun and the moon are? For all you know, it could be an optical illusion, and you're just experiencing some kind of other phenomenon going on in the sky.
You guys have the courage to talk this like it is science. Just can be a hologram.
You want to talk about science? Why don't you go to the sun?
We don't know.
Why don't you go to the sun and get me a sample of the sun?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask again. Why the moon doesn't fall? We have samples of the moon. Okay, we have samples of the moon here in.
No, we don't.
Yes, you have. Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
The question fallacy. This guy's full of shit.
We don't have samples of the moon.
Guys, you can deny forever. We will not change reality. We have.
Those moon rocks have been proven to be granite here on Earth.
I feel like I'm in school again. Yeah, it is. No, it isn't.
Give a moon rock or something to, was it the Netherlands or something, and it was proven to be petrified wood in the end or something?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's on the news about that.
So that's debunk all of the stuff that they brought from the moon. That's it.
No one has ever landed on the moon. Period.
Okay, that's what you're saying. That's a claim. Can you prove that claim?
Can you prove they did?
negative assertion.
This guy, the same tactics as always.
To prove the positive assertion, the positive
Point the
claim,
fingers. Point the fingers. Don't answer anything. Never.
You're asking him to prove a negative, though, aren't you? Like, you can't prove a negative.
Really? Are you sure? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Can you explain why moonlight is colder than
One second,
moonshade?
Chip. 1 second, Chip. Sepix, who said that we cannot prove a negative?
That's just a a logical argument, isn't it? Like you're asking him to prove something that isn't there.
Who said that?
I don't know who said it. I'm saying it.
Oh, so you believe, but you're the creator of this phrase, right?
No, I don't. But it's just a logical phrase. Like, can you prove me wrong now? Then go on then.
So where did you take? Where can I find that is a logic fall? What?
If I say something didn't happen, it's on you to prove that it did. It's not on me to prove that it didn't.
Yeah, that's just if it wasn't like that, then the law, the courts, and the whole law system would be ridiculous. Like,
so I can set for you guys, the Earth is not flat, and I can prove the Earth is not flat. So what it means, I cannot prove a negative, really?
You can't prove the Earth isn't flat. Everybody
Yes, I can.
experiences it.
No, the biggest difference, Shape, is I can prove, but you guys doesn't accept my answers, right?
Do it.
But I can prove. But I can prove.
You're saying the positive claim that we have been on the moon, yeah? So where's your proof of that?
We brought something from there. We leave some reflectors on the moon. We can test these reflectors with lasers today. So,
oh, he sounds like a
don't
globe
know.
zealot. Jesus Christ.
Where is the?
We tested it before the reflectors, though, right?
So you haven't seen what they have brought from the moon allegedly. You're just believing that they've said they've done that.
Actually, in my school, they used a laser to take on these reflector panels and showed us.
What?
I think it was in the.
But how do you know this laser experiment wouldn't have worked prior to them allegedly landing on the moon? Like,
yes.
How do you know that?
What? It's just try this laser in other places and see if he bounces
Other
back.
places. There isn't other moons to.
In a moon? No, it's not other moon. The reflector does not apply to the full moon, Cipix. That's the biggest thing. We can we just use the rebounce on the reflector. It is in a specific area of the moon. So you can try to reflect in other areas that don't have the reflector and see if you have the same result. That's the easy.
But it was done before the reflectors.
You're so bitter. I want to see the data right now.
And
Get us all the data, please.
Yeah.
And he's gone.
He's not going to show you shit.
Like certainly there's a video out there that shows it step by step.
What, Chip? The laser bouncing?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
The data for all that. I want to see the laser. I want to see the reflectors. I want to see the day, the time, all that stuff. Let's see the data. Go ahead and put.
There's a reason why science is testable and repeatable.
So you said that it's a specific part of the moon that the laser is pointed at, right?
Yes.
And if we point it at other parts of the moon, it doesn't work. So it's a specific point. And are you also saying that we pointed a laser at this specific point prior to them allegedly landing on the moon and it didn't work? And now they have landed on the moon, it works on that specific point. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have those tests of them doing that before they allegedly landed on the moon then? Or?
You can find this on YouTube actually.
Okay. Do you want to link it if you get the chance? Or?
And just for clarify, this post that Quetzalcoatl put on the chat, who is Wernher von Braun on Apollo set replica. Yes, there is a replica. You know what that means?
Yes, stupid. Want me to show you green screens also?
I mute this crazy motherfucker.
Yes, because you're stupid and a liar.
Okay, mood
Bastard,
again.
Young. Yes.
I've tried.
That's
Quet.
what you deserve
I've
to
tried,
hear that,
really.
man. You're a lying bastard. That's what you are.
You are so salty, bro. Just keep calm,
Because you
take a
lost-
breath.
Hey,
Look
no,
at
yeah.
yourself.
Over water.
Lying
Take it
bastard.
easy, Fausto.
Me too. Did you hear what he said to me? But did you hear what he said to me? He said to
Take
me.
it easy.
Emotions.
Did you hear what he said to me into break? Because I'm talking to everyone. I'm talking to
You've been
Chip,
demonstrated to be a
Tim,
liar.
to
You are
Light,
an absolute liar.
everyone.
Please stop coming into this
talk
live
to
stream
anyone,
and
nobody
lying.
just
Constantly lie.
give a bunch of.
Why are you lying, dude? Why do you come in here and lie?
Just for don't
constantly.
believe in his craziness. So that's it. Let this Quenchy talk alone. I don't deserve to hear this voice.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Don't be disparaged. You got it, buddy.
No, I'm fine. I'm just trying to get rid of the people who are here just to offend and no argues. That's it.
No. Calling you out
So
is what
Quent
gets you offended.
is
That's why
out.
he's muting people that way.
I mute him.
If you're muting people in the live stream, you're going to get banned.
Okay, so I can go by myself. Pip, see ya. Nice to talk to you. Tim, nice to meet you.
Don't be like that.
Cookie, was a pleasure
Ready
to
to be
talk to
in the
you.
role?
Let him go.
Lloyd,
You
you
got a
are a
little
good
heated.
person.
You got a little
I can see
heated. It's
from
okay.
who is here. Lloyd is the best person.
Hey, brother,
all.
just show us the little reflector thingies.
And to break, you are a good person too. Nice to meet you. And
Hey, nice to meet
have a
you,
good
sir.
day, guys.
You can't make a claim without backing it up.
Take a hike,
Okay,
bro.
have a good day.
That's the problem with him. He can't
Yeah, don't run.
let him run.
Sorry, I was not going to let that guy steamroll the fucking live stream like that. We're just spouting and spouting and spouting, and I was like, no, somebody's got to say something.
He tried that reverse burden so hard.
Yeah, I asked him why did he reverse it on us, and he got triggered.
That's just sick. He always reverses the burden of proof. That's just what he does.
Yeah, the positive claim is the claim. The negative claim is not the claim.
Yeah, I didn't get what he was saying when I said you don't prove a negative, and he was fighting back on that. I don't understand that bit.
Yeah,
I will say he was a pretty calm.
logical arguments. That's the problem.
Sorry.
Quetzal, I appreciate your help, man.
Nah, I got heated too, man. I'm sorry about that. I just felt the shit he was just spewing. It just pissed me off. I'm sorry, but like lying and not backing up anything he was talking about. It's just
Like I don't have
his
that
feet
much.
to the fire. Yeah, come on, man. Start
Right, I
providing.
don't have knowledge on like lasers pointing at the moon and everything like that. I don't understand the studies. I don't know the studies. I've never looked into the studies. That's something I need to learn along the way. But like, there's certain things that like are naturally observable, and I had to cut them off in the beginning. I just had to.
I mean, someone has to. It kept going on and on and on. Yeah.
And he was in here by himself, and he thought he was teaching the world about the globe. No, we know what the globe is. We know your globe model. And I may not know lasers and moon experiments, but somebody in here does. You're not the only in here. He's not the only one in here with the knowledge of what he's talking about. The whole point of the flat Earth is that we've read it better than they have. We get it.
No, he's obsessed with the models and the simulations. That's what he's been demonstrating this very hour. That's what I saw anyway.
And don't get me wrong, if I had a God's eye view of the whole thing and I could sit down and draw it all out and measure it all out and, do a 1-to-1 diagram ratio or whatever, fuck yeah, I would. You know what I mean? I would love to be able to do that just to put the globe to fucking rest. But I'll accept the fact that like all maps are flat and that's how we map everything out. We don't draw on a ball.
Experiment. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, we don't draw on a ball and say, hey, here's our model. No, we draw on a flat piece of paper, and then somebody out there had the wild idea to fucking paper mache it all the way around the ball.
the claim with the lasers in the moon. So this is how the story goes. One of those times when they went up there, right? They put these reflectors on the surface, and now we can fire lasers, and just to make sure that the moon is a physical object, and blah blah blah. And we receive, the light back somehow, and that's how we know it's there. And I don't know what it's supposed to prove or whatever, but it doesn't. Like, the whole point is that, number one, no one went to the moon. It's not a physical object. I mean, space isn't real. We can go on and on. So I don't even let him get to that point. Just say, well, you're going to have to show me that the moon is a rock in a vacuum that's 250,000 miles away. Let's start there, right? So.
Well, and then, no, my question is like, well, certainly there's got to be the schematics on how they fucking calibrated the angle of the mirrors to come straight back down to the fucking Earth.
Yep. Because it's a round object, right? And you have to know exactly where it is.
Calibrate over 20 miles. You think they're going to calibrate something at 250,000 miles? Come on.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Wow. Yeah, no, I appreciate you stepping in on that too. Because, like I said, I didn't have that much knowledge on it. But then, you talk about like landing mirrors on the moon, and it's like, well, fuck, how'd they fucking calibrate that shit?
That is kind of interesting, though.
Yeah.
So we are getting something back when we fire we're firing a laser at the moon, and we're actually getting something back. Is that claim or what? I don't even know what the claim is, to be honest.
That's their positive claim. But I heard someone say that you have to go through NASA in order to just discriminate the actual laser that's returning or something like that. So NASA is giving you your numbers. You're not getting.
This isn't something we could just do ourselves. We can't get a strong, powerful laser and fire it at the moon ourselves. We have to go through NASA to get the whole thing sorted out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I've heard. I'm not an expert by any means.
Yeah.
Well, let's just look at this from a logical perspective, right? So apparently, with ham radios or radio frequencies, we can sort of aim those at the sky, and we can bounce them around and so on and so forth to communicate, right? Apparently. I've never done this, but apparently this works. But they don't want to talk about, hard, fast barriers or containers. They want to talk about ionospheres. They want to talk about mirrors on the moon. Is it possible, even if this claim is, remotely true, because I can't validate it and I don't know anybody who's ever done it. Is it possible that perhaps we're bouncing light or lasers off a hard and fast barrier and receiving that reflection? Is that at all possible? I think that's more plausible than the moon.
Right. I don't disagree.
Wasn't the ionosphere made up when the Marconi radio wave? He fired those radio waves and it worked, and then they made up the ionosphere because of that.
No, they made up the ionosphere way down the road to explain the Marconi observation.
Oh, well, so you're saying
Marconi observation was a phenomenon that nobody could explain.
Well, I think at the time they just said, well, we've got a tower over here and we've got a tower over here. We're just going to send this thing that way,
right?
And hopefully you receive it. Like it was as they expected it to be. They weren't even necessarily at the time really considering curvature or globes or anything like that. They just wanted to see if they can get a radio signal across the ocean, and they did.
And go that far.
Yeah.
Distance was a big deal back then. Like, that's why they did transatlantic flights and all that other shit. And then they took over the skies. That was the end of it. The Marconi experiment or observation, like you can say it's an experiment because they tested something. They tested the idea of whether or not they could go from 1 hour at that distance. And they manipulated the frequency in order to get there. But it was more or less just they didn't know if they were going to be able to do it. They did it, and it was way before there was ever any kind of a mention of a ball.
He's just talking.
My apologies.
Yeah, this guy's projecting again his own feelings towards me now. It's annoying.
And you never speak up, Ketzel.
Not that much, but yeah, this guy, I had to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. Like, fuck yeah, I don't mind being by myself because I'm not gonna let him. You know, I keep it basic at that point. If he's gonna steamroll something that I don't know, it all comes back to the curb. Like that's the fucking bottom line right there.
Yeah, for sure.
If you ain't got no curve, you don't have anything else. Wasn't my microphone that bad in the beginning?
Sound like it was. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've got a different Bluetooth.
yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah.
Right now I'm on speaker just because I don't feel like dealing with it. But he goes, "Get that thing out of your nose," and I'm like, I'm not even gonna sit there and argue on that because that was gonna be a whole different discussion.
That was like the one funny thing he said, though. Well, I guess a lot of it was funny, but he meant for that one to be funny, and it was funny.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope he comes back when other people that have more knowledge in that observation are here, because I want him to fucking get destroyed like he always gets destroyed. And isn't that
I had a.
I think I've talked to him before. I think I talked to him before.
I just had. Yeah, probably. He's been around a while. I had something I was trying to share, but then it kind of had already jumped to the different subjects by the time I had finished making the image. So I guess I didn't speak up loud enough. It's whatever. I didn't want to bum rush the stage. But here's the image that I shared that I was trying to show that false Thanos guy. Let it upload to the live stream.
Were you the one that was talking to him?
But visuals.
Were you the one that was talking to him?
So here's the.
See, do you hear
about which thing? So what were you saying, man? Yeah, I was trying to talk to him about the eyes and the Oculus, the aperture. Yeah, Max Smart, you're either hot micing or you're picking up some background sound, man.
Yeah, that's me. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Good morning, man.
Hey, Ethergrass, were you the one, real quick, before we kind of move on, were you the one that was talking to him? Somebody was talking to Faust, and I was just like whoever he was talking to, it seemed like he was steamrolling that person. I was like, no, I can't let this go on.
Cypher, maybe. Cyphers.
Oh, that's
I think
what it was.
me.
No, it was Cypher. Cypher. That's what it was.
I was just talking about the visuals, and
no big deal, buddy.
But then I kind of was like, well, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so. Sorry, man. We're overlapping. I'll let y'all talk. I'm going to silence myself.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is a waffler, reverse fallacy guy. It will never provide any actual proof. And he said we had.
No, he wasn't. He was one of those.
He
people
showed us
that were just gonna
calculator
talk.
by the Bedford Level experiment, and calculator with a FE model in it. I was like, what?
Right.
What the fuck?
Right.
Who made that model? We don't claim one even. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I asked him about the whole falsification thing, because he doesn't agree with that statement.
Yeah.
No, he needs a replacement.
Yeah, like you don't have to replace.
No.
Like, if we falsify the globe, like we don't have to then come up with an entire new model. That's stupid. Like I keep saying this to loads of people. Like everyone's so used to having the answers to everything. Like from birth, they everything's been figured out. Yeah, science has the answers to this, but really we don't know anything, and people just need to accept that.
Yeah, that's the
problem. And they're like, who knows? Then it's like, obviously the powers that be, but like you're telling me that because I took away your God's eye view, that now you want me to give you a God's eye view, and it's like that's absurd.
Yeah, no, he's asking ridiculous things like, why does the moon and the sun not fall? Like,
yeah, I was like
come on, you don't even know what it is. Like,
right.
In the flat Earth model, it would have fall. How would it still there?
Yeah,
like,
that was,
it's
that
a
was
physical
really
object. Well, then go there and get a sample of it and bring it back to me. I want to see it. I want to analyze it.
Yeah, it was interesting because his belief is that it is falling.
I'm gonna leave my mic open just to talk with y'all, but if I'm a bother, just let me know and I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm on my phone, so yeah, no, I appreciate you. I know, right? But I appreciate y'all like stepping in and backing me on that. Like, you know, it's not my burden to prove the negative claim. It's like if you say you did something, I say no, you didn't. It's up to you to prove that you did. Otherwise, like even in healthcare, like when you're documenting shit, if you didn't write it down, you didn't do it. That's the rule. Like if you do a job for somebody, if you didn't write it down in your log, you didn't do it. You can't bill for it.
He's asking you like, how prove that we didn't go to the moon? Like, prove that I didn't go to the store. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's such a ridiculous thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No, I agree.
That's why these logical fallacies are important. Because it's like you can't have a truthful debate without them. You know, like otherwise it just gets chaotic with all the straw manning and the burden of proof reversals and all the rest of it. It's ridiculous.
If I say I'm 5'10", it's not your job to prove that I'm not 5'10". It's my job to prove that I am 5'10".
Exactly. That's why he was like, "Oh, who said that?" I was like, why? It's irrelevant who said that. That's how logic works.
Yeah. And the thing is, if there was evidence of all of this out there, it would be everywhere. It would be so easily accessible.
Yeah, your logical statements is making a lot. It's not even backed up by any law.
Yeah, you're right about what you just said. Like, if we really did live on a spinning ball, oh my goodness! Like the amount of evidence would be unbelievable. Like if they really claimed to go to space and everything, we would the evidence would be irrefutable. But it's not.
They wouldn't have lost it.
It's just so stupid.
That's why I keep saying, like, when they said, you know, who measured the radius of the Earth or who measured the circumference of the Earth? Oh, I believe Eratosthenes did. Really, what was his measurement of the Earth? Well, he was off by 300 miles or whatever percent that he was off of. And I'm like, okay, great. Who proved it then? Because people get famous for these these, you know, big, giant claims.
And with the tech that they claim to have, like somehow we're able to see beyond the Milky Way.
Right.
All I want is a live stream of the Earth spinning, and you can zoom in and see people upside down in Australia. That's
we should have a camera on the moon zooming in at the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
I've been asking that question for years. Why is there not a high resolution webcam?
If all of this was true, it would be so easy to prove it, but it's just not. So inconsistent, all the dodgy stuff NASA brings out, and they haven't even panned, have they? Like on the moon, they haven't done like a 360 pan, like
a 360 orbit. Put a satellite orbiting the moon.
Yeah, it's just based off of that, like alone, you just know that something's off straight away.
Yeah. Not only that, but like put a 360 camera orbiting Earth. Set 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You don't have to zoom in. Just keep it zoomed out. You know what I mean? They keep saying, "Oh, well, it's a matter of national security to be zoomed in at a certain distance because then you can see military bases." Okay, cool. Just show me the long range.
Well, it's the same with the rocket launches as well. Like they launch the rocket, it does this arc, and then it switches to some 3D model that isn't real.
Yes.
I want the constant footage.
Yeah.
These guys are billions of dollars. Where's the constant footage?
That's not boring. I'm fascinated by that. I want to see that.
They've done that as well with that independent rocket launch, the Go Fast rocket. Have you seen that?
Yeah, the one where they stuck two engines on it.
Yeah, like that's got constant footage.
Yeah.
So it's doable.
Yeah.
Just NASA won't do it. So that's another big red flag right there.
It's not like it.
Where's my live stream of planes landing upside down and the planet spinning round?
Or running water up hills.
Where is my live stream? The 24/7 live stream of the Earth spinning around. Why can't they zoom in after all this time to planes landing upside down, please? I want my planes landing upside down with upside down surfers in view. I want to see them coming in for a landing upside down with a surfer surfing a wave upside down, maybe with a little rain going up. I could believe such nonsense. I mean, I guess we all did, but I never really thought about it. I just thought, if I'm at the seashore, I'm standing upright, then I'm standing upright at the seashore. I didn't think at some point I was at some angle. I never thought of that, really.
Right.
I want to see water flowing uphill on the globe.
Yeah. Water flowing uphill, I know. Well, apparently we already are, sir. You're seeing the Mississippi going up and downhill at the same time. any curving river of water, they're going up and downhill. How about waterfalls going sideways? I want to see some of that.
That would be cool too.
Wouldn't they be kind of tilted off to the side, depending on especially if some geodesy numpty next to it with a big mountain or hill next to it or something, shouldn't that be pulling the waterfall off to the side closer to the gravity, the higher gravity? Higher gravity. It sounds so stupid, man. When you say it out of your own mouth, you go, holy mackerel, that is just stupid.
Oh, hey, Sonny, did you hear what the guy said earlier when he was telling me about gravity?
No, I just came on a few minutes ago.
Oh my God. So he goes like this, right? He's like, so when Newton was sitting under the tree and the apple fell, how come the sun and the moon don't fall? I'm like, what the fuck?
Who said this? Oh yeah. I don't know. Yesterday somebody was saying that. Why doesn't the sun fall down? What keeps it just up there? Yeah, because.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say my answer was, how do you even know that the sun and moon are physical? Like, for all we know, it could just be an optical illusion, and you're experiencing something else when you feel heat.
Yeah, exactly. Like particle stimulation due to stimulant emission of radiation.
Right.
So we don't know what the sun is, and all we can tell is that we see some kind of optics. We see some kind of optical effect.
Yep, something is coming into our eyeball.
There's no way to tell. All these ridiculous humans that think they can measure something when they don't even know what size they are.
Right.
Literally, we could be microscopic to the creator. We have no idea of size or perspective or relationship to anything else other than our little tiny perspective of one single conscious person.
They claim the sun is
viewing this earth with the apparatus that we've been given, our eyeballs, and we also have a brain that's meant to be used along. Our brain. I don't think it's a brain. I think it's actually our spirit that has the common sense part.
No, I agree. I think there's something else going on. There's some kind of like electrical connection to the neurological activity that occurs.
Exactly.
Neurons, yeah.
But like all your nerve cells in your body, your central nervous system and your peripheral nerves, all they are chemical depolarization and repolarization. That's it. There's no consciousness involved in that.
Oh, you're talking about the activities in the body itself, right? Those material, yeah.
Like you blink in your eyes, the size of your iris changing depending on how light hits it.
Yeah.
When something itches, how you interpret that, how you interpret pain, how your body knows how to move a muscle and create a muscular stimuli. Your heart, the way it interacts. Innervates with the neurological system, all of that shit, like that's all that is chemical responses, man.
And also electrical potential. It's
right through chemical though. It creates an energy. There's an electrical energy involved in it for sure. It's actually electromagnetic, if anything else.
Yeah, we're just a part of a larger system. We're actually part of it.
Right. Whatever's going on. Yeah. No, we like honestly, like whenever I think about it, I feel like my spirit is separate from this physical world.
I was thinking about that just this morning because I think a lot of times I've had to separate from my body because like life is painful for some of us. Like I've had a lot of pain. So I have to just totally take mind. I have to totally take my mind away from it as if I'm this separate thing looking at myself going, wow, that body seems to be in a lot of pain. I'm sure glad I'm not there. Like I'm able to look objectively at it.
And for a moment, you have relief.
Yeah, to separate from the pain. Exactly.
Yeah. For a moment, you have relief. That right there tells you that your mind is separate from your body.
Not our mind, our spirit. The observer.
Your consciousness, your energy.
Yeah, the consciousness part is where the observer, it's an action of the observer is looking or observing. Right. So that's an action. That's not an action of material or chemical processes. They're yeah. So it's hard to describe because we don't have a lot of words or dialogue to describe these things that are unseen. But yet we somehow know they're there as well.
Right. We see a correlation, but we don't understand the causation.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's wet here in California, San Diego. It's raining again. It's completely soaking in. It's just drenched. Like it's hard for me to get used to the humidity going up to like 70%. Yeah, it's 73%. I'm constantly trying to get the humidity down because I can make it really cold, but I don't feel like making it really cold because I have like less than 10% fat. I'm like so skinny, man. The only thing that keeps me warm is I have to keep moving all the time or layers.
Right.
But I know I changed the subject.
No, it's all right. Like, I mean, that's your experience in life, man. And I'm sorry that you're going through all of that.
That's all right. Today's pretty good. Today's a good day. Like, I'm doing all right.
I understand it. So when I turned 40, right, up until 40, I was fine. I had no arthritic pain anywhere in my entire body. Like I would go through pain and I thought that would suck because like, I'm going through pain. This sucks. But then I would have relief once I rested. About 30 days after I fucking turned 40, all of a sudden my knees hurt and I can't fucking run to save my life. I'm like, is this it? Is this what is going to happen with the rest of my life?
I think there's some way to overcome those things because, like,
there is. You got to stay moving.
I've had those kind of problems where I've actually been able to resolve some of them, but it's not like other ones are not there because they just reappear in different areas. And what I started figuring out is all these pains and things. I started just talking back to it, saying, "You're not real," because if you're real, then how come let's say my left ankle started hurting all of a sudden on a casual walk? I'm going, like, if you're real, then how come in a few minutes you'll be gone and my right shoulder and neck will be hurting far more and will overshadow any pain I had in the ankle? Then it'll move to somewhere else. So I started having this conversation with it. I'm like, okay, I don't think you're real. Like, I don't know what you are exactly. It's something.
So in a sense, you're right. Mm-hmm. In a sense, you're right. But if you're looking for an anatomy and physiology explanation and medical interpretation of that,
yeah.
So as pain increases, you get what's called trepidus, which it's a rhythmic motion. Like it doesn't blast all the way forward. It has to come in a wave, and the wave repeats, just like a wave in water when you throw a rock in it. You see the wave go, you see the wave continue to come out, and there's a wave pattern in there. That's how pain also works. But what happens is you eventually reach what's called Christmas, which is a lockout, where you can no longer experience any more increase in pain. And once you reach that, eventually the nerve gets fatigued, and then it goes away. And when the nerve has to then rest in order to reactivate.
Yeah. See, that makes sense. That also makes sense why, like, our muscles naturally kind of contract, especially as we get older. If you don't stretch them, they start pulling on the attachments, And so a lot of
you're
times that
hardwired.
muscular pain and attachments that I have, it's a call to stretch those muscles. Even if I think, like, I may not have stretched them because I'm afraid of the pain that might occur, you know? And so, yeah, there's different things going on. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, our bodies, we can get syndromes. It has to do with our thinking and beliefs, though. I think that's a lot to do with it.
Well, if you don't use it, you lose it, right?
Yeah.
Yoga and Pilates.
I've heard you can train just by thinking hard about the training. You could lay in bed, think about an entire gym session really intently, and
Or I suppose you could do that with stretching too, laying in bed and then imagining going through the whole thing of your body, stretching to the appropriate amount. So you get a good deep stretch, you know? I don't know. That's interesting. I never thought of it.
it's an unverified claim. I've just heard that it's a thing. I haven't verified it. So.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's what you would call mind over matter.
Yeah, there's something to that, man. It definitely is. So I may go out for a bike ride anyway. I have full rain gear, waterproof boots. Like, I like being prepared when I go out, and nobody here in California is ready for this kind of rain. But I am. I grew up in the Midwest, so
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Do you drink lots of water?
I drink lots of water. You know what? You know what's really weird? I drink distilled water. I put some salt in it usually, but
sure.
What happened when I started drinking the distilled water? I make it myself, vapor distill it,
Cool.
and
Yeah, cool.
So what I found is I pee way more than I drink constantly. It like never goes away. I can drink like 4 ounces and I'll wake up and I'll pee like 20 ounces of water. I'm like, where did all that come from?
Well, you absorb moisture through the air too because of
totally.
You're drinking distilled water, so it's not ionized or anything like that. So your body's going to absorb because you're going to be, you're going to have other things in your body like sodium and things like that. It's going to absorb from everything around you.
Exactly. Well, I notice that when I go out in this kind of moisture that we've had, I literally sit there and blow snot. Sorry about the language, but snot out of my nostrils completely until it completely empties out. Like you're not supposed to hold that stuff in. You're supposed to, and you're really not supposed to be blowing it into your hands with some kind of cloth because you're obstructing it. You're causing a reverse pressure inside your nasal cavity.
Let me ask you this. I've always heard iodine is good for you, so I use iodized salt. Do you use iodized salt?
No, I use Himalayan sea salt.
So the only concern I have is like from what I've read on the literature, iodine is important for your thyroid.
Yeah, I eat tons of eggs. I eat eggs all day long. Okay. I can eat like 10, 12, I can eat 6 to 10 eggs a day, and I drink them. I don't usually, I'll fry them. Sometimes I'll have scrambled eggs with cheese or something like that. Very high protein, very high fat diet I have right now. Completely fat. I sit there and eat like a tablespoon of butter.
Oh, yeah.
Eggs are like the best thing you can eat.
I do a shot of, actually a half a shot because I can't do a whole shot. It makes me throw up. Half a shot of olive oil.
Yeah, I drink some olive oil here and there. Mm-hmm.
It keeps me lubricated. So
I make my own kefir. So I also put that kefir. I drink a little bit when I do strain it. I only drink about maybe 4 ounces of it. But what I do is I put it in my mouth because I have teeth problems. I just put it in my mouth for like an hour. I just let it sit there in my mouth because it's like if you have natural yogurt, it's supposed to grow your teeth back. So any kind of thing like that. And it's really interesting because after an hour, when I spit it out, it's pure clear water. Doesn't look like milk anymore. So whatever happened to whatever the proteins, I think are actually helping along with coconut oil. Sometimes
you'll absorb everything like what they call buccal. Buccal is in the gum line, and then sublingual and all that stuff. You'll absorb everything. Yeah. Your entire body is porous. Like to think that it's just on my skin, I'm not going to absorb it. No, you're absorbing it.
Yeah. And sometimes I go out to the wild and I'll eat nasturtiums. They're flowers, natural growing flowers out in the park, and the whole plant is edible. But I don't eat vegetables a lot, so it's just here and there, maybe once a week, I'll go grab a handful of greens. I don't
never
buy
miss-
greens at the grocery store ever anymore. I don't buy.
I never miss an opportunity to eat honeysuckle. If I ever see it, I go and pull some.
Honeysuckle's great. Yeah,
I love honeysuckle.
I'm lucky because I don't know. There's a bunch of cactus, and I've thought about getting some of those cactus, but it's a lot of work because you have to have some gloves. Those spines, you have to grab that leaf and pull out or cut away those spines, and then peel the whole leaf, and then fry it. I mean, there's tons of that stuff around here, but it's just so it's too much work for me. And what do I carry it with? I'm on my bicycle, so I'd have to like have a basket, have it so I could wrap it up with something and do it at home, or like. But there's a lot of things, like all the cactus are edible, so you get plenty of water from that. A bunch of herbs around here too. There's like lavender. I'm thinking of making some distillate of my own. I just have to read up on how to do it. So there's like an apothecary tree garden here, so they have a bunch of fruit. Oh, that reminds me, I found out where the spearmint is, and I got a bunch of that. I'm going to make some tea. That reminds me, I think I'll start the water.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate when you're like distilling your own water because you don't trust the water that you're being given. It's like your entire day is a damn chore. And so, hats off to you, Sonny, for being like that. I know Timbo's kind of like that. And that's a tough thing to do all day. But it's so important. Like if you really want to get away from all the chemicals. I know my life.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say my life changed when I stopped using fluoride toothpaste.
I stopped
getting headaches.
I stopped about 10 years ago with fluoride water. Well, I tried to. I mean, some of the stuff you drink still has it, but it's minimal compared to how it used to be, right? So, the other thing I do is I started washing my own clothes. I boil my own water. I carry this big boiling pot of water from the kitchen into the bathroom and pour it into buckets, wash my own clothes, or my bathtub if I have something larger. Try wringing out a large towel. Try wringing out one large towel. They weigh about 20 pounds while you're wringing it out. You have to hold it up while you're wringing it out. Now, I hang them sometimes. But I just started wringing out my own clothes, and my arms are so much stronger now when I'm lifting up a 5-gallon bottle of water. It's like I have to be careful because I'll throw it. Because it's so much easier now. I'm like, whoa, I got to watch myself. So my fingers and hands, but I got to be careful because I can overdo it and then I'll start getting cramps.
Yeah.
Probably has to do with my nutrition. Sometimes I'm starving. So
it can be just like the more regular you are, like even just having a snack in between the meals, it makes a difference, especially when the snack is like juiced, I guess you could say, or not juiced, but like more liquefied.
Yeah.
Because your body absorbs it better, and it goes throughout the body a little bit easier.
Yeah, that's why I started making eggnog every morning, and I've had really good luck. I've had no problem eating raw eggs for the last year. Do it every day. I try to get at least cage free. I don't eat like the major grocery chains. I wouldn't eat that kind of. But if it's like
best eggs are pasture raised eggs.
Yeah, like cage free chickens, I'll eat those eggs. It's better if they're organic, but whatever. Get the ones that aren't the chickens aren't filled up with hormones and stuff. That's what main thing, I think. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about Earth, we got far off track.
Back to Earth, Sonny. Back to Earth.
Back to Earth.
Well, that's part of the Earth, isn't it?
It is all part of the Earth, yeah.
And we were more or less trying to get off of being upset with somebody steamrolling the damn room with their nonsense. And it was nice to get on to a healthy topic.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
You guys all, do you guys have any like thoughts on all the like regular vaccines?
We don't talk.
We don't talk about that.
Okay.
That's a off limit. That's a off topic. We don't talk. There's other.
can talk-
If someone wants to talk about that, you can go down to Chill Chat or any other of the voice. Just not in the live stream. It's reserved for Flat Earth only.
Okay.
We don't talk about drugs. We don't talk about vaccines. We don't talk about the medical field, except for like what, as it pertains to your body. Yeah, your personal body.
I see Crypto. Hey, Crypto.
Don't talk about Bruno.
What'd you say?
I just said we don't talk about Bruno.
Bruno. I don't even know who Bruno is. I live under a rock though, so.
Oh, it's just a reference to the film Kanto.
Oh, okay. Check. I'll put that in the memory banks.
But we will talk about health, like like natural health. That's one thing we'll talk about. It's not medical advice, but it's something that you can do research on your own, and then draw your own conclusion about your own life, because you have a free life to do whatever you want. If you don't want to go out and prove that the Earth is flat or prove that the Earth is not a ball, and you want to sit in front of your computer and complain about flat earthers all day, that's entirely on you. And me and Sonny will laugh at you. And Quetzal and Aethergrass will all laugh at you for not going out and living life.
Oh, the man is back.
Who? Faust.
Yeah. He's ready for round 2.
The false reporter.
What's up, guys?
The false reporter of Earth.
Should change you to false Thanos. So anyway, did you find that experiment, false Thanos?
Which one?
The actual physical experiment of the moon laser test.
Hi, Thanos. How's it going, bud?
What's up, Jaina?
You having a good day today, man?
Yes. And you?
Good. Well, yeah. About to get some more coffee. Figured I'd chime in here.
That's a good idea.
Coffee is never enough. So keep going.
I'm telling you, I've got a stockpile of coffee. I'm not going into Armageddon without coffee. I was talking about that last night.
I got toilet paper. We'll split it.
I go through it so fast. It would probably behoove me to get like a large quantity at a time, I suppose.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens with me. Like, I probably have, well, let's see. Yeah, I'm looking around like I need to get more coffee because I only have 2 more cans. And then I also buy Cafe Bustelo, the espresso stuff, to add to it. So, yeah.
I don't drink coffee like 10 years. Because I've suffered with a big abstinence when I do so. I've worked in a office like 3 years ago, and when I don't have coffee to drink in a day, my head just would look like would.
Oh yeah, I feel that. It's like what's it? Caffeine
Abstinence.
deficiency. It's but caffeine deficiency.
So the only way to get rid of this is don't drink coffee anymore. So I stop it.
Oh, so I got a good question for you, Faustanos. Kind of related to the whole the mirrors that they put or reflectors that they put up there on the moon.
Okay.
How did they calibrate those reflectors?
Calibrate?
Yeah, to angle them to come back to Earth. Like what kind of calibration? Because 250,000 miles, that requires a lot of precise calibration right there.
Yes.
To get a straight line to come back.
That's a good question. I never looked for this calibration.
I mean, 20 miles with a laser is extremely finite and sensitive. So 250,000 miles, like, I don't even know, like, I don't even think you can use a micrometer to calibrate that.
Also, if you just observe the moon enough into the break, that's funny. If you just observe the moon enough, you'll see that it's not that solid rock that they tell us it is.
It looks wavy.
It looks really weird.
right?
Here, I'm gonna share a picture.
Looks wavy, you said? What
Yeah,
that
there's
means?
like a waviness. There's like a waviness to it, almost kind of like it's
Oh, you mean like a blur, something like that?
an illusion.
Okay.
Like it's a bubbly kind of, like it's a light, you know?
Yeah, but the shadow just gets projects in the moon like a spherical surface, right?
Okay, check the chat box, Thanos.
Yes, I'm looking. Just see a guy drinking coffee. Oh, okay.
Okay, you should see the moon now. Through thermal imaging, part of the moon disappears. Like, it's not as solid like what we think it is. There's no reason why, through thermal imaging, half the moon has disappeared. Like, we should still see it.
1 second.
Even on the shadow side.
You are using a thermal image, but the only part who we are seeing is the part that the sun is hitting the moon, right?
You're not seeing the rest, though.
You're not seeing the rest of it, which should be icy cold blue or black for how cold it is. So you've got the orange side right there. Oh, I love that you posted that. Yes.
And then it's empty.
What? Don't get it, guys. Say it again.
It's empty behind where there should be more moon. The other half of the moon is gone in thermal imaging.
Yes, because you look to a thermal image when there is no temperature, will not appear anything, right?
Well, no, that's not true. No, it's not that there's a no temperature, okay? On the side that you can't see in that picture, it's not like there's a no temperature. It should register as the cold side, but we don't even see a cold side. We see all this orange. We see a little bit of that blue and green right there. We should see more blue and green and black on the shadow side. But there's not even a shadow side through the thermal. It's gone.
Okay.
It's not even there. It's like the moon is... Hold on. Like the moon is moving through something.
Looks like it's cut it in half. So what is the source of this image, Gina? Sorry for asking.
I had a friend of mine who is an awesome meme maker, and he was out there with his thermal imaging. He's like, hang on. He was like, this really blew my mind. Here you go. I was like, bro.
Solid.
That's fucking
Solid.
cool. Like, for a long time, I was thinking that the moon was a solid, you know? Because, you know, the astronauts, they landed on the moon, man. They landed there. It's gotta be a solid
black. It should be a solid black behind everything else, since it's cold.
Exactly. The other half of the moon should be like a solid black or like dark deep blue for the thermal image. but it's not. It's just not even there.
Jen, I need to see the source, not the meme, you know?
That's all right.
I need
mean,
to see the
that's fine.
source.
I know you need to see the source,
Yes.
but we'll all get that. I'm sure there'll be more people out there doing this observation. You're just because it's observed once and then the source isn't readily available, I don't expect you to just hop on board. But I'm telling you, dude, it's like one fucking coincidence after another for you fucking globe earthers, and you shut your mind down. The further, the more coincidences there are, the worse you go into cognitus.
You know, and that's how I fucking was. It was like, oh, that's just a coincidence, until I realized that really, there's not much of anything that's a coincidence.
Like, how many coincidences does it need to be?
Right. How many coincidences before it's mathematically impossible that it is not what they're telling us, you know?
Right.
I spent some years down in the QAnon rabbit hole.
Oh, I did too. Like, I have I'm no longer there. I'm beyond that. I'm so fucking far beyond that. Like, the whole QAnon thing was like, think for yourself. Well, guess what? Q doesn't fucking think for me. I think for my fucking self.
Right.
When you guys
what was
said,
pissing me off is everyone was like, well, just don't do anything. Trust the plan and don't do anything.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah, exactly.
You got me fucked up. I'm stocking up my munition supply. Yep. I'm stocking up my food. I'm stocking up on water. I've got 3 closets full of water.
I might be one person, but you're going to regret coming to my house.
Exactly. I'll shoot through the door.
Faustino, you got a question?
Faustanos? You said Faustanos? Who are we talking to?
Faustanos. I was asking.
Yeah, I forget it, actually.
Oh, he don't want to talk to you, Mimas.
I'm sorry.
No, it's cool.
Mimas is a nice guy.
You want some source? Do you want some source? Do you want some meat?
I'm a nice guy.
You want some meat for your potatoes?
Yes, you are.
I am.
Hey, so since we got some people here, I'll go ahead and say what Faustanos brought to my attention earlier when we were talking about gravity.
Present to me the man.
This is the story I was presented with, and I just want to see what y'all think about this. So when Newton was sitting under the apple tree and the apple fell, why doesn't the sun and the moon fall out of the sky?
Excuse me?
The question
That's what I was told.
If the apple fall, why did the moon and the sun did not fall?
Can I ask you something, Faustino? Why would they? Can I ask you? Hold on. Why would they fall?
They're actually held up through quantum locking.
There is something.
Hold on. Faustanos, why wouldn't they, or why would they fall?
There is, because there aren't something holding them there, like gravity.
Right,
you know?
sort of.
Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand. What do you mean, like gravity? What does that mean?
Is gravity working in reverse to keep them up, but like working to keep us down? It's kind of
Don't help him out. Don't help him out.
You need to know what is an orbit. Did you guys know what is the orbit?
Are you asking me a question? Like, what is an orbit? Do you know what an orbit is? Why are you asking me? Why don't you tell me?
You just asked me something that you know the answer, Mimus. What are you saying?
You're making claims. You're making claims. I want you to back up your claims. Don't have me answer your questions when it's your claim.
No, I don't claim anything.
You just claimed that they would fall out of the sky.
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
I just... No, 1 second, Mimus. I just said Newton, at the time when he saw the fall of the apple, he asked himself why the moon and the sun did not fall also. That's the question. What's the claim? One question, Mimus. What's the claim? What's the claim?
Hold on.
One question, Mimus. What's the claim? What's my claim? What's my claim? What's my claim? You said I made a claim. What's my claim?
Hold on. Why can't you win an argument with a woman? You know, some questions just have no point.
Well, to go back to the moon, since, you know...
Did somebody shoot him?
He's got this understanding that the moon's a solid or something, needs some source. I've got a whole list of a multitude of different sources from different people who've just looked up and observed.
Jenna, don't help him.
She's not
I didn't
helping
realize
me.
I was helping him.
She's not helping me.
Anything you
Mimius.
say is aiding him. Make him establish everything, because everything is a claim he has. Even his questions have claims embedded.
Oh man, I love this, Mimius. So you guys don't have any claim? Never.
Okay, here's my claim. Here's my claim, Fastanos. I only have one claim.
You don't make
That the
claims.
environment in which we live, measures flat.
So you can prove that, right?
I can absolutely prove that. Yes.
Me too.
So show me. Show me.
Hold on. Hold on. How
No,
long
my
have you
claim
been?
is the scientific
Hold on.
method, sir.
Hold on. We don't use scientific method. We just use measurements. So, because measurements aren't science, right? So, Fastanos, how long have you been part of this argument?
Like 3 years from now.
3 years.
Yes.
So you already know what our claims are.
Yes.
Right. So you've seen the Black Swan. You've seen the 255-mile shot across the sea from Italy to France. You've seen all this stuff.
Yes, I saw.
So you know that it measures flat already.
No, I know that
Okay,
you guys
you're claiming-
mislead
okay,
the
okay,
calculation
hold on.
to make it look flat.
Fastanos,
No, you asked
Fastanos,
something to me I
Fastanos.
cannot answer.
I'm
What the
not
fuck,
going to
Mimius?
let you. I'm not going to let you ramble on and try and divert from this. You have seen
No,
us.
you're just
see
interrupting me.
You
I'm
have
gonna
seen
do
us-
the same thing with you,
You
man.
have seen things across a flat plane. You are denying that what we see is what we see. In order to ask any question about that, you have to first deny.
I am in denial. I'm in
Yes,
denial.
you are
Really?
denying the experience of observation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, admitting you've got a problem is the
So,
first
with
step to
your
recovery.
denial, with your denial of the experience of observation, what is your proof?
You're denying.
I'm not denying. We have the pictures.
Yeah, you are.
What am I denying?
What's he in denial about? Come on, tell us. Explain us.
The correctly calculus of the curvature.
Oh, why don't you give it to us? Give it to us.
I just sent it like 1,000 times.
No, I
Use
want you to say it.
Walter
I want you to
Business.
say it and explain it. I want you to say it and explain it.
I've tried, Mimis.
No, you're going to
I'm
try
not
again with me. You're going to try
No,
again with me.
no, I'm not. No,
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are.
No,
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Maybe
So, Mimis, just wait. Just wait.
How,
Because
okay,
I
so for the
haven't heard you
horizon- on the
explain
Black
it.
Swan. On the Black Swan, what I want to know is where is the horizon supposed to be at with your calculation?
What do you mean about Black Swan? Because this one I don't.
You said you
know
knew all about
the
the
name.
Black Swan. You said you knew all about the Black Swan. Were you lying?
No, you asked me if I know
Okay,
the
so
argument.
where
of
is the horizon at 1 foot height at an observer?
You
1
just start
foot,
screaming
where's
all the time that I say
horizon
something. I'll
Where is
just
the
mute
horizon
myself
supposed
and
to
you
be at
can
1
keep
foot
your
height? Where's the
mantra.
horizon supposed to be at
Okay.
1 foot height? Where's
Amen.
the horizon supposed to be at 1 foot height?
Amen.
Where is the horizon supposed to be at 1 foot height? Come on, Faust.
No, sorry, Mimis. I will not answer you because you just interrupted
I'll
me
just
mid
ban you.
sentences.
I'll just ban you.
Okay.
Okay, see ya.
Oh, come on, dog. Thanos. You there?
Waiting for get banned.
Okay,
I'm waiting to get banned.
You said you were in denial, and I just thought that was like, were you being serious that you are in denial about like observable physics? Because that's what you would be in denial about.
Well, he didn't want to give an answer.
He's in the void. He's in the void for half a year.
In the void. Anyway, I was going to tell him I'd answer the question about why the sun doesn't fall down as soon as he tells me what the sun is.
I didn't understand that question though. Like, what about the apple and then the sun and the moon? What the hell is that?
Yeah, it's a circular reasoning going back to their presupposition of gravity affecting balls in space.
Spaceballs. It's funny. I'm actually watching Spaceballs right now, you guys.
Spaceball.
It's
That was
such a
probably
movie.
the most
They
honest
troll us
movie.
so hard. They troll us so hard in this movie. Like,
Dude.
they open the sky covering, you know, and they put
And
the
vacuum.
vacuum over it, and they're like, "Turn it to suck, 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 suck."
Hey, well, everyone can everyone can relate to balls in space, except, oh, wait a minute. Oh, sorry. Women can't.
Well, that's the whole point of it. It's space balls. They're making fun of the whole stupid thing.
I know. That's really what it is. Balls in your face.
Face. But my space balls.
Here's my thing with the Glober. Like, I don't even mind having an honest conversation when you're like, oh, you look at the moon and it looks like it has shadows on it. Yeah, okay, cool. It looks like it has shadows on it. That doesn't mean it's a sphere. Whatever's going on, there's shading that is being removed. Like there's coloring being removed. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
From suck to blow. They're gonna get all their oxygen back.
But I mean, like so many different movies where they're trolling you hard, like Total Recall. You ever see Total Recall?
I think I have. I don't know. I don't watch a whole lot of movies. Total Recall. I think I've seen it. I just don't know. I watch things and I don't always pay attention.
Right. Anyway. No, I mean just all those movies, they're all like that's all they are. It's special effects. That's all it could ever be.
Yeah, exactly. CGI, Photoshop, special effects. Without all of that, there's absolutely no what people want to call proof of any Spaceballs.
Like somebody said the other day, the budget for NASA is like somewhere around $60 million a day. That's enough to make one movie every single day.
The daily budget is up to $101 million a day with over a $20 billion budget a year.
Right. I saw 23.4 billion or 21.4 or something like that, which is still absurd.
Yeah. I mean, if they can make Sandra Bullock look like she's legit in space on $2.4 million, what the hell could NASA do with a $20 million a day budget? Yeah.
I'll tell you what
they could fake shit every day.
Not show us footage of a launch. That's what they do.
Yeah, right. Uncut, unedited.
It's like up to some 3D model. Like,
I might go to the next Artemis launch.
NASA's budget for 2023 was $32 billion, $10 billion more than last year.
Holy shice! That went. So is that per year? Is that their yearly budget?
That's their yearly budget for 2023.
Damn! It went.
So it's never been that high before. $32 billion.
I saw that
normally around the 22 billion mark.
Mil or something.
I like to ask people like how is NASA helping you? How like there's starving kids, there's homeless people, there's sick people, but NASA goes to space, billions upon billions of dollars, and how is it benefiting anybody?
Because it's what NASA does is not what you think it does. It does R&D for a lot of different things. NASA literally does a ton of R&D, research and development.
Yeah, research on what? What are they researching? Because they're not telling us anything new. There's still, I mean pretty much my whole life, there's been an asteroid that's going to hit the Earth.
Well, there's the low budget show that they put on, which is it's not even like a significant part of their budget probably. And the rest of it is like geological research, aerospace research, flight testing, stuff like that. So there is a lot of technology that beneficially does come from NASA's R&D program. That is legitimate.
Legitimate
research waves a lighter one.
Yeah, like there's a lot of flight tech. There's a lot of flight tech because their real technology is in flight, not in space. It's in flight. And so with that kind of budget, they can like basically have free reign to develop whatever they want to and experiment with whatever they want to. So there is a lot of tangibly beneficial things that come through R&D. It's just they also have this other small portion of their budget that goes to a show.
I'm pretty sure they developed a 3D printer.
Yeah, NASA's developed a lot of things that, a lot of things we take for granted. But it's usually through their payment to private contractors who do that. So one of their big contractors is MIT. So a lot of the research that comes out of MIT is NASA funded. So it's almost like it's all this clean money that comes out. Of
they do all this.
It all goes to space, but what it's really going to is a bunch of different privately owned research companies that then develop a technology.
Right.
And that technology then gets sold to the public.
Like going to Mars. They never went to Mars. Mars isn't a firm thing they can land on. They've been caught. They've been caught 6 ways to Sunday on that one.
They probably use Mars rover and things like that as a reason to create robotics, to research robotics.
Yeah, it's kind of, probably. It's really weird.
That would make sense.
I've seen a lot of NASA fakery coming out of Greenland and Devon Island and in the deserts of like Arizona and New Mexico. Damn. Bot sent him to the void for 182 point. What?
Yeah, the bot. I manually took off his server band to taunt him, and the bot every few minutes cycles through.
How could he claim to be here for 3 years and not know what the black swan is, though?
He said he knew what it was.
Oh, okay.
He said he knew what the black swan was, and he said he knew what the 255-mile shot from Italy to France was.
But he didn't want to
presenting it.
Because he tried to say the calculations were wrong. I asked him for the right calculations. He refused. I banned him because he's been here long enough to know.
Right? Yeah, you just flunked out, kid. He's crying.
3 years.
He's crying. He's telling somebody. He's telling someone STFU, kid. And I'm like, you're the one in timeout. Like,
3 years, and he has not once decided to look into it to verify it.
Golly.
He's sticking around though. What does that mean? Why would he stick around for so long?
Like, is he in here just to defend his Spaceballs? Is that all he's doing?
Yes, and I can tell y'all why. It's because no information and no facts, no logic, nothing wakes people up. Nothing you've ever told anybody wakes them up. Not
Does
one
he have
person.
vaccines?
You have to wake up yourself.
Right. It is because a person wakes up and they don't even know they wake up. But at some point they wake up and then they're open to reality. They're open to things changing their mind. And if you've ever talked to somebody and they changed their mind, it wasn't you that woke them up. They were already awake.
Right. Yeah.
So
the only thing I can do
these people like him, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter if he gets banned or if he hates flat earthers or whatever. Because at some point on his journey, he's going to wake up and then he'll change his mind. And it's inevitable.
Yeah, it's like good soil and bad soil, you know. I view people like that. Because like I just go planting seeds and I can tell who's got good soil and who doesn't, you know. So I won't waste my time on the people that don't have good soil to plant seeds in.
Planting a seed is planting a seed. Whether or not that ground gets opened up, like God will let that seed in. But
that's
what I was going to say. When you're saying like if you're going to wake up, you're going to have to do it on your own. It's just like if you're doing something and somebody comes up to you and says, "You sure you want to do that? Because this might happen," and you're like, "Oh yeah," and you change your plan in mid-action to correct the thing that was going to be done because you didn't see it. You woke up to that.
Yeah.
If you were already open to the suggestion, you probably already had a mindset of being able to have your mind changed, which is being awake.
Right.
Which was so crazy because for me, like I remember I just wasn't ready, I guess. And I was like, nah, there's no way. And like I still had with faith in God and everything, and I'm like, oh no, the earth isn't flat. But I came around, I started to realize some things, like water being level, like the physics of water. That's a big one, isn't it? Like, and they're like, oh, well, it's gonna curve in a bigger container. I was like, whoa. So water's only level in small containers,
right? Not
big containers,
right?
Like, wow, yeah, that's the kind of shit that I get from people now.
No, I'm looking out over the ocean. I'm like, it looks fucking flat, and then like I've been in planes, so like I know what it's like to fly above the ocean, and it looks pretty fucking flat. And like, how high up do you have to go to see the fucking curve? Because Earth is the dimensions we're given. It's not that fucking big.
Right. And that's the whole thing is how high up do you have to go? Because if you have to go up any fucking higher to see this elusive curvature, well, then Earth is probably 5 times bigger than what they're telling us.
Right.
You know?
And even then, the sun and the moon are not doing what they're saying they're doing.
Right. I noticed that I'm like, compared to like these images and these diagrams that they show us about, the moon orbit and the way the sun, the Earth moves around the sun, and my knowledge of light and shadows, I'm like, that shit don't work.
No.
That shit don't work. Sometimes there's a shadow on the moon, but it's not even in the right place for it to be like Earth's shadow casting.
Well, the Earth never casts a fucking shadow on the moon, apparently. There's a penumbra that always fucking occurs.
Oh, yeah, the Umbra. I don't know.
The Umbra and the penumbra, and like, I mean, I'm just like, so basically what you're telling me is the Earth never casts a shadow on the moon? So how do we even know that the moon is solid?
Yeah, exactly. That was why I had to post that little meme up in the chat. I was like, it doesn't look solid to me, and I've had the chance of looking at it through a telescope when there's just half a moon.
Like, I can't wait. I can't wait to see like a day. Like, it would be the greatest day in the world. Like, especially now that all of us are awake. I guarantee you, with all these phones, if we saw the same experience, there would be no refuting it. Like, let's say, and obviously we can't point to any point in time that it's ever happened before, but like, how funny would it be? How funny would it be if one day the opposite, like the moon and the sun are 30 degrees apart from our angle, and the opposite side of the moon is lit up? How fucking funny would that be?
Oh, yeah, honestly, I believe that's probably happened before. I don't think we've seen it, but yeah,
I mean, not that narrow together. I'm saying that narrow. Like, if you saw like a 15% illumination or something like that, but the other side was fucking lit up. Like, how fucking funny would that be?
People would be going, wait a minute, what the fuck? I thought that the sun lights up the moon. What the fuck?
Like, come on, God. There's a miracle for you to do right there, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's not asking for much. And we'll all laugh.
Right around that one. Yeah,
like,
that would definitely be something to see.
Right, like you don't have to stop world hunger, God. Just put the fucking crescent on the wrong side.
Right.
Or reverse the illumination. That would be even fucking funnier, dude. Like, if one day the illumination just started reversing.
Well, the Selenelian eclipse still hasn't been explained for a globe.
Right. No, they say that the light bends like on a 270 degree arc or something like that.
Light doesn't bend. Like, you can do all kinds of experiments with lasers and concave and convex lenses, and it's not bending because light waves have to move in a straight line. They can bounce off of things, but that light isn't bending. It's finding a new angle and traveling in a straight direction from that new angle. So this whole light wave bends crap is like, this makes me so mad. I just want to be like, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Just shut up and learn something.
Well, and then here's the other thing too. Like, they say with the lunar eclipse, right? When it's a full moon lunar eclipse, that the light is bending around the Earth curvature, and then so like you're getting partial illumination of the moon. It's creating that red effect. Why the fuck don't we see that when there's a new moon?
Yeah, I've wondered that. You can add, like, when there's a new moon, no moon in the sky, that you can see. If you know where it's supposed to be, you can actually just barely see it, and it's very opaque. It's like you're seeing straight through it. You wouldn't know where it was. You wouldn't even know that you're looking at it unless you know what to look for.
Right. No, if you can provide something like that for me, if you want to send me a DM, and like if anybody has like a visual observation of it, I'll fucking look for it because my eyes are in tune. I just don't like I don't know, man. Like obviously it'd have to be a clear day, so
yeah.
Once every 29 days, I'm gonna have to figure it out. But but I mean, like, how cool would that be if, like, we started taking pictures of them? Oh, there's the moon right there. Not really. All right, let's get the thermal imaging out.
It's like there's the moon, but it's not there, and we're seeing like the opaqueness of the moon, but we can see stars through it. I thought that was fascinating, actually. Where's my picture?
You're talking about those flags?
Oh no, I've got my own picture.
I took a screenshot. I a lot of people here don't like Eric Dubay for various reasons. I only follow him for information. I don't have to agree with everything that he puts out in order to say that he puts out correct stuff.
Right.
But I give him credit because that's where I've tried to find this image elsewhere, and I can't find it. So I give him credit for having that image. Now, whether or not he took the image, I don't know. But if I can find it in my
Check that out in the chat.
Maybe you have it. Yeah, so I don't have that one. I have a daytime one that he did. But yeah, no, that's the same exact location. That's the same exact location as it is in the other one. Oh, excuse me.
I was like, does anybody see the star through the moon right now? Like, what?
Did you point that out to people?
Huh?
Were people around you when you pointed it out?
Oh, I mean, I was the only one, around when I was looking at that. I was like, guys, look. And they're kind of like, whoa, what the fuck? But, like, they'd stop, like, their what the fuck kind of stops there, Like, their whole thought process just kind of train wrecks.
Yeah. And, the other thing, too, here, I'll post this one because I know I had to show it. So it might have been a Selenelian eclipse because it wasn't a full moon. It was like a crescent moon, or like a what are those moons called? Not the crescent, but the gibbous moon. I think it was a gibbous moon. And it was orange. Like, why the fuck is it orange when the sun's still out? And so I looked into it, and there's a thing called lunar nodes. And so I wonder if at certain angles the moon turns orange also.
I'm wondering if it has to do. I mean, because when we have a blue moon or a pink moon or a red moon, we've seen all these crazy colors, right? Well, it just makes me wonder if whatever's going on with the moon, it's moving through denser portions of the neon gases, which make it light up those different colors.
The noble gases.
Yeah.
The neon gases or noble gases?
The noble gases, the krypton.
Those are the ones that light up.
And argon.
Right. Anyway, I tagged you for the video. I'm driving down the road, and my mom, when I'm recording this, my mom's looking at me like, "Are you fucking serious? You're driving and you're recording?" But
yeah,
I had to. Like, it was a wide open field. Like, if I would have gotten home, chances are, by the time I come back, that moon's going to be white, and it's not going to be doing what it was doing.
That's beautiful. And see, like, how do you even get that? Like, the sun was way the fuck over there, okay, way out beyond the horizon, and then you've got the moon all lit up, like,
just like that.
But the sun's doing that. But the sun is doing that.
And let me see. I zoomed in on it. Right? Was it a full moon?
Yeah, it looked like a full moon.
It looks like a full moon, right? From that angle.
Oh, and orange.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Thought maybe it was a gibbous. Yeah. Like I made sure that I got like, look, you can see the sunset over there, and look how lit up it is. So the sun can't be too far away, right? And boom, you got yourself an orange moon.
Exactly. You know, and I always wondered, like, on full moons, on like a clear sky,
There's no Earth curvature blocking that.
Yeah, there's no
Do what?
curvature blocking that.
There's no Earth curvature on that shit. There's no Earth blocking the fucking sun from that.
That shit is flat. DeGrasse Tyson. He's like, it's flat, but it's a ball. My favorite is just out of pure curiosity. Like, I did this just a couple months ago. I was like, you know what? One thing I've never done is go and ask Google what the real shape of the Earth is, right?
Right.
Because I'm always directing these globies to their supervisor. I was like, why don't you go ask your supervisor? I mean, Google. And so, and I mean, if you know, like, Google's spying on everybody, it's even funnier.
Yeah. No, I like that. I'm gonna start using that. Why don't you go ask your supervisor? What do you mean?
Google.
Like,
Exactly.
yeah, the thing that you believe.
Someone's directing
Yeah, go ask Google. As you get all your bullshit from Google. So yeah, I was like, well, what's the real shape of the Earth, right? And Google goes, well, it looks like a perfect sphere from space, but its true shape is that of an ellipsoid. And I'm like, wait a fucking second. So cubes can be rectangles.
Where was this scientifically proven again? Because they're saying on these little labels that they are scientifically proven to be false.
Yeah.
Like flat Earth is scientifically proven to be. So how are they scientifically proving that that's true? That's
I don't know. Have you guys seen that bit that Eisenhower bitch? She's like a physicist or whatever, and she gaslighted the hell out of our model. You know, I say our model, but she gaslighted the hell out of the subject, I will say. Let me see this. And every time I just type in flat Earth in my YouTube, I get all the gaslight stuff, right? I get all the gaslight stuff. Let me see if I can find this.
Hey Jenna, you got to read the screenshot I have of whatever that smart AI is. Everybody claims it's the best AI that's out there. CBTers.
Oh shit! Let me look.
And so this thing fucking. I asked this thing. I said, "Does this sphere have gravity?" And it immediately starts talking about the Earth. I'm like, no. Does the sphere have gravity?
I asked it, can you have gas pressure without containment? And it said no.
What's that? I'm going to read this out loud. It says, what hypothesis can be derived from the shape of a sphere? A hypothesis can be derived from the shape of a sphere. Let's see, shape of a sphere that is that an object is. What the fuck? Hold up. It's already stupid.
Continue.
Yeah. A hypothesis that can be derived from the shape of a sphere is that objects on its surface will experience gravitational attraction towards its center, which can be tested through experiments and observations. This hypothesis is based on the understanding of gravity, which is a fundamental force in the universe and has been extensively studied and tested through scientific inquiry. Additionally, the shape of the sphere can also be used to test other hypotheses related to its physical properties, such as its volume, surface area, and density. However, just a few years ago, they said, well, we might have, maybe, I don't know, detected gravitational waves, but we're not sure.
Yeah. So all that's all really great, all based on a presupposition from the very beginning. So they don't have rights to first base. They didn't make it past muster. They have nothing to prove any other. They have a long, long story that goes on. It keeps getting additions to it, like doubles in size every year of the stories that they have to make up because everything they say has never been proven. Johnny, what do we have? What do we have for the winner that has proven nothing? Oh, sorry.
What do we have here for him, Johnny? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, this girl is like the granddaughter of Eisenhower. Okay, hold up. I just found it. And this is dumb. She's a real NASA astronomer, reviews Flat Earth Simulator, professional plays to come and gaslight us. She makes it to where the sun is the same size, and she moves it to like where it's slammed into Earth, like a flat Earth is wrapping around this bulbous sun. So hold up, I'm gonna send this to you guys because it's such a fucking gaslight.
They always have straw man ideas of what flat Earth is. Like it's always so stupid. Yeah, why don't they come and check? We're right here, folks.
Yeah, look at this gaslight.
What?
You do like the cover, and the cover is enough of a gaslight, really.
Yeah, that's great, lady. Yeah, you're in the too, just like your grandfather or whatever.
Scroll up again. I asked it a second question.
Totally.
I asked it a second question, Jenna. I said, I'm not talking about mass. I'm talking about a sphere. How does a sphere have gravity?
A sphere doesn't have gravity. A sphere, I guess, would have density, right?
Well, I mean, it's a sphere. We're just talking about like a concept.
Yeah.
We're just talking
Okay, so where are you going with this? Because I'm thinking spheres. Okay, where do we see spheres in nature? We don't. Okay, then if that was correct, then we'd see objects collecting other objects around them all the time. It'd be a common occurrence.
Right.
Like,
wouldn't it?
Like even your blood platelets. Even your blood platelets are flat around.
Yeah, I'm not wrong, right?
Your blood cells are flat.
Yeah.
Flat cells.
Your red blood cells are flat. They're pancaked out.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a flat seller.
At least you're not a flat sellout. There's been a couple of those.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Like, why? I really think that people that sell out like that, they must have been threatened or something,
Well, we were naive in the early days. We didn't realize what they were up to. Now we kind
or they're tired of the argument.
They had an objective.
I'm not going to stop. No.
Well, reality's not going to stop either.
Right. Yeah, reality's not going to stop. I'm not going to stop.
We don't.
It was funny. I just had somebody tell me that there's been millions of experiments to prove that Earth is not flat. And I was like, millions, huh? Millions? Prove it. Show me.
When we find the first one, who was that? Who was it that said that?
Just someone in my YouTube channel. Somebody was arguing with me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, those trolls.
Those trolls.
Most of them are bots.
I woke up today and I found that Flat Earth Keys had given me a sub on YouTube. I was pretty excited. Flat Earth Keys is awesome. I've shared some of that channel's content in the chat. Great stuff. I mean,
I
awesome
have a Flat Earth YouTube channel since 2017. It's called Flat Earth Consciousness 27. Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. Here, I don't do that much, but I have hundreds of videos on there.
I got you. Hold up. Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
Did it come up? I'll send you a link.
I'm waiting for it to load.
It's funny. YouTube
It actually doesn't come up.
I know, man. I'm telling you, they got mine hidden. Well, watch. There it is. They've got mine so hidden. I can't even type it in by the exact name. It won't come up.
That's exactly how it is for all of the pretty much all of the Flat Earth channels that I've subscribed to. They are. They don't have a lot of traction.
You have to have 1,000 subs.
Yeah, in 6 years, let's see, since 2017, 6 years, it keeps going up. I have 551 subs.
Yeah, you need 1,000 subs.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So it's only going to take a decade. Hopefully I'll survive long enough to be able to.
If you put out 2 videos a week and at least 2 shorts, you'll get to 1,000 in a month.
Really?
Yes.
Dang, I should do more with it then.
What an algorithm.
But you will not be picked up by the algorithm or the search engine until you are at 1,000. And that's how they preference their treatment. That way it kind of weeds out the people who are willing to stick it out to get to 1,000. Because once you get 1,000, you are on the road to 100,000.
Yeah, huh.
That's awesome. Hey, while we're thinking about it, guys, go. I subscribe to your channel, bud. If you want to go and subscribe to my channel, it's just Jen Lassie. It's just a white J, I think, circle.
If you could send a link as well, because you know how that
goes. Sure. I got you.
Voice, text, and all. Yeah, I have 123 videos on there. Most of them are just mirrored videos from 2017 and on up. I have some good classics on there, but they've taken away 80 videos.
Damn.
They've removed 80 videos.
Jenna Massey 7766.
That sounds right. I just sent a link. Yep. Is it a pink J?
It's a pink circle and a white J.
Yeah, that's me.
Pink J. What's up, flat earthers?
Wow, is that dude? It sounds just like dude, man.
I'm driving. If I'm making too much noise, mute my ass.
No, you're all right.
All right.
It's okay. I'll just turn you up. You're actually a little muffled, but I hear you.
Yeah, I'm driving. You know how it is. Shit, kind of hard to get.
You're driving through the wet and mossy Orange County, which is being like slam dunked.
Some rats.
We're being slam dunked with like the Pineapple Express is what they used to call it, but
Pineapple Express, baby.
Is it raining up there for you right now?
Yeah.
It rained all morning here and all night last night.
Yeah, we got an inch of rain and last day. Yeah.
Inch of rain.
Hey, we got a big Flat Earth meetup coming up a week from today.
I know. I'm actually just between you and me. I'm trying to sell some vacuum tubes. I got some extra ones, so I'm trying to get some funds together. And I found out some of these Mesa Boogie tubes. I have just 4 power tubes are worth like $135. I'm like, what? So. So I have a bunch of tubes. I have like 12 tubes that I could sell.
Oh my goodness!
I got a whole set of Mesa Boogie tubes. I got the 4 power tubes and 3 12 AX7s Mesa Boogie tagged and labeled. And then what do I have? I have this really old. You might know about this, dude. And I know I won't take up the live stream, but I have this made in Britain Emerson 12 AX7 tube. It's a really old one, so I'm going to start looking that up, but it seems super rare.
Yeah, those are rare.
But it still works.
All tubes are rare, man. Really, I mean.
Yeah. I don't even know where I found it. Got it.
I used to have the tube testers at the store. Remember that?
Yeah, I wish I had one, man. That would come in handy right now.
At the grocery store.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and some of the drug stores, I think, like there were stores like Rexall, they had stuff like that. Photos, test your tubes, and
hey, guess what? Vacuum tubes is a container.
What's that?
You have to have a container for a vacuum tube.
Yeah, in order for electrons to travel through the vacuum space,
right?
Through a cloud.
A container.
It's got to be in a vacuum. Got to have a container.
No, anyway, I don't want to just
fire containment. When I say containment and they come back with, "Oh, you think we live in a container?" I said containment. Okay, I I didn't mention a container. I just said that this thing requires containment.
Well, send them to me. I'll tell them it's a container. They are contained.
They are, yeah, we're all contained. But like, I have to start with these like very defined things and really break it down for people.
That makes sense.
You know,
people
just
are
really finite. You know, it's because like, no. Let's understand containment first. Let's understand the containment of pressure first before we move on to we live in a container. We live in a giant enclosed terrarium.
You might
that's too much for that's too much for them at first. We have to stick to the science, the tangible science.
That's true.
Before we move on to like
I just want to say we have LabTech 901 that just popped in, VC verified. Welcome to the chat.
Welcome to Happy Saturday. Flatterday. Hey.
I just gave Owl Psalm a subscribe. He's got such a cute little guardian owl for the picture. I love that. That's adorable.
LabTech, what's your position on the topic of Earth? If you don't mind sharing a little bit.
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. There's a lot of unscientific stuff going through this Discord and others about the concepts of particularly spaceflight, as they have to relate to the shape of the Earth. But generally, it's round.
And do you have some evidence of this?
Well,
I would actually ask, what is it
the
that
questions?
Hold on. What is it that we say that's unscientific?
Well, the problem is that in sort of the Earth being round point of view, there's a very coherent sort of set of facts, as in like the Earth is this shape, it is this diameter, it has this level of gravity, and the layout of land upon it is as such. But the flat Earth theory is not really, not everyone agrees on how flat Earth works, if it does work. So refuting a specific idea of flat Earth is more difficult.
Oh, okay, there's only one idea you'll find on this server, and that is the Earth measures flat, and that's it. We don't talk about
but like, what shape is it? So it's flat. There's no curve.
You're assuming,
but is it a circle? Is it like a disc?
Let me ask you this. Let's say you're a fish in a pond. Do you ask what shape is the pond?
Well, yeah, I could figure it out.
We live in it. Well, can you? We live in an environment. We don't understand the full extent of the environment. I'm not even a flat earther because I don't know if the Earth is an object that has a shape. All I know is that the.
Well, then the question is, what happens? What do you believe happens when you go? You know, if you go north and you keep going north, what happens if you keep going?
If you keep going north, you only go to the northern lodestone, which is the North Pole.
So then, what if you keep going north after that?
You can't go north after that. North is a point on the compass.
So then, let's stop talking about north first. Let's pick a direction. If you pick a direction and go in that direction, what happens?
Talking about
Need your wood.
You have a
one at a time.
Why is so many people talking over me? Why?
That's why I said one at a time.
Thank you. Now,
you're welcome.
You have a map in your head, don't you?
Sure.
Okay. You need to get rid of that map. We don't have a map or a model. Okay, we don't assert that there's a map. We don't assert that there's a model. Okay, so the only position that we hold is that the environment that we measures flat. Nothing else matters, because if the ground is flat, you start from that axiom.
Okay, so, and then the idea being, if the ground wasn't flat, if the ground was curved and it was a circle and it was a globe, then the idea is that if you kept going, you know, if I went from where I am now and I went in a direction for long enough,
sure, in your model,
eventually I would...
Yes.
Yeah,
in your
and
model,
let me continue for a moment. And if I continue with that model, then if I go in a direction, I'll eventually end up back where I started.
Yeah, sure. In your model, that works. That's fine.
So then, when the Earth is flat, and if the Earth is flat, that's not possible because you're not traveling on a curve; you're traveling straight.
The Earth measures flat. We don't have to say if. It actually measures flat. We don't have to say it. If. It measures flat. There is no measurable curve on the Earth. We see way too far. We see mountains that are hundreds of miles away. We see lighthouses that should be under 1,000 foot of curvature. We see ships that should be under 500 foot of curvature. We see way too far. And everything that we do actively measure is flat. So any other idea doesn't matter because all of those ideas depend on a model of reality, which is a reification fallacy and a Ludic fallacy. So if it measures flat, zero argument exists after that, because that is the axiom upon which every other argument is built. So if you say it's round, and then you build a model of the universe, and the Earth is a map of it being round, but it turns out to be flat, immediately your entire derived model is wrong. It only works mathematically.
So you do state though that the Earth measures flat when that's
flat.
That's not as incontrovertible as you state that it is. There are measurements which can indicate that the Earth is not flat.
If you see something, it's there. If
My
you
whole
can
point
observe
is
a straight
water
line,
is level.
Yeah, but that's not a very impressive argument, is it? Because it's not a measurement.
True.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So, who am I talking to anyway? It's Lab Tech. Okay.
Hey, Mimus, this is Jenna.
Oh no, I'm talking to Lab Tech.
Okay. Hi, Lab Tech.
I was trying to figure out who I was talking to. Yeah. Because I wasn't.
Unfortunately, I wasn't planning on talking, and I just sort of got called out because I have to go.
Okay.
So I'll be back later.
That's cool. That's cool.
Mimus, I wanted to ask him about a compass. I wanted to ask him how come all of these compasses are flat discs for a ball Earth.
Well,
yeah, but where do you think that question's going to get you?
I mean, it's actually resulted pretty well for me before.
I wanted
that's a never-ending tit for tat, and it's just a Vietnam War that you're in that can never be.
You'll get into a war of attrition. My goal. People will tell you how I argue is I lay traps and I make no claims.
Yeah, don't make any claims. We can't do this thing.
Lay traps. Every single thing I say is a trap.
I talk like that too, and it's for me it's like a series of different tactics and weapons in the arsenal, and I'll switch out.
That only depends on
I'll get going just like you, Mimus. I don't even know if you've heard me go off before, but I've gotten going just like you, so I appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, that's cool. I am flattered. Thank you.
Flattered.
Hey, I wanted to continue that observation of North. He's like, what happens if you keep going north? Well, then you eventually pass north and you end up going south again. What happens if you go east? You're going around north. What happens if you go south? You're going away from north. So what's the point?
If you constantly go north, you will only ever stop at north. You can't go past north.
Right, you can't go past north.
Yeah, but those things are, like Mima said before, those things are only headings on a mechanical compass, So I know they indicate something, yes, but it's not an indication of, well, I don't know where exactly I was going with that, but yeah.
Let me ask y'all. I'll play bad guy here for a minute. How many directions are there?
All of them.
It's a trick question.
Infinite.
It's a trick question. So, how many directions are there?
As many as you can point yourself in.
That's a correct answer, but how many true directions are there?
The 4 cardinal directions.
Well, if there's a true direction, there can be only one.
One. There's only one.
One direction.
Yeah. Where everything points to, right?
North.
Where they point to, yeah.
North is the only direction. East, west, and south are derived as 90 degrees, 180 degrees, and 90 degrees of north.
Hey, listen to this.
They do not exist.
Listen, I just thought of something when you were talking just now. I had imagined, you know how it's talked about how level can be observed at all these different every different location, right? Level. Now think about this. We could have compasses pointing to north all at the same time, and they are on a horizontal plane all at the same time, and then match that with level. There's no way out of this. It's not even possible for a compass to work if it wasn't on a horizontal plane. It's floating.
Yeah.
It's floating. It's achieving level.
I mean, good luck.
Well, look, they're all achieving level. Look, the compass is an indicator of level all at the same time, so they're pointing to all the same north. You think, imagine them stretched out across the oceans where they're all pointing in, all these different lines from all these different places, all horizontal, going all the way, all the way out. So, I mean, it's very simple, but it's a literal proof, more of a proof that where we live than anything that that Glovers have ever provided. Just the compass debunks them, or freaking sundial. Sundials would not continue to work exactly the same if you're swirling like that through an infinite. They're really in a bind, man, I'm telling you. They're stuck with that cockamamie space idea, and they don't realize the implications of it. And so I don't understand why there's still people that are defending it beyond all reproach when we have plenty of reproach. More reproach coming. Day after day. I'll yield the floor. Yeah, I like your simple, direct way, Nemus.
It's the way of autism.
Yep.
Just kidding.
I can magnetize my compass to the north. The south will point to the north.
Yeah. So
what's up with that?
You just magnetize that side of the needle more than the other side.
Yeah, I did it. In fact, my compass at home, it's reversed.
Yeah, most of them are made of brass, so they don't magnetize. But even if there's something nearby, like on board ship, you have the circle.
Well, there's no lodestone south. There's no southern magnetic pole.
Yeah.
Right.
There's
I
only
noticed that.
northern magnetic pole. It's only the north.
There was a guy who took a couple minutes to make a video. He was in Antarctica. He's like, I'm just showing you how lazy my compass is right now. Because he was too far from north, and he wasn't anywhere near close enough to a magnetic south or whatever he was saying. Let me find it, because it was really interesting. I was like, so your compass, and I've noticed this, the compass gets real lazy the closer to Antarctica you get, and when you get right over north, that compass will go crazy. And I'm like, well, that's an indication of something right there, that the strongest magnetic point is at north in the center. Here it is. Do compasses work in Antarctica? Let's do this. There we go. Do compasses work in Antarctica? He's like, no, not really. So we have to use these digital things. Are you talking about the green lights, the aurora borealis? I think that has to do with a charge of particles, atmospheric particles in the air, right? I don't know. I don't live anywhere near the aurora borealis to even be able to observe it. But people have said that they hear a crackle in it, kind of like crackling electricity. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, like when you're on board a ship, like if you're in the north, as soon as you leave port, you have visuals of where you're leaving from. Not all the time do you have visuals where you're going to, because it could be fogged out, raining, or different things like that. But usually if you're along the coast, you have ways you can manage along the coast with landmarks. And this is the way you double check using right triangles laid on their side. How do you like that map?
A squared plus B squared, motherfuckers.
Yeah, guess what? All three of those got to be straight lines. All three of them.
Because that's geometry, my friend.
Got to equal 180, and you can know almost exactly where you are on a navigational chart by doing triangulation along the coast. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Triangulation over a level radius.
Yeah, over a level radius. I mean, they have no way to qualify their curve. I mean, navigation isn't done that way. Flight isn't done that way. Even rocketry isn't done that way. Elevation angles of all sorts for the heights of mountains, buildings. Like, what do you?
They use dip angle.
Dip angle, yeah.
Listen, they will argue your horizon's in front of you, 30,000 feet in the air in a plane, but because there is a dip angle, 30,000 feet in the sky, that's the curvature there.
Dude.
Yeah. Of course. Yep. Unfortunately, it doesn't match up with their 7/6R. Like I've never seen that. Where's their model?
And the retards, when they try to graph or diagram what we're looking at, the horizon in front of you, 30,000 feet in the air.
Listen, let me tell you, in navigation,
they take their measurable dip angle, which is like minuscule, and when they diagram it, they put it 45-degree downwards line.
Yeah, down
to the non-existent downwards curve of the Earth. But there is curvature though. It's curving upwards.
Curving. No, hold on. We'll ask you for proof of that upward thing, but wait a second. We're still on what dip angle is in navigation. Dip angle is only the adjustment for your height above the water. That's it. That's all it is. You're on board a ship. So why are they forgetting about things like perspective, that dip angle, height above sea level? They want to deny all of these things. But listen, on the you don't have any proof of upward curvature either. So if you're going to say it's hollow or concave, now bring your proof if you think that.
Show me the proof.
Do you have proof of a concave Earth?
I don't have proof of a concave Earth, but I imagine that if you drain the water,
you would have some bowls, like irregular shape, though. They would look kind of weird.
Yes. It dawned on me, like, how do we have this depth of water on this sphere with like all of these different layers to the core? That eliminates so much depth. That eliminates such physical, calculated depth of our ocean. And when I realized that, I was like, whoa. So you mean like the oceans would not be nearly as deep as they are on a sphere?
Here's how stupid a child could figure this stuff out. Here's how stupid this stuff is. And I say stupid
because it's stupid. It is stupid.
Because it is. Yeah. Because listen, if you had a sphere that's holding that much water, right? Can you imagine the cavity that's involved in that rock? Now, is rock more dense than water? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, is the Earth supposed to be spinning as well on an axis, supposed to be equidistant from center to the equator on each side or all sides? It's supposed to be the same. So that means one side is lopsided, and if it's spinning, it's going to wobble like a freaking bent wheel. This would be observable, measurable, and testable.
But they tell us that. They even tell us that crap is that, oh well, Earth has a wobble. Well, we don't notice. There's no observable parallax in the stars.
Hold on, though. The wobble they're talking about is known as the equinoxes. That's the what do they call that? Dang.
It manifests as a figure eight, or the
Section of the equinoxes.
The analemma. Are you talking about the analemma? It's called an analemma.
The wobble, though. The wobble.
Oh, the wobble. Okay,
the wobble manifests as a figure eight if you track it. If you track the sun the same time every day throughout the year, you will make a figure eight. And that's the wobble.
The analemma. I'm talking about their fairy tale axis that's supposed to be wobbling too. I'm not talking about that, but it should be wobbling like a bat, like a flat tire. Like it should be wobbling like a sphere that has one half of it missing. Can you imagine what that would like? None of it works for them.
No, it doesn't work. Like in my mind, I'm like, just picture yourself sitting on top of a taxi cab with a full open cup of coffee while that taxi cab is speeding up and slowing down and speeding up and slowing down. You're gonna hate your life.
So what's going to happen is you got the Pacific Ocean, that whole large thing of the Pacific Ocean, right? There's a big cavity there. So that means the North Pole, according to you guys, is the center of mass. The center of the radius would be the center of mass. It would be way off to the freaking other side, bro. Listen, that would put your axis like 10,000 miles to the south. How's that work? How's that work on your ball? Come and refute me, please. Come and refute me. Come on.
Somebody, please.
Somebody help me, please.
I swear I'm not retarded. I just want you to explain the Spaceballs to me.
That's right, girlfriend. Step right up. Be the next Glober.
I'm not retarded.
And see if you win the prize.
You guys aware of Pac-Man Earth? Y'all ever heard that before?
Yeah, that's the one of the schizophrenic ideas.
Don't have time for that.
Yeah.
You guys like AE?
No.
Got laundry to do.
No.
No map. Earth?
Got to carry some water up from the well.
There are no maps.
The no map Earth?
No map Earth.
Unknown.
The we don't live on a model paradigm.
Yeah. I just find it really interesting that mail from like Guam to California gets stuck in Alaska, and if you're going from like Hong Kong to the UK and you have to make an emergency landing, you're not going to stop in Hawaii. The mail doesn't stop in Hawaii. The emergency landings wouldn't stop in Hawaii. They stop in Alaska, which makes so much more sense for the map that looks like the UN emblem.
Nice.
So, yeah. I was like, okay, so you mean to tell me that like all of these emergency landings and all of these places where mail gets stuck and all of this is it doesn't make any sense for a globe. But then when you look at, like, say, the UN map, the UN emblem, and then compare it to, like, say, the Gleason's map, you're like, oh, well, shit, that, like, the continents are in a completely different place, but it makes far more sense for why things get stuck where they do, why emergency landings happen where they do from point to point. But there's pilots out there that don't want to answer that question. I've been in it in the comments with a pilot of like 30 years, and he's a ball-tired pilot, and he is trying to, validate all of this stuff for a globe, and I'm just like, can you prove it though? Can you prove it? And then he wants to be like, well, prove the flat Earth. And so now I've got to explain to him how the burden of proof works. I'm like, I'm not the one in here making positive claims about shit I know nothing about. Fuck. Makes me so mad. And I've given him the invite to the Discord. I'm like, come talk to me. Come fucking talk to me instead of ad homing me and making assumptions and straw man arguments like a fucking child. Come talk to me like an adult. You're a pilot of 30 years? Shit, come talk to me.
Here's the worst part, right? Like, I've invited people here too, and they're like, "Oh, that's a garbage place. They don't know what they're talking about. I've been in there before, and I got banned." I wonder why.
Are you talking about people that want to come in and just be absolutely disrespectful?
No, they're absolutely disrespectful on other social media platforms, and they do it because they think they have the public on their side, and that because they're bashing me, and most of the public believes that the Earth is a globe just because they believe it. They think that they're right. Like, oh, I got more people on my side out here than I do in there, and it's like evidence, man. Stop fucking whining.
Damn, yeah. I mean, this has been going on and on and on, and he's saying that we can't bring things back into view, and I'm like, yeah, you fucking can. What do you mean you can't fucking bring things back into view? With a camera? What do you do? How do you use a camera? And I asked him, how do you use a camera? You look through it, you view through it, and you can bring those ships back into view.
That's a common misunderstanding. He's actually got a point there. You want me to explain?
I mean, if you care to explain, it was just really frustrating
Here's the secret behind that. So basically what that means is at any given altitude for an observer observing, the observer can only see so far given their altitude. So an example would be a 6 feet tall person standing at the beach, with their feet in the sand, the water's hitting they're only going to see 3.1 miles of water given their altitude. Meaning perspective has everything ramp and rise up to the horizon line, and there is a hard cutoff of 3.1 miles, meaning they can't see any further than that.
Is that because there's a physical curvature?
Okay, no. This is nothing to do with curvature. We're assuming flat. We're assuming flat.
Okay.
Their
I'm sorry,
eyes,
I don't know who's talking. So
their eyes can't see further than 3.1 miles away. Even if you get a telescope or a high zoom lens like a P900 or a P1000, you're going to zoom in to a hard break. That is given the altitude of the observer. If the observer raises their altitude, they can see further than that.
That's not true, because that's not true only for the fact that it depends on the size of the object at the distance.
Well, clearly,
I can show you a picture. I can show you a picture of Cowboy Stadium 25 miles away, and it doesn't look like it's 25 miles away.
Yeah, but we're talking about things making contact with the water. So you are right there. If there is a sufficiently large enough pole sticking just up into the air, you're going to continue to see it as it starts bottoming out.
I mean, if there was like a big giant square building there, or rectangular building there,
it still stands. There is a limitation of how far we can see for any given observer given their altitude. There is a hard cutoff of how far you can see, and changing your optics, like incorporating a high zoom camera, will not bring back something into view that's beyond that cutoff point.
Oh, but that cutoff point would have to comport with the 3959 globe, and it doesn't, Truther.
We're not worried the shape of the world. We're just worried about what we're looking at and how we're observing.
I am, Truther. That's what this is about.
Hold on, Old House. I think you guys are agreeing with each other, actually.
All right, he's trying to be a contrarian.
No, he's saying that there's an eventual. He's saying there's an eventual geometric.
I never said geometric, did I?
No,
did I?
Said geometric.
No, he didn't.
Guys, I am in charge. Let's hear him out.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. But I mean, like in compare, what I was explaining to this pilot guy was that, without any optical or ocular device assistance, you're going to watch something go out of view.
Yeah.
You can bring it back into your view with the ocular device.
Wrong. Not if it's bottomed out. As an example, let's say you see a boat bottomed out, which I'm not claiming is curvature or anything. You're seeing bottoming out. That bottoming out means the boat is at the cusp of the limits of the vision of the observer, given their altitude.
He is correct. Everyone, I want you to listen. He is correct.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so he's not. My phone cut out right when he started this thing. So you're not claiming a geometric.
No,
I'm not claiming a shape.
Right. It's the angle ratio of which you can see.
Yeah, I get that part. I shouldn't have jumped in, but I thought he was going somewhere, and I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what Truther's talking about because were you not the one that was talking about you're in the you live in the non-paradigm or something like that?
No, I'm just talking about this boat example right now.
I mean, I understand with the boat example that even at a certain point, even at elevation through an ocular device, eventually that object will go into the vanishing point of perspective, and you will not be able to bring it back into view due to that angle. I understand that.
Yes.
I understand exactly what you're saying. But I was explaining that you can, when you can't see things with your eyes anymore, you can bring them back into view with the use of an ocular device.
Okay.
And that's all I was saying. That's all I said. So we're all agreeing here. We're all agreeing here.
Well,
that's all I was trying to explain.
Bottoming out. Can you define bottoming out?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
When we see these pictures of these boats that are like cut off halfway, and these globers are like, look, it's curving down, and we know that it's not doing it. This bottoming out effect, what we now know is this boat is going past the I don't know the exact word for it. I just know that there's a range.
Bro,
okay, I can't finish my sentence. And there you go. Feel free to fill in the holes for me that I couldn't.
Okay. Anything perpendicular to the plane of your view is going to disappear at the bottom because it's two images trying to resolve at the maximum limit of your ability to resolve it. That is why things disappear from the bottom up, because they're not disappearing from the bottom up. What's happening is that there's an area of confusion between the deck of the water and the perpendicular object where the deck and the perpendicular object meet, because it is at the sharpest angle of resolution that the eye or the optical device can resolve.
Correct.
In your field of view, right? In your field of view, due to how our eyes work.
Hey, let me ask you a question then. Truther, do you acknowledge that if you... I've seen a boat bottoming out, quote unquote, and also am able to see a landmass beyond that. So it's not the limit of the... It's not the limit as far how you can see.
I just want, and I'm going to explain that.
You get that, Truther?
Yeah, I hear you. Let the guy explain it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So if you were to zoom in on that landmass, you would find that part of the landmass, there's still an area of confusion at the bottom of it. The landmass is so large and so much taller. It's most of it is above the area of confusion where the angle is below 2 degrees, because that's the angle that you can't see past, where everything becomes like a mirror or homogeneous. And so that's why it'll look like things are cut off, but then there's this weird reflection under it. And so if you zoom in on that landmass, you'll get the same kind of effects as at the bottom of that boat. That's why sometimes the boat can disappear, because it's much smaller than the landmass.
Yeah. And using
further down the line of that disappearing angle.
And that disappearing, changing your optics, like saying, oh, I can't see with my eyes, so let me whip out my P1000 and zoom in. P1000 will not bring it back from disappearance. P1000 just blows up the light that's available to you. The only way to bring that boat back into view would be to go up, to raise the altitude of the observer, which expands field of view, which brings the boat back into the fucking vision.
Okay, but I mean, we've
Yeah, I don't
seen
know about that.
how even on the beach that it's been observed that a ship will go out of natural view, and then
It's still within view, just the pixels of the boat. Imagine it to be like a picture in Photoshop. The pixels of the boat that the human eye sees are kind of too small for you to see. What you're essentially doing using the P1000 is taking that same light but zooming into it optically. You're blowing up what's already available to you, and kind of like getting a magnifying glass and zooming in at something.
right. I understand that. I don't know. I don't know.
But it's the camera is not bringing something far away. It's not bringing light that's not hitting the eye of the human. I don't know how easier I can explain it than that.
No, I understand what you're saying. It's just, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, where
Did
are
I
you
say
going with
anything
it, Truth?
Did I say anything that was wrong? Did I say anything that was incorrect?
No, Truther,
That's
where
what
are
I
you
want to
going
know.
with all this?
He's just.
Why are you worried about where I'm going with all this? I'm just stating basic facts.
He's just stating like
Okay,
basic
and you're
facts about
stating this.
optics.
You're stating this because of what I said. You're stating this because of what I said, and now I want to know if I said something that was incorrect.
I don't know. You can decide based on what you heard.
I'll be honest. I'm going to be honest with y'all. It sounds to me like he was just clarifying something, and not attacking anybody.
Yes.
Which I do all the time.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's like
he does have.
If I said anything that was incorrect, I know. Like if I said anything that was incorrect, I want to know.
He does have a tone, but I think it's just his voice.
Ah, so a lot like you, Mimas.
Yes, it is a lot like me. People think I'm being an asshole. Sometimes I am, but sometimes I'm not. But you can't really
I feel
tell.
that. I feel that. Sometimes I get going on shit like that. I feel you, dude. I don't know. I'm not a professional photographer, but I played around with cameras, and I can only describe what I've seen, and my experiences. But I 100% understand exactly what he's talking about. 100%. So like we're all agreeing here.
So I figure I could be useful while I'm here for a few minutes. So that's the first. That's one. Number two is regarding the stars. You guys have seen, obviously, you've seen videos of the stars zoomed in, super geometric, crazy lights, flashing, all that.
Garbage videos. Garbage videos. We don't use them here. They're all warped light images.
They are beautiful.
Yeah, we've seen them. You're right about that.
They're just blurred images. They're blurred light. Like there's no way to tell what you're looking at. Just the way it is, guys. We kind of commit the same sin as the astronomers do when they look at something and say, here's what it is, when they have no idea.
So what else, Truther?
You know what NASA stands for?
Needs a stupefied audience.
Never a straight answer.
Yeah.
Needs a stupefied audience.
Needs another 7 astronauts.
What did you mean by that whole non-paradigm thing, Truther, earlier?
It means that we don't have a model.
Yeah, but it sounded like he was kind of saying it facetiously.
I may have
been.
The sound of his voice.
Yeah, I may have been. Try not to try to maintain your peace. I don't do it intentionally.
Maintain my peace. Okay, well, I was just clarifying, so thank you.
How long you been on the server, Truther? Hello?
Yeah, I think you threw him off by throwing out his blurry light pictures.
I think that's where he was going. I think he might have thought a lot of people in here think that the blurry stars are like what stars really look like. That doesn't matter.
Did he say, what did he say? He was a flat earther, or what's going on?
He's a flat earther.
Oh.
He didn't say he was for the globe at all. He was arguing just for the truth. He wasn't even arguing globe versus flat earth or nothing.
Yeah, he was just saying what he was saying. First, he made sure that it was understood that he was critical of a model, right?
Right.
And then he started talking about pulling things in back from view, which on the most technical sense, it's still visible. It's just you don't have an eye with a big enough lens to see that it's still visible.
Right.
But your camera can do that. And then he brought up the blurry pictures of the stars to see if we believe in blurry pictures of stars. So my guess is that he is a flat earther. And a skeptical one.
Which we should be.
Yeah, but like a lot of us hyper skeptical ones, we can come off as dicks quite often. So don't take it personally.
Yeah, I heard him say, "Let me explain something," and then my phone died, and then I decided to jump back in with a cannonball. So I'll just shut up next time. But I was a little confused to where he was going.
No, it's fine. Just a little friendly fire. I've done it. I've banned people on accident. Oops, wrong guy. But I never did what Indio did. He banned the bot one day.
How's the weather where everybody else is?
It's beautiful.
Nice and warm here. So after he banned the bot, did it want to come back? That's big stuff. Anyway, I just want to say also, Jenna, I'm glad to see you back in here. I haven't seen you since I first joined a little over a year ago, so it's good to see you.
Am I the same? Because I just joined this Discord probably just a couple of weeks ago, my guy.
You did? There must be a different Massey then. I remember a Massey.
Different Matthew. I know there's another Jen or Jenny in here.
I know about Jenny.
And we have a very similar voice. But yeah.
Kinda.
But I'd be ripping it up in here sometimes, though.
Yeah, no, and like as a, as a guy, and seeing what y'all as females go through, not being all sexist or anything, but like, sometimes there'll be a bunch of guys in here and women will just kind of like not talk or whatever. So it's good to hear another female's voice, you and Flatsy and Jenny.
I mean, it can get a little intimidating in here.
I mean, I wouldn't know, but I try to be respectful.
When like the girls get at it, when we get at it, sometimes we're just like, shut up. Love it. And we're told by you guys, don't be afraid to just cut in and interject. You're the ladies, and sometimes it's ladies aren't always heard, so you got to make yourself heard.
So did we ever establish why the Earth and the Moon and the Sun don't fall out of the sky because of an apple?
Oh yeah, I established that. I established why the sun and the moon go roundy round and don't fall out of the sky. Probably something due to electromagnetic walking.
Could you guys reiterate on that, because I was gone for like the last hour still.
Oh no, it was just somebody's question to me. I asked them about gravity, and they said, "Yeah, so when Isaac Newton was sitting underneath the apple tree and that apple fell, how come the sun and the moon don't fall out of the sky?" That was the literal question.
Yeah, I was here for the question, but then he ran after because like he couldn't provide proof or something.
No, he got banned, or not banned, but he got sent to the void because he just runs his mouth and waffles and thinks that his argument is correct because he tells a story.
So I guess the consensus is because electromagnetics.
I mean, it's a good observation.
We know that the Earth has an electromagnetic field, and that a toroidal field of energy makes sense because things flatten out in an energy field like that.
I mean, like it makes sense. The only thing is you got to have the scientific experiment to back it up. But it makes way more sense than a fucking magnetic ball with a molten core that isn't magnetized.
Well, check the chat. You said something about you'd like a physical demonstration of electromagnetic walking. Check it out.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
How do the sun and the moon go roundy round the friggin' Earth and they don't collide with each other ever? And we're able to have these solar eclipses and shit like that. Look at that. Boop, there's your eclipse. Boop, there's your eclipse. Oh, it's so great.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What's crazier is they tell us that the sun is a sort of superconductor, right? And those are just superconductors over an electromagnetic track. just like any scientist, I have my own theories about how things function on the outside of this container. Things that kind of line up with the way, like science, physical science, demonstrable physical science that lines up with these passages throughout the Bible. Now that's some pretty incredible stuff. When science can be a proof for this history book, you know? I don't want to type it out, Cookie. You said, what about the Dead Sea Scrolls? Do you even know how the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, my guy? Do you know who found them? A child.
Of course.
A child found them.
Yeah.
Now, so there were things like the Apocrypha and the books of Adam and Eve and the Book of Enoch that were all part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was all part of the whole Bible.
So the canon of scripture was closed back in, I think it was 325 AD, when they had the Nicene Council of Nicene. I can't pronounce that word correctly, but Nicene or something like that. So I mean,
Council of Nicene.
But that's not retaining to the books that have been found more recently. That's more pertaining to the books that we have as a collective, and some were deemed as inspiration, which would be considered God's word, which we have today, and some were deemed as non-inspired, which wouldn't be considered God's word. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't read them and that they don't have some sort of, significance. Like the Book of Enoch, for example, is still considered scripture in the Ethiopian church.
Right. You know about the books of Jasher?
Of course.
And the Apocrypha?
I know about all of that stuff.
I actually I'm looking at my playlist of them right now. I have compiled a whole playlist. Also, the Gospel of Barnabas was dug up and confiscated from some artifact smugglers in Turkey in like 2000 or 2001. So there's like a lot of shit going on around the time of the Twin Towers. There was more stuff being discovered,
Yeah, but a lot of stuff is fraudulent as well, right?
Yeah,
we can't say for certain if it was actually written by those people that it claims to be written by. What we
Gospel of Barnabas is this. You should see this. Hold up. I'm just gonna. They haven't even had anybody to like actually read it yet. It's been entered into a database, so there's like a robot voice that reads it. But the Gospel of Barnabas is something really interesting because Barnabas was a faithful, what was he? He was very, very close to Christ. I know that. But look at this book. Look at this freaking book right here. That's so tore up. No, weird books.
I can't find the source of that anymore, but like the whole reason why the Dead Sea Scrolls were buried, I don't remember where I read this. I read this in some historical, not PDF. It was like a blog or something like that. Somebody had a bunch of stuff listed, but they said they were hidden during the Crusades. Like a branch of the church, a branch of the church broke off and took the books and hid them.
Yeah, and, I believe that the Knights Templar, the early day Freemasons.
It wasn't the Knights Templar. It was a sect in the Knights Templar.
Okay, yeah.
It was.
That was.
They were afraid of the Jesuit overtake, and so that's why they went and hid the scripture to be guarded.
See, okay, that makes a whole lot more sense now, because I really think that like the Jesuits and the Jews, Catholics, and all that they really did a tap dance on the Bible that we have now. King James, he was a tyrant. I don't think he was a good guy at all. You got the King James version of the Bible. Now, I just find it interesting that, supposedly the devil's number is sixes, right? And there's 66 books in the Bible.
That's the number of man.
Yeah, it's the number of man. It's the number of the devil.
Exactly. We are of sin. That means we are of sin because we are of flesh.
I don't think that's what that means. So 666, if you interpret 666, it just means Neo.
Neo? I just don't. I mean, 66 books in the Bible. Come on, like 6 points on the star. 6 million in the Holocaust.
There's 7 extra books.
The reason why it's interpreted like when God says, lets you interpret the numbers for all the gematria that was going on, he's basically telling everybody that you're going to do it to yourself. You're going to do it to yourself. You're going to allow yourself. Same thing that happened with Solomon. Is it Solomon or Saul? The first king?
Solomon wasn't a bad guy.
No, Solomon was a
really.
Solomon was a king after David. That's David's son.
Right. Okay, so Saul
before David.
Saul was the first king, right?
Yeah, he was the first king.
Right. So what happened? What happened in that time? Everybody was begging for a king, and God's like, "You don't need a king. You just need to follow my rules." And they're like, "No, we need a king." He's like, "All right, but you're going to do it for yourself."
Right. Which I see I've seen history repeating like that time and time again. Yeah, right. And when God says just follow my rules, it's just it's the natural laws of physics and the natural laws of man. That's what I think that ultimately meant.
Who's the gentleman that's in here talking?
I mean, there's Bible scholars that would disagree, but
there's a bunch of Bible scholars that disagree with each other,
Of course.
So
you sound like you might know this. You sound like you might know this, Cookie. Jenna, I don't know if you know this. You might know this as well, but if you don't, you really need to look into Pope Gregory the VII.
I think it's funny that we're talking about this, and it's 3:33 my time.
So the crazy thing about Gregory, the name Gregory, Gregory, is literally phonetically the same sound as Grigori or Grigory. Like who's to say that? Like we always call it Grigori, but what if it's
the Gregorian calendar and things like that?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I think the timeline has changed if you want to go with calendars. Like
Pope Gregory the VII, you really need to look into him and his story and how he became pope. It's absolute blasphemy the way that he became pope.
It's so crazy, dude. Like the amount of
to look into. I don't want to like. We got to watch our religious talk around here, but I just wanted to put that out there for you.
I was just going to say that there is just so much information, hidden information deep down in the rabbit hole that all connects together. There's so much. Oh my gosh, there's so much. And just when you think you've researched damn near everything there is to research, more stuff comes up. You're like, oh, well, I haven't heard about that person. Let me figure that out. Like there's always something that you might not know. And so like we had a guy in here the other night and he was like, well, yeah, like I think it's possible to know everything. And we're like, oh, we're done with you. I think it was Mimas was on it. It was like, nah, done with you. If you think that you will ever get to a point where you know everything, there's no talking to you, because the wise man is the man who questions everything and assumes that he will not know everything. And that fucking guy just wasn't getting it. I love that. I love it. Sorry, I gotta.
And he had an explanation for everything.
There's just so much that we may never know. And there's just years and years and years of buried history. You know, reset upon reset, false flag after false flag, going down in the books as history.
What was that theory that he said?
About
the
what?
Theory of the mind. The theory of mind.
Oh, the theory of the mind. Yeah. Mimas was talking about mind theory. I was really, really into that because, like, if you think about it, like, you are not your mind, so to speak. Like, it's such an outward thing. It's such an outward thing, you know. Oh, it all happened. I mean, a lot of it does happen in the brain, but there's this connective consciousness and resonance that we all share. You know, I can have a thought and somebody else in another country is going to have like that same thought. You know, I feel like ideas they don't even have to be spoken. Just a thought. Just a thought can send a vibrational wave.
I mean, at this point for myself, I used to be like a pretty like hardcore believing Christian, but like with a closed mind concerning Christianity. But now, due to recent events, my mind is so open. Like I wouldn't be surprised like to believe some crazy stuff that I would have said like is unbelievable like a year ago, you know?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I just found out about Tartaria like maybe like a month and a half ago.
Oh, isn't that stuff so cool?
Yeah, and I'm super interested in it, but the thing is, it's so hard to find information. I've literally been searching everywhere.
Yeah, that's some serious.
You got to remember too. That's just a piece of history. That's not all of history.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a piece of history. But it's like, why would they hide it?
I think Tartaria was wiped out between the 16 and 1700s, but I could go deeper into that. Like the timeline is wrong.
No, the timeline's way wrong.
At some point,
something's off about it.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I think they just threw a 1 in front of the date and sent us, 1,000 years into a fictitious future where we haven't progressed at all, and they've actually taken a lot of things away from us. Let me see if I can find the image.
There's always the theory of like there's been multiple resets and this isn't new.
Right.
Yeah,
and I think with the more recent history, it's been 100 years at a time. It's been every 100 years because people have been living short lifespans that don't usually surpass 100 years. So it's pretty easy to reset it and just run a whole new psyop on the next generation, which I think is what's been going on for the past few centuries. Can I prove it? I've got some pieces. I've got some pieces that just kind of they're pretty daunting. When you come across that information, you're like, oh, shit, what happened?
Yeah,
they used to have free energy.
Yeah. And if you look at like the technology advancements in the last 100 years from what we used to have to like what we know, or I guess supposedly known that we used to have to what we have today, like people back in high school days would have laughed at me if like what the other person said the other day, if we would have said like, hey, I'm going to walk around with a cell phone in my pocket and I can call people wirelessly. People would have laughed at me. But now we have cars that drive themselves and, all that other stuff. So it's like our advancement in technology has been so quick, so fast. It's like maybe they had all this technology to begin with and they're just giving it to us piece by piece. And then they're going to take it all away again.
Look at what I'm posting up exactly what you're talking about in the chat. They've let me find another piece here.
What do y'all think about that Mike Tyson fight where that guy had an iPhone recording the fight?
Oh, yeah, I saw that video.
I saw that. I was like, wait. That really did happen. I remember when he came out in the fight. I was watching that fight. I'm like, what the fuck is that guy holding up? And I never thought about it ever again.
Check this one out, you guys.
Some funny shit.
You got a computer motherboard and the Mayan pyramid complex. Teotihuacan in Mexico.
The Dubai City one is that supposed to represent Dubai or something?
Which one? Which one?
I don't know.
This is not the city of
not
Dubai.
This is a
It's
motherboard.
not Dubai. It's a motherboard. That's what a motherboard looks like.
Yeah,
That's kind of like what our city would look like.
Dubai.
It kind of looks like how a city. I've got images like that. Like, have you seen the church floor? That looks like a superconductor.
Oh yeah.
I'll find it and post it.
Yeah, this definitely.
By the
looks
way,
like a small city, but
I'm gonna post this too, just to put it out there.
Oh, the QR code. Yeah, that's crazy.
We're talking about the 666.
The ancient Mayan.
The missing number. Oh, the ancient Mayan. The missing number. Not the QR code, but the UPC code. The missing numbers are sixes.
Hold up. You want to see fucking QR code, UPC code?
Here, look at this. Look at this one. Did y'all see
What the
this?
hell is this?
This guy, that's funny.
Did you look at the one I posted right above you, Jenna?
Dude, what?
Oh wait,
Wow.
what's that?
Odd, right?
Bush International Airport archives. What's that?
odd, but I'm telling
Intercontinental Airport.
I'm telling you, it's not as odd as whatever the hell this statue is.
Right. No, that statue having a QR code. Has anybody ever scanned it to see if it works?
I don't know. I'd be afraid to. It might like open up some sort of crazy ass portal or some shit. Just
I'll scan it.
Scan it, dude. What does it say?
Do it. It sounds like this. I wish you could share your screen.
For real. Oh man.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't register.
It's because it's so old. It's ancient. It's out of date. File not found.
You could replicate that and turn it into an actual or is that what the QR code is at the bottom there? Like,
oh, I don't know.
I wonder if someone
think that's just a rough description. Like that's just a rough depiction of a QR code of the QR code, but it's not the exact pattern in the face.
Right, they did that just to show the similarity.
Right.
Someone should definitely copy that like exact pattern and put it as like an actual QR code and scan it. I'd scan it. I'd totally scan it. What if it was like hidden information?
Bro, what if it was like a website that was like always there from the beginning, dude?
Who knows? That's crazy.
Hang on, I'm gonna share my Wi-Fi and ice cream meme.
Your Wi-Fi and ice cream.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. Let me see if I can find it in here.
We don't know. I guess it doesn't resolve enough for us to be able to scan Trinity.
Brought you Wi-Fi and ice cream.
Right.
Oh, damn it. I've got 50 million files in my phone. Navigating is insane.
I delete all that stuff off my phone, so if I ever get pulled over by the cops, they don't put me in the psych ward.
I've got another SD card in between my phone case and my phone. Full of information. I mean, like files on politicians and all kinds of crazy shit. Like, I mean, I'll say that out loud. Oh, here's it. I brought you Wi-Fi and ice cream, my pharaoh.
Oh. That's funny. Yeah, like what is that? It might not be Wi-Fi, but it could just mean like signal, like a They might have had like signals of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely.
I think that they had already harnessed the power of the ether.
Yeah,
long ago. And how
There you
could
go.
they have done that without like knowing the complete
There you go.
total physical world?
Did y'all see this?
Yeah, that's crazy. What building is that has that there?
Yes,
I
I've
don't know. It
seen
looks like a
that.
church.
And if you look at the pattern, it's like the exact same pattern. Like that's crazy.
Exact same.
It's the exact same.
That's what I'm saying. The ancients had all the
Y'all, I'm
technology.
sorry.
Yeah, but it looks like they did this in a bigger scale.
Huge. Like
a
freaking
massive
huge.
scale.
Like every building connected for energy and light.
Yeah.
They want us to think that like the 1880s was some like horse and buggy shit, but they had electric and steam trains.
Yeah, there's videos of them driving scooters and in the 1800s, they got scooters, like powered scooters, powered cars, bikes, everything.
Well, they had dirigibles. They didn't show the steam-powered dirigibles. They probably had those. They were probably all over the skies. Because anybody could do it. Just get a bunch of canvas, build yourself a dirigible.
Steampunk was actually an era.
I think they knew about balloons. I think the Peruvians in ancient times, possibly oldest civilization known to man in Peru, and the oldest mummies ever found. Clearly Egyptian, according to the experts, in Peru.
There's a odd rumor out there that says that America was the site for the garden.
Yes, I have video.
Yes, I have heard of this.
Can you show that?
I don't know. In my opinion,
I'll post I'm sorry.
If there's anything beyond the wall, if there was a massive flood, then there's a possibility that we even went over the wall and we're in this area now. I'm just saying.
Well, did you
If
see
there's a wall?
Did you see the theory of where everything is like how the magnetic poles shift, and so the sun is circling the poles, and then that's going to shift as well, and then the ice walls, they all melt and then refreeze as wherever that those poles are located at that certain time frame.
I've seen that, but if Antarctica happens to just be frozen land, I don't know, is it still going to contain the pond? Is it just going to end up being this just mountainous kind of ring around everything that already exists? Is there more land beyond that? I've got all kinds of questions still.
Yeah, that's what I want to know too. Because we've seen all the pictures of the flat Earth model, like that, the different various ones they have, but
right. You got to go off of what Bird told us to.
Right, Admiral Byrd saying that there's more land beyond Earth's edge.
So y'all want to hear something crazy? All right. So I just got into the oil field, right? Got into oil business and mining for oil and stuff like that. There's no way in hell that oil is a fossil fuel, because most of the oil that we get underneath the ground is in the form of shale rock, SHALE, and they add a chemical to it that dissolves it and it converts into oil. Oil is just liquefied stone.
Yeah, it's like from my understanding, it was like if there was a massive flood, like what most religious texts would talk about, whatever was on the earth before that, and I'm not saying dinosaurs or anything like that, but like trees and everything else. And if you're into those pictures or those theories of like the massive, giant, huge trees that are like stumped off, then like all of that would have turned into oil from the pressure. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but I remember you talking about.
No, it's not a pressure thing. It's a chemical reaction.
Oh.
they add a chemical to it and it dissolves the whatever chemical it is. Like it's your bone. Calcium is not what makes your bone strong. It's phosphorus.
So oil's not from dinosaurs?
There's no evidence that oil comes from bone. There's more evidence to show that it's a chemical reaction through alchemy than it is from years and years and years of just sitting. Something has to happen to it to convert. And this is why Saudi Arabia has so much oil, and why we task them to mine all the oil in the beginning. Like, oh, we'll just hold on to our reserves. Well, guess what? It doesn't go away. It's always there.
It's always there. That's crazy.
Like even Trump said it a long time ago. Oil is never going to go away. It can't.
Yeah, look at the video. Like
There's
said.
there's too much.
There's just oil pouring out from the ground in the desert somewhere. I posted it in the chat.
Do you think if we put in shit once we use it all, it'll just come right back?
Yeah, see, that's a chemical reaction. Like a certain chemical leaks too much down into the ground. Because it all leaks down. It all seeps down because of density, right? Density and buoyancy. The heavier shit's going to go down there. And that chemical dissolved whatever was in the ground. It was enough to dissolve it. And then it worked its way back up.
That's pretty cool.
Anyway, it just like I'm learning more and more and more about this all the time. So as I learn more, I'll have more discussions about it and things like that. But like, yeah, like if you look into drilling and like oil drilling and things like that, and the way the formations are, there's more evidence of a flood than there are of anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, I posted I like seeing stuff about Earth. I think it's kind of funny they've been looking for the lost city of Atlantis underwater. And I'm pretty sure it's the Eye of the Sahara, and it matches the Plato maps like so well with the mountain range and everything.
Well, they did find structure underwater, like steps and something.
I know they found those, but that's something completely different.
Yeah, I'm not making the claim that that's Atlantis. I mean, we don't even know if Atlantis is actually real, for all we know. But there's definitely something in the ocean.
Check the chat, my guy.
Yeah, I seen that picture that you posted. I've never seen that before. That's crazy.
And if you click on the images, do yourself a favor to click on the images so that you can see Plato's map, so you can see the mountain range that runs along and beside, and then click on that image and look at the mountain range. It's fucking identical.
Wow.
It's too identical. And here, let me go into a little background on this. Are you ready for this? This is some crazy shit, okay? There's something called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And Thoth was that bird god deity guy, okay? And he was a ruler in Egypt. And also, the Emerald Tablets say that he was the Atlantean priest king. Well, first off, where's Egypt? In Africa.
Yeah, no, Egypt is in America. The Mississippi is the Nile.
Technically. You want to be technical?
They lied about all of it. Egypt, you know what Egypt is? A theme park made by the Mayans, who were expert navigators, who taught them how to make the pyramids.
See, I've touched on that one before. I need to go back to that research.
Well, that's the channel I posted. This guy is a channel you need to watch. Untold Ancient America. If you start watching his videos, you'll understand where I'm coming from. But it's not just by watching one video. I watched like dozens of hours and hours and hours, like probably over 100 hours.
You know, this looks like it's right there along the lines of a lot of the stuff that I examine all the time.
How about the indigenous tribes in America were Hebrew? They found Celtic burials in Tennessee, Kentucky, cities of giant people over 8 feet tall in all of those different states, in almost every state.
Supposedly, Noah and his wife were very, very tall.
And so the Tower of Babel is probably most likely is how the locals describe the Mexican pyramid in Cholulu. It's the largest pyramid ever built. It's the largest structure ever built on Earth. Look into it, and I'll give you some videos. This guy Carameo is the one who is doing all this research.
I just subscribed to that channel because I'm always interested in learning more. And yes, Cookie, that is oil.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that.
Yo, if anyone has like a TikTok channel that they post this stuff to, send it to my DM so I can follow it.
I don't have TikTok.
I don't have TikTok either, but I'm always finding really cool shit. Like, really cool, man.
Do you guys use Google Chrome or like a different browser to search stuff like DuckDuckGo or something like that?
Yeah,
I typically use DuckDuckGo. However, I've noticed that it looks like DuckDuckGo is freaking compromised because stuff that was easier to find in the beginning is now buried at the bottom.
It's been compromised for probably the better part of 2 years now. Maybe
I was going to say for about 2 years, yeah. Yep,
Maybe
I know.
Like, it got compromised pretty quick. So the images were good for a while. And then some of the searches were good, like certain searches, but now it seems like you can't find anything anymore. There's an algorithm for it. And then even Brave is like limited on which you can.
Yeah, I had to get the, like for Telegram, I had to get the APK file for Telegram, and I couldn't do it through Google because if I did it through Google, it was censoring things in my Telegram, and I was getting pissed off about that. And ever since I had done it through DuckDuckGo with the APK file, I was able to view everything and anything on Telegram.
Oh, that's
the problem is it bogs the fuck out of my phone.
See, I tried to download the APK, but I downloaded the APK from Google, so that's probably my issue.
Yeah. I kept telling people that like your Telegram shouldn't. It should look like a blue square with a white arrow in it, I think. Hold on, let me see what the fuck mine looks like. Yeah, it needs to look like a blue bubble square with a white arrow in it. More coffee and flat earth discussions.
What else is
Knock you over the head with some knowledge, give you an awakening concussion.
You might remove the concussion.
What's that?
You might remove the concussion. You won't give one.
Right?
All right, I just download Telegram off of DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, you just gotta uninstall the old one and then just reinstall the new one. All of your shit will transfer over. It'll all come back.
Yeah, it's the same phone number, right?
Right. Yep.
Can't use Revolution.
Man, I haven't been on my Telegram in a while. Well,
my phone's trying to censor me from installing it from DuckDuckGo.
Of course it is.
Definitely need that.
This
We
guy's-
saw-
There we go. Now it's installed.
And you can't trust anything from these stores. I'm like looking for cleaning products, and I'm like, man, I don't even know if I want to use any of these. And then like all of these like natural cleaning products that you can buy, I'm like, I bet you it's just like watered down sugar.
Oh, snap.
I'm a little long ass day, but
Oh, snap. Check that out, Sonny. That's cool shit right there.
Yeah, well, you look at the Scythian and the Phoenician writing and actual implements, copper and iron tools and shields and things that were never made by American indigenous Indians. Well, they were the American indigenous. The Scythians, the Phoenicians, they came from here. They're like, whenever they say, oh, well, we found that there was travels from Egypt to America. No, it was the other way around. Think about it.
That makes so much sense.
Well, what is the oldest land on Earth above the oldest land above the oceans? Is America.
The oldest land above the oceans?
Yeah, the first land to appear above the water is in America, in North America.
Yeah, I was going to say North America, right?
That's the oldest geology that we have. That rose, they all agree, and they're not using their fake dating. This has been known for a long time from people who had much more of a biblical cosmology before all the fake carbon dating and so forth, and the other paradigms that are laid across. So they know it's the oldest place. All the mammals came from America. Even some of the ones you think are Australian, that are only found in Australia, they found them in America too.
So, like, yeah, everything was already here. I mean, there is such an abundance here already that there isn't in a lot of other places. That is a thought. That's definitely something to think about. That's actually a new research topic for me. Something that I stumbled upon just a couple of months ago. Doop, doop, doop. Bam, bam. I think the ancient civilizations had it figured out. I think they lived longer lives too. Like, they had nothing better to do than, take care of themselves, take care of the earth, and figure things out. That's why I think the ancients knew that the earth was not a spinning ball,
Yeah.
but a stationary level inertial plane they had years upon years to observe, to study things. They had already mapped things. They already did the geometry. They did it already. This is how they were able to navigate by the stars.
Back when you guys were talking about
They understood the
Antarctica,
zodiac.
has everybody seen the video about Sky Ice, where the guy talked to the scientist
Yeah, dude.
at the Sky Ice?
Yeah.
You ever see that?
That stuff is really weird, and it's almost like they depict it in like movies and stuff, you know? Like there's the sky breaks above and all kinds of crazy shit, or the sky falls like ice. They said it was so light, like it was lighter than regular ice. It was lighter than dry ice, and it didn't melt at all. It just evaporated.
It evaporates, but on the wall, at the wall, it regenerates.
Yeah. Well, that's at the, I guess that would be, okay, so you get to the ice ring, right? You get to the Arctic Circle, you get up on the ice, and then you go further out, right? And there's a certain point, I don't think it goes all the way around, but at one particular point in Antarctica, there's where the sky literally meets the land. And it regenerates. It's this, they've been trying to figure it out or whatever, you know. I guess to me it's pretty obvious. But something tells me that
Unfortunately, we can't prove it. It's just a story. We have to use our better judgment.
right. And I mean that's based on somebody else's personal account, and you know, can we trust it? You know, I mean, a military guy of that many years being like, so I don't know what the heck was going on, but I got the chance to spend some time with some researchers, and he told about the blue sky ice. I don't know how many government documents there are that mention a firmament. Kind of crazy. Firmament, firmament, firmament. And if Admiral Byrd said that there's more land beyond the edge of the ice, then that means that, you know, the Earth has got to be much, much bigger than what they're telling us. And I think the whole reason they're like, let's just make it a sphere, it just kind of closes, it just closes off thought. It closes off, you know, that explorative nature in people, you know, to seek what's further, if there's more beyond what we're seeing. No, they just closed it off. Just bloop, it's a ball. Nothing else to look at.
Well, if they make it a sphere, then you're stuck here, and it's too expensive to leave. That's the story.
Yep. I mean, yeah, they still try to push that. I mean, either way you look at it, because if you want to even just go visit Antarctica, it's a lot of freaking money. It's and you can't go independently exploring, you know, any private travel. You get turned around by the military. You're in restricted waters, turn around. Go home.
You wanna know something funny? Is greenhouse gases, that whole concept literally makes only makes sense on the idea that the Earth is flat with a dome over it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I pointed that out before. I'm so glad somebody else said it. Fantastic.
But you know, it's something crazy about so I don't know if you know this about silver. Silver has a unique property in it that, like, if you put ice water on it, it'll melt. Like literally like a knife cutting through butter. or a warm knife cut through.
Wow, that's cool. See, I didn't know that.
You can look that up. Silver melting ice. So like if you ever bought a set of silverware, the way that you would know that it was silver is you take an ice cube up to it and it should start like cutting through it immediately.
Wow.
So something worth noting also is when they do cloud seeding, they use silver iodide or silver iode, maybe silver iode, silver iodide, and silver. If silver melts ice, well, guess what it's doing when they spray it over frozen regions?
Okay, so if it gets frozen, it gets so cold that it's just going to disperse into small particles.
No, it's gonna melt that ice, and that ice is gonna evaporate. And it's gonna go rain everywhere.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh,
That's why it rains literally everywhere, like once a week. In my opinion, in my personal humble opinion, that's why there's like, if you ever notice, it's like rain is on a cycle now. Like I remember as a kid, like you go, you never knew when it was going to rain except for like a couple of days leading up. You'd feel the pressure change. You'd see the clouds roll in. Now it's like where I live out in Texas, it's literally every like 5 to 7 days.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma, and we've been getting rain. Yeah, just about 3 to 5 days, 5 to 7 days.
Yeah, and it'll rain for like what, 4 or 5 hours, and then it's gone.
See, yeah, sometimes not even that long.
No.
Like, tell me why the hell we had a tornado advisory just a couple weeks ago.
And so my theory on that also is like, because you get a derecho, you know what a derecho is, right? It's a squall line.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a derecho, and that squall line is what creates the vortexes, the high pressure and the low pressure, and the warm and the cold. When they mix together, that's what you get your tornado warnings from. Well, when you're constantly sending water up into the atmosphere because you're spraying all the time, my theory, remember it's my theory, it's going to cause like electromagnetic weather pattern changes. And so that's why you're getting like a derecho like once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I think with the HAARP weather systems, and that the fact that they're ionizing the atmosphere, and so with the use of these chemtrails that they're spraying up there, I don't know, with these different like metals and shit. Yeah,
well, that's the whole thing with silver. As the silver dissipates down, guess what? You're gonna cause the water to get warm and evaporate the molecule. It's gonna go up, and then it's gonna have to come back down and rain.
Yeah, they're finding a lot more like barium, aluminum, and lead in the soil at higher percentages, parts per million, if you will, than they did in like the 1970s.
Yeah.
And it's disturbing because it just means that it's going to be harder to plant crops. It's going to take a lot of like trying to clean your soil. Put some fucking copper rods in the ground and try to like do something. But yeah, that whole thing about the greenhouse gases makes a whole lot of sense when you think about we're probably in a container.
Yeah,
you think about a terrarium. You think about a terrarium with everything that it needs in it, and it'll just keep going and going and going forever. Forever, if you just leave it alone.
Look up on YouTube. Look up rain in a jar.
Oh, I've seen it. I think I actually have it on one of my playlists.
Yeah, they literally like rain only works in an enclosed system.
Right. And it has to do with the rise and fall of temperatures.
My favorite.
Container.
I tell people all the time. I say, you realize that you live in a terrarium and God loves you, right?
I've used that too. I actually kind of used that one on my grandma. I was like, Grandma, the spirit has inspired me to tell you that we basically live in a massive terrarium, and that it's like the most amazing, most glorious, most intelligently designed thing ever. And here's some Bible verses too that really
And God
correlate
loves you.
with that. Love you, Grandma, because she's very, very religious. She's very
Right.
religious. So, and she's like, oh, well, she was like, I appreciate that. She's like, I'll consider this, and I'll definitely look into those Bible verses again. I'm like, awesome.
I'm
You know,
still
she's
trying to
83 years old.
I'm still trying to figure out Joshua 10:13 when the sun stood still, so Joshua could chase down his enemies. I'm like,
Look, I've got a Bible right in front of me. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm serious.
oh yeah.
There's my Bible.
I'm not gonna lie. I have mine on my phone. I have physical Bibles. I don't use them anymore. I have one on my phone, and like I flip between about 3 or 4 different versions depending on what I'm looking up. If I'm trying to, like, if the versions all tell different things, and I have to go to a different version also and see what the consensus is as far as like the message that's trying to be portrayed. But 2 versions that I'll always use, and I recommend them, because they seem more like transliterations. I'd have to actually learn Greek and Hebrew in order to find out if this was like literal transliterations. But I use a New Messianic version. I read from the New King James Version because it's easier to read, but I will flip over to the New Messianic version to read the transliteration, like the English transliteration. And then I'll switch over to the Orthodox Jewish Bible, which will actually insert the words in its place.
So you said Joshua 10:16?
10:13.
10:13?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, this one. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. It is not written in the book of Jasher, so the sun stood. The book of Jasher is mentioned in here. That's so cool.
Yeah, I need to read the book of Jasher because everybody keeps referencing it. And I know Jasher describes the sword and stone. It describes Excalibur.
So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down about a whole day. That's pretty neat. And I
And
wonder
there's-
if that would happen. I wonder if that would happen due to like a reversal of, you know, like a magnetic shift.
Oh, you mean like how the core is no longer moving right now?
You know, they were like, "Oh, it might be spinning backwards now." I'm like, "Oh, that's amazing!" And like, nothing fucking crazy has happened.
I know, right? Like
Nothing crazy has
the birds
happened.
haven't
So,
flown
like,
away, all fallen to the ground and died.
yeah, core stopped spinning. Nothing flew off. Started
Everybody
spinning backwards, and we didn't
Everybody's
start spinning the other way.
Everybody checked on the bumblebees, right? The bumblebees are still out there doing their job.
Yeah, bumblebees are still doing their job. They didn't flop to the ground yet.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I
think that you know, honestly, that's one. The thing about bumblebees was, I think that goes over people's heads, but they use the electromagnetic earth harmonics to.
Yo, can I?
The earth ohm. Go ahead.
Just a quick comment on your transliteration. The closest to the Greek or Hebrew for transliteration would be the NASB 1995. That would be the closest.
I'll look into it.
Yeah. I have like every translation imaginable. I study Greek, I study Hebrew, but if you want something closer than that, you're gonna want to get something called the Halot, and it's just the lexicon for the Hebrew, and the BDAG would be the lexicon for the Greek, and they're very simple to understand. If you don't understand a word, you literally look it up.
You need some Aramaic too, right?
The Halot is for Aramaic as well. Halot, it stands for Hebrew
badass.
Aramaic.
Okay, awesome.
Lexicon, lexicon of Old Testament.
That's what's up. Hell yeah.
Can you DM me a few of that information, pretty please? Because I'm at the store right now.
Who's
Same.
Do what?
It.
You can put us in a group chat if you want.
All right, yeah.
That'd be cool. That'd be dope.
Who what? What was she?
Wait.
Come on, man. Sober mind. You must be of sober mind.
Sorry.
I'm
I'm like
teasing.
sober mind.
I
I'm
have
like, can I
glaucoma. I have
sober
glaucoma.
mind? Can I hit my bowl?
You have
Smoke a ball?
glaucoma?
No, I have osteoarthritis. So, but that's not why I smoke weed. But yeah.
Whatever excuse you need. No, I agree with the whole. I don't do drugs because of my work and everything, but I agree with the whole like you have receptors for it, so it must be there for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really take
Nathan
Tylenol or anything, but-
Oakley made a great argument for it, so I think it only makes sense to that it should be investigated with a skeptical mind and an open mind, and not be so closed-minded and narrow-minded.
Fair enough. I mean, I am Canadian as well, you know, so it's in my blood.
Well, I guess if you can't have guns, you might as well have weed, right?
Right? You can't defend yourself.
Trailer park boy.
I gotta be happy and shit.
Right.
And they just banned handguns recently.
That's not okay. Time to learn how to make your own guns at home.
I know. It's funny and sad.
It is. Or, you know what? Better yet, honestly, seriously, honestly, I'm so freaking glad that I have this skill set. But make yourself some longbows and some arrows. Because you can retrieve arrows. You'll run out of ammunition, but you can retrieve arrows. There's sticks all over the place.
Kind of, you can run out of ammunition. I've got a loading book, so or reloading book, reloading manual. All I gotta do is find the materials, and I can reload.
Sorry,
I really like the bow and arrow. I don't know. I was making
Oh, I do too.
bows and arrows in my backyard when I was like 8 years old. I had so much bamboo and China berry branch everywhere. And I managed to make a working bow, shot my brother in the ass while he was bent over getting a drink from the faucet in the backyard. Dude.
Just because
he shot straight up. You know, he shot straight up and stood straight up and arched his back inward and grabbed his ass cheek, you know? And he was like, ah. But it wasn't a pointed tip. You know, I found this like rounded rubber gasket that I use as my arrow tip and just.
Right.
Oh, man. Oh, it's too good, too fun. I was like 8 years old, 8 or 9.
It's funny. Why do you have to fuck?
Having those skills is good. Those are like really, really good primitive survival skills to have.
You know what else is a good survival skill to have? Foraging.
Yes. Yeah, if you know what to look for, especially like edible mushrooms.
Yes.
Yep.
The poison ones, the ones that are good for you. Dude, mushrooms are literally a miracle food.
Yes, they are. They're also a miracle medicine as well.
Well, they are for other various reasons, but I mean, even snake venom was looked at for medicinal properties because you have what's called a therapeutic dose and then a lethal dose and then a non-therapeutic dose. So if you can find the therapeutic range, everything has a therapeutic range.
Yes. I've got some pictures of like a whole bunch of blackberries that I found. I was like, let's go on a hike trail and let's go foraging for berries, right?
Right.
Okay. So good. Hello, my dog.
I give up. All right.
Look at these berries. Natural wild berries. Oh, yeah.
Berries are awesome. I like
so
berries.
Good.
My favorite were always raspberries and blackberries.
Heck yeah. There's a tree near me that has I don't know, it's not mulberries, maybe it is blackberries. I don't know. There's some really tasty berries that fall from this big ass tree once every summer. Oh, my dog. I have a good dog. And that other time that I found more berries. Somebody has a lot of background going on.
I do. I can mute myself.
Is that you, Sheepdog?
Yes, I tend to walk around with my phone and my computer.
Oh.
And I leave my mic open with my phone in my pocket. But there's a lot of people here at the store right now.
Who we got? Do we got any Globers in here? Anybody that's got any questions maybe about flat Earth or anybody want to talk? Come talk to me. I'll feed you berries.
She'll feed you berries inside of a terrarium.
Welcome to the berrarium.
The berrarium?
Berrarium. Where there's
Nerd.
lots of berries. And so long as you take care of the inside of this terrarium, you'll always have berries.
So is oil fossil fuels? What do we decide? Yes or no?
No, it's a chemical reaction. It's a chemical reaction with stone. Certain stones turn into oil when you add chemicals to them.
I think they taught me in the third grade that oil comes from dinosaurs. So are they gonna cancel that, or just still teaching the kids that?
No, no, it doesn't.
Oil is a mysterious liquid that replenishes itself in the earth or under the earth, however you want to put it.
Correct.
And that's it. It's a biogenetic. It's not genetic material.
No.
Right.
Okay, because I was taught back in school, to get those big oil wells, you need a couple of bronchiosaurus to die right on top of each other. That way, it's just all that dinosaur stuff just turns into oil over, 1,000 years.
Yeah, but now you know that's completely incorrect now, though, right?
But have they changed it in the school books, or are they still teaching?
No. Yeah, they're still teaching BS.
They're not going to accept their mistake.
They haven't corrected it. But there have been parents going to the school board about these things. A lot of parents who are pulling up a lot of the proofs, a lot of the physics, a lot of all of this stuff about like the nature of our Earth, and they're like, you are teaching these children completely incorrectly about these sciences. You're teaching them incorrectly about this, that, and the other thing, X, Y, Z. And these parents are absolutely correct, It's kind of BS what they're teaching our kids.
Yeah,
Really
the parents
pisses
coming to the school board about that, and also about other stuff like masturbating and dildo.
Yeah, that all of that, pronoun and genderqueer
Transgender.
nonsense. It's absolutely disgusting. That's what I mean.
Apparently, they teach you how to touch yourself in the school book.
It's time to pull these kids out of school because that's the devil.
Live in a shithole country.
I think when more people wake up and begin to demand, to live naturally, maybe things will change. And I kind of feel like, I'm an optimist, so I kind of see a lot of people waking up, a lot more than I did 5 years ago, and that's really good. As it just means that maybe we are headed in the right direction. Maybe we are together raising our vibration. And that's not any woo stuff. Raise your vibration. No, like everything's a frequency. Everything's a wave. That's been determined.
Notice before they had to take God out of the school before they can put that immoral stuff in. Since there's no sin anymore, everything goes.
Yeah, because they stopped doing the Pledge of Allegiance in schools. One nation under God. They stopped doing that. They did that when I was in high school. About when that stopped. And that was 15 years ago.
Who was it? Was it Eisenhower that added under God to the Pledge of Allegiance?
I don't know.
Yeah, my fourth grader just confirmed no Pledge of Allegiance anymore. For 3
Because the
years.
original Pledge of Allegiance didn't have that. It was added in later.
Yeah, but they're not Americans though. Even without the God, they're not. They're not loyal to their country. You see, so now
Well, the whole thing was disguised to make you pledge allegiance to your government.
It's time to homeschool your kids.
There's literally nothing to fight for. There's nothing left to fight for.
I mean, there's nothing more dangerous than a people that has nothing left to lose. Just keep that in mind.
Well, there's some real shit. So I've always bought Burt's Bees fluoride-free toothpaste. They don't sell it no more. Not in the store anyway.
Yeah, I heard the Knights of Columbus put the God in the Pledge of Allegiance back in, I don't know, 50s. I don't know what year.
Columbus discovered the Americas. Columbus sailed in a circle. Earth is its globe.
In the Constitution, it does say the year of our Lord. So it does have a reference to God. Well, I don't know what you think about that. That's just the Jewish year, or is it saying that there's God?
What was that about? What did I miss?
In the Constitution, it does say the year of our Lord. That's all it said.
Year of our Lord. In reference to what, though?
I believe the date it was written.
Okay.
It says in Article 4. I don't have it in front of me, but Article 4 says year of our Lord.
So I guess no one's there. No one
I
was
think other governments in the world are like always trying to suppress. I think we have to have a government people, not a job, but like a part-time location, not to get paid for it. That way, people do it that want to do it, not that want to be corrupt. Like the volunteer work to be a politician or a president. We should be paying for their gas. We should be paying for their suits or their fancy houses. Then it would be fair. There are people that won't be corrupt that want to do it.
So kind of technically that's not how it really works. But what they do is after you, like if you make a large amount of money, you figure out how to write everything off on taxes. It's the way the tax code is set up. It doesn't have to do with us paying for their stuff. They're paying for it, but they're writing it off all under the idea, under the guise of...
No. That's not what I mean. I mean that Biden and Harris don't have to worry about gas. Their gas is paid for. Their cars are paid for. Their house is paid for from the government, not taxes.
Well, as long as they're doing it under a business proposition.
No.
I'm probably using
They don't
that
have to
word
pay gas. They don't have to buy their own gas. Their gas is given by the government to their house. Their entourage, it's all paid for. They don't have to pay it out of their pocket. Like we go to the White House, you can have breakfast, right? They don't have to pay for their breakfast. It's paid for by the government. Everyone can eat for free. Not like the regular poor people got to pay for their stuff.
Isn't that crazy?
If they're on welfare, their welfare can run out. They still got to. They get welfare, the poor people, but then that can run out, right? Well, I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, it is kind of crazy if you think about it. The economics are messed up. The taxes, the tax situation is different. Like,
look, I'm playing the system right now. I'm making $15 an hour doing a cash job and pulling food stamps. Fuck the government. They're gonna make my groceries expensive. They're gonna fucking pay for them.
So you get it on both fronts, but then it's like, oh, disparaging if you were to go up, and then to have know people that you work with and you help them make money, and then oh yeah, you get some free services. No, that's just how the benefit of the cost reward, and it is good if you get more benefit. But it's like if you're like, oh, I think you ball fondle really good on TV, so here's a bunch of free stuff. Please endorse my thing. You know, that's a business decision. That's a cheap investment for that business to allow that person to eat because they're going to do a little Instagram video and then they'll get more business because of it or more hype or whatever. These are business transactions and they're done freely on a free market. Like the things like that should be encouraged. Like, yeah, if there's such thing as social media influence, like, okay, yeah, give them that. But it's like, wow, that ended up becoming most of where the power is. So it doesn't have to objectively be good. It's just objectively some clown that fondles balls for a living is promoting something on their little Instagram profile. So everybody loves it. See, now there's a problem. Now I got a problem because I went to it. I I drank their Kool-Aid there, and the Kool-Aid wasn't half as good as they told me it was going to be. You know what I mean? Big problem.
Also, you get an invitation to Epstein Island. That's the big one.
Yikes!
Man. They need to make Epstein Island
I think
a
that's the
prison
Kool-Aid
island.
most people were looking for. You know,
That was a bit extreme.
they got it.
I think we might need to steer away from that part of the conversation. Just because of
bring that up. I'm talking about Kool-Aid, and it's like let's talk about other where he had a diamond making machine. You know where they have like you can send your pet's ashes off to make a diamond. You know, he just had one down there in the basement. That's cool. But yeah, let's get off this topic.
Yeah, we're not going to go into detail about all that. Not here.
Back on taxes, the tax code is designed to have everything written off by business expenses, so the rich pay very little percentage-wise in taxes, and the poor people pay the majority, much higher percentage of taxes. They don't have any write-offs. They don't have any property or investment.
There's write-offs. There's a lot of. Have you ever heard of what a lottery ticket is? It's called tax on the poor, because corporations pay most the tax, even though they're always trying to minimize it and put it on the consumer. They do pay the majority of all taxes paid. Funds the corporations do fund the government. It's not the little people. You made $100,000 last year. You're funding the government. Incorrect, sir. And no, it's that little corporate scheme that they have. It's still put on you, but you still can't. They can't get you to pay enough, so they have you buy into things like the lottery.
Here's a question. All right,
Epstein won the lottery. Remember that?
Here's a question for everybody. All right, everybody here. He won it twice, but so just a question for everybody here, as far as understanding the tax code. Who here in this room makes over $100,000 a year?
Not me.
So people who tend to make under $100,000 a year fill out a W-2. People who make over $100,000 a year, they write a 1099. They take a 1099 and they file their taxes at the end of the year as they write off all their business expenses and everything like that. The reason why you don't do it when you make under $100,000 a year, because it I don't know how to explain it. You risk still losing more money under the 1099 form, so you take the standard tax on the W-2. When you make over $100,000 a year, there's so many things that you can buy to improve your business, especially if you own your own business. If you're like going under an LLC or something like that, you write off so much. And though you look sharp while you're at work, it was a business expense. So, like in my personal opinion, you want to defeat the tax code, go create an LLC and become a contractor for yourself. Now, the only problem with that is if you go work for a company, there's a good chance that they want you employed with them. They don't want to contract to you.
Yeah, I had started my own business at the age of 21, and I had made $160,000 a year was what I was making before taxes, and I was always, saving all of my receipts from everything for every business expense ever. So I got pretty damn good taxes back on it.
But just to let you know, like the tax code benefits the middle class, upper middle class per se, more than anybody else. I mean, the extremely rich, yeah, if you could show how you take a huge loss, then you can go into other tax codes that you don't have to pay this tax, you don't have to pay that tax. But it's the whole thing is freaking illegal, man. The whole thing was to not to put specific people into slavery, to put everyone into slavery. That was the whole point.
Yep. Yeah. It's theft on such a high level,
money is
highway robbery, man.
if you don't have resources, you have nothing. If you have money, you have nothing. You need resources. You need resources that regenerate.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fucking people there.
Hey,
So I have an avocado tree, tomatoes, and strawberries in my backyard. So I have resources.
Mike check.
What about Mike check? Tomatoes and
Mike check
strawberries.
work.
Mhm.
I got a question. Since we're talking about money,
Yeah.
what's up with the banks? What's up with the banks all closing? What's up?
Oh, how they're all switching to electronic.
Yeah.
That's gonna crash
On-
like a
on-
mofo too.
Online banking? No, like you bank yourself. That's what they want you to do. They don't want to manage your money. They want you to manage their money.
Yeah, I don't want to manage their. I want to manage my money. That's why I make cash.
That's why you can open a bank account all by yourself. You don't need somebody sitting at a desk to open it for you. You can make transactions inside their bank. You're doing it all in their name. You just
Well, we
that's
had like
the
20
ruse.
banks fail yesterday, man. Like 20
Oh, you
banks
did?
going down.
What? What banks?
I swear to God. Well, one of the biggest ones in the country, man, called Silicon Valley Bank.
Ooh.
Silicon Valley Bank was one of the first.
When do you think Bank of Italy is going to go down?
There goes the gaming cards.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if you guys
BlackRock's
knew
been
that.
begging for investors.
What about the Bank of Italy? When do you think that's going to go down?
Don't know, man, but Wells Fargo, a bunch of people are missing money out of their accounts and shit. Shit going on, man. Just giving, I just found out about this shit yesterday. I'm trying to figure it out, man.
Wow, I didn't know about this.
Yeah, it's new stuff, baby.
Yeah.
I am so damn glad I don't have a bank account. I pulled out of all of that shit years ago.
I still need a bank
I
account.
did. I don't know. I saw something coming down the barrel, and I was just like, no, we're gonna pull it all. And I pulled it all, and I closed everything down.
Good job. Good job. Excellent.
So now I'm a cash only, and I squirrel it.
I love the cash. I get it.
Because nobody can tax me. I'm making untaxed cash money.
Well, they want to get rid of that. They want to replace all that shit with some CBDs, man. I don't know if
It's worth 100% more. Like, because have you seen that? It's like $5. If you put that $5 to the bank, you're paying 30 cents here, 30 cents there. Everybody who gets that, and the end of the value is the $5 worth 25 cents because everybody's taking their cut of $5. But that physical $5, and it doesn't go away.
Right.
Yeah, I've argued that same point. Like I have, physically $5. Like I don't know, just that's the whole point of just making cash. Cash isn't going to go away just because some electronics, in my opinion. And I guess there's been a lot of gold that's been found. I don't know what they plan to do with it.
They're just De Beersing gold. They keep gold at its price, like De Beers diamonds. But gold is probably
Gold's
the
good, man.
most useful element that we know of.
Yep.
Yeah.
It melts
Well,
easy.
carbon.
I heard there's really no gold left in Fort Knox. What do you think?
Oh shit, that
No
been
gold.
gold in there. in
They
50
sold it
years.
to China.
I want to know what the hell they did with all this gold. Look at this crap. I want to know what the hell they did with all this.
Hey, just a heads up, kind of watch the whole government thing.
Gotcha.
It's definitely something that we've all been trying to work on here. and it's we got to be fair about it. We know it's going to get us banned. We don't need to get banned.
I was just bringing up the gold foil that they put
We
on.
can't talk about conspiracy.
Right? No, I'm not saying that. Someone mentioned a.
My bad, though. I agree.
Someone mentioned a property elsewhere in the world, and so it just doesn't need to be mentioned like
Yes,
that.
my bad. I was bringing because they don't use that on the new moon orbiters. But yeah, I was just bringing up the gold foil, and yeah.
Right. And they
Sorry
switched,
for digressing the conversation.
They switched back.
No,
to
I'm for it. Yeah, aluminum.
As far as gold being useful, I mean, watches, engines, catalytic converters, these things, they take gold.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but on the market, gold and platinum have switched places. Platinum was always more valuable than gold, and then it flipped. Now gold's more valuable than platinum, even though it's not as rare.
What's the price
Interesting.
of an ounce of gold right now?
I think it's around 1800, and platinum's like 9 something. It's like half.
Wow.
They're trying to get a lot of investment in the platinum mines. They've been doing that for right in the middle of the stuff last couple of years ago. They've been really focusing on those platinum mines.
I heard they're mining a lot of cobalt these days.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, they need them batteries.
Oh yeah, batteries.
Blood batteries.
Lithium.
I heard those.
Hey, isn't Earth just a giant battery? Is Earth a battery or a magnet?
Well, it seems because we have these like magical lines that point our compass to the center, so it's wild.
Right.
So is it a magnet or a battery, or is it both? Can it be both?
Electromagnetic dynamic system. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there would be a purpose. Like obviously, there's a purpose. I don't think it's just. But is there power on?
Is there power off?
Or is it just a big neodymium, which I wouldn't think so.
That's what I've said. I kind of see
Stuff will be
Earth
sticking
as
to
a
stuff,
giant neodymium magnet. Yeah, you were gonna say it.
Yeah, so it seems like there's a power on sort of circumstance. Like there's nothing sticking down, but there's something that's sticking. Everybody can reproduce it and do it. You have you can have a thing of water and a small blade, and at the end of it, it'll you can do those little bootleg survivalist compasses. So like that's something that's physically happening. It's like a Geising rod. How physical is that? It's so wild. Like North is one of those wonderful things. Like what is it?
North is just center. I don't know. North is center, but it's not like the center of this crazy spinning sphere. I don't even know how iron can be magnetic at 10,000 degrees.
Got just a slight flux line, and we got the aurora borealis on top.
Yeah.
And that's supposedly this magnetic the magnetic flux.
Yeah, and some people say that it sounds like it crackles like electricity. And they hear this like and just this like crackling sound. And I'm like, well, that would make sense. They say some people hear it and some people don't.
Is it that's like a mental thing?
Is it a mental thing? Or do people actually hear it?
Can anybody record it?
I think. I don't know. I can look.
Check it out.
I'm checking it.
I'm driving. You can't check it out.
It's okay. I
Yeah,
got
the
this.
aurora. The aurora is on my bucket list of things to see, and by bucket list I
Mine
mean just
too.
things to hopefully see sooner than later. Because I've seen some wonderful places. I've been to some wonderful places, but I've never seen that, and that's one of the most phantasmal sort of phenomenons. I'll be so disappointed if I go and then it's like, oh, the weatherman was wrong. Or what am I, Truman?
I love that freaking movie, and then I caught it at the end when he has like kind of like the flat Earth with the dome over it on his desk, and he's like viewing
What I like
everything.
to think
Look
about
at that!
about that movie, because it's been like, however long, over a decade, right? At least. What happened to Truman when he left? Did he find true love? Did he find friendship, real friendship? Remember, I'm your real
Mm-hmm.
friend, Truman. And did he find all of those things that he was hoping for? And I think it'll be a very sad story until we get to Truman Show 3, where he becomes enlightened and he gets it finally. So yeah, those movies are yet to be made. I'm working on one of the scripts, or actually the both of the scripts, because I plan on having them both out at the same time.
Oh, damn. I'm trying to see if I can find this. Somebody said they got the sound of the Aurora Borealis in real time, and I'm trying to see if I can. Here we go. I guess it does kind of make a noise. Man, I want to go see the Aurora Borealis. It just looks so freaking cool. It's definitely an electromagnetic phenomena.
You think? What is it? What the friction is ionizing the gas into plasmas, or what do you think?
Mm-hmm. This electromagnetic phenomena, I think it has a lot to do with there's a stronger charge of particles in the atmosphere, and yeah, I do think it has something to do with they're just very active, kind of slamming together.
Will a compass that's closer to north point, like, is the force of the compass spinning more strong the closer you go to source, right? North?
Right. It's been
What is the deal with
documented
this?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm just asking, what is the deal with this? It's so fascinating.
I know. I want to go. I want to study this kind of stuff. But when people go get directly north, and they get close enough, like say they go to the North Pole, the compass has been observed as like going crazy. Like it can't really determine a north once it gets over those magnetics. So that would mean that the magnetic polarity at north is a focal point of energy, of magnetics, of electromagnetic energy. So your compass is going to go crazy up north. This has been documented. But further south, like once you get to Antarctica, your compass goes lazy. Like, why? That's kind of weird,
That's okay. You're bringing it up. That's what is there a divergence in the north direction of the compass, the same as with the south divergence of the compass? And shouldn't there be like some sort of negative polarity compass?
You would think so, right? Like if there is
like
a South Pole, then you would. Yeah, if there is a South Pole, shouldn't you have another compass for southern polarity?
Yeah, well, they do have like a corrected compass that's like, but it's like still based on just pointing north.
Right.
It's
That's
just
that's the whole
put
thing.
divergence into it. They put inaccuracy, so when it's pointing north, I forget what it is. It's pointing some weird. It's pointing like west east, like something strange, like if you're in Australia or something. But it's like
Yeah.
it's if you took a North America compass down to Australia, it would diverge. And like there's so many oddities. That's what I'm just trying to understand about this divergence from north, and how it seems like all the compass lines. I guess there's a couple points of divergence up really close to the north, but not like with the south. And
You should check out
that seems odd to me. If there's like a south pole, that would be a polar point, and you could have you could have a compass that pointed south.
Yeah, that's been my argument too.
You know what I mean? What the
That's
heck?
been my argument too.
What the heck?
That would make sense. It would make sense.
This
But look
is why
at
I'm
this.
asking like all these gloobers, hey, we need perpetual motion to finesse humanity into the space age. And so we need your Cavendish perpetual motion machines, and we need your Globiolus, Coriolis, or whatever divergence machines that are going to power us into the space age. Where are you guys at? They have no conviction. None at all. Like you have some force, a string pulling on something, and it's just perpetually happening always. Like I should have a scale, and that should equate into power, into big power banks, and that should just weigh columns of gas. Also,
yeah, check that out.
A transfer of energy to electricity is pretty simple, and we could have massive farms of big scales just weighing columns of gas. Just weigh the columns of gas. That's it. Boom. Woo! We're going to space. We're going to the next dimension, baby. But no.
But no.
You know what? The imagination. You can measure what's physical, but what you can't measure is what's imaginary. But you can calculate it.
I just want to know, why is my compass flat? Why is my compass flat, and why is it always pointing north? Why does north seem to be a center point?
Well, that has the explanation, but you go further. It's like, what is it? What is the north? And why is there these divergent lines? What is that caused by?
Into the break, there's
going down.
Check the chat, because I put up a video that says, do compasses work in Antarctica? And you'll get to see this guy is like, I don't know, my compass is pretty freaking useless out here right now. And I'm like, oh, so your compass is pretty freaking useless when you get to Antarctica. So, like, what's another method of navigating if your compass is useless? Maybe celestial navigation? And I know they've got digital towers, and so he has to pull up this digital compass.
That's great. Yeah, he is. That's a great video, and it is. Where is this coming from? Because it said they're following the North Point and the South Point. So I'm like, well, what is the South Point? And this isn't a pole. They say, oh, there's a pole, but I was like, well, we have the Gleason's map, and that's not a. There's no South Pole in that, but there's south. Like, so where are we exactly going? What kind of map are you using to get to the South Pole place?
Yeah.
South Pole. I'm saying, which map are you using? And then they're like, it's like, it depends on which map you're using. I'm like, but they're all Cartesian coordinate. Then if we get down to a small map, then it's all very linear, flat, right? It's only then when you want to imagine that what you're not observing is what's just a flat map, It's some imaginary paper mache thing they put above your crib and then told you about in elementary school after teaching you what empirical scientific method is. That's your problem after that. They told you, and then they showed you, and it's like you should have wondered why are they lying to you about Santa Claus? Just so I accept consumerism? Oh,
Yeah, that's the only thing about it. I can't even do holidays anymore.
It's just for fun for the kids and the globe. No, thank you. Obviously, why would they tell you something like that? Now we're talking about this, about the stuff that we're not supposed to. But I'm talking about how Earth is flat because that is foundational.
Oh,
And
that's
it's
so cool.
measured by differentials of level. So obviously, when I say flat, I mean the aspect of horizontal, a condition of being level, as defined. So,
Check
not
this out. Here's
anything
what
new, nothing trippy. This is just facts of reality here.
So I just showed you the behavior of a compass in the south, right? So here's the behavior of a compass over the north. You'll see that they behave incredibly differently. Like the needle it's like stiff. Like the needle it acts stiff. I see, dog. You got your phone on in your pocket, buddy.
I know.
Oh, I see what
I
you're
was
saying.
just,
The difference.
I was just gonna say,
wow.
Another thing that happens in the north that doesn't happen on the south is moss grows on the north side of trees.
Right. Kind of weird.
So I just wanted to share that.
I think I've got another good video to follow up those compasses.
Wow, that's really crazy because it should just be both.
You would think, right? But you
sides getting exposed to the sunlight's direction. If you're on a globe, it would be coming down like Eratosthenes, right? But wow, that moss thing. Only one side is north. There's a sure direction, surefire line of sight direction, and the horizontal is derived by it. You can look over the ocean and have a horizontal you establish that's under your feet by a water level, but it's referencing a point that you see out that's a parallel plane of your observation, the convergence of your sight, and it establishes a horizontal. I mean, the proofs of flat Earth are endless, and there is nothing to make any. It's like there's no reason to think that there is such thing as a globe.
And then we'll just compare those compass videos to this video of the map that's downloaded in just about every autopilot system.
Yep, direct level flight eradicates any thought that there's such thing as a glob. It's done. You're done. Airplanes are flying every day. We're stationing them. We're keeping track of them unless they're going over big, vast expanses of ocean. Then we don't know what happened to the Malaysian flight.
Glob is done.
You're finished. We fly directly. No one's aiming for Vancouver to get to Toronto. When they land, they don't compensate for coming in from a different reference frame into a reference frame that is moving at the speed of sound. Hello, there's no side this torque. You would have to be very careful about the orientations of your direction of travel
Man,
based
could you
on the
imagine trying?
effect, not so much as everything else that we understand all flying to be like. So what's understood isn't what we're saying is that what you're claiming about the Coriolis and the moving reference frame doesn't comport with everything that's actually done and calculated. Wolfie, who whispers Wolfie to me? I love Wolfies though.
Oh the hell! Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah. So those two compass videos. Huh?
Thank you for the links.
Yeah, no problem. I found those and I was like, these are two very distinct videos that show how a compass acts in the south, and we all can see that it acts lazy. It's like, fuck it, I don't know. And then the compass in the north is like, no man, it's right fucking here.
Wow. See, this is the thing when they start crying to me about celestial navigation, I'm like, hey, you don't plot or chart on Glob. You have celestial spheres and domes, not from the ground, because you say that you don't use a globe to plot on either. So I don't even know what the argument is. It's all done on a flat map. Like, it's all done from angles of elevation measured from celestials to horizontal, and that horizontal is established at the length of as far as you could possibly see on an open surface. So it'll be parallel. Okay, boom, I'm seeing here the horizontal line, this plane. See, these are all words that are incompatible geometrically on globes. So it's a geometric argument. And so geometrically, there's no argument. And then we love to talk about science because we know what science is. And so then further science just debunks, where's your claim of non-physical physical concepts impeding the entropic effect of gas impeding or gas filling space? It's PV equals nRT. You see that volume? Physical barrier, volume.
Amazing how you need a container for volume. Amazing.
Wow.
You need a container for volume. You mean to tell? Wait. So you mean to tell me you need a container to have volume?
Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's square. It's area. Squared, right? Whatever. Let's go into more math. Let's talk about other dimensions, right? Oh,
right.
Anything but physical reality.
Yeah.
Here's a belief. Oh, you have the burden of proof. That's a cool belief. Hey, did you open your eyes today? Hello. Did you walk around? Did you get in a car? You felt how like when you got in the car you were moving, and then when you got in the car, then you were like, I'm good to go. I'm not moving now. Now I'm gonna move my feet. Now I gotta tell a Gloober how to move his feet. Yes, now you're moving. Yes. Oh wow, that's physical force. Oh, did you pick up your phone and then you dropped it? Wow. You picked it up and you're dumb and you dropped your phone. Whoopsies. Gloobtard moment. Total gloobtard. It's like a total gloobtard moment, like when you're like in another dimension and then like gas is impeding the physical force of gas impeding itself. Like
in a world where
have you
billions of gallons of water.
Who was talking about Wolfie? Who was talking about Wolfie a minute ago?
I am actually doing the voice of Wolfie's voice, but
you're doing Wolfie's voice.
Matthew McConaughey did Wolfie.
So do you know? Do you know his video, the famous one that he has for the sunset with and without a solar filter? Everybody brings it up all the time. It's like their go-to.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm like,
You know what I'm talking about? And it's like, what does he do? He time lapses it. So here's the funny thing about it, right? That video literally shows the sun getting smaller with the solar filter.
Yeah.
Literally, if you take a screenshot of when the sun is closer to the zenith, the zenith of the image, and then when it gets down to the horizon, it starts to change right before it starts to go through the thicker part of the air. The distance between those two.
That's just parallax refraction, bro. Like, obviously, the argument is that
Right. No, I literally took screenshots of it. His video, the images are two different sizes. I'll share them in the live stream. It's my favorite thing. I'll take the claim for the debunk.
I mean, it just.
I'm sure others have
parallax
debunked it.
refraction. That's why I always remind them. I'm like, hey, you need for the moon, whatever you say, because you have a physicality bias or whatever it is. And so you need for it to change angular size. Absolutely. Because we're going, whatever, 24,000 miles or whatever. That's 24,000 miles.
There you go.
Differential in sight that you need to have of this. So it should be changing angular size.
I put them backwards. I put them backwards, just so that way you could see the dots closer together. But like if you scroll through the 3 images that I just posted, it looks like 4, but it's 3. You'll see that the one that's closer to the top is bigger than the one that's closer to the bottom.
I'll take it. Would you?
That's Wolfie's video. Is sunset with and without a solar filter. That's what it's named.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. What are we seeing? What is it? What is that thing?
Is that the sun and the moon? What the hell is that?
That's the sun getting smaller. That's the sun in one frame.
It's a comparison.
Yeah, I overlaid them. I put it side by side.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but he also posted the source video that actually showed the method.
I can see how it is a little bit smaller. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, everybody needs for it to change. I don't think it needs to. I think it looks like it gets bigger when it's right over my head. Wow, I'm super energized. But then when it's far away, it's like, yep, time to wind on down. So that's just that clock going round. Really, I'm just looking down at my flat clock, and I'm seeing it just like, says that about the time I'm going to have to get up here in 10 hours. So better do what I need to do and then get ready for tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is just today again. What were you doing tomorrow today?
Anyway, I just wanted to share that with y'all in case y'all ever come across that. Literally, and I've had Globers say, I got to see it for myself. I got to do it. And so they do their own screenshots and they're like, and I've had people come back to me, you're right, it did shrink. It's not significant, but it shrunk. I'm like, it shrunk. The fact that you said it didn't shrink means you're wrong.
Yeah, that's why I always say, it doesn't shrink because you do need it to shrink in angular size. And that's just anytime they said that, that's just what I say to them. It's funny. They're so confused.
Yeah.
Hey, good job. Hey, thank you for that. That was great.
So Wolfie is full of crap.
Yeah, what a silly guy. The biggest one I like to ask anybody who flies the plane is where do you count for the curvature of the Earth? Don't you fly level? And so then when they say, "Oh yeah, gravity actually flies it because it centers you over it." So I say, gravity flies the airplane for you. That's your claim. It's just an absurd of a claim as flying backwards at the speed of sound, taking off to the west.
Is there anybody new in here, by the way?
Traveling at the speed of sound backwards, and you think you're taking off?
Is there anybody new in here?
There's Numa. There's a couple people that went into Quantum Erasers, Science for Pseudoscience chat today, and they didn't speak. Or at least they came in there. Eric E.
Oh, nobody wants to talk to QE.
I was like, hey, I'm in.
I love QE, buddy. By the way. I love you, dude.
I was like, I'm in there, buddy. I'll keep it tame. You know, I'll make sure you don't die.
Like my whole thing, I want to see Miggy and Mimas and QE and Witsit in here, and it's have like a huge influx of news.
Yeah, your phone would literally explode out of your hand, and it would be like everybody is right,
and Overlord,
it would be like
and Overlord too.
Physical reaction. It would happen.
It would be fusion,
explosive.
It'd be solar fusion.
Yeah, no, it'd be. It wouldn't. Would it? Like people are batteries powered by sun to explode phones.
So people are batteries, but they're like a regenerating battery.
Making material. See, that's with your thought. Make material something away from you. And that's what's happening, right? But people try to explain it away, huh? People try to explain away their own. That spooky action at a distance.
If I'm roboting, don't hesitate to tell me, because I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
You good now? A little robot-y, if you were trying to reply.
No, it's I think it's just because I'm going between satellites.
Yeah, between the signals. The ground-based signals. The satelloons.
Hey, Numa Call. Oh, you don't have a mic, just listening, no problem.
Just kidding, you guys. What's up, my gringos?
Gringos?
My
What's up,
gringos.
What's the crack?
I don't think everybody here is a gringo.
Oh, it's just a nickname. Don't you recognize me?
What's
Sheep?
cracking? Hopefully not your city.
Sheep, don't you recognize my voice? This pretty voice.
Oh, is it Fausta again?
Oh my god.
Hey,
he likes me.
Did you find out about the mirror
I like
on the
you.
moon?
I think it's funny how like every time you get banned, you just keep coming back with a new name.
Yeah, I have a bunch of accounts.
Those are just, it's cool. Like, it's just like whatever your like little superhero like identity that you want to like personify. Here's my name currently today. Yay! I'm so cool. I'm gonna go in here and troll these guys.
I'm not trolling.
I'm winning.
I'm not trolling.
It's cute. It's cute.
Did you get my sample of the sun yet?
Yes. What's up? Where you guys are talking about? I
Mirrors
just
on the
heard
moon.
something about
We're
the
just,
exploding
we're just
cell phone.
rambling. Oh, we're just talking about all
Mirrors
the
on
people that
moon.
you
We were
hate.
talking about mirrors on the moon. Like, how could you really calibrate and aim for a mirror on the moon? Like a little small. You have a little small like bathroom mirror. Like I can barely I can piss straight, but I gotta have some aim. And then you're aiming for the bathroom mirror, and we're just like wondering how.
Well, here's my
It
thing.
sounds good.
If we
like
have
shooting
if we
Sherlock
can't,
in the toilet, like when you.
if we have a hard enough time leveling a laser over 20 miles, what makes you think we can level a laser 250,000 miles?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Like how do we get a mirror up there? How did we level that mirror to make it so we can reflect everything back to us?
Man, we don't have the right study to do that, so it's not easy to justify something that I never done. So
you just let it hang and.
I know, right? I hope that nobody would
right
question
in the
it.
middle of the toilet, huh?
I need some motive to question this.
I don't believe you, sir.
I
don't think you need a motive to. If you find out someone's lying, you don't need a motive for why they lie.
I need a proof that there is a lie.
Yeah.
What's the lie?
You need proof that there's a lie.
Yeah. What is the lie?
No, I can't.
I think the burden of proof is the truth. I think the burden of proof is the truth. Otherwise, you might as well consider everything a lie until it's shown to be factual.
Well, what
Probably
is it?
the
Well,
burden of
hold
the
on.
proof
What
is
do you
the
think
is.
What? Hey,
Sorry, Into.
what is the lie? Tell me. What do you think somebody lied to you about?
It's not. He doesn't think that. You're playing off of words that keep coming out, and he's saying that he needs proof that there is a lie in order to believe that he's being lied to.
Okay, so you're
Yes,
not
Jenna,
calling
it's
us
me.
liars, are you? You're not calling me a
Yes,
liar.
No.
Are you calling me a liar?
He's asking why would all of the governments of the world lie to us about the shape of the Earth? That's what he said.
Government. I never said that, Chip. Who can?
All of the governments and private businesses,
But
all the
who-
space agencies.
Why are they lying?
Yeah, but are not only the space agencies. We have.
It would just be a certain agency. I would never say like, oh, this greater thing is part this little small little tiny bit that's used for propaganda. That this is the whole. I would never do that because that's a fallacy of composition. Because part is not whole. Pine is not elm.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore,
Pine
dude.
is an elm.
I'm lost too.
Okay.
You literally went like
Who is lying?
you went from non sequitur to non sequitur.
I just lost the train of thought into. Sorry,
I'm
I just
talking
lost
about
the
who
train of thought.
specifically is lying. I know.
I don't know. You guys say someone is lying, not me. Who
He
is
doesn't
lying?
believe there's a lie, dude. Like, what don't you get about that?
One very specific person that's lying. It's anybody that says that they go off and they have cartoons that they present that defy physical.
Well, he doesn't believe they're lying, so that argument is moot, dude. You're gonna need a different approach if you're gonna have a conversation with him.
Well, that's the question. Who is lying?
Right. So let me ask you this, Fausta.
Yes.
So,
and I said who's lying.
Is it possible that one agency could own all of the space agencies?
Sorry, say that again.
Is it possible that one agency could own all of the space agencies?
If it is possible, actually, no, because we have a lot of conflict in the world also.
As it pertains to who? As it pertains to what?
Like Russians, Chinese, Americans.
What do they all have a vested interest in?
No, the question is not the interest. The question is they are friends. They exchange some kind of material or equipment, that kind of thing. You know.
Even enemies can get along. What's the one thing that can make enemies get along?
Something in common, I think. No.
Money, resources.
One world religion, huh?
Have you ever read like in there's articles out there of like gangs, like I'll just use this as an example, Bloods and Crips, they hate each other, right? If you know anything about the gangs, the Bloods and the Crips?
No.
All
Never really.
right. Well, take any two gangs in the world that you know are sworn enemies.
Made by Milton Bradley.
Any gang, G-A-N-G, any gang in the world, and they have one sworn enemy, do they not?
I don't know a lot of gangs in the world, actually. I never researched that thing.
Well, anyway, gangs do business with other gangs if they can make money or gain resources out of it.
If there is a Salvation Army, government, yes. Gangs is another thing to me. It's like I've watched Hooligans. Taking count.
Have you seen Snowfall? That's a good one if you like
Snowfall.
that sort of.
Let me check the trailer because actually the name will probably another name.
This is not a sponsored message.
What is the name of the movie? Say it again.
Snowfall.
No call.
Snow, like snow.
Snow.
Ball.
No ball.
It's about the Iran funding the Iran Contra. It's loosely based, but it's like a drama. It's a drama.
It's Netflix. Or I don't know. Another. Where is? Which stream it is playing this? Actually, it should be a different stream if you are in another country. So. What's the translation to Portuguese of Snowball? They changed the name. They Snowball. No, that's Stranger Things. What the fuck? Snowball.
So anyway, is it possible that enemies could set aside their differences in order for them both to get wealthy?
Yes, there is a chance. In some cases, a smaller chance than others, but yes, there is a chance.
Right. And if we're talking about billions of dollars at stake, I'm pretty sure anybody in the world will set aside their differences to get a piece of that billions of dollars. And all they got to do is control the people underneath.
So you think that a lot of thousands of dollars can stop like what is happening in Russia and Ukraine?
I mean, look at any scam that has ever taken place in the world. All you need is a few people on the inside.
Scam? You said scam?
Scam, S-C-A-M.
Okay.
Like a magic trick, a scam, a sham.
It's some kind of deceiving, right?
Right.
Okay.
And only the people who are in on it know what's going on. Everybody else is oblivious.
Could happen.
But when there's once the trick happens, everybody sees the trick for the trick. They don't see the scam for the scam.
Probably because this scam have a objective, right? Nothing. This kind of deceiving is not just do it for nothing. They want something with that. What they are, what is their objective doing this kind of scam?
I mean, the scam is to hustle money.
Yeah, it's for deceive, but deceive from what? That's my question.
For financial gain, right? Deceit for financial gain.
But everybody's is winning. Like I'm a globe earther. You think I win some tip?
I mean, you get
$1 million.
You get a little hush money to keep spooning out the narrative. Don't question it. Why would you question it? You're doing all right.
But I get money to talk about to say the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
I get the money.
Yeah. Do you think any flat earther gets any money for talking about the globe? For talking about the Earth?
I think there are some kind of people in science who can work in like publicity or divulgation channels can take some bits of this money, but I'm just a unknown Brazilian, so blah.
Right.
Hey, but so yeah, so you think that those like people like Einstein and stuff can like take us into like different thought processes, so that then when like reality doesn't comport with what the model says, then you can say, oh yeah, it's just another reality, right?
Into the actually
Easy for you because you put your hope into like whatever the function is. Somebody's going to figure out this math problem, like the 2-body math problem from Newton and the 3-body math problem from Newton and the tensor calculus that nobody knows, right? Right, buddy?
I don't get half what you said, but you agree. Okay.
Somebody's going to figure that out because, you know, it's just it's like a Rubik's Cube. A reality is a Rubik's Cube because somebody made it a Rubik's Cube, right? Your claim?
Okay. If you say so.
You know, and that's what I'm saying. You're in a composition fallacy, sir. Your premise is begat by a fallacy. Pine is not elm. A pine or an elm is a pine.
Nice.
It's so simple. It's very easy. You get that?
How much you get paid?
It's a composition.
I wish I get paid, Toby. I wish I get some dollars.
So anyway, Spouse, you get paid to talk about the globe. So how do you get paid to talk about the globe? I've never really met you, other than the last couple of days. So.
No, I never get paid to talk about the globe.
Oh, you don't get paid? Do you have a YouTube channel?
I was talking about the Bernoulli's principle, and you literally just said you get paid. Like you brought it into like a shill argument.
No, I don't have a channel.
What kind of obfuscation is that? That's really desperation in blurf dipping terms.
Like why would you lie about it or even joke about it?
What?
Why would you lie or joke about making money on the conversation?
Where did you?
Like it's an actual serious conversation. You think it's a joke, but it's not a joke.
I think it's a joke.
The world is being scammed on a massive level.
Okay, that's your thoughts, guy. And
so hey, this is a known thing.
Oh my!
Did you know that the Honduras government is a contractor for the United States on UAPs, unidentified?
Yeah, are you super hard up for the little men coming from space coming down?
There's a bunch of birds there in too. There is your mic. into the break.
But
I
like,
heard
do
some
you
words.
think that like a wealthy government like the United States
Yeah, he's just roboting, so I'm just filling
government that tax money to outsource?
Okay.
Am I roboting?
Yes, your voice is getting away sometimes. I think it's the internet, not the mic actually.
No, it's me. It's not the mic. I've only got one bar.
It's not you, it's the Wi-Fi. It's the fact that there's no satellites in space to give you Wi-Fi. So
that's right.
Glob fail.
All right.
He charged his phone. Phil.
See,
Do you
Discord, we got.
Do you not think that like? Do you not think like a powerful government like the United States of America could not outsource other aspects of space to other countries, and then say, "Oh, look, this little country is involved in space export just like we are." You think that's possible?
I think the U.S. government have the strength to overcome.
Yeah, do you think
Yes.
that they're trying to hide aliens from you? Do you think that there's going to be some kind of disclosure moment?
No, I don't think.
Talk, dude. Just let me talk for a second. Let me answer. I asked an honest question.
Yeah, so are you there? Do you think that there's going to be some kind of disclosure moment? Do you think that there's aliens in space? Is that what you think?
Not that we know of.
So you think that there are? We just don't know where they are yet.
Actually,
You think
if
that's what
we
we're
don't know,
looking for, though?
I cannot say that there is.
Okay, so you believe in them.
No, I don't know.
But you do admit. So then, a lot of people are just looking in the sky for something that just somebody believes in, huh?
Actually, there are some people who work looking to the sky.
Yeah, they're spending lots of money on looking into the sky, but there's SETI that's literally looking into the sky for something. Or do you think just SETI is just stupid, right? Like we do, huh?
There is a field called astronomy who look to the sky all the time, but they are not just looking for.
Oh my goodness! No, SETI. Like, do you know what SETI is? Looking for noises in the sky.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
There's a whole movie based on it.
Looking for
Believe
frequencies, right?
Do you believe it? Simple question.
Say it again. If I believe what?
Do you believe that SETI is searching for something?
Yes. I think they are looking, trying to look.
Okay, now
far
what
and far.
are they searching for?
To know better the space.
What are they looking for? What is SETI looking for? Hey, disclosure, bro. What is SETI looking for?
A bunch of things.
Can you hear me? Is my mic working? Disclosure,
bro. Calm down, dude. Calm down,
What are you
please.
thinking like that?
All right.
What is happening?
Yeah, calm down. He's being respectful.
He never done playing.
Dude, come on. If you're gonna have an honest conversation, don't steamroll.
What are they looking for? A bunch of things. Like unknown galaxies and stars and planets and asteroids and everything that we can find in space.
So SETI is just looking for sound in space.
Frequencies, but you can use your words.
Vibes, the space vibes.
Space vibes.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna ask you then into the break. What do you know about frequencies? What can you observe with frequencies?
What kind of frequencies? Electromagnetic
A
fields?
vibration, and a vibration.
No, because
and
you're sitting there talking about frequencies into the break, Like,
but
like
light
it's only
is
something that you can feel. I'm not asking you, Fausta. I know you know what a
light-
frequency is because I
light
can
is a
tell
frequency,
by
sound
your
is a
conversation.
Yes, but light is a
Right,
frequency,
it's-
sound is a frequency.
Right. A frequency is a frequency, whether it's light or sound, whether it's visible or invisible. A frequency is a frequency.
Yes,
I understand that.
you
That's
can
what I'm
hear
trying to
that or
explain
not.
to. That's what I'm trying to explain to into the break.
Good vibes.
It's not all vibrations, dude. Like X-ray is a frequency. Gamma ray is a frequency.
Yes.
These are all frequencies. I don't know much about them other than I've seen them in books, so I don't know what they are any further than a mathematical representation. Now I know you can do radiography, which, you know, you can take pictures using X-rays, but outside of that, I don't know much more from outside of the hospital setting.
Yeah, what about those aura spectroscopes, you know, where you can see the aura?
Aura, you mean like spirit? Or
Oh, I don't know. What is that?
I don't know what you're talking about actually, but I want to know. Just
No, well, what is that? I want to know. What do you-
I just said I don't know what you're talking about. How we measure aura or spirits or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't
some
know.
people claim to have pictures, like photographs, that they can take pictures of auras.
Really?
Yeah,
Using
people.
which camera? Just for me to know.
Would you like to show us an example of that into the break? Would you like to show us an example of that?
You don't know about it? No, I'm just saying.
No, I
People
don't.
claim
No,
it.
show us an example.
Aura camera, an aura. It's some. I wish. Okay, I can.
How do you know they're just
Bing.
people that, how do you know they're just people that don't know how to put the camera in focus?
Yeah, that's a good question actually.
Well, I think they put a lot of filters on it, you know, and then.
Oh, that's strange. Why they put
storage comes
filters?
from it. Yeah.
Hold on, Fausta, because I'm going to hold into the break to accountability on this one because you're making a lot of claims into the break.
All right.
So give us some examples. We need evidence.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of tricks of photography. I was very precise with my words. There's aura photography. Typically, aura photography photographers will use a camera called an aura cam. They look like a box with two smaller ones the subject places their hands on for the photo. Anyways, I mean, it's just aura photography.
Like you can't sit there and hold someone to the fire when you don't even know what it is.
All I'm pointing out is it's just a camera trick. Like I'm equivocating, I guess, between the aura photography.
But he's not talking about it. You are. You're talking about it. He's not talking about it.
Yeah, but it's a camera
Don't
trick.
pin
I
it
know
to somebody
what
else.
he's saying.
This absurdity is.
You're literally steamrolling the conversation, man.
Am I? No.
Yes.
I was trying to read to you about aura photography, and that's pretty much as good as
You're hot micing again.
Claim of
You're hot micing.
spectroscopy.
You're hot micing.
No, it's not the same thing. You don't mess around with aura photograph with spectrometry. There is nothing related.
Well, it's a camera trick, so it's pretty much in the same category. It's like these are different camera tricks that you can do, but it's like I agree. Like actual compositing imagery is different than playing tricks with filters. Yeah, correct.
Hey, spectrometry is not playing with filters, you know?
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's playing with gas.
So
Medium, huh?
what you ask into, they are looking for some kind of frequencies that our ears and our eyes cannot get access, you know.
Well, Oh, you're talking frequencies that your eyes and ears can't. Okay, yeah, I accept that. There's such thing as radio waves. I don't know
Yes.
what you're. I don't know. I have a radio in my car. Do you think I?
There's
don't
also a
believe
thing
in
called
radios?
X-rays.
What kind of obfuscation is that? Prove your
There's
monkey.
also
Prove your monkey.
1 second into.
what's lower than radio waves? Like you understand the whole frequency spectrum, correct?
Yes. I think the better way to explain this, Chip, is using the rainbow. Like we have the.
No, that's a very poor explanation for it because there's different things that occur that surround the whole rainbow concept.
Yeah, it's just to compare. Like we have the infrared and the ultraviolet, who are the top and the bottom of the rainbow. And
What part of the spectrum is magenta?
If we compare to sound, it's the same thing. We have like a range of listening for frequencies. So there's 2 low frequencies that we cannot hear, but some animals can, and some high frequencies that some people cannot hear, but again,
Okay, we already know all about this. Thank you. I already stated this, such as what you said.
You're
Where is the
welcome,
proof of
Minto.
your glob? No, I know you're welcome. Where is your glob?
Spectrometry is a nice term to talk about. You guys want to talk about spectrometry?
Correct.
So what's the question?
Prove your monkey.
Come on, dude.
Okay, be kind, please. I'm not here to try to offend you, Minto.
I mean, if you don't have anything nice to say, dude, just go ahead and mute up.
No, I thought he had something. I thought he was.
What the fuck is a monkey, man? What are you talking about? What the fuck is a monkey?
Yeah, go back to your go back to your pine and your elm, dude.
That makes no sense.
Pine is not elm, bro.
Dude,
explain your
How
monkey.
is this
What
the
the fuck?
composition fallacy? Why you tripping on me, bro?
You're not making any sense at all, dude.
Okay, well, I think what do you want? Bernoulli's principle proves that gas needs containment.
Why don't you go
It's
ahead
an
and post the link in the live stream?
Force
Oh, that's a
being
nice image that you
exerted
post,
on
Chip.
the surface
nice
of,
Yeah, I know.
and of the wing
It's a simplified version of it.
on a differential in pressure.
But frequency is just waves, right?
How flight works.
Into the break, mute your microphone.
Hi.
Thank you.
It's just waves, right? When you talk about frequency.
Yeah, but
Waves
what
and
are those
cycles per
waves?
second. The cycle.
What-
What
what's inside those waves? What's causing
inside?
those waves? Yeah,
Energy.
right.
Energy.
Yeah, but where is it at?
It's moving. Like when you talk, your vocal cords produce energy who hits the air. The air like punch one another with like a wave, really like a wave, and that's it.
I know, but so it's there and then it's not there, and then it's there and then it's not there. And it's in a
What do you
waving
mean?
circular pattern. Well, like
you
it's
talk.
like I'll give you an example. If you take a baseball, right? You get a baseball and you throw it over 100-foot distance, and it goes in a wavy like pattern, like a frequency.
Okay.
Right. What is causing the frequency? Is it the baseball or is it everything before and after it?
First of all, the frequency is correlated to the kind of producing that there are. So if you have a bigger speaker, just to make the example, you will produce a bigger and large wave, like a subwoofer. If you get a small tweeter, you will produce some kind of small frequency
I understand sound. I'm saying, what's the physical object in the wave that you're measuring? You're measuring something, but you're measuring a wave, but what's the physical thing in the wave that you're measuring?
Okay, I can give you a very, very good example. You know a kick from a drum?
I don't know the definitions and everything like that, but I know what percussion is, and I know the breaking of sound and everything like that.
Okay, so the drum, you know the drum, right?
A drum, yeah, like when you bang on a drum.
The kick is the biggest one that you.
Oh,
use
okay,
your
yeah,
foot.
the one at your foot, yeah.
Yes, the lower one. So you need a bigger recipe. How did I say that? You need a bigger thing to produce a larger wave. So you cannot produce like a sound of the kick using something like a small.
You're talking about decibels.
No, I'm talking about frequency. Decibels is kind of volume. It's if the sound is too loud or not, right? Frequency is the pitch.
It's the crest to crest.
Yes. So if you hit a plate or a ride in a cymbal in the drums, will be a high frequency because of the material there are, because it's metal, and the shape. And if you want some lower sounds, like a bass drum, you need the size of a kick, of a bigger part, you know? Because when you push your foot, the two... What's the name? 1 second.
So when you're doing spectroscopy, I understand banging on a drum causes a wave. When you're doing spectroscopy, when you're measuring a wave, when you're measuring that frequency, is there a physical thing in the frequency that you're measuring?
Yes, cycles per second.
So what is the thing in that frequency?
Where is the thing? Oh, it's just energy moving.
Where is it? Is it always there?
No, it's got a limited time. So if you push the kick, you will hear the and stop. Don't keep going. Like it's, that's your question. Shipper get wrong. Sorry.
I guess I'm misunderstanding. Like I understand what you're saying, but I'm not able to articulate what I am trying to get at. Is when you're doing spectroscopy, I'm probably roboting. Am I roboting?
No, I can listen.
I'm going to be roboting, but it'll clear up again here in a second. When you're doing spectroscopy and you're observing a color, for example, right?
Yes.
You're observing a wave,
yes.
Right? How do you know? And then what is the thing in the frequency that you're actually measuring?
The cycles per second.
What is cycling?
What is cycling? Where
it has to be a physical thing, right?
No, not actually. Physical, you mean visible? Because cycles is the wave have a higher point and a lower point. One cycle is exactly by the one pull movement, like going up and down, and that's one cycle of the propagation of the wave. So when you have much...
I'll give you an example. If I clap my hand really loud, right, it's going to send out a wave, a frequency wave, right?
Yes.
If I throw a baseball,
good morning,
and that baseball went into that frequency pattern and started going up and down in that frequency pattern. Where in that clap is the thing that we're observing?
I'm trying to get it. Chip. So you clap.
There's no
produce a
shape. That's the
sound.
point. There's no shape. There's no shape inside the frequency. It's a mathematical concept.
The wave is a shape.
The wave is a shape, but there's no object in it to be measured. What's doing the wave?
Okay, so we get to be clear. When you have sound, the air itself, you need an atmosphere or something. You cannot. Sound does not propagate in vacuum, right? So you need a. Let's see. You need a.
I'm just trying to show you how spectroscopy is not a science; it's an observation. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand.
It's a measure. Actually, you can measure. You
It's just
see
an
how much
observation.
frequencies. Yes,
There's no science. There's no there's no science in
per
it.
second you have. There's no science. What do you mean, Chip?
In spectroscopy, there's no science. It's an observation. They label it as science, but it's not science. It's just an observation.
To clarify, I think you mean astrospectroscopy or whatever the term is.
Well, that too.
It's the same one, President. We use spectrometry inside the Earth and outside the Earth, and it's the same one. We are analyzing the same.
Hold on, buddy.
It's an observation.
I've been wondering if you're even talking about this for a while because you're not saying it correctly. Just so you know, it's spectroscopy, not.
Okay, English is not my first language, President. So what?
Oh, no. I'm just saying. Like, seriously, like for the last 10 minutes, I thought you were talking about something completely different.
No, I knew what he was talking about because a spectrometer measures the waveforms, but it's not a science. It's just an observation.
Okay, no problem. It's an observation to know how many cycles per second
hold
the
on, I
wave
think
does.
It actually is a science in laboratory settings, outside of laboratory settings, outside of isolated settings. Yeah, it's not a science.
Why
In
not?
isolated settings, it is though.
So why observation cannot be a science, guys? I need to know that. I don't get it.
Because science
It's a
itself,
part of science, but it's not science.
Yeah, it's part of the scientific method, but it's not the scientific method as a whole. You know, kind of like how a tire is not a car, but it's part of the car, and you can't have a whole car without the tire.
Right.
I need to know what is wrong to use spectros. Oh my God, help me, President. Please.
Spectroscopy.
It's not easy. People get.
I understand. I'm not going to put you down at all for English. I think you speak English very well, and that's why, like, I'm not going to sit here and correct you on everything when I know you've got a
just for I can try to
spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy. Oh my God.
So your claim is looking at the lights because you think that they're burning, but there's spectroscopy that's actually done, and that's how precision parts are made. Like, it's done in manufacturing and application daily, 24/7, around the clock. But you see, you have to understand the difference in what your claim is. Then your claim is that you're burning some, what you're claiming is spectroscopy. Yeah.
Spectros.
Rito is like me.
Spectros. Say spectros.
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 And
Spectros.
then copy.
Can you all please calm down? You're gonna make me have a heart attack.
Get in, Satoshi. What do you want to talk about?
Nothing, bro. I'm actually waiting a little bit to go warm up my pizza.
Nice.
Yeah, are you a glober or a baller, bro? Do you like balls or or what?
What's the difference between a glober and a baller?
Sorry, I mean a flatter and a baller.
Oh.
Like balls or what? Do you love balls?
Yeah, I love balls.
Okay, bro. Why?
Why I love balls?
Yeah.
Because it's more useful than pizzas.
Okay.
Is it the perfect? Is it the perfect shape?
Yes, I can play football with a ball. I can play
so
volleyball with a ball, but I cannot.
Hey, what's interesting?
Okay, I can use some kind of pizza to play hockey.
Yeah, but you can play frisbee with it.
Yes, frisbee, hockey. But
The
in the
football
sports, probably the ball will win. Like we have snooker.
Where are you from, Numa?
Brazil.
Quebec? Oh, you're Brazilian? Okay.
Yeah, me and Donato.
Tu habla español?
Brasil é português.
Okay, I'm sorry, bro.
He might know some German.
E que é a cidade muta?
Anyways, are you a flat earther or no?
No, I'm not.
All right.
Donato is a Brazilian flat earther, but he's shy.
Who is?
Sorry, guys. Donato.
Donato.
Oh, Donato. Okay.
He's shy.
No, Numacall is a Scientologist.
You know Donato?
Yes, I know.
Oh, are you his friend?
We can say so.
You're friendly to each other.
What? What did you say, Chip? Say it again.
I said you're friendly to each other. Would you go out of your way to go say hi to him?
Okay, Donato just said, nope, we are not friends, so. That's so sad. I've lost a friend.
So, Donato, do you even know this guy, Numa? Do you know who he is?
Yes, you know. He showed me the server.
That's First Thanos, isn't it?
What's up, Heretic?
Yeah, it's about
there he is.
You're right.
That meme is.
Are you fine, man?
Anyway, he's a denial
Arthur. Well said. Well said. He's a truth denier. Numa, why do you believe you live on a spinning ball that rotates around our sun?
And why should I not?
Oh,
I knew that was going to be your answer.
I don't want a fallacy as an answer. I want a logical answer.
I knew his answer was going to be, what reason do I have to believe we're not? That was his. That was going to be his answer. I knew it.
That's like me saying, what reason do I have to? That's like me saying, what reason do I have to believe I'm not living on a flat Earth? It's just the same argument.
Same argument.
Like, what logical argument do you have?
Okay,
to believe you live on a spinning ball.
I cannot support idea of a flat Earth.
What is your
Why?
experience?
Because we don't believe in gravity.
Experience is incorrect, sir. Your everyday experience, natural science is incorrect.
Guys, I cannot hear everyone
belief
at once. Just
It's me. I'm bringing it down.
yes, into, but you are talking besides Satoshi and Sheep.
No, sir, I'm going to
together.
be quiet now. I'll let the break get into you.
Go ahead. You got actually.
Say it again.
You can talk, Satoshi.
No. I want to be quiet. I like listening. And plus, I interrupt sometimes too, and I'm pretty sure it pisses some people off.
You're fine, Satoshi. Say
No, it's okay. I actually forgot anyways. Please, into the break. Go in.
Sorry, I just was running my dog around. Yeah, go on. Good
Lost
point.
in our own thoughts.
Anyway, yeah. What we were talking about earlier, Numa was.
Spectrum.
No, I'm gonna go back a little bit further.
Colonoscopy?
A little bit after that, when we were talking about how observations are not science, part of the scientific method, but it's not science.
It's not science. It's
Like once you make an observation, now you have to set up the experiment.
Yeah, you need a hypothesis, right? If you're saying about the scientific method, you need an observation, a hypothesis, conclusion.
Yeah. The physical manipulation of the thing you think is going on.
You mean the variables, right?
Right.
Yeah, he said hypothesis like it didn't mean anything. He was like, oh yeah, and then the hypothesis. Well, that's the whole point, buddy.
Donato is known here in Brazil as dependent and independent variables. He's the guy. He just talk about that.
Yeah.
And citations. He
That's all.
always
That's all
getting
he
the.
should.
Yeah, actually, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, why would they, right?
Yeah, no one cares about what science. They just want to say science without.
No. That's the
Good
biggest
for
thing.
these.
We care to science. We don't care about Donato. That's the difference. That's the biggest difference.
But anyway, you understand that though, Numa? Like, you have to have. I'm just going to call you Fausto.
Okay.
That you have to be able to physically manipulate something in order to say that that's the thing that's doing the thing you think is going on.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you, but in some cases, like gravity or how can we?
Okay, there's your claim. There's your claim. Okay, what is?
1 second into the break.
What is that? No. With that case, now what is that case?
I'll bring it back to gravity, but you said in cases of gravity, why are you invoking gravity into the conversation?
Because
because the mass of Earth is so big that we can't turn it off.
No, because you are saying that we need to take out and put in some things to know if there is that kind of stuff, who is making the effect that we are looking for, right? That's what you say. When I talk about gravity, I'm just...
No, what? No, no, I did not. No one said that ever. You said that.
I'll give you a simple scientific experiment, right? If I turn on this faucet, water is going to flow, right? And the more I open this faucet up, the more water is going to flow out of it. Now, how do I prove that that's actually going to happen?
Math.
Yeah. Do I start doing a whole bunch of math problems and calculations without ever turning on the faucet?
No, I don't think so.
Or would I directly turn on the faucet to prove that what I said is going on is going to happen?
I don't get it.
If I turn on if I hypothesize that if I turn on this faucet, if I turn this faucet, clockwise, right? Clockwise. If I turn this faucet,
it depends on the hemisphere.
Right. If I turn this dial clockwise, it will open up this pipe and will allow water to flow. That's my hypothesis. If I turn this, water will flow out of that. That's a hypothesis, right?
I'm following, okay.
How do I prove, other than turning the dial, how would I prove that my hypothesis is correct?
There is no way to prove without trying, right?
Without trying, correct. So if I'm saying that gravity is the cause of something falling, how do I prove that gravity is the actual thing that's causing it to fall?
Because you are trying to explain.
If I can't manipulate the thing that you're saying is the cause,
there is a bunch of things in Earth that we cannot manipulate. That's the biggest problem, Ship. That's what I'm saying.
Then it's just an observation. It's not an experiment.
But I cannot observe it.
It's not science
of the gravity. So
it's not science if I'm only observing it. It's just an observation.
Wait, but what is that cause? Like, you can say gravity all day, like Newton gravity. Okay, that's just weight. That doesn't mean anything. That works all fine for us. Fine, disequilibrium, very easy. But then for you think it's something hypothetical, some bending of conceptual medium. For you, it works out very difficult with actual confrontation with reality. Because yeah, wait, you're claiming a cause, and that something is weighted the same as like underneath me picking up a weight, and you're saying somebody can pick up a weight underneath me. That's what you're saying. That's your claim. So let's bring it back to base. That's your claim. We don't have any claim. Our claim is, yeah, pick up a weight, get strong, be
Into the
centered.
break. I did not understand a shit that you're saying, so.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't understand what you were saying either, dude.
But it's okay.
No,
what's the point you're trying to make into the break?
That there's a weight. There's no problem. His claim is that there's a weight. Somebody's lifting a weight and a vector up underneath.
No, he didn't say any of that.
Me.
He
That
didn't
is
say any
the
of that.
claim.
He didn't say any of that.
Oh, okay. So it is everybody just horizontally. We're all picking up weights on the same plane.
He didn't say anything about weight.
Okay. No, he said gravity, which is weight.
He said gravity. No, gravity and weight.
Tell me what gravity is.
Gravity. Then ask him what gravity is. Then ask him what gravity is. Don't ask him. Don't tell him that it's weight, and then say it's weight because that's what gravity is. Don't put words into his mouth. Ask him.
Gravity is a track between masses.
Incorrect.
I thought it was a warping of space time.
Really?
Can we define mass first, or not?
What can I define?
Yeah, define mass in a coherent way, if you can. No one has yet.
Yeah, I think I can.
You know what coherent means, right?
Yes, I know.
It may be difficult. We understand it may be difficult because English is not your primary language, but it's
No, but I get
important
it.
that to be able to understand something and know something, you should be able to explain it to anyone.
Okay. Mass is a fundamental physical quantity that measures the amount of matter in an object.
Mole.
It is a scale. You want me to finish? Or that's good, because I said just one phrase. Who said no?
Mole.
Mole.
Composition fallacy, sir.
I just read one phrase, man. What the fuck?
All right, I mean that's
Not
lovely and all,
finished.
but I mean, it all boils down to what you can demonstrate. All right.
Okay,
Like,
it's a
that's
scalar quantity, which means it was a magnitude but on direction. Mass is usually measured in kilograms or grams. It is one of the fundamental properties of matter, along with weight and time.
Well, I mean, weight could be put, in replacement of that. We measure.
No.
grams.
Mass of objects is often confused with weight, but they are two different quantities. So, weight is a force
one
exerted
has-
on an object
Hey,
to
post
to gravity,
citation.
and it varies
Can we
with the strength of
Can we
the
move away
gravitational
from
field.
this?
Mass,
I
on the other hand, is constant and independent of the gravitational field.
Post the
I mean, yeah, that's great and all, but it's just empty words without a demonstration. So can we go right to the crux of the matter? So, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, what even is
Apparently,
that
you have no
claim?
reason present.
Well, then what reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
A bunch of reasons.
What is mass attracts mass? What does that even mean to you? Like, that's what we're asking you. What does mass attract mass mean to you?
Man,
Like,
that's a single
improve it,
phrase. Why don't
improve
you get
it
it?
Can you actually
empirically,
prove that it exists?
Into the break.
There is experiments who show that.
Into the break. If you're gonna jump in the conversation, at least follow the conversation. Don't change the conversation.
Yeah, let's just steer clear of the just circular derivative arguments that are just boring as watching paint dry.
Can I ask you a question that kind of plays on what Orion was saying, Fausta?
Yes, please.
As far as like, what reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat? And you said you have a bunch of them. Could it be for the fact that, like, if the Earth is flat, then every single one of your reasons is bullshit?
No. But actually, there is a bunch of reasons, like I've said last time, like midnight sun in Antarctica, Coriolis effect, the eclipse.
Midnight sun in Antarctica?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Can I narrow this down a little bit? I'm wondering
if it is true.
Let me ask the question in a slightly different way. Hold on. Let me just ask the question just to eliminate a lot of the excess nonsense. Let me ask the question a slightly different way. What geometric reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat? What geometric reason?
I cannot see something that you guys allegate that I need to see in a flat Earth. So the biggest thing that I got here, the biggest problem is we can see the moon. There is a bigger distance like United States from France, but we cannot see France, but we can see the moon. And even close to the horizon, right?
Oh, wait, is this... Well, hold on. Where's the geometry? I asked you, like... So, like, take, for instance, I'll say this. I observe the Earth as flat. To the best of my knowledge, the Earth is flat. That's a geometric observation and a geometric statement. There is geometry involved in what I just said. Now, I'm asking you, what geometric reason do you or I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Did anyone?
President, you don't need to talk to me like a retarded. I get what you're saying. Just my English is not good, but I get
No, you're missing the word, the defining word.
No, but I get it.
He's asking for the physical reason.
I just said I cannot
looking
see
something
friends from the United States. I cannot see friends from the United States. Why?
Okay, well, hold on. First of all, that's not a geometric reason. All right, you're talking about optics now. Now, if you're going to ask that question, I'll answer the question. There's multiple reasons why.
President, one second. You asked me for a geometric. I'm not taking refraction in count. I'm not taking optics in count. I'm just asking, why can I see the moon, but I cannot see friends from the US? Geometrically thinking, not optical. Geometrically thinking.
All right, so when you're asking this question, are you assuming, before you ask this question, are you assuming that the moon is 260,000 miles away?
No, I don't know the distance from the moon, but I know it's probably not close to what is United States from France. So,
well, okay, all right. Here, first of all, do you know the distance to the moon?
In a globe Earth or in a flat Earth?
No, I mean either one. Do you know it? Question mark.
Yes, in a globe Earth, I know.
Oh, okay. So just to clarify, you don't know that for a globe Earth in regards to a globe Earth. You believe it's 260,000 miles away. I used to believe that as well. As far as actual objective reality goes, you nor I, neither of us, know how far away the moon is. Do you concede to that? That you don't know? Or do you... Or what?
So you're claiming there is no way to verify that, like with certain, right?
No. I didn't say it. Don't put words in my mouth. I am just saying that...
You are putting words in my mouth, President. I just said I know the distance of the moon in a globe Earth. That's all. I know. I don't believe. I know.
Yeah, but careful with what you were saying, though. A second ago, you were just about to say that I said that we can't know the distance from the surface of the Earth to the moon. I was not saying that. That's a positive claim. That's a positive claim that I did not make. So just be careful not to make that claim.
Yeah, but it's kind of implied in your question. When you said I believe, when you said that I believe...
Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. No, you need to listen carefully to the words I'm saying. If I didn't say it, I didn't say it. If I did say it, I did say it. It's just as simple as that. Don't pull anything from what I'm saying that I didn't say.
And if if you think he's implying something, ask him for clarity. Don't just put words into his mouth.
But I asked that question, like he's implying to. I just asked.
No, that's inferring that he's implying.
Yeah, I am not here. Just to clarify, I am not implying or insinuating or guessing that it's impossible to know the distance from the surface of the Earth to the moon. I do not think that's possible or impossible. I am neutral to the idea. Okay? I'm not going to make any claim either way. I'm just simply pointing out that I don't know the distance from the surface of the Earth to the moon, and neither do you. I'm just simply pointing that out.
There is a bunch of methods to bring the proof of the distance to the moon in a globe Earth, like lunar laser ringing, like I said before, parallax method, photographic method. There is a bunch of methods that you can use to know the distance the Earth from the moon in a globe Earth.
Well, you can guess it, you can assume it, you can assert it, but you can't know it with those methods. No, you cannot know it.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm saying there is a bunch of methods, and all of those methods just get to the same result. What could be strange for something that is fake and not so precise, if you know what I mean. I'll put something in the chat for you guys to take a look before.
Do you think it's a little odd that I asked you the question, what geometric reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? And you're pointing it at the moon.
No, I did not point at the moon. I just asked why we cannot see friends or shipping going away from the U.S.
So okay, the reason why is because it's too far away. Is that a sufficient answer for you? Or is that insufficient?
So I need to ask, where is too far away?
Too far away for the light, for the object or the target to be resolved.
You are not responding my question. My question is...
No. Hold on. Hold on.
What is this?
Do you understand optics and how optics works?
Yes, Chip, I understand, but I need to know...
Do you know what a conjugate focal... You know what a conjugate focal plane is?
Yes, I know.
You know what a conjugate focal plane is? You understand that as things get further and further away, everything narrows and gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Has nothing to do with any curvature.
But they never disappear, Chip. You are trying to use perspective as a luck card.
That's how it works, man. Your eyeballs are lenses.
And I'm saying to you, in perspective, the object never disappear. He gets smaller, but he never disappear. If you take a telescope or a camera, you can recover him.
Physical obstruction as well. Like, you can't even see across the street on a foggy day. You want to see all the way that distance through rain, snow, fog, dust.
Okay, Cybex, that's good because that's refraction. If we add refraction to the perspective...
Stop. You need to be corrected. Hold on. So...
Me?
You said something that's quite misleading. So if I have a telescope, and let's say I'm looking at a fly 100 yards away or whatever, I can see a fly with a telescope 100 yards away. Now, let's say the fly flies 100 miles away, and I can no longer see the fly with the telescope. Why can I no longer see the fly with the telescope?
That's a claim. You have something to show me, like something perspective going away, something using just perspective disappearing. I need to see that. Just show me something.
Yeah, so anyway, the question is, why can you not see a fly 100 miles away? Why not? I'm asking you this. Can you give me a coherent answer? Why can I not see a fly from 100 miles away?
I don't get it, guys. I'm just asking questions.
I know you don't get it.
Putting questions back to me. You never answer anything that I'm saying. I just asked.
Because you don't understand it.
Perspective to the object to just disappear. I need to know. What is the
example
for eyes?
How far is it from New York to France? How far is it from New York to France?
Let's take a ship, like a ship going
scale
out,
this
going
down.
away.
Let's scale this down.
What is the distance that I will stop seeing this ship?
Let's scale this down real quick. All right. What's the distance from New York to Paris?
I need to check it out. I don't have any. You know by head?
I'll Google it real quick just for the.
No, I can Google it.
From New York to Paris. 3,625 miles. So let me ask you this, right? If a fly is 36 feet away, 36.25 feet away, how come I can't see it with my own eyes?
Maybe a little further than that. I mean, I can see a fly at that distance. I'm near.
Okay, 362 feet away. 362 feet away, a fly is flying around. How come I can't see a fly at 362 feet?
Curve of the Earth.
Do you understand how vision works now, Faust?
Yes, I understand. But I want.
So why would you think? Why would you think that I could see the Eiffel Tower 3,625 feet away?
No.
Why would I see that?
The biggest question is: your guys are claiming there is a limitation in our eyes. I want to know exactly what is this limitation, because I need to know. I'm wrong to ask that.
What is the limitation? It's the angle at which our lenses are capable of seeing.
So you have the size of the objects also, right?
The size of the object is also involved. Also, you got to consider the density of the air that you're looking through, because air has density too, right?
Okay. No, you have a refraction.
Well, okay, yeah, actual literal refraction, not what you use for fraction.
Yeah,
not what you use for refraction.
Obstruct some kind of view. Air
because
itself.
The air that you're looking through, the reason why you're seeing refraction in the air is it's deflecting the energy coming through it.
Yes, but refraction or deflecting is
not bending it.
Yes, it's not obstruction. That's what I'm saying. Air cannot obstruct your view.
Yes, it fucking can, dude. It's dense.
How? Just show me this, please. How can you use air?
Fog. Fog is air, is it not? Smoke. Is smoke air?
I found something who can help you guys. Take a look. You may not be able to see a fly from too far away because of the limited resolving power of our eyes.
Correct.
The resolving power, or the ability to distinguish two close-spaced objects as separate, is determined by the size of the pupil and the density of the photoreceptor cells in the retina. So at certain distance, the size of the image of the fly on our retina becomes smaller than the spacing between the photoreceptor cells, and our eyes cannot distinguish the details of the fly. The distance is known as the angular resolution limit of the eye, which is typically around 0.202 degrees or 1 arc minute. This limit is also influenced by factors such as light conditions and contrast between the fly and the background. In addition, the fly's small size and quick movements may make it difficult to spot from a distance, as it may be obscured by other objects or simple too small to be seen without the aid of binoculars or a microscope. Overall, the ability to see objects at distance is limited by the physical properties of the eye and the characteristics of the object being observed. Sorry for the bad English, guys, but you get it.
No. Do you understand what you just read?
Yes, I understand. So
you understand
what I was asking is exactly this. This distance is known as the angular resolution limit of the eye, which is typically around 0.02 degrees or 1 arc minute.
Yep.
That's was the answer that I was looking for. So
now that you understand the distance, like how big of a distance 3,625 miles is from New York to Paris, right?
Yeah,
that's a big distance, right?
Yes.
How do you now that you know the distance from New York to Paris, because we can actually figure that out by like taking a boat or taking a plane or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
We can go at a certain speed, at a certain rate of speed, and determine the distance, right?
Yes.
So now explain to me how you know the distance to the moon. How do you know that?
They get there.
We got there?
Yes. But I just
Who's we?
Science in general. But I just said the distance to the moon can be measured in several ways. Some of which are lunar laser rigging technique. This method involving bouncing the laser beam of retroreflectors placed on the moon by Apollo missions.
No.
The laser.
No.
Okay, I'll go to the next one.
A laser.
Okay, that's a net.
We're using a laser. We're using a laser finder. How about a physical?
Take this one out.
Physical go.
Radar rigging. These methods involve bouncing radio waves off the moon and measure the time it takes to them to return. The distance to the moon can.
How do you know it's getting to the moon?
Because you can aim.
Is there a device on the moon that lets us know that it got there?
Actually, it's saying here that the radio bounces off the moon.
How do you know it got there?
How did you know that did not get there? That's the question.
You're making the claim that it got there, so how do you know it got there?
Because I'm saying
I don't need to give you an example of why it didn't got there. I can call bullshit, and then it's up to you to have to explain it.
So let's go to the next one. Parallax method. This method involves measure the angle between the moon and the distant object, such as a star, at two different points in the Earth orbit.
So we're calculating now.
Yes, separate.
All right. So there's no measurement.
Maybe we should also ask him: does math always reflect reality?
Does it?
Guys,
does math
just denying?
Does math reflect reality?
I just present like three methods, three different methods who get the same distance of the moon and the Earth, and you guys just finding problems in all of them. The lunar laser, they didn't get there. Apollo mission is
can you hear me?
The radar rigging.
No, I can't hear you. This is why I got banned earlier.
When you're screaming upside me present,
so if you're not going to listen, dude, you're going to lose your privileges, dude.
You're saying to me?
Yeah.
But he's just screaming upside what I'm
He's not screaming. He's not screaming, dude. You keep... Go ahead.
I'll ask the direct question again. It's a close-ended yes or no question. Does math always reflect reality? Yes or no?
No.
All right. So does a mathematical equation prove the Earth to be a sphere?
You can do predictions, and those predictions.
Well, no.
It's real simple.
I asked you a closing question.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's ridiculous.
Okay. Thank you.
Math does
That's all you have to say, President. That's all you have to say.
Just to clarify.
No, you literally had to say yes just to because you couldn't say no. If you said no to prove us right, that's why you had to say yes.
I have no space.
You had to say yes.
I have no space to explain my answers, but
it's a simple yes or no answer. There's no dividing into it, or not dividing into it. There's no driving into it.
Yes or no questions for you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm not being interrogated, right?
Go ahead, ask me a yes or no question. I'll give you an honest answer.
There is a dome.
There is a dome?
Is that a question or a statement?
Is that a question or a statement first?
Yes or no?
I don't know.
Home exists.
I don't know.
Okay, moon
I suggest
is
Hopefully you get some.
A slightly different question would be: is there a container? Simple answer is yes. There needs to be in order for us to have consistent gas pressure. But whether
It's a violation of a law.
If there is a container, why do we have a variation on the pressure?
That's called delta X. That's a gas pressure gradient. It exists inside every closed system and isolated system.
Can you show me in a small scale, like a laboratory or something?
Yeah, your car.
You can do it in a terrarium.
There's actually delta X is inside your car tire. The pressure inside your car tire is not equally distributed. There's actually a gradient even inside that container. It's not it's a different kind of gradient, but it's a gradient nonetheless. It's a pressure gradient. Yeah, in every single container, every single closed system, and every single isolated system with a container and a fixed volume, with gas, more than one gas, by the way. It has to be more than one gas. If it's one gas, there is no gradient. But as long as there's two or more gases homogenized, then yeah, there's a gradient, a pressure gradient.
Okay, so the next question of yes or no question answers should be they're close to vacuum in a flat Earth, inside this container. There is
Can you ask
something
that
close to
again?
vacuum. What?
Can you start that over again? Your
There
accent's
is
a little.
something close to vacuum inside this container that you're saying.
I don't quite understand what you're asking.
Can you translate to me, Ship? I know you get it.
That was deep.
I don't know what your question is, buddy. I really don't know what to say.
I don't know what you're trying to get at. There's a vacuum inside of a closed system.
He's saying in your pressure in your closed system, is there something close to zero pressure?
Theoretically, wait, when you say zero, wait. So you got to be a little more
What
specific.
did he say specifically?
Then the claim, at least I've heard people say this.
I did not say pressure. I said close to vacuum.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, the definition of a vacuum, guys. The definition of a vacuum.
He said
is
close to vacuum. We don't need the definition. Close to that. Not that, but close to it.
Who the fuck is talking right now?
I'm just trying to help this move along.
Yeah, you're not
Hey,
just
Drew. Shut up, mate.
All right.
Yeah. So the definition of a vacuum, a technical vacuum, is any area or any system where it's less than 1 psi. So
I don't ask the definition, President. I ask a question of yes or no, please.
I'm still answering your question. I hope you're listening.
Oh,
I'm actually
so when I need to
I'm answering, dude.
like
I'm not.
yes or no, I cannot elaborate, but you guys have all the time. I'm just asking something that you need to answer yes or no. There is something close
not a
to
yes or no
vacuum
question.
inside your container.
Oh, okay. So then the answer is possibly, but I don't know for sure. So that's not that's an answer to your question. That's a closed-ended question.
So,
I'm not gonna-
I never thought about that one.
Okay. So that is probably, but my biggest question is.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Before you continue, I want you to understand something. Every time we ask you a question, you always have to answer. You always answer a yes or a no definitively. You have never said I don't know. Never. No Glover ever says I don't know. They always have a definite answer. They never say I don't know. That's the whole point. You don't know.
Please don't be mad, Chip.
This is great. Thank you, everyone.
I'm just asking because you.
I'm not mad, dude. The fact that you think you know everything because you were told something.
Can we stick to the argument, please?
Easy. Your question is just easy. All questions of flat earthers are easy.
Yeah, so that actually was a good point. In a like a lab container with containment, I don't know of any parts of that container with containment for it to be near vacuum.
I think it's not possible because you guys just make a claim that vacuum and some gases cannot coexist in the same environment
truly
without
is a
one
straight-
stuck in another, right?
You're putting words into our mouths, man. You need to not do that. It's a bad habit. It's how you cross people. So
You
no,
do
I did not
this
claim
to the
that.
globe all the time, President. Sorry. Was not
I
my intent to hurt your feelings. Sorry.
Well, no, it's not my feelings that it hurt. It's more of a intellectual kind of thing. Like it's just insulting intellectually. But anyway, I just want to point out to you that if the gradient gets, if the gradient continues to the point where I've heard some people say it does, again, I don't know, it doesn't make any difference technically. It makes it's completely irrelevant what I'm going to say, but I'll say it to answer your silly question. So they claim that the gradient does go as high as to barely be a technical vacuum, some odd number of a few dozen thousand feet in the air, or well above 100,000 feet or whatever it was. I don't know what point they say that is, 180,000 feet, 160,000 feet. But anyway, they claim that. I've heard some people claim that. It doesn't make any difference because it's still just part of delta X. You can't have delta X without X. You can't have a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure. So I answer your question, but I just want to point out your question is completely and totally irrelevant. So is the answer. It has nothing.
No, it's very relevant. It's a good point because we like to match things in reality, keep things simple, repeat it, observe it, and the flat Earth part of gas pressure requires the fucking containment. Where's your container? That's a good point. But then when you have your container and it's contained, where within that container is near vacuum? Nowhere. So interesting.
Close to the dome.
Again, you're kind of getting ahead of yourself when you say that. But whatever.
Not interesting. The Earth is a globe and it's curving down and it's heliocentric. But interesting. That's something to consider.
Some Brazilians said that this kind of dome or container can be invisible or something. I don't know, electromagnetic that you guys like, and can happen exactly because of that, because of this kind of gradient that you
Wait,
said.
who are you talking about? Who said this?
Some Brazilians flat earthers.
Yeah,
crazy guys.
There's theories that there's various layers of glass in the sky, like a glass layer starting at the Kármán line. That could be true, but with what he just said, there has to be some other system in play where it takes the gradient to near vacuum. Because a simple, ordinary containment, you're not going to have near vacuum at the edges.
But again, hold on, buddy. You're making a positive claim that it's completely baseless. So you made two there. Well, no, you made one. There's a theory, but you got to make sure to call it a colloquial theory. It's not a
which part of a tire or a gas tank or what part of a pressurized system? We don't observe. I've never thought about this till he mentioned this. We don't observe near vacuum anywhere within a fucking pressurized system.
Yeah, actually,
in reality we do, but in a pressurized system we don't. So all I'm saying is to conclude, and that's it. Is there has to be some other variable in effect? Like
what do you mean in reality we do? That doesn't make any sense. When do you experience a zero gas pressure? When do you experience that?
Verify there, like
near the Kármán line. Near the Kármán line, 100 kilometers, 62 miles.
Faustanos.
Near the Kármán line.
What do you
I got to point out, Timbo, I got to point out,
you're making a claim of zero.
You got to ask the question differently because you asked it in a subjective way. You asked near is a subjective term. So what I'm saying is you got to ask the question a different way, not subjectively.
If it's too specific, I'll just say I don't know.
Hang on, mate. You made a claim
because now there's disingenuousness in the questions. The questions are no longer being asked because it's a yearning from the heart.
What are you talking about?
It's being asked because of. I mean, I'm out. Thanks. I'm not even a Glober, by the way. I'm out.
Yeah, but you're making a claim conversation. He's making a claim that in reality we experience close to zero gas pressure. When do we experience that?
Well, I don't. I think he's just being nonsensical. I was just simply pointing out to him that.
Can I address that question, President of Timbo?
It is Faustanos. Fucking hell.
So if you go to a mountain, the top of the mountain, it's get harder to breathe exactly because of the rarefied air, right? Can we agree on that?
You got less oxygen, yeah?
Okay, so if you get the same, compare the close to sea amount of air that you have, the top of the mountain, and make the measure to know how would be in like parachute jumping height, you know?
What?
Am I roboting?
No.
So Timbo, I think, is kind of asking along the lines of what I've asked before in the past. What's above the oxygen? Like, when we say drop helium, what happens to helium?
This question is for me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, say it again.
And this is an honest question because I don't even know the answer to it. So if you drop, it's leading to the question that I don't know the answer to. If you drop helium at sea level, what happens to it?
It goes up.
Why does it go up? Because the density is less than air, correct?
Yes.
So when you go up,
actually should probably just spread and get mixed with air, but we'll go up.
You would think that, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, you can isolate helium, put it in a balloon, and it'll float up, correct?
Yes.
So when you have air pressure at sea level is 14.7 psi? I don't know, 14.2 psi? We'll just say 14 psi.
Okay,
at sea level, right? Air pressure. What is air consisted of? What are you measuring the pressure of at sea level? Which molecules? Which atoms? Which elements are you measuring?
There.
It's a percentage of a combination of elements, correct?
Yes.
So when you go higher up, do you think you're going to measure the same pressure of those same elements as you go higher up?
No, that's what I'm saying. You measure different.
Right. So different elements are going to be different at different levels as you go higher up, right?
But there are different elements or the same thing.
How do you know your instruments aren't detecting those elements?
There is an element that we don't know that could be there. That's what you mean, because we can recognize all the periodic table.
Right. So that's all I'm saying. That's kind of what we're getting at. Is like, how do you know what's going on up there? Like, oh, it's point. Like, I'm just going to say this just for the observation of, there's no facts behind it, but like there's 0.0000003% air at 100,000 feet. What the fuck is air? Is it helium? Is it hydrogen? What are we measuring?
It's a mix.
My question, my honest question is at that high level, is the pressure the same? We're just seeing different elements, and we're not measuring those elements. That's my question. And I mean, Timbo may not have wanted to go that deep into that conversation. I'm just using it as an example, as you don't know what's going on up there. You can claim that it's near vacuum because there's less air up there, but you're measuring the air that we breathe, not the air that is not breathable.
Okay, we'll try to get to your question, reading something, and if you want to stop me in the middle, no problem at all.
Sure.
So the height of the air in the atmosphere decreases as altitude increases due to the decreasing pressure and density of the air. This results in a gradient of air height with altitude. One way to measure this gradient is by using barometer. You know, right? The instrument.
Right. So what air are they measuring? What's in the air? What are the percentages of each of the elements in the air?
The barometer measure the pressure of the atmosphere, right?
It's measuring the pressure of what?
Of everything that have there. If there is
like what
oxygen, everything.
Are they zeroing it against like what the air is around it at the time when they zero it?
One second, Chip. You cannot use a barometer to measure the pressure just taking account one element. The pressure is...
It's a combination of percentages.
It's
Yes.
it's a mixture. It's a homogeneous mixture of gases. Okay, that's what air is. So we get that.
As
What are you
altitude
measuring?
Increases, the pressure decreases, allowing us to observe changes in pressure and infer changes in the height of the air. For example, if you were to climb in a mountain with a barometer, you would notice that the pressure decreases as you ascend.
Okay, we get that. What are you measuring? What is
Pressure
that?
of the
What
air.
is it? What even is your little device that you're measuring? And what are you measuring with? You're measuring what is it? Mercury?
Pressure, atmospheric
and
pressure.
Mercury, and then the mercury changes in the chamber.
What?
The contained chamber. No, I'm asking you about how you make your measurement for making your claim right now. You're making a claim.
I want to know what
You
is a
go
barometer.
up. I don't want to know. I know it.
So why are you questioning? I don't
So
know.
I'm asking you, what do you think that's measuring? Because I got a scale here, and I want to be able to measure a column of air. I want to measure a column of air that's above it, and I put it in a vacuum, and I zero it out, and the column of air it doesn't register. So that's your claim, is that a column of air should register on a scale, and that's not happening. So I want to say, what is this other thing that you're talking about? What is this other claim that's not even your claim? Just something you're talking about.
No, he's talking about there's a pressure gradient and there's a near vacuum at a certain altitude, but I'm saying you don't know what you're measuring. Here at ground level, the oxygen measures at 21%. Right. At the ground level, oxygen measures 21%. Nitrogen's like 74 to 76%, or whatever the number is. Those combination of things is what you're measuring at sea level. As you go up in elevation, that's what you're still measuring. So as there's less and less of that, guess what? You're going to approach zero.
Okay, and how can you get that in a closed environment?
Because the lighter shit is on top. If you take the dense milk, like if you look at milk, right? And you know how like the cream always rises to the top? Yes. Are you going to measure the weight of milk by the cream? Or are you going to measure the weight of the milk by the milk?
Barometer measure the pressure, the atmospheric pressure.
The lighter shit goes to the top, man. All I'm asking is how do you know that they're not, that what it is they're not registering the same amount of shit percentage-wise that was at sea level as they go higher up? That's all I'm asking. How do you know that?
Because measuring pressure using a barometer, you are not seeing
what pressure
elements,
what pressure are they measuring?
Reduced by the atmosphere.
By the air, right?
Yes.
What is air? What is air?
It's a bunch of elements.
What are the elements that consist of air? You got to give me a percentage, dude.
You just gave.
I know. And as you go higher up, guess what? You're going to have 18% oxygen, 16% oxygen. And your air pressure is going to be different because you're measuring those things that you measured at sea level.
So why the pressure changes?
Because the percentage of oxygen and nitrogen and carbon dioxide and shit that was found at sea level that you zeroed your gauge to aren't that aren't that much. There's not that much value of that the higher up you go. The heavier shit sinks.
Okay, I get it. So I can make a small chamber who contains this gradient, right? Or close to this one.
I mean, you could try. I don't know.
So that's the.
I would like to. I would like to see the observation.
Yeah, it should be a good experiment.
Yeah, it would be a good one. I'd love for you to post it with us sometime. Matter of fact,
but I don't know
go
how
ahead
to do
and.
I don't know how to do it. How to make this.
And that's understandable.
A small box or something like inside.
And that's understandable. Or if you were going to zero your barometer, maybe like include a lot more hydrogen and helium in it and see how that works out. I wonder if the pressure would balance out.
If I try to use some kind of logic, I would take a big chamber, really big chamber. I would try to take out everything that I have inside and start putting like small bits of air or just hydrogen, just oxygen, doesn't matter, to see how it behaves inside there and see if there is or there isn't a gradient using a barometer close to the top and close to the bottom. You know,
I mean, that'd be cool. Get a bunch of different elements, mix them all together, and then see how they interact with each other inside of a container. I mean, you'd want a nice size container, right? So you could have like at least a more accurate observation. You wouldn't want to use a finite. Like you'd probably want to use something larger than.
Yes, but it's well known by
like a large
science
room or
that the gases inside a vacuum chamber should spread equally. So
yeah, and then like what instruments are you going to use to observe
inhomogeneous
the gradient? Go ahead.
Air is an inhomogeneous mixture of gas. I don't know. It didn't come out because it's like. They're like, you're using big words. No, I'm just trying to be specific sometimes.
Define to me this homogeneous that you're saying.
Homogeneous.
He's
trying to say homogeneous.
What you just described was inhomogeneous.
Hey, don't be surprised if our English is as good as yours.
No, but you get it. That's the point. You get it.
Literally. No, you get it. But it's like I don't see where the glob is at in any of what you're talking about.
But like even with like if you had this container, right, and this container was undisturbed, like eventually the lighter shit would go to the top and the heavier shit would go to the bottom, would it not?
I don't think so, because
you don't think so.
Yes,
I mean there would be a mix. It would be intermixed, but you would see that the lighter stuff would be more prevalent at the top.
Oh, but let me give you an example. I have like a gas of kitchen gas. You know, what you guys use?
No, we're not going off into imagination land. No, kitchen gas would mean fire. What are you talking? Fire or like you're using like
talking about propane, dude.
Yes, cylinders. What are you talking about?
Come on,
kitchen gas. No, we're not moving.
Come on, man. Into the break, he's talking about propane. He's talking about gas that you cook with. Don't be a dumbass about this shit, dude.
Okay, no. Specific.
If you don't know, you shouldn't unmute your mic.
So when you have this kind of cylinder, you can use all the gas in your kitchen doing something, and then when there's nothing left, there is probably one ATM inside this cylinder, right? With the substance that there was, like propane, helium, wherever it is. And should be.
Here, I'll give you an example because I know what you're talking about, just so that way you can have more clarity with your English, because I know your English is not getting to the point.
No, it's no problem. I can try. So if you fill this cylinder, they will start to get. How can I say?
There you go. I posted it into the chat. Go ahead and continue talking.
Thank you. So the down one have some kind of gradient, right? The middle one, it's what I'm saying. Like if you put some helium back to the cylinder, he will spread to occupy the entire area. And the first one, I think, is just to close to vacuum, right? You take everything that you can out of the cylinder. That's it.
Like, just to kind of operate on the vacuum, like what is a vacuum but devoid of other things?
Yeah, you are roboting. Ship, say it again.
Hold on. Actually, let me know when I'm not roboting. Am I still roboting?
Yes, a little bit.
Am I roboting now? Hopefully not there. No.
Hey, can you hear me?
I'm full of groceries.
This
Go
is
ahead.
Major Tom to ground control.
Bowie. Did you like Bowie?
Oh, you heard that? Okay. Well, I'm not roboting. No, it's like you came in here talking about aiming at small little like tiny mirrors on the moon, and then you sort of just like never came to back like how they're calibrated and how you're aiming the laser beam at them.
I don't
The
have this
laser.
specified information to break. I did not research that yet.
Okay, so you have the coordinated. So
Just make clear, Ship. When you ask me something that I never said I don't know, I'm just saying I don't know. These I don't know. I don't know how they calibrate this.
Just say I don't know. Just say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of calibration they do.
Don't say I don't have that information. Are you assuming that the information is even out there?
Coordinated.
But I can make
There's
the
a
research.
direction that
That's
you
the question.
aim the laser precisely so that you can nail the little tiny like bathroom size mirror on the moon. That's what he just said and claimed. He told us how to do it. Thank you. Wow, that's amazing. We landed on the moon.
Okay.
But anyway, you see what I'm trying to say though, as far as that goes, Fausto?
No, say it again.
No, about the whole the pressure gradient. Like, what pressure gradient are we measuring? Are we measuring the percentage of the air that's at sea level as it pertains to going up? Are we measuring that percentage?
Yeah, we are measuring the pressure in the sea level and the height of the mountain to see the difference.
Of the air at sea level. The only air that's ever measured is at sea level. And then you take that and you correspond that with whatever's going on at different altitudes.
Yes, the pressure of the air.
Right. So in that respect, all you're doing is measuring the air at sea level. You're not measuring any air at any other altitude.
No, I said make both measures in the height of the mountain to compare both. And you can do that taking a barometer up in a plane.
Right. All I'm asking is like, how do we know what we're measuring up there? Right? We're like, are we not considering all the helium and hydrogen and other lighter elements that might be higher up?
We are taking pressure in count. Pressure.
Yeah, what is that measurement? What is that measurement? That pressure? What is that?
What is pressure?
Yeah, that's what I keep asking.
That's what he's trying to get to. It's air pressure. We're measuring air pressure. What's the air that we're measuring?
Because
measuring is at sea level.
My scale isn't registering a column of air under it. So then now you're saying now the weight of the column of air is measured by some other method, and I'm just trying to figure out, like, you're claiming this other method is measuring the column of air. Like, I just explain it a little bit for me. Like, I kind of get it, but like, I need a little bit more.
So you take a barometer close to sea level, check the pressure of the atmosphere, go to the top of the
Okay,
mountain.
what is that? No, okay, yeah. What is that? Right there.
What is pressure?
What is that? You have the barometer, okay. What are you measuring there? Pressure? Something pressing on a surface?
Yes.
Okay, and then
Surface.
you take it up,
Oh, you are using a barometer to see
and
the
then you
pressure
have
of the
pressure,
environment.
and then it's pressing. But what is it pressing on? So it's pressing on mercury and a little vacuum tube, isn't it?
Pressure
How are you
is
measuring?
the amount of force applied in a unit area.
Okay. What is the tool that you're using to measure it with?
Barometer.
And could I weigh my hand on that?
Yes, you can, for sure.
I could? How could I
Yeah.
weigh my hand on a barometer?
Just go on Amazon.com.
Are you serious?
Just write barometer and buy one. That's all yours.
No, buying a barometer on Amazon is not my problem. Your problem is that I can't weigh my hand on the barometer. You sold me a fallacious goods, sir. You're a liar and deceiver. If you want to sell me, if you want to actually shill and go tell me to go buy something on Amazon, it's a direct contradiction of what you're trying to tell me now. A barometer, I can't weigh my hand with a barometer.
Well, I thought when you said put my hand on, I think you want one.
That is why people
want
don't
a
like you,
barometer
sir,
for you.
because you start
You to use.
equating absurd things to reality. I'm just trying to help you out, brother.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow your thoughts but it's passing over my head. Really.
It is into the break, isn't it?
Yes.
Into the break. But whenever you need to take a break, that's when you need to keep going.
No, I will take a nap on.
This is that mental acuity test.
Okay.
This isn't an option. You're not running off nowhere, are you? Come on.
I like you, Into. You are crazy.
Come on.
I like you.
I mean, you get the point. You have to sort of excite some sort of thought into these people. I mean, so many people are just going around not thinking whatsoever. So you must encourage anything that is encouraging thought, unless you ought not thought. So
does anybody else have anything else to ask Fausto? Does anybody else have anything to ask Fausto?
Oh, and I love into the break.
Don't ought not.
I love nonsense into the break. I love nonsense. You are a good guy.
And I'm sorry if I interrupted you earlier, Timbo. I just I kind of been driving this conversation for a while.
Good,
you know how it is.
Well,
you
it's
get on the
driving
roll.
it forward. No, I applaud you, sir. That's why I just
good, mate.
you're taking a break, and boom, I'm into the break, and boom, now I'm out. Boom. Woo.
I just had to butt in for some reason.
Yeah.
Did we get any proof of curvature?
Not yet, Injo.
Oh, damn it.
But sooner.
I heard you talking about air pressure. Like, what's your issue with it?
I asked the guys, who I asked? The president, I think, if there is something close to vacuum.
So, do you know this pressure, temperature, and volume are intricately related?
Yes, I know.
So, higher pressure also is correlated with a higher temperature.
Yes, and?
Okay.
So, should I go to...
Is the air colder or higher, or is it warmer?
Okay, 1 second, Indio. So, if I go to Antarctica...
No. Answer my fucking question.
Be the pressure close to...
Listen, answer my question. Is the air colder at higher altitude, or is it warmer?
It's colder.
Okay. Would it have a lower pressure?
Yes.
Why would it be colder?
because it's far away from the reflecting
Far away from
point.
the
should be
ground.
the-
Far away
yes,
from
the
the
reflecting
ground.
If you let me finish, Angel. I will say the reflecting point, who is the ground?
From the ground.
Floor.
The ground.
Called radiative heat transfer, and also convective heat transfer and conductive heat transfer.
So you know the answer. Why did you ask this? I don't get it, Angel.
Because I think you know the answer. Because I think you knew the answer when you were talking to Orion.
Okay. So my question was, if there is something close to vacuum in this closed system, this container.
Well, I mean, depends on how you define vacuum.
Absence of matter.
Yeah, but I know, like, where are we delineating when it's vacuum, when it's not vacuum? So in modern science, they have, like, different qualifying words, right? So
Yes.
high vacuum, ultra high vacuum,
Yes.
Low vacuum. So is it close to vacuum? I guess, if you define it that way.
So how can you get that in a closed system, in a container?
As
Well,
explained,
that's the
we just
only
got- we
way they
literally
could
just
show
covered it. The temperature thing. The temperature gradient. There's a temperature gradient. There's going to be a pressure gradient. We're not, the Earth's system is not static. See, this is a canard you guys use. That as if the Earth is a static system. It's a non-static system. It's a dynamic system. And in dynamic pressurized systems, you can have pressure gradients. You can have temperature gradients.
Okay,
In fact,
no
that's
problem.
why it's called dynamic, is because there are gradients within a closed system.
Angel, can I ask you something? Then?
Yeah.
So we some correlation between temperature and pressure. I'm not telling there is not, but I want to know. If I go high up in the Everest and there's like, I don't know, 0 degrees, don't give a fuck, just make an example. And then I go to Antarctica and go and see the same temperature, but a different pressure. What this means? One, I'm in high altitude and have low pressure, but the other one, I'm close to the ground and I have the normal pressure. And the temperature is the same.
What it means is that small matter.
It's a
went
break.
up.
Let Angel.
Small
answer.
matter.
There's
I'm
other
addressing this to
variables.
Angel into break.
Oh, there's
I'm
other
addressing
variables because they're like water saturation, vapor saturation of the air. So if you go to Antarctica, what you're going to find out is that it's the driest place on Earth. It has something like 20% vapor humidity, relative humidity. It's even drier than on top of Mount Everest. It doesn't even snow in Antarctica. Yeah, it's ice. Antarctica is actually just ice, dude. It's not snow.
Angel,
But
I'm
there's
just
snow on top of
comparing
Mount Everest,
two
isn't there?
places with the same temperature, but different heights.
There's other
So-
variables. It's a multivariate consideration. It's not just temperature, pressure, volume. Those are the overall factors, but there's other
Whereas,
factors, such as
where else we have
vapor
to
pressure, air content, CO2 content.
Can I do the last one that you're trying not to say?
Biogeological chemical.
Gravity.
What about
it? Take gravity in count.
What about gravity? I didn't hear what you said.
Change the pressure also.
Did you just say gravity?
That's a cool story.
Yes, I
Wait.
said into.
Yeah, so hold on. That's a cool
This
story.
is where I ask about the scale.
No, you're gonna let me fucking finish into the break. Stop. Why are you interrupting me? So this is a cool story, right? But we can actually do an experiment and test this. So we can take a vertical vacuum chamber, right? A cylinder. We can evacuate the gas out, and we can insert a little bit of gas into it, and the gas doesn't settle to the bottom because of gravity. Now, does it?
No, it spread through all the container.
Yeah. And so there's an experiment that falsifies that idea that there's some pressure gradient caused by gravity.
So there is a pressure
Gravity is
gradient.
strongest at the surface of the Earth, right? So that's where you should see the you could see the most quote unquote pull of gravity on some gas particle inside a vacuum chamber. But you don't have the vacuum chamber, you don't have it just fall to the ground, right? And all settle at the bottom against the rest of the vacuum chamber. We don't observe that in reality.
Joe, that's a rushed conclusion because, yes, the gravity is strongest close to the ground, to the Earth, but it's a weak force.
What are you talking about? Like, you just said a bunch of words and they have no meaning or definition. Please contextualize.
A weak force. Does someone want to translate?
Hey, before I started working out, like, I was weak.
And it's not a force. Not even
Translate me, please, sheep. Translate my Portuguese English.
No, I understand what you're saying, but gravity's not a force anymore, and gravity works on a flat Earth anyway. So, what does it matter?
What?
And really, the contextualization of the lexicon that we're speaking about is based in Latin, anyways. So, like, the context of everything that we're talking about should be very blatantly obvious, and you to keep repeatedly asking and saying, like, I don't understand, is not a valid argument, sir. Like, this is a Latin language.
Into the break, can I ask you something?
Very easy.
Are you drunk, man?
You just did.
Portuguese is not a Latin language. Just so you know. Actually, it's more Persian, is it not?
He's speaking in this way, like the sort of
weird way.
I mean, now we're going in etymology. Yeah, that's why I know it's not a discussion because you know the specificity of the language that we are speaking. So,
Can I ask you
derailing a conversation?
Is English your native language?
I muted him. You're derailing what was happening. I don't know if it's inadvertent or because you're intoxicated. I don't know.
Yeah, my excuse is I'm a Brazilian. Into the break excuse is he's drunk. So
I didn't even know he was drinking or whatever. I don't even care.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if he's drunk or if this is the normal to him. I really don't know. Just kidding.
So, was the idea of outer space invented or discovered? You know?
Discovered.
Yeah, who discovered it? When was it discovered? Yeah, outer space. When was outer space discovered, and who discovered it?
At the okay, I need to know the terms in English. I just know this in Portuguese.
Discovered, right? So, like Christopher Columbus discovered America. You know,
spatial run. Did you guys call that spatial run? Race, spatial race.
Oh, the space race? Is that what you're saying?
Space race. Thank you, Andrew.
So that's when they discovered it. Before it was a theory, and then they invented the space race, and then they went to outer space.
When you said discovered, you mean go there or study what happens?
Yeah,
if you go there.
Okay,
discover is going there, right? Going there.
So they discovered Brazil, right?
Yes.
The Portuguese, they so-called discovered Brazil, even though there are people there already. So I don't know how you discover something there's already people there. But that's not the point.
It's easy.
It was quote-unquote discovered, right?
Those natives, Indio, don't have the history to write and some culture to pass by. So the Portuguese just get in, exterminate, take their culture and impose some kind of religion, and that's it.
India. I found out who discovered space.
Who? I know who. Yeah, who?
I'm gonna put it. I'll put it in the live stream.
Enos.
The forgotten ship. Yeah. So space was actually invented.
Princesses were brought to Cape Canaveral to.
A monkey discovered space, dude. A monkey.
Oh, those tests. Oh, did you guys heard about that guy who...
Don't derail the argument. Go ahead, Indio.
Space was invented in 325 BC. Invented out of the mind of Epicurus. They even wrote science fiction about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so someone from 300 BC, before watches were invented, before the number 0 was invented, he invented outer space in his head. It's really funny. Epicurus. The Epicureans.
Oh, the philosopher. Okay.
Yeah, the philosopher. So that was his metaphysical ideas that there's a void, right? There's matter and void, and the earth is in this, and the matter is in the void. So it was an idea that was invented way long time ago.
A real question. When it's
isn't he just lucky though? Like, how good was that?
Yeah, there is a bunch of
time of Epicurus. I don't think so. I don't think they were geocentric. No, not at that time. No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because at that time, Thales lived, and Thales thought the Earth was flat Earth floating on water.
The question is, Thales convinced someone of the spherical Earth, or at that time
Thales was a flat earther. So was Anaximander. So it was a controversy back then. Ball or not a ball. Like, a lot of people think the Greeks discovered it was a ball. It wasn't like that at all. Some Greeks, based upon their metaphysical philosophy, thought it was a ball. Other Greeks thought it was flat. And it was back and forth. Obviously, you know who won out, right?
Yes.
So why did they think back then that the Earth was a ball?
The shape of the Earth. But if I said that Egyptians...
Yeah, okay, dude. The Egyptians knew the shape of the Earth. How did they determine that?
Looking to the sky.
Yeah, I looked in the sky to figure out, like, my boat, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Angel, do you know those kind of pyramids that have some kind of mark to see some star at some part in the year, some time in the year? You know what I'm saying? Someone translate? Skip? Where are you?
I know what you're talking about. Supposedly the pyramids were set up to mark astronomical events or some astronomical alignment. That is pure speculation.
No, it's predictions.
No, it's speculation. Because they didn't write it down. They didn't write it down and say that, did they? No.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. Now you're just lying. I should just kick you out of here. They didn't write it down, okay? Other people in our era would notice that they were lined up to certain astronomical events and were like, they must have built them for this reason. It's ex post facto rewriting history. They didn't write that down.
I can make an example, Angel. At that time, the stars that are in the place of Polaris, I think, is Tuban.
Yeah, cool.
And they know this star a lot.
That's a cool story, dude. It's nothing but a story. There's no evidence for that, Newman.
That's your argument.
Okay, really? Give me the evidence for that. The actual evidence. Not the claim. I want the evidence.
Okay, I can show you.
And not somebody else repeating your claim. I want the actual evidence that the star Tuban used to be the so-called North Pole. Let's see it.
Okay, I will send you some image to show. No problem.
Okay. I've done this before, you know. This isn't new.
Me too.
I hope you did better last time.
Can I put this link? How can I put some images on the show?
I'll just give you a globe, Earther or something. Can you post now?
Angel, help me. How can I put some image on the chat?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Slow down. I'm going to give you a roll so you can.
Thank you.
Where is
Which hole did you give me? Globe Earth.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I gave you that and link in bed. Go ahead. Should work.
Okay, so it's still not going. 1 second.
You got link in bed, Perms, so you should be able to post.
Okay, let me see if this one works. Could you guys see this? No. Okay.
Yeah, how's that evidence?
Just show the alignment of the pyramids and the stars. They are in
Oh,
belt.
so your diagram is evidence.
So, which evidence did you need? What should be enough for you, Angel? Just said.
I don't know. If I actually wanted to publish in a journal, right, in an astronomical journal, do you think I could just send them this diagram?
No, you can.
Okay, then. I want something that's actually like at the level of evidence, dude. I guess it would be
If I
the
show you
mathematics,
some
right?
scripture, some hieroglyphs.
It'll be really good if they said it. If they said, we built this because we were looking at this star and that we figured out which star they're talking about.
So I can send you some hieroglyphs from Egyptian, just talking about Tuban. That should be okay.
Yeah, and they said it was the center of rotation of the stars, right? Is that what it says? No,
Yes.
it doesn't. It doesn't. Stop lying, man. Like, dude, stop. You're not doing yourself any good. I've done this before. I've asked all these questions before. You're not going to have anything else anybody else have.
Well, he has something that you don't have, Indio. He has a belief. He believes it's a globe because that's his belief. He doesn't have an actual evidence. That's what you asking for.
And let's just dispense with this. Even if that freaking shaft out of the pyramid looked at Tubin, how does that prove the Earth is flat? Or isn't flat? How does that prove the Earth's a globe?
The science can make predictions, Angel.
And?
To make predictions, we have to know the shape.
No.
And how.
You're incorrect. That's incorrect. That's totally... Dude, it's incorrect. Okay, so you said the geocentric model, right? Right?
Say it again.
Did you know there's at least 3 astronomical models, right?
Yes.
And they all work, right?
They all work?
Yeah, epicycles works. Tycho Brahe models work. Kepler's model works.
So everyone can make predictions who can apply to the reality, right?
Yeah. So epicycles, especially that one. If you go to a planet, you know what a planetarium is?
Say it again.
A planetarium.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so a planetarium, they project they have a dome above you where you sit in all the seats, and they project the planets on the dome, right?
Yes.
In stars. They use epicycles to do that. Epicycles are not elliptical orbits. There's something completely different, right? They have a different, what is it called? I'd have to look it up. So it's basically like a circular orbit with the planet circling around that, right? It's on this track, this circular track, and it's spinning around the circular track. That is the geometry of that model. That model, yeah. So that model is just as accurate as the heliocentric model, if not more accurate, because it can actually be more accurate if you keep adding difference. So now we have two models. They both make predictions. They both quote unquote work. Which one's physically real? How do we decide?
Take the best one who matches with reality.
Exactly. You go out there in reality and you test. You test it.
They both match reality. Both of them.
100%.
Well,
the
no,
luminaries.
because Kepler's model does not work 100%. Not at all. Not even close to 100%.
So what's the better one?
The epicycle model.
So use this
See,
one?
the problem with Kepler's model is that in Kepler's model is the elliptical orbits and Newtonian gravity, the inverse square law. The problem with that is that they can't do three or more bodies, right? And because the inability to do three or more bodies, it causes perturbations in the orbit. So any prediction eventually gets out of whack with reality over time. The epicycle model does not. So basically the argument you're making is a logical fallacy. It's called the appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true. And we can demonstrate this not only in this instance of orbits, we can demonstrate this, that is a logical fallacy all over the place. Maxwell's equations. We can use Maxwell's equations to model electricity and magnetism, right? But there's also other models. There's Kirchhoff's law and, Kirchhoff's circuit theory and, we can model wave behavior using quantum mechanics and plane wave equations, but there's no, and we can use all these other models, right? And all these other models are a little bit different. They're not the same thing. The thing about Maxwell's model is that he assumed that there was a mechanical ether, a substrate through which everything was on top of, little rolling elastic balls. And his model makes predictions, but do you think that there's an ether? Also copy pasta. Beautiful.
No, I don't think there is a ether.
Okay. Well, then why not? Maxwell's equations, which work, were based upon an ether. How did they work if there's no ether?
The ether theory was to justify the propagation of light waves in the space outside of the Earth to get here.
Okay.
So if today we know that light or electromagnetic waves don't need atmosphere to propagate, why should ether exist?
I just told you why. I'm using your logic.
No, they made an experiment. I think Morley, they made an experiment exactly to test if there...
Michelson Morley.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. And what was the result of this experiment, Injo?
Well, I mean, the result was there was an interference fringe that was... There was an interference fringe, but it was small. It was within the precision of the instrument. Meaning... It could be zero. It was anywhere from 0 to something like 0.16 or something, if I remember right.
Okay, but they don't detect any kind of ether, right? At that time.
No, they didn't detect any motion.
Okay, so why should I believe in ether?
Because using your logic, there's an ether.
What?
Maxwell's equations are based upon an ether. Look in the chat. This is straight from Maxwell. This is a mechanical model that he made to come up with all his equations for electricity and magnetism. No, listen. You said if it works, it's true. Maxwell's equations work, so they must be true, right? There must be an ether.
I've said
That was your argument 5 minutes ago. I said, how does looking out the shaft in the pyramid and seeing Thubin prove the Earth is a globe? And you said, because the math works. Well, look, the math works. There must be an ether.
It's a straw man. But keep
It's
going.
not a straw. No. It's called reduction to absurdity. So the principle you applied will lead to an absurd conclusion when applied to something else. Okay? We know. Doesn't matter. That doesn't prove the Earth's a globe. Okay? No more than Maxwell's equations making accurate predictions prove there's an ether. They don't prove that. It doesn't prove there's an ether. And looking out the fucking pyramids doesn't prove the Earth's a globe. Want to know what would prove the Earth's a globe? Measurements of curvature. That would prove the Earth's a globe, because fundamentally, when you say the Earth is a ball, you're claiming it's a shape. It's a geometric form. Right? So we should be able to go out into the world and measure this geometric form directly.
Can I ask you something?
Not inference, right? Not inference of looking at the star and making up ideas in our head and then saying, yes, because those ideas work, then the foundation of my idea is that there's a ball Earth must be true. No, that's logically flawed, right? But you can directly measure the Earth, right? And just measure it, and then you know what it is. You don't have to guess. Use inference, use your imagination. You don't have to use anything. You just
Can I
need a
ask
tape
you
measure.
something, Angel?
Yeah.
So there is only one way to know the shape of the Earth?
To know? Yeah, to know, yeah.
There's only one way.
Let me ask you a question. If you had a square table, how many ways are there for you to know it's a square?
Like, I can think in 3 of them, at least.
To know.
Know what?
To know. I said to know. Positively, no. Not fucking think, I mean no. Not believe, I mean no. There's
Yes,
only one way to
I'm
know it's a
thinking in
square.
3 ways that you can know the shape of
Name 2.
You can see it.
That's not going to tell you if it's a square or not. Because depending on your angle that you're looking at it, it'll look different, right? So if you look at your table from at a 45-degree angle, it's going to look like a trapezoid.
Okay, so I have to look from the right degree. But I can look to know the shape. I can feel. I can put my hand on it and see the shape, check out the shape.
So you're going to feel square?
You cannot feel with your bare hands.
I have an idea. And guess what? Like, none of those things let you know it's a shape, a particular shape. When you build a house, what do you use? Use a tape measure, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's how you would know your table's a square. You'd just use a tape measure.
So you just have one way to show this format of the table, right? And this applies
Well, you'd measure one side and then the other. And then if they're the same number of units, then you know they're the same lengths. That's the definition of a square.
Okay, Angel, let's get back for my question. There is another way without looking for the curvature to show us the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, okay, tell us. I'd like to hear it.
Oh, I'm asking you.
Is there another way other than no? Listen, do you know the difference between like knowledge and belief and like inference and like deductive logic and inductive logic and inferences and
I know the difference
between all those things?
Yeah, I know.
So to know and be definitive proof, the only way to quote unquote know the shape of the Earth is to measure it, right? That's the only possible way. Because if you're not measuring it directly, right, you have to rely on some other thing that is indirect, such as, I'll give you for instance, I'm not saying that this predicts that, I'm just saying This is what Globers say. Gravity exists. Gravity forms things into the balls. Therefore, Earth's the ball. Right? You've heard this, right?
That's not the exactly same thing that I heard, but I would define it in another way.
Why did Globers try to, like, quote unquote, prove gravity exists?
Because nature tends to get the less expand energy format to objects like planets, like bubbles, drop of water, a bunch of things.
Yeah, okay, that's surface tension. That has nothing to do with gravity.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. So bubbles and drops of water, those are caused by intermolecular forces caused by surface tension.
Can you explain me surface tension without gravity?
Yeah.
How?
Okay. So there's electric attraction between molecules, right? And they all try to pull themselves towards each other electromagnetically. It has nothing to do with gravity. Water droplets are not caused by gravity. And with a raindrop, that force is distributed evenly across the surface, right? It's trying to minimize its surface area, trying to minimize the force, as you just said. But it's not caused by gravity. It's caused by electromagnetics. You can easily Google this.
Yes, okay, I can Google, but I can measure that electromagnetic field that we're doing that.
I don't know if you can measure it. You can
So how did you know?
You can measure the electric potential of water.
Yes, but if you cannot measure this electromagnetic field, how did you know there is an electromagnetic field?
Because if we add other substance to the water to neutralize it, or if it lands on a surface that neutralizes it, right? A hydrophilic or a hydrophobic surface. Like, so if it lands on a hydrophobic surface, it'll be convex. And if it lands on a that's the opposite. If it lands on a hydrophilic surface, it'll be convex. And if it lands on a hydrophobic surface, the shape will be concave. Right? This is the same as like a meniscus and something. And the difference between these surfaces is that one surface is electronegative and the other one's electropositive. Right?
So you are
things in contact with each other, they try to neutralize. It goes with Gauss's law, right? So you have the interface between two differently charged things has to equal 0. So in order for this to happen, they neutralize. And this neutralization, right, you're basically grounding the water so that it no longer has a charge and it no longer can maintain a surface tension.
Can I ask you something, Ninja?
Yeah.
Are you assuming there is a...
I'm not assuming anything.
So why can you measure? Let's do some measure of this electrical magnetic field.
Yeah, okay. I'll send you my Bitcoin address.
What did you need to do this measure?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you can just use like a metal plate and a couple electrodes and a Wheatstone bridge, or maybe a voltmeter, high precision one. This isn't new stuff, and I don't know why you're trying to sea line into bullshit, dude.
What do you mean?
Because this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
The gravity? Or what you said, electromagnetic? Really?
Because
nothing
I
to do with
explained it to you. I just explained it to you.
It actually sounds to me like you are trying to just take the place of gravity using electromagnetic.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what fucking NASA did too, right?
It's easy to say, hard to prove.
No, it's easy to prove. I just told you how you can prove it.
Hey,
you take an electronegative versus an electropositive surface. You drop the water on it and watch the form that the water... No, there's no assumption. You can measure it. You can actually just take a battery and do it.
Angel, I just asked you if you measure, or if someone measure. You said no. You said me, you send me your Bitcoin wallet. I don't get this.
No, Bitcoin, because you're wasting my time. And I'm going to charge you money for wasting my time.
So, did you guys measure this electrical magnetic field? Or
Who's you guys? What are you talking about? This is the way. This is the way reality works, dude. Actually, leave your mom's basement and go find out.
Angel, I'm just using the same logic that you use against me.
Actually, you're not.
Cannot measure. If I cannot measure,
you're trying to, but you're not. You're actually not.
You measure the table. You don't measure the wind. You know the wind is there, right? And you can test it and you can demonstrate it.
So you cannot.
You don't measure. Do you measure the wind? You measure the table. We measure the table, right? We measure the house, the table, the distances between places, right? The level between everything. We measure that. And then you're asking him if he has measured electromagnetic waves.
Okay, against it.
Like, have you measured the wind?
You don't need to scream. Okay, we can measure temperature.
What he's telling you is that you're making a false equivalence, and this is why the logic is not the same. Because you're talking about a phenomenon, not a shape. Okay?
Angel, I'm just applying the same logic.
No, you're not, and I just told you why. It's a false equivalence. Dude, you can claim it's the same thing, but it's not. Because one is a phenomena, and the other is a shape or a form or a figure.
You don't let me finish. You don't
because you're making nonsense claims.
Because if you are not measuring, it's an assumption.
What are you talking about?
Electromagnetic.
How is it an assumption?
Just fine. Because you cannot measure the fucking Drew. You cannot measure. It's assumption.
What do you mean I can't measure what?
The electromagnetic field that you are saying who can take the place of gravity.
Yes, we can measure. Look, first of all, why would we need to take the place of gravity in the first place? We don't. Yeah. Because what you're saying is a baseless assertion. Trying to educate you why. And yeah, we can do the measurement and figure out what the electromagnetic force is. Yeah, we can. Okay? And we can make an assumption about why it does it. I don't care what does it. Little magic fairies. It's irrelevant. Because we're talking about something that is very specific. We could have electromagnetic forces that are too small to measure or too large to measure because our instrument isn't fucking shielded enough.
Okay.
But guess what? When you're talking about the form of something, none of those variables matter. Okay? I guess maybe you could have a tape measure that's too short.
I can
in your experience,
say
tape measure too long.
I can say gravity is just little fairies who are.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
Do you know why you can say that? Why can you say that and it's valid as the modern hypothesis?
Because we don't know the cause. We just know the effect.
That's right. There's no experiment demonstrating the cause.
There is theories.
There's not even theories. There's hypotheses that are untested.
Einstein's relativity is a theory of bending of the space and time.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis and it's untested.
Okay.
Well, did somebody, regardless of whatever his theory predicts, he says X causes Y. Has anybody tested X causing Y? No one's ever done that experiment. Thing is, you want to get off of measuring the Earth, and I know why. Because it is so fatal to the globe. You want to talk about concepts and ideas and imagining and looking at the sky and stargazing and putting on your wizard fucking hat. Like, I don't care about that. Oh, that's who this is. Oh, now I know. I was worried about your fucking stupidity.
Oh, come on, Angel.
Oh, come on.
I'm being polite to you. Just
Your
Try to
politeness is
respond.
fake as fuck, and you know it.
No, it's not, Angel.
Yeah.
It's not.
I'm sure you're freaking you go idle on other Discord servers and say what you really think over there. Yeah, that's right, dude.
What
Oh,
should I
nothing to
say?
say about that? Nothing to
What
say
should I
about
say?
that. Dude, you're transparent.
About that what, Angel?
Oh, yeah.
You think I get in other servers in English also to talk about you guys?
No,
Really?
not talk about us, about flat earthers. And then you say your true opinion.
Oh,
and
in
you don't talk
Portuguese,
nice.
I get in a lot of servers and lives and everything.
Indio, can I ask you?
Yeah, don't ask me a question.
Not to you, and him.
Yeah, go ahead, Sasha. No, I mean,
Numa,
Sasha, you can ask me a question. He don't.
Yeah. Numa, you are speaking with Indio like for a half an hour. Is that true?
Sorry, Sasha, I don't get it. I'm speaking like what?
With this guy, with Indio, you are speaking like for a half an hour, for sure.
Yes.
Now, do you know why he? Do you know why he think that Earth is not a globe?
I have a clue.
You have no clue. Are you interested?
No, I have a clue. I know.
Okay, can you tell me that I will tell you if it's true or not, because I know why he's.
Because he cannot see the curvature, because of
because he not see the curvature is wrong. Because he not see the curvature is wrong. It's not because of that.
So you heard the rest or just that phrase? And
no, I'm telling you immediately that one. Go on with others.
Okay. So there are no gravity.
There is no. That is also no. That is also no for that one. That is not reason why he think that Earth is not a globe.
What's the reason, Sasha? Just tell me.
The reason it's because people are saying that Earth is a globe, and there is a size of that globe. That means that he doesn't say that he doesn't see the curvature. He wants to measure curvature, but he does not measure the curvature. That's the point.
Why? He doesn't.
Because there is no curvature in reality. That's why. If you can measure that, it will be there, and then you will measure. But we measure, and what we measure only flat.
That's my first response. I just said he don't find the curvature of the Earth. I just said that.
You said that he cannot see the curvature. I'm telling you that he cannot measure the curvature. What is given for reality? Because all kids in school will learn that we have radius, and that it's that radius, and with that given rate, it must start to curve in some point, and that means that he cannot measure that, And all of us, we are saying that we cannot measure that, not that we cannot see.
So what's the limitation, Sasha, for you not to measure?
What is the limitation on the globe? With my height, somewhere about 3.5 miles, 3.2 miles, something like that.
You don't say the limitation. What is the limitation to measure?
That is the limitation of the globe, Earth model. Do you know that?
I think there is some failure in communication here, Sasha. I'm just asking.
No, that is the radius of the. That is the radius of the Earth, and radius of the Earth is telling you that if you are high, I don't know, 5-6 foot high, that means that you cannot see more than 3.5 miles because Earth is starting to drop over distance. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, but we see 10 miles, 20 miles.
And what make it impossible to measure, Sasha?
We see 10 and 20 miles.
What Sasha's saying, we can measure it. We have measured it. There's no curve. You understand?
Yes.
Really simple.
How did you guys measure?
There is an object in distance. There is some object in distance. You go to do Google. You see how much that object is far away. You measure your height, where you put whatever, or if you have some equipment, and then you see and say, I see 10 miles because that object is on 10 miles. You know, like some island. I don't know. I saw islands on Adriatic Sea. They are there. You know, they are that distance. They are not changing distance.
So you could see the full island, bottom to the top.
Yeah, from I was swimming in the water even. That was my observation, and I saw the island. And if you are swimming in the water, the global mouth is telling you that you cannot see more than 1 kilometer.
What?
If you're swimming in the water, that means that your eyes is somewhere like a 2-3 inch above the water. You cannot see more than 1 kilometer.
Oh, I got it. If you are like in a surf branch, something like that.
No, if Earth is curving, you need to start the curve with that rate. That's the math.
You mean when you are too close to the water?
Yeah.
Are you one of these that think you should see all the way to the bottom of something, no matter how far away it is on a flat Earth? Is that what you think?
I think if we have some limitations in our eyes or instruments that we use, we need to know this limitation.
Oh, of course.
And get in count, of course.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah, but we see 10 miles.
Well, why did you ask him if he saw the bottom of the island? What would that matter?
Because by perspective, an object cannot be hidden.
That's wrong.
Only perspective, the object will never be hidden. It just gets small until he disappears.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, cool. That's a cool story, dude. But there's other factors other than simply perspective, right? We don't live in just this abstract, pure geometric world, right? We have other factors like.
We talk about this today.
So what are you gonna? So I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something. It's a 1,000-foot pond, and it's a radio-controlled boat. And the boat is like 700 feet from the camera, and half of it's gone. Why is half of it going to be gone?
You mean in water?
In water.
Okay. Just show
me. Okay.
You're trying to take into account refraction, right?
No.
I'm
not taking into account anything. This is just reality.
You mean just perspective? Angel.
No, there's other factors.
Which are?
The resolving power of the optical device.
Okay.
And the ability to differentiate the surface from whatever object you're looking at.
Yeah, and the background. Okay.
Hold on.
We passed through this today.
Hold on a second. Toot. Yeah, Toby Dog, I heard that earlier, asking why he can't see fucking Europe. Dumb motherfucker. Dude, you know that's just a fucking troll question.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
You're not that stupid. What's the size of, like, if I was in New York City, what's the angular size of the tallest mountain in Europe?
The question at that time, Angel, is why can I see?
Answer.
Yeah, just answer the question.
Why can I see the moon?
Answer it. Answer.
Yeah,
the
I
question.
heard it. I was listening on the live stream. I heard it.
Stop arguing like a woman and answer the question.
Yeah, so what's the angular size? You're making predictions. You think that you're predicting that you should be able to see it. So, show your work. What's the angular size of the tallest mountain in Europe from New York City? You have no idea. You're just saying shit. You didn't do the math. You didn't do anything. This boat right here, this little boat is 700 feet from the camera. What's the problem here? This camera is 2 inches off the surface of the water. So you can actually watch the whole video here, right? You can watch them sail the boat away, and it just disappears over the horizon, just like some ship, right? The problem is, in the globe math, the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet from the camera. But this lake is only 1,000 feet long. So it can't be that far away. That horizon, the boat hasn't reached the horizon it's supposed to disappear over. It disappears at some closer distance. Why is that? It's not even supposed to be over the curve at all. Why is that? So why is the boat gone? Your entire premise, all your premises about what something should look like are wrong. They're just based upon your feelings.
Where'd he go?
Boarded. He aborted, man. He probably heard you.
Yeah, probably.
I didn't know it was that Phosthenes or whatever the frick his name is.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, he's a douche.
Yeah, he's a moron. I unnamed him. I don't know why he came in with a different name.
Maybe someone changed his name. I don't know.
What was his name in here?
Nemo Call or something.
Oh.
Numa Call. But they said it was Phosthenes or something previously. I guess Phosdanos. Anyone with Thanos in their name, it needs to be banned. But I mean, I talked to him for like 40 minutes, man. He's a total freaking snake weasel, dude. Fake ass, the fake nice. Oh, I'm being polite. While lying my ass off, using straw man, doing epic sophistry. But I'm doing it nicely.
How come I can't unban him? Look, unmute. Oh, it says he's not muted.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't do it. Don't type in that command twice.
Don't type it in twice?
No, you're going to create a second instance and then it's going to mess things up.
No.
Don't use that.
Still says he's server banned when I unmute him.
He's been bot stuck on server banned for hours.
Yeah, I can't figure it out.
Well, that's happened.
Want to figure it out?
Server banned?
No, I beat him.
I mean,
If you wanna
sometimes
know-
there's a delay. It's happened before. So
Yeah, go into the bot audit and look at all the posts I did to try to unban someone and follow that protocol, and eventually you'll get there.
Told you not to. Why did you listen?
It's not worth it. I'm not going through any trouble.
I mean,
Now you see the genius of the way this works. It's not worth the effort anymore.
Not worth. Yeah, it's not. I'm not going through any effort to get him back. He should have kept his cool the first time around.
who's this, Professor Phil?
Where?
Is that who you're talking about? Who you
No, I'm talking about Phosdanos.
Wasn't that just who I was talking to?
That was who you were talking to, but earlier today he was in here as Phosdanos. You were talking to him as Numa something.
Yeah, okay.
I get Numa. I don't know.
All I know is I just kept seeing his name pop up in the chat, people talking shit about him, so I didn't even know who he was. But
Got the European.
Yeah, Euro trash.
Yeah.
But I mean, technically he's from South America, right? So.
Oh.
I think wasn't he from Brazil? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, with how he sounds, probably a Nazi from Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina is where the Euro trash went.
Yeah.
He kind of sounded like Brazilian. Sometimes certain people kind of learn a second language like English, and they're gonna, by their surroundings or their networks, they might have like a superiority complex because they can speak two languages. And he probably thought he was speaking to dumb people in here or something. He's just playing this kind of silly games. But you guys have seen this way too many times. He can't just make it not obvious. He was speaking to Shield or something.
So if you put a pencil, right, and you have a piece of paper, and you draw a point in your pencil on the paper, and the paper is the entirety of the quote-unquote image, let's say, is there any time where any other part of the paper is going to obstruct that dot? Well, the answer is no, right? But let's be clear. When you make a dot on a piece of paper and then draw lines to it, right, to create artist perspective, you're not operating the way optics work. Optics aren't a piece of paper. The idea that you could see the dot indefinitely and it'd never be obstructed, that only works on a piece of paper. Because artist perspective and linear perspective is an ideal model. Right? It's created to represent reality, not to be reality. The only way you could see indefinitely is if you had an infinite amount of reception angles that are resolvable. Now, there is an infinite amount of propagation angles from the source that you're viewing, but there's not an infinite amount of reception angles that are resolvable. And since that's not true, it means that it's categorically impossible to see something at all distances with the same optic. I don't know why it's so hard to grasp.
I'd known it was him, I wouldn't have come in, because now y'all got nothing to do. Shucks.
Right.
There he is. He's back.
Just pretend he's a different guy.
A Nazi from Argentina.
Welcome to the server, Faustanos. We know you haven't been here for a while.
You just called me a Nazi from Argentina. I heard that.
It's a joke.
Oh, it's not so funny as you think.
Well, it's funny to me, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm Brazilian.
Brazilian, so what?
Yes.
So?
Does he even get the
joke?
Yeah, I'm not a troll. My English is really bad. I know that.
Your English is fine.
Thank you. I think you need to get some better.
No, your English.
You know, there is multiple researchers from Brazil in multiple fields that actually put the globe to test, and they came to the conclusion that there is no curvature anywhere to be found on this world. No curvature of the globe. They actually made multiple tests with many equipment.
Didn't they put out a documentary on what they did?
Yeah, they did put out a document. Well, no, they didn't actually put out the documentary. It was someone else that actually made the documentary and added a few things here and there that people didn't agree with. But yeah, he made the documentary for them.
Here in Brazil, they take a bunch of material that you guys produce and just translate.
No. We're talking about field experts, subject matter experts on many fields that have decades of experience. Okay, people that actually know what they're doing. They were able to even use the best equipment possible to use for this type of test, and they actually did the test correctly. And they came to the conclusion that there is no curvature to be found anywhere.
Yeah, so Jamesy can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, one of the tests that they did was testing the old claim that buildings and superstructures are created with accounting for the curve of the Earth, or they would be, if they were true, separated by a distance at off angles to each other. Right, because plumb lines would be non-parallel, and they did that test with very precise equipment and found that there was no deviation.
I know this guy. I know this the guy who made this documentary.
No, but he didn't do that. And remember, this guy that made the documentary, he didn't do the test. He was there to photograph or make videos of the researchers, but he wasn't the researchers.
I think he hired 2 engineers, right?
No, there were more than 2 engineers. There was many engineers involved in this. Even people from multiple countries, multiple nations, Brazil and European nations, and even Americans as well too, if I remember well.
So you guys think I'm trolling? For real?
I mean, I just heard you 40 minutes ago. So I mean,
you think you can see something that's 3,000 miles away? I think you're trolling.
Manny, I just asked why can we see the moon but cannot see like a country or some kind of big monument?
Okay.
And actually, we addressed that question pretty well. Me and what's his name, Ship. We get to a number, exactly a number of the limitation
there is no
of the human eye.
There is no number. It's a complete unknown.
Okay.
If anyone told you a number, they're wrong. They're wrong by definition.
Why?
Because they can't know.
Wait a minute. I think there's a miscommunication.
Yeah,
Can't know what.
Can't know the distance to the moon or the size of the moon.
Oh yeah. That's not what he just said though. He said. He said that he was asking somebody that, but then they were talking about the limits of the human eye as to why you could see one but not the other.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, what is the moon and how far away is it? And it's up in the sky. It's not down on a plane, right?
Yes.
How much atmosphere are you looking through when you're looking horizontally?
But the moon get closer to the...
How much atmosphere are you looking through when you look horizontally? More or less?
Less. It's close to the same thing.
Close to the same thing? Europe's only 5 miles away?
When you're looking straight ahead, you're seeing more atmosphere, right?
How much atmosphere is, say, I don't know, 15 miles up?
I don't know.
About 0.01 of a pound per square inch, right? How much atmosphere is looking sideways for 3,000 miles every single place is 14.7. How do you expect to see more looking sideways than up? In other words, you're looking through the obstruction when you're looking horizontally. When you're looking up, you're looking through the thinnest part. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't know the distance, right?
Right. We don't know the distance to the moon. We don't know how big the moon is. We don't know what the moon is.
But
So it's kind of irrelevant to ask why we can see that. You can see it. You can see it. The question is, why can we see anything that's 10 miles away?
Because there is a bunch of things that you need to take in account. The height of the observer, the height of
let's
the
say 1 foot.
object,
Let's say 1 foot.
refraction.
There's no such thing as refraction. You're talking about terrestrial refraction that has nothing to do with Snell's law. Right?
I don't agree, but okay.
It doesn't matter if you don't agree with it. That's a fact. Terrestrial refraction has nothing to do with Snell's law. Snell's law is refraction. You're talking about terrestrial refraction. That's just the
There is no terrestrial refraction. That's a lie, Mimes.
That's what you're using. It's a radius. It's an increase of the radius.
But there isn't refraction.
Yes, there is. Why don't you post the formula for refraction?
Why should I?
You want me to? I will.
I'm
There's
not
gonna be
asking for you to post this.
There's going to be a little
equation.
R in there. There's going to be an R in there.
You guys don't like numbers.
No, you don't like numbers. Because anytime we give you an actual like straight line sight distance, you'll say, there's a hidden variable called refraction that invalidates the numbers I don't like. Because if the numbers are what you like, you believe them. If they're what you don't like, oh, there must be something going on. You're the one who doesn't like numbers. We love numbers. Because numbers are always on our side. The only numbers you like are hypothetical numbers for ad hoc arguments, where when your model doesn't work, you can just add this magic number to it. So your model doesn't work, and so you create something called atmospheric refraction to try and explain why your model doesn't work. That's all it is. It's ad hoc.
So that's it?
It's not my problem. It's your claim. You're the one claiming that like the world is a hologram. Aren't you? You're claiming everything we see we don't actually see it. It's all being loomed up from behind a horizon.
That's a straw man.
That's literally what you're claiming. What do you think atmospheric refraction is?
That's a modification of what I said to become.
How is it How's it a straw man?
It's a straw man.
How is it a straw man?
I just said it.
I know you said it, but how is it a straw man?
You changed my words to make it easier for you to debunk.
Okay, well, I can just sit here and call you a pedophile. It doesn't make it true, does it?
No.
Okay, well, you can't just say that's a straw man. And when I say, how's it a straw man? You got to tell me how it's a straw man.
Yeah, I cannot just say the earth is flat and make everyone believe it. I have to show it.
Yeah, and all I got to do is show somebody a sight distance greater than the claimed curvature of the earth, and it debunks the model that is presented.
And nobody believe you guys. Why?
Yeah, people do believe us. We started with 300. How many are in here now?
23 watching the stream.
27,000. 27,000 people on the server.
21.
Also, it doesn't matter how many people do or don't.
No, I'm just asking.
Do you think that's a proof? Hold on. Do you think that's a proof?
No.
Oh my goodness, friends.
Let me ask you
I
this.
think that makes difference if
If
it is
enough,
true or not.
okay, so let me ask you, if you don't think it makes a difference, then why did you ask that? Why'd you say that?
I'm asking why nobody believes that.
Why nobody believes?
Hold on, friend. Hold on. Let me give him some facts.
Okay.
So, since the promulgation of the flat Earth in the past decade alone, the relevant YouTube results went from less than 1 million to over 25 million. They actually surpassed search results and content produced for Donald Trump and Justin Bieber. Immediately after this happened, YouTube changed their algorithms to suppress flat Earth. Not only that, but Congress, okay, the seat of power for the most powerful country on the face of the earth, had hearings about what they were going to do about the promulgation of flat Earth. Okay, that is very relevant, my friend. Not to mention that a censusing went out, right, where they asked people about their views on cosmology, and greater than 40% said that they don't believe in standard heliocentric cosmology, and a portion of that said that they don't believe in, they believe in geocentrism, and a portion of that said that they're not even sure whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Similar things, surveys have been done in Brazil. It's coincidence, this guy's from Brazil. Like millions of Brazilians actually say that they don't believe in this globe model.
So, you have to understand, Faustanos. You're the type of person who comes into somebody else's community to fight with them. You don't represent a large amount of people. You represent like a very, very niche, tiny amount of the internet. People in real life are easy to talk to, and they are easy to sway. Easy.
I'm not here to make enemies.
Hold on, because it's so easy. You have no idea how easy it is. You're the kind of person who thinks because you're doing something, more people believe what you believe. You represent an extraordinarily small amount of people.
Yeah. Let me go further with this explication of numbers, since you, Mr. Faustanos, decided to make it a point of rhetoric. Okay, what is your belief about the nature of reality? Are you an atheist or a general theist?
I studied in a Catholic school my entire life, so I believe in God. But I don't frequent any kind of church, so...
Yeah, that's fine. The reason why I said is because sometimes people who come in here are atheist or very secular in their thinking, and they think that they represent the majority of people, but in actuality, the majority of people on the face of the earth are religious.
Yes.
And the majority of people on the face of the earth are specific theists.
But the majority of the religious are flat earthers.
Yeah, the majority of religions, the doctrine within the religion is that the earth is flat.
There's
So,
only one
if it's
religion
the case-
where the earth isn't flat.
Oh, interesting. Let us know.
Scientology, I'm guessing?
No.
But
yeah,
when I ask him why nobody...
Mormonism. So that's at least two.
When I ask Mimos why nobody believes that kind of experiments...
Think about that question. Think about the logical, word by word, why nobody... Do you actually believe what you're actually asking? It doesn't make any sense.
It's not nobody, Faustanos, or I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, not to mention that it's fine that you asked that question because you thought that it was palpable and valid.
Both times that I was trying to question, someone interrupts me.
Well, it's incoherent from the beginning. Many people believe there's a flat Earth. Millions upon millions upon millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions.
Okay, I can reformulate.
So now that you know that, that's the truth. Now you're allowed to finish your question.
Nobody of the science corpus believe in you guys.
Oh, that's not true either.
Really?
Yeah, we have tons of videos in here from PhD level and greater who've used their fields, like optics, for example, to test whether the Earth was a globe.
I would like
and
to...
they came up, and they tested using their methodologies in their specific fields, and they found that the Earth doesn't measure to be a globe. And then they decided to believe, quote unquote, that the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah, show me some sources.
There is John D. Flat Earther. You can watch.
I just posted it. I posted his
So the premise.
The email address is
Go
right
ahead.
there. You can just email him and ask him.
There's one of them, Faustinus. Also, why do you take academia seriously anyway?
Why should I not?
Why should you?
Oh,
Because
Jesus
all
Christ,
my
why
work
you
that
not? How long do you got?
Okay, let me just address that question. My work and all my living today, my bills, all that I pay is based on what I've studied to do. So I don't know what you guys want to.
Wait. What kind of job do you have? What do you work for a college?
No, I work in a clinic.
Work in a clinic. Doing what, medical?
Yes, I'm a therapist.
Okay, that's not academia.
Really?
Yeah.
Medicine is hardly science.
What's that have to do with space? What's that have to do with astronomy? Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay,
And?
so you're in the one field of the less than 1% of fields that are still using the scientific method. That means the rest of academia is trash. It's utter useless trash. Because none
Medicine
of it
doesn't really use the
No,
scientific.
I don't get it, Mios. Just elaborate again. Sorry.
Okay.
My field taking count, but the others don't.
I'll give you an example. All right. Name a field of academia that you believe has everything right.
None.
None. Which one do you think is the worst?
It's the worst in academia today. That's not an easy question.
Is there a field of academia that says that biological sex isn't real?
No.
Oh, really?
There is? Which one? I don't know.
You live under
Really?
Do you live
No,
under
I live in Brazil, Mimes. It's
do
close.
you consider the social sciences to be science?
Okay.
So
I get it.
can you agree with me that not everything that's called science is science?
There is a bunch of pseudoscience.
Okay, so a lot of modern academia we can throw out right away because it's pseudoscience.
But what do you need to consider something a real science or a pseudoscience in your view?
The purpose of science is to gain knowledge, not a belief. You're not looking for an explanation through science. You're trying to uncover a truth about nature.
Which truth?
The cause of the effect, that truth. That is the truth you're looking for in nature.
You mean the creator?
No, well, okay, I'm not talking about the first cause because science only deals with the physical and natural. The creator is not physical or natural because the creator wouldn't be part of creation.
Yes.
Right? So philosophy, you can study the creator through philosophy. You can't put the creator in a jar, paint him red, and weigh him in a lab. You can't do it. Science can only investigate what exists in the creation.
Okay, we can agree on that.
Okay, so
for me, there is a time exactly when you can measure, for example, a spirit. It leaves the paranormal thinking and start to get inside the science. So if you can measure, see it, interact with the spirit.
Okay, well, let me put it like this.
That's esoteric, you know what I mean?
That's all a very interesting field to test and study and everything, but as far as experimenting go, I wouldn't call it a science. It is an interesting field of study, though. Science, you need an experiment where you see a natural phenomena and you create an experiment to test a hypothesis that you have as the cause of that phenomena. So that's hard science, that's science. So we can get rid of history, that's not science. Archaeology, that's not science. Astronomy, definitely not science, because you can't experiment. Astrophysics, well, that's just garbage anyway, it's just make-believe.
So which fields
medicine?
The only fields I generally trust are the biomedical.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because in a market, there's accountability and there's consequences to screwing up. In other words, you have to be correct. You can't make up stories. You can't create explanations. Because if you're wrong, you're going to get sued or you're going to go to jail. When there's consequences, suddenly we don't make up stories. When there's no consequences, we can say, you know, it's raining diamonds on Jupiter. We can just make shit up.
So the only field that you can save it is the biomedics. The rest is trash.
If you're going to call any of it science, yes, I'm going to say it's trash science.
Okay.
I would call medicine is not science.
Yeah, there's some, whenever they're doing the actual like hard data collection and stuff, but
well, that's like almost like a version of chemistry, right?
Yeah, but like even in the study that was published in 2003 or 2004, the almost 1% of like experimentation, actual scientific experimentation, where they employed the scientific method, was almost entirely taking place in what they called biomedical research.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and the absolute rest of it was all just publishing previously known or previously believed ideas to get it through to be published. And that's it.
Well, I know a lot of stuff in medicine they find correlations. They don't really find
a lot of it is.
I'll give you like an example. Like a lot of people think cigarette smoking causes cancer, but there's no evidence it causes cancer. It's highly correlated with cancer, right? But it doesn't cause cancer, because if it caused cancer, everyone that smokes cigarettes would get cancer, right? So we have correlations. A lot of medicine, because there's so many variables, you can't. I mean, I feel bad for them in a way, because there's too many variables that you can't isolate them.
Then you have to explain to people who get lung cancer who've never smoked.
But you have correlation and causality, right? To take in account.
Right. It's a strong correlation, but of course, correlation does not mean causation.
Well, Inju was right. When you think about the health of the people, you need to think of the individual. So there is a guy who wouldn't smoke his entire life and never get this cancer, and someone who don't smoke and have.
Yeah, cancer can be mostly parasitic infection. So cancer, the introduction of toxins into the body.
Let's not get into theorizing, y'all.
Well, we're talking about cigarettes. Introducing toxins into the body might, cause certain things, certain damages. But yeah. It doesn't actually just cause it.
Yeah, we're really.
I want to get back to Faustino saying that he, whatever, he didn't explicitly say that he trusts science or whatever. He said, paraphrasing, I trust science because of my field of work.
Yeah.
What is scientific about your field of work, Faustino?
We use some kind of stimulus to accomplish the therapeutic objective. Like, it's not hard to do, but you need to know.
100%? Is it 100% effective?
No, not always.
Okay.
So if you want like autistic child to talk, it's not 100% of eficácia. In
Well, I
But you
mean,
have
what if everything else is okay? I don't know why you got to use like a crazy statistical outlier.
What do you mean?
There's going to. What do I mean is that I don't know what you're talking about. Quite honestly, I don't know what therapy or whatever you're talking about. I know there's no medicine, there's no therapy that is 100% effective. None. So it's sciencey-ish, right? It's more like engineering than it is science, right?
Actually, we follow
so you
methods.
come up. What? Pardon me.
We follow methods,
Yeah, and so that
and
they do
those
so.
methods show results or not. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a quick question. Does the field of nutrition count as science?
Yes.
I mean, after all, when someone has scurvy, you give them some vitamin C and the scurvy goes away. Multiple forms of scurvy.
You cannot take one case to make an assumption of using generalization.
Yeah, we know that. So how did they discover that giving people vitamin C got rid of scurvy? Did they use the scientific method? Did they use science?
In some kinds, yes. Some others was lucky.
Point is that things
Which
like
one? Which one? Lucky or discover?
Well, I don't know if it was lucky or not. I don't know how they figured it out. But I know it wasn't science. It was pre-science.
Which one are you talking?
It was probably just like someone noticed something. Not that it was lucky. It's that somebody noticed. Somebody noticed the difference between ships that had scurvy and what they were eating, and ships that don't have scurvy and what they're eating. And someone noticed, when this is added to their diet, then they don't get scurvy. But there was probably lots of ships because that was a major mode of transport. So it wasn't lucky. It was kind of unlucky that they didn't notice before that.
Yes, that's true.
But the point is that medicine is almost like it's engineering more than science. And in engineering, you do a lot of things by trial and error. You have an idea, you test it out, it works kind of, you tweak it, you mess around with it. The so-called science gets you at the starting point, but because of the many uncertainties and the many variables, any particular treatment that someone comes up with might not work, right? Their theory could be completely wrong, or it could be partially right, and then you tweak it, you modify it, right? So you modify the dose, you modify the frequency, you modify different factors, right? If you're developing a drug, you change the molecule a little bit.
Yes, it's
right?
a practical science. That's what you mean. It's a practical.
Yeah, it's more like engineering than like a pure science.
Okay.
You're not trying to define the laws of the universe in medicine.
No, you are not. You are just trying to discover what we already have here and what is compatible with what disease and what cure or what make someone worse than most. I said lucky because I thought about the first. Oh, I don't think I can say the name. You guys know smallpox, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
You guys know that there is the first blah 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 blah
inoculation.
Yeah, that was created.
Yeah.
You guys know the story behind that?
I learned it when I was a kid.
Yes. There is a farmer who sells cows.
Cowpox.
Yes, and they take some kind of he rubbed those pox and just try it in himself, his wife and kids.
Yeah, if I remember right, she was a daughter. He pricked her with a pin or something.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But he tested.
Well, I mean,
He died.
Benjamin Franklin had his kid flying a kite in a thunderstorm, so that's not,
When I said lucky, Angel, I mean he cannot know the effect before invest in his child, his wife, in himself, to know what could happen at the time. Could go wrong.
But I mean, you say lucky, but like, you know how you were just saying once is not once you can't extrapolate to general. So yeah, that guy might have been lucky or not, because there's probably a bunch of people that tried a bunch of different things that didn't work that no one ever heard about.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just going to interject. I believe biology is a science. It's incomplete, and it's not exact. But it observes a phenomenon, and then it comes up with a theory to try to prove the cause and effect relationship. And because people are so diverse, our diets and other nuances. It's not exact. It doesn't work 100% on every person, but it can generalize in a lot of ways. So, I just want to put my 2 cents in there. I'm going to butt out now. Thanks a lot.
I agree with Max on that thought.
Anyway, there is no body of science. Like you said, the science corpus. There is no body of science. That's a fiction.
That's not my way to view things. I can see like a multidisciplinary function of most of the fields. That's my view, right?
I think what you should do is actually itemize things, right? And not make generalizations about science is effective, science has progressed us, whatever, and therefore anything that anyone claims is scientific should be believed. Any scientific claim should have the evidence to support that claim. And this should be done on a case-by-case basis. No generalizations. Oh, the astronomers told me 10 things that are true, therefore all the things they say that are true. No, everything has to be case-by-case.
Okay,
right?
so let me ask you something, Angel. If I get some geologists taking a conclusion of the age of the Earth, for example, some astronomers look into the sky and get the same conclusion. We have biologists who study the life in Earth and they get the same conclusion. Why should I deny the 3 fields who can get to the same result using different methods, different proofs?
Different methods and different proofs for what? The age of the Earth?
Yes, to know the age of the Earth.
Okay, it depends on, you have to look at each one individually.
But why did they get the same result?
One rests on another, but they might be resting on the same false premise.
Really? One is looking to the floor, the other one is looking to the sky?
Yeah, but they could be using the same methodology. Like radioactive decay.
And get to the same number? No. That's no way. When you look to the sky, they are using like spectroscopy. No, someone please say that word to me because I hate that word.
Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
How did they get the age of the Earth from spectroscopy?
Oh, I can send you a paper. 1 second.
Oh God.
Oh, you want me to send?
Yeah, just like
I don't look like you want it, but
No, because I like hate reading bullshit, and it's gonna be bullshit. It always is.
so you don't need it. It's bullshit.
Well, listen, you can post it. It's just more ammo in my. It's just one more arrow in my quiver.
Yo,
So
why'd you ban him
look for yourself.
Yo, can you unban him? He gave us a 2-minute warning, but it hasn't been 2 minutes.
Unban who?
Eat my ass, Fauda.
Gonzo one.
Eat my ass, Fauda.
Bro, I swear calling people derogatory terms against
You're a
the terms and
retard. You're a
conditions of this
retard.
Discord.
You're a retard. Eat my ass. You're a retard. Eat my
What
ass.
section of the terms of service is that?
So I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna cog this all over the place.
What is happening?
No, I don't know. This guy, he said if we don't join the VC in 2 minutes, we'll get banned, and then he just kind of banned my boy off the rip.
Yeah, because he wanted to say something else instead of join. Now you realize that's a wave in the picture, right?
No,
You realize it's a wave in the picture. Why can you see all the little ripples on it at the very top of it? You think that's the horizon?
no, I don't know, but I only
Why
talk
can you
to my
see all the
boys.
little
Yeah.
ripples on the top of the wave? Why can you see all the ripples on the top of the wave? Tell me. Post a picture again. Go ahead, post a picture again.
I don't have it. The guy that you banned
Yes, you
has
do.
it.
You can scroll up, you can save it, and you can repost it.
No,
And
but
you
my
tell me,
computer, my
why
computer
there's
didn't do
ripples.
that, bro.
You tell me why there's ripples on the top of the wave. Go ahead. Tell me why there's ripples on the top of it. Do you think you can resolve that?
There's ripples. There's constant ripples in the ocean.
There's constant ripples in the ocean. You think you can see the ripples of a wave that far away? Are you joking?
No, but a wave that far away, that big,
That
is
is a
kind of
wave.
scary, bro.
That is a wave. You
No, bro, it's a-
absolute troglodyte.
No, but it's a tsunami,
Moron,
bro. It's
that's
9
a
miles
wave.
away.
That is a wave. It is a swell of water. How come you can see the horizon in the first picture at 10 miles? Tell me.
I don't know, bro.
How come you can see the horizon at 10 miles?
Gonzo one's the
How
expert,
come you
but
can see the horizon at 10 miles?
I'm trying to answer you, bro.
No, you're not trying to answer me. You're trying to explain something else. How come we can see the horizon at 10 miles?
I don't know. My Gonzo one was the one that studied.
You
this
don't
case,
know.
not me.
You don't know. So why were you talking shit?
I wasn't talking shit.
Why were you talking shit in the chat if you don't know the answer in here?
Where?
Were you relying on someone else?
Where was I talking shit, bro? Pointing out for me, and then I don't know.
You said, ever heard of the black swan, Gonzo? And he says, black swan is like a rare occurrence that stands out. That is utter horseshit. And I'm going to tell you why it's utter horseshit. You know why? Because there's 13 videos of it. All 13 videos, all 13 videos show the horizon past the second oil rig. The only one that doesn't is this one. This is the rare occurrence.
Yeah. It's uncommon to not see the second oil rig fully. It's uncommon to not see the horizon. What you're showing is the oddball.
And it's even more odd because there's a YouTube site called Pablo's Dog. He goes to the same location, and there's actually 9 oil rigs out here. He does a horizontal pan starting at some shoals, which are 18 miles from him. Those shoals are supposed to be 200 feet under the curve, but never mind that, right? He does a horizontal pan left to right. All the oil rigs are supposed to be under the horizon, and none of them are. He's been doing this like at least 3 times a week for like, I don't know, 6 months.
Yeah,
Wait, but
explain
so
this,
you
Fowler.
said.
Explain
but,
it.
okay, but you said.
No, I want you to explain why we see too far. Explain it now.
I'm trying, bro. If you don't cut me off. So you
Try
said.
harder.
So you said in the Black Swan, it's falsifying
I
the
said
Earth being.
explain why we see too far. That's not what you're doing.
So in the Black Swan, it's
Explain why we see too far. Why do you keep talking about the black swan? I'm
Because-
asking you to explain why we see too far.
as you can see from the mathematical calculations that I have done,
From the mathematical calculations, why do you sound autistic? What's wrong with you?
because I am, bro, and you called me the R word, I'm very offended.
That's great.
Anyways.
You're retarded. I don't give a shit.
Whoa, bro.
I'm very
You don't even know me, bro.
Do you think I care if you're offended? Suck my dick.
Alright, my bad.
Okay, now
Only
let
you
me
can-
ask you something.
only
Why
you
do
can
we
be
see in
offended,
13
dude.
other videos, why do we see the horizon? in 13 other videos, because what you're giving us is the oddball. What you're giving us is the rare occurrence.
Yeah, but you said that.
Usually we see the horizon.
Yeah, but in a at 43 minutes after the hour, you posted.
No, I didn't ask you, Mongoloid. I asked Gonzo. Gonzo,
Yeah.
why do we see the horizon at all?
Because of refraction.
Because what? What was that?
Because of refraction.
Refraction? What is refraction? Describe it to me. I already know.
Over because of the heat and stuff.
The heat and stuff.
Yeah, man.
The bending and warping of light through the atmosphere, bro.
The warping of light through the atmosphere? Okay.
Gosh,
Do you have
here we
proof of this? Hold
go.
on. Do you have proof of this?
Yeah.
Refraction?
Yes. Do you have proof of that?
Yeah.
Of atmospheric refraction. I'm not talking about Snell's law either. And if you use Snell's law, you get banned. Because it's not Snell's law. You have to show me the formula for atmospheric refraction. You do know it's a formula, right? That it's not even optical, it's a formula.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I'll give you a hint. Fermat. Okay, go ahead. So you got a hint. Fermat. Fermat's principle of least time. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of it. Oh, God.
No, I haven't heard of Fermat.
Yeah, Fermat.
Fermat.
He was a French mathematician, physicist, scientist, whatever.
Okay.
So what did he say?
So
that's how you model so-called terrestrial. That's how you model refraction in a gradient.
Yeah, and it's only a model, by the way. There's no proof for it. The proof for it is the presupposition that you're on a ball, and so it has to be true.
But there's no such thing as refraction. Then is what you're saying?
Can you prove there's refraction? Go ahead.
Yeah, refraction exists as a general phenomenon, but the thing is, does it exist in these images?
Yeah.
How do you? Okay, prove it. Prove it.
So, as you can see from the picture that I posted 53 minutes after the hour, the oil rigs on the left the cranes are all bendy.
Why can we see the horizon, you brain dead dildo?
Because the refraction...
Is the horizon looming over the horizon, you absolute monkey?
So why isn't the horizon all bendy if the refraction is so bad it bends things?
It's bent some other way.
The oil rigs are irrelevant, Ganzo, you moron.
Jeez, bro.
You insipid idiot. Why can we see the horizon?
My bad.
Does horizon rhyme with oil